I woke up choking as someone forced sour, spoiled water down my throat. My throat burned, and my body felt weak and feverish. When I opened my eyes, I saw a scary old woman with a wrinkled face looming over me. I was confused because the last thing I remembered was fighting zombies in the apocalypse and sacrificing myself to save my teammates. Now, I was in a different world. A thin, crying woman tried to save me, but the old lady kicked her away. I realized this old woman, my step-grandmother, was only keeping me alive so she could sell me to another family for 20 pounds of cornmeal. I was now in the body of a 3-year-old girl, but my soul was still that of a powerful warrior. Anger filled me. Even in the end times, I had never met someone so heartless. I summoned my remaining strength and slapped the old woman across the face. She fell to the ground, shocked that a sick toddler could hit so hard. Memories suddenly flooded my mind. It was the 1960s, my father was missing, and my mother and I were treated like slaves by this cruel family. Humiliated, the step-grandmother grabbed a broom to beat me. My mother immediately jumped in front of me, taking the heavy blows on her own weak back to protect me. I had been an orphan in my past life, so experiencing this selfless, motherly love touched my heart deeply. I decided right then that I would not let anyone hurt her again. I stepped out from my mother's arms. When the broom came down again, I caught it easily with one small hand. The old woman tried to pull it back, but couldn't move it against my strength. I used a burst of power to throw her and the broom right out of the house. She landed in the dirt outside, crushing a chicken coop. I turned to my shocked mother and promised her that from now on, I would be the one to protect us. My grandmother's screaming brought the rest of the family running. My second uncle and aunt rushed out, immediately accusing my mother of causing trouble. My uncle, a large and angry man, tried to hit my mother, but I stopped him. I may look like a 3-year-old girl, but I still have the combat skills from my past life. I grabbed his wrist with my small hand and twisted it until it dislocated. He fell to his knees in pain, shocking everyone who was watching. Then, my younger uncle appeared. He was a known troublemaker in the village. He threatened to break my leg and threw a dangerous stone at my head. My mother tried to protect me with her own body, but I pushed her safely aside. I knew I had to scare them properly so they would never touch us again. I walked to a massive stone mill in the yard that usually required 2 men to move. I lifted it high above my head. The family watched in terror as I carried the heavy stone toward my younger uncle. He was so scared he fell down and wet himself. I dropped the stone right between his legs, cracking the ground. I made it clear that if they hurt my mother, I would crush them. Exhausted and hungry from using so much strength in such a small body, I took my mother inside. Her only worry was if I was hurt. To help us recover, I used my mind to access a secret storage space I brought with me from the apocalypse. I pulled out high-quality biscuits and water. I told my mother a mysterious old man gave them to me, so she wouldn't be suspicious. We ate the food together, and she regained some energy. However, our safety was short-lived. As we rested, I heard my grandmother and uncle whispering outside. They were not scared enough to leave us alone. Instead, they were planning to use sleeping powder to drug me. They wanted to sell me quickly to a family in another village in exchange for money and pork. They saw my strength as a threat and wanted to get rid of me immediately. I realized the fight was not over yet. I listened as the voices outside faded, but my mother was terrified. She wanted us to run away and beg if we had to, desperate to save me from being sold. I refused. I was a leader in the apocalypse. I would not run away like a coward. We would leave, but we would do it with dignity. I asked my mother about my father. Everyone said he was dead, but I didn't believe it because money had been sent home for years, money my step-grandmother stole. My mother showed me his old photo and a broken jade pendant she had hidden. On the back of the photo was a message saying we should find him at the Beiping military district if we were ever in trouble. This gave us a perfect reason to leave. We weren't running away. We were going to find my father. Suddenly, banging on the gate interrupted us. The matchmaker had arrived with the buyer's family sooner than expected. My step-grandmother was eager to sell me. My mother tried to protect me with scissors, but I told her it wasn't necessary. I was ready to deal with them myself. When the door burst open, my step-grandmother led a group into the yard, including a foolish man who wanted me as his wife. He rushed at me, but I calmly threw a stone that hit his knee, making him collapse in pain. Then I threw a second stone that hit the knot on my step-grandmother's pants. Her pants fell down to her ankles in front of everyone, revealing her red undergarments. She screamed and tripped, falling into the dirt. The yard erupted in laughter. I had chosen humiliation over violence this time. I looked at my shocked mother and winked, joking that they were all bowing to us. We were leaving, but I made sure to get some payback first. After the chaos in the yard died down, my mother, Lin Wanru, barred our broken door as if it could keep out monsters. My stomach growled loudly. The small biscuit I ate earlier wasn't enough to sustain my weak body after using my powers. My mother searched our empty chest for food but found nothing, sinking into despair. I told her to light the fire. When she protested that we had no food, I revealed my secret again. From my storage space, I produced a bag of fine white flour, luncheon meat, tomatoes, and eggs. My mother was stunned by the sight of such high-quality ingredients appearing out of thin air. I told her the Grandpa Immortal gave them to me so I could get strong. Desperate and relieved that I was alive, she accepted the story and thanked the invisible benefactor. Hunger drove us to cook immediately. My mother prepared a rich dough soup with the ingredients. I insisted she use the entire can of meat and all the tomatoes. The smell of savory meat and sweet tomatoes filled the room, making us dizzy with anticipation. We sat down to eat 2 large bowls of the delicious soup. I made sure my mother ate as much as I did, despite her attempts to save the best parts for me. The hot meal revived us, bringing color back to our faces and hope to my mother's eyes. It was the first peaceful, satisfying meal she had eaten in years. Just as we finished, the trouble I expected arrived. My aunt and step-grandmother smelled the meat from outside. They pounded on our door, screaming accusations that we had stolen money to buy food and threatening to punish us. My mother froze in terror, old habits of fear returning. But I felt only excitement. I picked up a wooden stick, testing its weight. With a full stomach and renewed energy, I told my mother not to be afraid. It was time for some exercise. The door latch snapped and my step-grandmother, Wang Guifan, stormed into the room with my aunt, Zhang Tsuehua. Their eyes immediately locked onto the bowl of meat soup on the table. Like hungry wolves, they ignored me and rushed to grab the food, accusing us of hiding money. My mother tried to shield the bowl with her body, but Wang Guifan grabbed her hair. I stepped in instantly, striking Wang Guifan's hand with a wooden stick. Enraged, Wang Guifan lunged at me. Instead of running, I dodged and swept her legs, sending her crashing face first into a pile of coal dust. My aunt, ignoring her fallen mother-in-law, tried to steal the soup. I hit her wrist with a stick and kicked her from the bed platform, causing her to fall on top of Wang Guifan. Humiliated and covered in soot, Wang Guifan threatened to report us to the village team leader before fleeing with my aunt. My mother was terrified that we would be driven out of the village, but I told her it would be better if we left to find the army. We finished our meal, and I reassured her that I would handle the travel money. I then took a basket and told her I was going to dig for wild vegetables, using the Grandpa Immortal excuse again to calm her fears. I headed to the back mountain, ignoring the villagers' whispers about my fight with Wang Guifan. Once in the forest, my demeanor shifted from a child to a hunter. I tracked a wild rabbit and killed it with a precisely thrown stone. This rabbit would be my first step toward earning travel money. However, just as I prepared to leave, I heard messy footsteps approaching. Several people were closing in on me. Trouble had found me again. I was confronted by Li Ergu, a village bully, and his gang of teenage boys. Li Ergu demanded my wild rabbit and threatened me. Instead of being scared, I calmly covered my basket and challenged him. When he tried to grab me, I moved instantly, punching him in the stomach. The force sent him flying into a bush. His gang was terrified. One of them screamed that I was a ghost, and they all ran away in panic. I threw a stone at one fleeing boy for good measure. I then walked over to the groaningly Urgu, stepped on his leg, and declared that the road now belonged to me. He tearfully agreed, and I left him there. Back in the village, rumors about my strength spread quickly as the boys told everyone what happened, though Lee Urgu was too ashamed to admit a toddler beat him. I ignored the gossip and returned home with my rabbit. My mother was anxious, but relieved to see me safe. She was shocked by the size of the rabbit. I told her we wouldn't sell it. Instead, we would eat half and dry the rest for our journey to find my father. As she cooked the stew, the smell drifted outside. My younger uncle, Meng Jianjun, smelled the meat. He was greedy and dismissed the stories of my strength as luck. Thinking he could bully us for the food and any money I might have, he approached our room with a cruel smile, demanding soup. My younger uncle, Meng Jianjun, arrogantly entered our room, drawn by the smell of the rabbit stew. He demanded the food, claiming it was for his injured brother. When my mother, Lin Wanru, tried to protect the pot, he shoved her hard against the wall. Enraged, I threw a pebble that hit his hand just as he reached for the meat. He was shocked and furious that a child had hit him. Ignoring the pain in his hand, he grabbed a stick to beat me. My mother tried to intervene, but he kicked her aside. As he raised the stick, I flicked my wrist and sent a second pebble crashing into the bridge of his nose. The impact broke his nose, causing blood to gush out and bringing him to his knees in agony. I jumped off the bed and stood before him, threatening to hit his temple with a third stone if he didn't leave. Terrified by my cold demeanor and strength, he scrambled out of the room in panic. My mother was shaken but grateful. I gave her herbal oil for her bruised back, and we ate the rabbit stew in silence. The food restored some of our strength. The next morning, however, chaos erupted outside. My aunt and a notorious village gossip were shouting accusations, trying to ruin my mother's reputation by claiming she was bringing bad luck and doing shameful things. My mother was terrified, but I was not. I calmly dressed and told her to open the door. If they wanted to play dirty with rumors, I was ready to destroy their reputation instead. A crowd had gathered at our gate, drawn by Lu Xiaoti's loud gossip. She claimed she had heard a man's voice in our room last night and accused my mother of being unfaithful, with my grandmother and aunt joining in to fuel the rumors. My mother tried to defend herself, but no one believed her. When Lu Xiaoti demanded to know where our food came from, implying it was obtained shamefully, I stepped forward. I calmly confronted Lu Xiaoti, exposing her hypocrisy. I pointed out that she had been at a secret meeting place with a village bachelor, Zhao Dachui, the night before. I proved it by revealing she was wearing his button on her collar and suggested they check for her hair ribbon at the scene. The crowd turned against her, realizing she was the one having an affair. Humiliated, she collapsed, and the village erupted in chaos. I used the moment to declare that my mother and I were leaving the bad luck house to find my father in Beiping. We retreated inside, leaving the stunned villagers behind. My mother was shaken, but I was determined to leave this toxic place. However, we needed money for the long journey. Recalling a rumor about wild ginseng in the mountains, I slipped away to the forest. My survival instincts kicked in, and I used my powers to locate a valuable ginseng plant. As I prepared to dig it up, a venomous snake emerged from the tree hollow to protect it. At that same moment, an old man stumbled out of the bushes, heading straight for the snake, without seeing it. I shouted for him to freeze. The venomous snake bit the old man before I could intervene, and I killed it with a stone. I prioritized collecting the valuable snake gall and meat before tending to the man. Recognizing he was a doctor by his hands, I treated his wound using my own supplies from the apocalypse and nearby herbs. While he recovered, I dug up a valuable ginseng root with precision, intending to sell it for travel money. When the old man, Sun Shojin, awoke, he was shocked by his recovery and my skills. I demanded he work for me as payment for saving his life, revealing my ruthless nature. Though initially insulted, he agreed when threatened with abandonment. He was astonished by the perfectly excavated ginseng and my natural, understanding of plants, believing I had a rare talent. Back in the village, we found my family trying to drive my mother out. I terrified them into retreating by throwing a brick near my aunt, Lu Zhaodi. I then introduced Sun Shozhen as our new worker. He confirmed the ginseng's value and, impressed by my potential, began teaching me about herbal medicine, which I absorbed quickly. The next day, we planned to go to the city to sell the ginseng. Sun Shozhen warned me about the dangers of the underground pigeon market, but I showed him my strength by crushing a stone into powder, proving I was more than capable of handling myself. Before dawn, thick fog covered Mingjia village. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, an old man and a small child were slowly heading toward the county town. Sun Shozhen was wrapped in a worn cotton jacket, shivering and sniffling from the cold. Beside him, the little girl, not even as tall as his thigh, carried a basket bigger than herself and walked briskly without even panting. "Slow down, girl. These old bones of mine are about to fall apart," Sun Shozhen said, holding his knees and breathing heavily. Manhwa stopped and looked back at him. She took a half-cooled roasted sweet potato from her pocket and handed it over. "Eat this. We still have about 3 miles to go." Sun Shozhen took the sweet potato, feeling a mix of emotions. This little girl didn't act like a 3-year-old at all, more like a seasoned soldier on a long march. When they reached an abandoned brick kiln on the edge of the county, the sky was just beginning to lighten. This was the place people called Dove Market. It was eerily quiet. No one coughed or spoke. People walked with their heads down, hats pulled low, some even covering their faces with black cloth. Buyers and sellers didn't talk. They bargained silently by pressing fingers together inside their sleeves. Sun Shozhen looked nervous. He pulled Manhwa behind him, glanced around several times, and then led her into a hidden alley. At the end of the alley squatted a middle-aged man in a black cotton jacket, a scar running across his face. He was smoking a dry tobacco pipe. "Old Chun," Sun Shozhen called softly. The man looked up. His cloudy eyes swept over Sun Shozhen and then stopped on Manhwa, his brows furrowing deeply. "Old Sun, are you out of your mind? Bringing a little kid to a place like this?" Old Chun knocked his pipe against his shoe and frowned. "If the patrol sees this, we'll both be in trouble." "I know what I'm doing," Sun Shozhen said, pushing Manhwa forward. "She's the one who wants to do business with you. She's got something good." Old Chun gave a short laugh, the scar on his face twitching. "Oh, really? Barely old enough to talk, and already trading? Let's see what you've got. Just don't tell me it's a stolen egg from home." Manhwa didn't waste words. She put down her basket and lifted the torn cloth covering the top. The old ginseng with 5-grade leaves was lying openly on a pile of weeds. Old Chen's smile froze on his face. He knew his stuff. These days, such high-quality ginseng was a rare treasure that could be life-saving. He suddenly straightened up and reached out to grab the ginseng. Snap! A small, tender hand pressed down on the ginseng first. Manhwa looked up at him, her round, chubby face serious. "No touching the goods before checking them. Do you understand the rules?" Old Chun was speechless. He had been in the black market for over 10 years, and yet he was being scolded by a 3-year-old girl? "Interesting," Old Chun said, retracting his hand. He squatted down to face Manhwa and held up 5 fingers. 500. That's the best I can do in the county town. Others would only offer 300. Sun Shou took a breath nearby. 500 yuan. That was a huge amount in the 1960s, enough for an ordinary worker to live on for 2 years. But Manhwa didn't move. Her black eyes stared straight at Old Chen, silent and steady. Old Chen felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. "Too little," he frowned. "Little girl, take the deal while you can. This is a hot potato. Besides me, no one dares to buy it all at once." Manhwa held up 2 fingers. 700. Old Chun asked tentatively. Manhwa shook her head. 1,200. Plus 30 jin of national grain coupons, 10 yards of cloth coupons, and 5 jin of meat coupons. Cough, cough. Sun Shou almost choked on his own saliva. That price was even more ruthless than bandits. Old Chen's face darkened, and his tough, Street-smart attitude showed. Little girl, you're trying to cheat me. Old Chun, was in the underworld long before you were even born. Do you believe I can hold on to this stuff and you won't get a single penny? He reached out to snatch the basket. His movements were quick and fierce. Sun Shou was shocked and about to step in to stop him when he heard a crisp crack. Old Chen's wrist was caught by that small hand. The scene was extremely strange. A rough, big hand was being pinched by a soft, small hand, unable to move. Old Chen's scarred face instantly turned a pig liver color, and blue veins bulged on his forehead. He felt as if his wrist was not being grabbed by the child, but was locked by a hydraulic clamp. Business is business, but kindness matters, Manhwa said calmly, with a hint of innocence. But if you reach too far, it might break. She loosened her grip slightly and pushed forward. Old Chen, a strong man weighing around 150 pounds, was pushed so hard that he sat down suddenly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The alley was silent, as if dead. Sun Shoujian opened his mouth wide, almost dropping his jaw. He knew the girl was strong, but this was Old Chen, a notorious black market boss. Old Chen rubbed his painful wrist, looking at the small girl who was not even as tall as a basket. He had some fighting skills, but that push was pure strength, no tricks. This was no ordinary child. She was like a little monster in disguise. 1002. Old Chen gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. I'll give you the ticket, but I need to check this thing carefully. If even one whisker is missing, I'll deduct money. Manhwa kicked her basket forward. Check it however you want. 10 minutes later, Manhwa, holding a thick stack of large bills and colorful receipts, walked out of the alley feeling very satisfied. Old Chen stood at the alley entrance, watching the tall and small figures, spat fiercely, then looked at his bruised wrist, feeling relieved. Where did Old Sun find such a fierce kid? When they left the black market, the sun had already risen. Sun Shoujian walked with a light step, clutching the 100 yuan, finder's fee, Manhwa gave him, feeling as if he was walking on clouds. Girl, we've made it. We've really made it. He kept talking to himself. With this money, you and your mom can afford the trip to Beiping, and we can buy a lot of things. Manhwa ignored his rambling. Her attention was caught by a small, unremarkable stall on the side of the road. It was a seed stall selling grains. The owner was an old farmer dressed in ragged clothes, with a few burlap bags in front of him filled with shriveled corn and wheat seeds. Because the seeds looked bad, no one paid attention to them. Manhwa walked over, squatted down, and placed her hand on one of the bags. A faint but clear vibration traveled from her fingertips into her mind. It was the rhythm of the plant seed's vitality. Deep inside her consciousness, the long silent space suddenly trembled. That was the feeling of hunger. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, her space was mostly unused except for storage. Because the land was polluted, there were no pure seeds to plant. Now, these dried but natural and pollution-free seeds somehow made her space crave them. Old man, I want all of these, Manhwa pointed to the bags. The old farmer was stunned. Little girl, these are last year's old seeds, not very good for sprouting. Why do you want them? Feeding the chickens, Manhwa casually lied, then handed over a 5 yuan bill. Is that enough? Enough. More than enough, the old farmer was delighted. He quickly sealed the bags tightly, afraid this little benefactor might change her mind. Although Sun Shoujian didn't understand why the girl wanted to buy a bunch of old seeds, after what just happened, he blindly trusted Manhwa's decision. She must have her reasons. Holding several heavy bags of seeds, Manhwa found an excuse to send Sun Shoujian away to buy buns. She hid in a quiet corner of the wall and thought to herself. The seeds in her hand suddenly disappeared. In the next second, Manhwa felt a loud bang in her mind. The once dull, gray land in her space seemed to suddenly come alive, like a drought ending with rain, greedily devouring the seeds. An unprecedented vitality exploded inside her space. Those shriveled seeds, once planted, didn't need watering. They sprouted and cracked open at a visible speed. Manhwa closed her eyes, sensing the changes in her space, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. This wasn't farming. It was like having a cheat-enabled accelerator. If she planted medicinal herbs. Suddenly, at the alley entrance, Sun Shojin's anxious shout came. Girl.
Run.
Hongxiu is coming. Over there. Don't let them escape. The chaotic footsteps sounded like hammers hitting the ground, accompanied by shrill whistles, shattering the morning fog. The once silent alley came alive. People dressed in dull cotton-padded jackets, hands in their pockets, were faster than frightened rabbits. Holding baskets and cloth bags, they hurried into different alleys before anyone could see them clearly. It's over. We're doomed. Sun Shojin's face turned pale. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he almost tripped himself trying to run. He was still holding the hot bun he had just bought, too hot to throw away, and his palm was red. Suddenly, a small hand reached out and grabbed his waistband. Be quiet, follow me. Manhwa spoke calmly, without any panic. She hung a basket filled with heavy money and tickets in front of her chest and stepped forward with force. Sun Shojin felt his waist tighten, and he was lifted as if by a crane, his feet leaving the ground, flying through the air like riding clouds. Oh, my back! The wind rushed into his mouth, silencing his scream. Manhwa carefully squeezed through a narrow gap only a cat could fit into. She was small and quick, like a slippery eel, which made Sun Shojin miserable as he was pulled and bumped into things. His worn cotton jacket also tore in several places. Ahead was a dead end filled with discarded broken baskets and moldy straw. Go in. Manhwa pushed Sun Shojin into the pile of straw, then squeezed in herself, grabbing 2 broken baskets to block the entrance. Just as they hid, a group of people wearing red armbands rushed to the alley entrance. We saw someone run this way just now. Where are they? Search over there. They can't have gone far. Footsteps echoed chaotically at the alley entrance, and some people even knocked on the wall with sticks. Sun Shojin stayed hidden in the moldy straw, not daring to breathe, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He turned his head to look at Manhwa, but she was closing her eyes peacefully, looking as if she was taking a nap. In fact, Manhwa was observing her space. Just now, during the escape, the few bags of old seeds she was holding suddenly disappeared into thin air. She sank into her space. The once silent, dull land was now boiling. No need for watering or fertilizing. The dried, almost crumbly old corn and wheat seeds bought from farmers, once touched by the soil in her space, seemed like hungry wolves pouncing on a pile of meat. The soil moved as if alive, wrapping around the seeds. Then, a tender green sprout broke through the ground. Manhwa watched clearly. This was not normal growth speed. It was like pressing the fast-forward button 100 times. Sprouting, tillering, leafing, and flowering. What normally takes 2 or 3 months was completed in less than 5 minutes here. Several hundred corn stalks stand straight, with bright green leaves that look like they are carved from jade. Each plant bears 2 or 3 large corn cobs. Next to them, the wheat is even more impressive. The wheat heads are heavy and drooping, golden and full, with grains as big as soybeans. The fog inside the space has thinned a bit, and the feeling of hunger has disappeared. Instead, there is a peaceful sense of satisfaction. Turns out this broken land is also a foodie, Manhwa muttered to herself. During the apocalypse, she was busy fighting zombies and grabbing supplies. Her space was filled with weapons and canned food, and she never thought about farming. After all, the soil in the end times was toxic, and anything grown could poison elephants. Unexpectedly, in this era, natural seeds, though low quality and unpolluted, activated the space's planting ability. And the harvest. Manhwa moved her mind, and one corn cob automatically snapped off with a crack, peeled itself, and appeared in her hand. At this moment, the footsteps outside finally faded away. They're gone. Sun Shojin let out a long breath, slumping onto a pile of straw, feeling like he had almost lost his life. Girl, let's hurry back to the village. This county town is too dangerous. After running like that, he, a former national athlete, almost became a former national athlete. A hand reached under his nose. Sun Shojing was stunned and looked closely. It was a tender, yellow raw corn, plump enough to burst, each kernel exuding a tempting sweet aroma. Only the freshest grains have that smell. Where did this come from? Sun Shojing was confused. They had been fleeing all the way, carrying only a basket, with nothing else on them. The corn still had dew on it, looking freshly plucked from the ground. It was in that old man's bag earlier. Ming Yaya lied calmly. That was a magic trick. You saw it wrong. Sun Shojing's mouth twitched. That old man was selling shriveled, old seeds. Yet this was fresh corn. Are the tricks nowadays so advanced? Looks like old seeds, but actually fresh produce? Hurry up and eat. To boost your courage, Ming Yaya said, taking one herself and biting into it. The sweet juice burst in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. This was different. It wasn't just delicious. Corn juice slides into the stomach, turning into a gentle but clear wave of warmth that flows through the blood vessels to the limbs. Just now, I carried the old man weighing over 100 pounds for 3 blocks. I am a bit tired too, with my arms slightly sore. But after a few bites of corn, that soreness disappears completely, and I even feel a bit energetic, wanting to find a brick to break for fun. Is this energy? Although it's not as powerful as the high-level crystal cores from the end of the world, it definitely contains several times more energy than normal food. Sun Shojin originally had no appetite, but the strong aroma was too tempting, making his craving uncontrollable. He took the corn carefully and bit into it. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened like bells. This is. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he is very sensitive to the medicinal properties of food. After taking this bite, his stomach felt warm, and the fierce sweat he had just been scared into disappeared instantly. Even his injured leg, which hadn't healed yet, felt warm and comfortable. This is a spiritual medicine, Sun Shojin exclaimed softly, trembling as he held the corn. Girl, is the seed seller still around? I want to find him. This isn't just food, it's a treasure for boosting energy and blood. He quickly finished a whole corn, biting off the cob and almost chewing the core into pieces to swallow. After eating, Sun Shojin felt full of energy. His back no longer ached, his legs didn't hurt, and he was eager to run 5 kilometers right now. The old man has left. I can't find him. Meng Yaya casually threw the leftover corn husk into her space to use as fertilizer and brushed off the crumbs from her hands. He left. What a pity. What a shame. Sun Shojin looked regretful, as if he had missed a fortune. Meng Yaya ignored his fussing. She was already thinking about something else. Since ordinary crops can mutate into high-energy food, what about medicinal herbs? The wild ginseng she dug earlier. If she didn't sell it to chin the scarred man, but instead planted it in her space. Even if she only planted it for a day, could it turn into a 1,000-year-old ginseng? Thinking of this, Meng Yaya's eyes changed when she looked at Sun Shojin. Although this old man moved slowly, his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was like a walking planting guide. All right, stop crying. Meng Yaya stood up, stuffed the 2 buns wrapped in a rag into her mouth, then spat them out. They've gone cold and don't taste good anymore. She threw the buns to Sun Shojin and carried her basket back to the village. Tonight, we will turn over the wasteland in the backyard. I have a big plan. Sun Shojin was holding a bun, watching the small figure, still shorter than a basket, stride confidently out of the alley. At this moment, the sun had risen, casting a golden light on the dusty street. Turn over the land. Sun Shojin scratched his head and followed. Girl, aren't we going to Beiping? Why do we need to farm here? When we get to Beiping, we won't go hungry, Meng Yaya replied without looking back. Not only will we farm, but we'll also grow something valuable. She touched her stomach. The energy corn she ate earlier only made her feel full for less than 5 minutes. Her stomach felt like a bottomless pit, and it started to rumble again. And with the hunger came a strange itching and soreness from her bones. Was this a sign that her body was growing? Or a hint that her strength was about to break through? Meng Yaya clenched her fist. Her knuckles made a crisp crack, sound as the half-red brick she had casually picked up suddenly turned into a fine red powder, flowing through her fingers. Sun Shojing, walking behind her, saw this happen just in time. The bun he had just eaten almost got stuck in his throat. Turning a brick into flour? What exactly is this girl eating, corn or some kind of powerful pill? Fast, let's go, worker. Manhwa looked back, her sharp black and white eyes shining with a wild, beast-like gleam when she saw the meat.
I'm hungry.
Let's go home and stew that old hen. Sun Shojing shivered, feeling uneasy. For some reason, he sensed that today, the hens of the Meng family, who were scratching around for food, might be in big trouble. The sun climbed to the treetops as the broken wooden door of the Meng family's backyard was pushed open. Lin Wanru was huddled by the stove, clutching half a cold, hard flatbread. Hearing the noise, she suddenly looked up. When she saw her daughter return, she threw the flatbread aside and hurried over, squatting down to check Manhwa's arms and legs. Are you hurt? I heard from the villagers that the county town has come with the red sleeve band. Mom, boil some water, Manhwa said, unloading her basket and placing it on the ground. Lin Wanru was stunned. Boil water for what? To kill the chicken. Manhwa pointed at the old Luhua chicken pacing in the henhouse. That was Wang Guifan's favorite, and she would scold the whole village if even one egg was missing. Lin Wanru's hand trembled slightly. Yaya, that's your grandma. Kill, Manhwa interrupted her firmly, with a serious expression and an unmistakable tone. If you don't want to kill a chicken, then kill a pig. I think Uncle Second has quite a bit of meat. Just as Sun Shojin stepped inside, he slipped and nearly knelt down. This girl really dares to say such things, and from her attitude, she's definitely not joking. Lin Wanru clenched her teeth, making a quick decision. Since they were about to cut ties anyway, what's wrong with eating a chicken? She turned to pick up a knife, moving much faster than usual. Half an hour later, the chicken soup in the clay pot was bubbling vigorously. Manhwa threw in 2 pieces of mutated corn silk that had come from her space, then added half a spoon of spiritual spring water. The aroma was so strong and overpowering. Unlike ordinary food, it seemed to seep straight into her nose. Sun Shojin squatted by the fire pit, drooling uncontrollably. He had eaten many good things in his life, but this smell made his head feel clear and sharp with just one sniff. Eat. Manhwa tore off a chicken leg, handed it to Lin Wanru, then tore off another and gave it to Sun Shojin. She held the clay pot, pouring the soup and meat into her mouth. The hot chicken soup, combined with the energy from the corn, made Manhwa feel as if a small stove had exploded inside her stomach. The heat traveled down her esophagus into her stomach, then quickly spread through her limbs. This feeling was even more intense than devouring low-level crystals in the apocalypse. Her skin started to turn red, and tiny bones inside her small body made faint crackling sounds. Her muscles twitched, and the itchy, sore sensation grew stronger. This was her strength expanding, needing to be released. I'm full. Manhwa put down the empty clay pot and let out a loud burp. She stood up, feeling like a balloon full of air about to burst if she didn't find a way to vent. Senior worker, watch my mom. Don't let anyone bully her. After saying this, Manhwa took small, quick steps toward the wasteland behind the yard. That was the place where the Meng family stored miscellaneous items. The ground was as hard as iron, so hard that even weeds couldn't grow. Manhwa reached the corner, grabbing an old, rusty hoe. This hoe was meant for adults. The wooden handle was as thick as her wrist and stood taller than she was by 2 heads. She held the end of the handle with one hand, weighing it. It felt lighter. Huh, Manhwa shouted softly, swinging her arm in a wide arc. The hoe sliced through the air, leaving a faint shadow accompanied by the sound of wind, and then heavily struck the ground. Boom! A dull thud sounded, like a hammer hitting a drum. The originally hard ground, as tough as iron, was split open into a deep trench. Soiled chunks flew everywhere, and even some small stones buried underground were shattered into powder. Manhwa didn't stop. Once, twice, 3 times. Her small body seemed to be powered by an endless machine. With each swing of the hoe, The hot energy inside her body surged out through her arm, gradually calming and solidifying her strength. She discovered a pattern. Eating food infused with spiritual energy, combined with intense physical activity, made her strength grow more than 3 times faster than before. In less than half an hour, she turned over the half-acre of hard ground in the backyard. The soil was soft and loose, like sifted flour. But she wasn't finished. She moved heavy stones weighing hundreds of pounds and played a game of building blocks in the soft earth. Under the eaves, Sun Shojing held a chicken bone, staring in shock. Is this still a person? He turned to look at Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru was lowering her head, mending Meng Yaya's torn little shirt in the sunlight. She was trembling from the disturbance caused by her daughter's activities outside, but under the eaves, Sun Shojing held a chicken bone, staring in shock. Is this still a person? He turned to look at Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru was lowering her head, mending Meng Yaya's torn little shirt in the sunlight. She was trembling from the disturbance caused by her daughter's activities. He finished cleaning the chicken bone and looked at Lin Wanru's rough but still slender hands, worn from years of hard work. Your sewing is very neat, he said casually. Before I got married, I learned from the neighbor aunt, Lin Wanru said shyly, smiling. I can't read or write, but I can do this much. Do you want to learn to read? Sun Shojing suddenly asked. Lin Wanru was stunned. The needle prick made her finger bleed a drop of blood. I'm already this old, and my mind is slow. You're not slow. Sun Shojing pointed to a pile of herbs on the table, gathered from the mountain. Just now, I recited the properties of these herbs. Do you remember them all? Earlier, when he was organizing the basket, he casually recited a few lines about the herbs to show off. Lin Wanru listened nearby and was able to smoothly finish the second half of the sentence. Lin Wanru bit her lip but said nothing. That girl is a special one. She will fly high in the future. Sun Shojing pointed to Meng Yaya outside. As a mother, if you can't even understand a medicine recipe, how will you protect the family in the future? If someone sells her, you'll still be counting money. This remark hit Lin Wanru's sore spot. She wasn't afraid of hardship or danger, only of being a burden to her daughter. I want to learn. Lin Wanru put down her sewing tools, looked up and said, Old son, teach me. As long as I can help Yaya, I am willing to do anything. All right, let's start with this book of herbal medicine. Sun Shojing took out a worn, torn book from his pocket. I won't teach for free. In return, I want extra food. Sunset. Meng Yaya finally stopped working. She was soaked from head to toe, as if she had just been pulled out of water. But the exhaustion was gone, replaced by a feeling of fullness she had never experienced before. She clenched her fist. The air between her fingers burst with a crisp sound. Her strength had increased by at least 20%. She turned around, her eyes shining brightly under the moonlight. Long worker, tomorrow dig the ridges in this field. I want to plant something. Sun Shojing was about to nod when suddenly there was a heavy knocking at the door outside the yard. Big sister-in-law Meng. Are you home? The voice was deep and commanding, with an unmistakable official tone. Lin Wanru was startled inside the house. The clothes she was sewing slipped from her hands onto the kong. Is that the village chief? Zhao Dezhu, the village chief of Mingjia village, was a man who only acted for profit. Usually, he wouldn't even glance at this dilapidated yard. What wind was blowing today? Meng Yaya squinted, still feeling the heat on her body. She took a few steps to the water jar, scooped a ladle of cold water, and poured it over her head, washing away the sweat and restoring her innocent, harmless appearance. Mom, don't be afraid. Meng Yaya wiped her face, pushed her wet hair back, revealing a smooth, full forehead. The god of wealth is here. Open the door to welcome guests. Lin Wanru hesitantly opened the yard door. Standing at the door was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back, dressed in a blue cloth zhongshan suit, with 2 pens tucked into his shirt pocket. It was the village chief, Zhao Dezhu. Behind him, 2 militia members carried rifles on their shoulders. As Zhao Dezhu entered the yard, he sniffed twice and immediately focused his eyes on the broken pot at the door of the east room, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. Oh, so you've already eaten? Zhao Dezhu smiled insincerely, pacing with his hands behind his back. Sister-in-law, I heard that Yaya hunted a wild animal today in the mountains and also dug up some medicinal herbs. This is a collective mountain and forest. Lin Wanru trembled slightly, instinctively wanting to explain. However, Meng Yaya stepped in front of her. She looked up, still holding half a corn cake that she hadn't finished eating, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Zhao Dezhu. Village chief, are you here to mooch a meal? Zhao Dezhu's face stiffened. Where did this brat come from? Such direct words. Cough, cough. Mooch a meal? Zhao Dezhu forced a serious look, adopting a formal tone. I'm here for the unity of the commune. Someone reported that you were engaging in speculation and embezzling collective property. Where is the ginseng? Hand it over. He had long heard that this girl sold ginseng on the black market for a high price. That was ginseng. If he tricked this orphan girl and her mother, he might gain some benefits. Meng Yaya took a bite of the cake and said nothing. She was waiting for this old fox to fully reveal his tail, then cut him down. Village chief, what if I don't give it? Meng Yaya swallowed her food, her voice soft and sweet, but with a chilling undertone that made her spine shiver. Zhao Dezhu sneered and signaled to the two militia behind him. Not giving it? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Go. Search the house. Find and seize the capitalists' hideout. The two militia members were about to step forward. Suddenly, a crisp sound. The thick, thumb-sized solid steel rebar in Meng Yaya's hand, which she hadn't thrown away, was twisted into a perfect circle in front of Zhao Dezhu's eyes as she kneaded it with her small hands, bending it like a noodle. This iron rod is a bit in the way. Meng Yaya casually slipped the steel ring onto her neck like a necklace, tilting her head and looking at Zhao Dezhu with innocent eyes. Uncle, who did you say you wanted to search? He stared at the steel ring around Meng Yaya's neck, which still felt warm, and his throat moved as he made a gurgling sound. It was a solid spiral steel bar. Just a few seconds ago, it stood straight in the corner, capable of smashing someone's head open. Now, it looked like a soft-cooked noodle, obediently wrapped around this 3-year-old girl's neck. Two militia members lowered their guns, not daring to make a sound even when their gun butts hit their feet. Uncle, Meng Yaya took a step forward. The iron ring on her neck touched her collarbone, making a dull metal clang. You just now said you wanted to search someone or break into a house. Her voice was sweet and crisp, like a cool melon freshly pulled from a well, but it made Zhao Dezhu feel a shiver down his spine. Zhao Dezhu was a seasoned man in official circles, with a thick skin. He rolled his eyes and forced a dry smile, his old face tightening like a dried chrysanthemum. Oh, Yaya, you really like joking. That's strength. Your dad is a soldier, a good young man. He signaled to the two militiamen to put their guns away. Hard confrontation? What a joke. This girl could bend steel bars so she could crush his skull. It's all a misunderstanding, Zhao Dezhu said, rubbing his hands and taking a half step back. I heard that someone is involved in illegal trading, and I was worried you and your mother might be tricked. Since it's just a rumor, let's forget it. After saying that, he turned to leave quickly. Stop. Those two simple words like nails kept Zhao Dezhu rooted in place. Meng Yaya played with the steel ring around her neck, making a few finger marks on it with her small hands. Since you're here, why not do a little business before leaving? Zhao Dezhu's heart skipped a beat. He turned around, forcing a smile. Business? What business? Yaya, I am a government official, I don't do that kind of thing. But my mom said, public sale is policy. Meng Yaya pointed to two rabbit skins hanging on the clothesline in the yard. Those are today's prey. The skins aren't cured yet, but the fur is good. The supply and marketing cooperative sells one for $1.50. Uncle, you're a decent person, 2 for 5 yuan, isn't that fair? Zhao Dezhu almost spat out old blood. 2 raw rabbit skins, and the supply and marketing cooperative only pays at most 80 cents each. This girl is asking for 5 yuan? This isn't a sale, it's outright robbery. Yaya. Zhao Dezhu was about to put on his official tone and teach her a lesson. Click. Meng Yaya held a fist-sized pebble in her hand. She didn't press hard, just gently tapped the surface with her thumb. Dust fell off, and a clear fingerprint dent appeared on the hard pebble. Zhao Dezhu swallowed his words, his cheeks twitching. 5 yuan. Meng Yaya tilted her head, looking innocent. If it's too expensive, I have other specialties. Like that millstone over there. Uncle, do you want to carry it home to make pickled vegetables? I can help you move it for free onto your roof. Zhao Dezhu looked at the 300-pound millstone pointed out by her finger and suddenly imagined it falling from the sky and smashing through his roof. This isn't a 3-year-old baby. It's clearly a debt-collecting ghost.
Buy.
Uncle will buy. Zhao Dezhu clenched his teeth and nervously reached into his shirt pocket. He came to make some money, but now he was losing money instead. He took out a 5 yuan bill, sweating as he held it tightly, reluctant to let go. Meng Yaya didn't hesitate. She reached out and snatched the money. Thank you for supporting the military family, she said, folding the bill and putting it into her pocket. Then she pointed to the rabbit skin on the rope. The stuff is over there. Take it yourself. Don't mix it up. If you damage my family's doors or windows. I still have several steel bars. Zhao Dezhu's face turned green. He signaled to the 2 militiamen. The 2 young men, like thieves, quickly tore off the 2 rabbit skins, which still smelled of blood, rolled them up, and stuffed them into their pockets.
Well.
Sister-in-law, we're leaving now. We have patrol duty, Zhao Dezhu said quickly, eager to leave. The yard had bad feng shui, and it was creepy. Safe travels, no need to see us off. Meng Yaya stood at the door, waving her small hand. It wasn't until the 3 figures disappeared into the night that Lin Wanru let out a sigh, her legs weak, almost sitting down. Sun Shou quickly caught her. Yaya you. Lin Wanru looked at her daughter's iron ring around her neck, tears welling up again.
Such a hard thing.
Don't hurt your neck. Take it off quickly. Meng Yaya casually tore off the steel ring and threw it into the corner, making a clattering sound. Mom, it's fine, she said, patting the money in her pocket. With the 1,200 yuan from selling ginseng on the black market, she was now a little rich lady. From now on, anyone who dares to bully us will face this. Sun Shoujing squatted on the ground, picked up the broken steel bar, and looked at it under the moonlight for a long time. He clicked his tongue in amazement and said, the break is clean, and the internal strength is outwardly released. If this girl trains Iron Sand Palm, she could become a master in 3 years. Stop mumbling there. Meng Yaya rolled her eyes at him. Go wash the pot. We need to go to town tomorrow. Sun Shoujing raised his beard. Go to town? Wasn't today loud enough? Of course not. Meng Yaya looked at Lin Wanru's old padded jacket, patched and with the cotton inside hardened, looking thin and poor in the night wind. When you have money, you have to spend it. The next morning, before dawn, the rooster in Mingjia village crowed for the first time. Meng Yaya carried a basket on her back, pulling a sleepy Sun Shoujing as they set out again on the dirt road to the county town. This time, Lin Wanru didn't come along. She stayed at home sewing and mending, watching over the house. The county supply and marketing cooperative's door just opened, and it was crowded with people rushing to buy supplies. These days, resources were scarce, and everyone had to queue for everything. Meng Yaya, small in stature, squeezed into the crowd like a little loach. Sun Shoujing stood behind her, tall enough to block the elbows pushing around. Comrade, I want to buy cotton cloth. Meng Yaya stood on tiptoe leaning over the counter, only showing half her head. The clerk was a young girl with braided hair, busy knitting a scarf with yarn, not looking up. Do you have a cloth ticket? Without a ticket, money is useless. I have it. A chubby little hand slapped on the glass counter, underneath which were several colorful tickets, 10-foot cloth tickets and 5 jean cotton tickets. The clerk paused, stopped knitting her scarf, and looked closer. That's when she saw the small, delicate child standing below the counter. Oh, whose child is this? Out shopping so young. The clerk smiled and became friendlier. What do you want? The thickest and softest. Meng Yaya pointed to the top shelf where a piece of floral blue cotton cloth was displayed. And that red one, for good luck. That was a fine fabric, quite rare in this era. Sun Shoujing watched from behind, feeling distressed. Girl, that fabric is expensive. I have money. Meng Yaya confidently patted her small school bag. The 5 yuan Zhao Dezhu had contributed last night was just enough to cover the cost of this cloth. The clerk efficiently measured, cut, and weighed the cotton. Holding a big bundle of soft new cotton and scented fabric, Meng Yaya left the supply and marketing cooperative. The sunshine warmed her skin. "Where are you going?" Sun Shoujing asked. "Back to the village." "No," Meng Yaya replied, turning into a quiet alley. "I'm looking for a tailor shop to borrow a sewing machine." "Can you make clothes?" Sun Shoujing widened his eyes. "You're only 3. I can't, but you can," Meng Yaya said confidently. "You're a master, with a steady hand for surgery. Sewing a needle and thread won't be hard for you." Sun Shoujing was so angry his beard trembled. "I'm a doctor. I treat illnesses and save lives. I'm not a tailor for making clothes. Sewing wounds is sewing, and sewing clothes is sewing," Meng Yaya said, shoving the fabric bundle into his arms. "And my mom's cotton jacket's collar is torn, letting the wind in. You're a doctor. Don't you know cold can make people sick?" That made Sun Shoujing lose his temper. He thought of Lin Wanru's pale face, always with a gentle smile, and how she had taken care of him these past few days. He sighed and resignedly hugged the fabric. All right. Looks like I've handed my hands over to you, girl." In the deep alley, there was an old tailor shop run by a one-eyed old man. He gave 5 mao and let them use his old-fashioned butterfly sewing machine. Sun Shoujing sat at the machine, stepping on the pedal. His hands, usually used for acupuncture, now held the fabric steadily, surprisingly skillfully. "Stitch tightly here," Meng Yaya directed. "Tighten the cuffs so no wind gets in. Loosen the waist a bit. My mom is too thin and it looks better if it's a little loose. She really didn't know how to make clothes." After 10 years in the apocalypse, everyone wore tactical suits taken from the dead. No one cared about looks. But she had an eye for beauty and had her standards. As the sewing machine went da-da-da-da, a new, thick floral cotton jacket gradually took shape. Meng Yaya touched the soft cotton, feeling happier than eating honey. In her past life, she was an orphan. No one made clothes for her, and she never had the chance to make clothes for others. In this life, she had a mother. "There's leftover fabric." Meng Yaya picked up the scraps. "Make one for me too." Same style, mother and child outfit. Sun Shoujing rolled his eyes while stepping on the pedal. "What mother and child outfit? That's just a big one and a small one." Too much trouble. Although he was complaining verbally, his hands kept working without stopping. He worked until the afternoon, as the sun was setting. 2 new cotton-padded jackets, one big and one small, were neatly folded and placed in a basket. Meng Yaya carefully covered them with a torn oilcloth, worried about getting dust on them. "Let's go home," Meng Yaya said cheerfully as she carried the basket. When they reached Meng's village, it was dinner time. Smoke was rising from every household chimney. Before they reached the door, Meng Yaya saw that her broken courtyard gate was wide open. A sharp shouting match came from the yard, along with the sound of dishes being thrown and broken. "Lin Wanru, you bad luck charm. Hand over the money your wild man hid, or I'll tear down this broken house of yours today." It was Wang Guifen's voice. This old woman, who was scared away yesterday, heard that the village chief was embarrassed today, and now she thought she was clever again. Meng Yaya's light steps suddenly stopped. She handed the basket to Sun Shoujing and moved her wrist. "Watch the stuff, big brother." She picked up a broken brick from the ground, weighed it in her hand, and her face was cold, not smiling. It seems the steel rod from yesterday was still too gentle. Wang Guifen stared at the large basket on Sun Shoujing's back, her eyes nearly popping out. She didn't know what was inside, but it was a full, heavy bundle. "Give it to me." Wang Guifen, confident in her strong build, reached out to grab the strap of the basket. "This belongs to the Meng family. Once it's in the Meng house, it's mine." Sun Shoujing instinctively turned aside to protect the basket. He was a doctor and physically weak. When Wang Guifen, a tough woman used to farm work, bumped into him, he staggered and almost fell into a pile of chicken droppings nearby. "Old woman, you dare to hide," Wang Guifen cursed loudly, spitting as she spoke. That little wild girl stole money from home to feed her wild man, and now she's bringing an old parasite to eat for free. Does she think we, the Meng family, are fools? Her thin, black hand was about to grab the oilcloth covering the basket.
Bang!
A muffled sound. It wasn't the sound of a brick hitting a person, but the sound of the brick hitting the grindstone beside Wang Guifen's feet. The hard blue stone grindstone shattered instantly, and fragments splashed onto Wang Guifen's leg. Wang Guifen's movements froze midair. Her hand was less than half an inch from the basket, but she dared not reach down any further. She looked down at the broken red brick turned to powder at her feet, her throat making a choking sound, like a hen being strangled. Meng Yaya brushed off the dust from the red brick powder and walked over to Wang Guifen with her short legs. Because she was very short, she had to tilt her head back to see Wang Guifen's chin. Want it? Meng Yaya pointed to the broken stones on the ground. Or, do you want something like this stone? The yard was silent as death. Meng Jingguai and Meng Jianjun, hiding at the door of the main house to watch the scene, shrank back. The pain from breaking her wrist and smashing her nose earlier still lingered on their bodies. That girl was truly a monster. The flesh on Wang Guifen's face trembled 3 times. Her greed was no match for her fear. She suddenly pulled back her hand, took 2 steps back, and, looking fierce but trembling inside, pointed at Lin Wanru. Fine.
Fine.
You and your mother are capable. Just wait and see. After saying that, she turned around and ran away, so fast it seemed like a wolf was chasing her. Useless thing, Meng Yaya snorted as she looked at the tightly closed door of the main house. She turned around, her fierce expression instantly melting away, returning to her soft and sweet look. She waved at the still-shaken Lin Wanru. Mom, come inside. There are good things. The 3 of them entered the east room. The broken door was slammed shut by Sun Shoujing, who also pressed the wooden stick firmly against the door frame. Inside, the light was dim, with only a little sunset glow coming through the window. Meng Yaya climbed onto the Kong, a traditional bed, and directed Sun Shoujing to place the basket on the Kong table. Open it, Meng Yaya said. Sun Shoujing rubbed his sore shoulders. Although he muttered, I'm a doctor, not a mover, he still carefully lifted the dirty oilcloth. When he opened it, the whole dark room seemed to brighten a little. Inside, 2 new cotton-padded jackets were neatly folded and lying quietly in the basket. The fabric was blue with small floral patterns, and even in the dim light, it shimmered softly. The stitching was tight and even, clearly made with care. Thick cotton filled inside, looking warm. Lin Wanru was stunned. She dropped her needle and thread basket onto the Kong, making a soft sound. Well, she trembled as she reached out her hand but quickly pulled back before touching the fabric. She vigorously wiped her hands on her old, patched-up clothes. She was afraid that her rough calluses might damage this precious material. Try it on, Meng Yaya said, picking up the larger piece and unfolding it. It was a smooth, shiny fabric made of a blend of cotton and silk. Although old, Sun Shoujing, the old man, was very skilled, his craftsmanship was top-notch. If this were in another time, it would be considered high fashion. Is this? For me, Lin Wanru's voice was hoarse, and her eyes quickly turned red. Yaya, how much does it cost? Mom doesn't need new clothes. If I just modify the old ones, I can still wear them. The old ones are all torn into rags. Meng Yaya firmly pressed the coat into Lin Wanru's arms. You're going to Beiping. Wearing rags makes you look like a beggar, and it's embarrassing for my dad. That phrase, embarrassing my dad, hit Lin Wanru's soft spot perfectly. She bit her lip, and tears finally couldn't be held back, falling onto the new clothes with a plop. She quickly reached out to wipe them, afraid of getting them dirty. Under Meng Yaya's urging, Lin Wanru took off her worn-out, patched cotton jacket, which she had worn for many years, and put on the new one. It fit perfectly. The waist was slightly taken in, making her look slender. The floral blue fabric made her pale face look more lively. The gentle, elegant aura of a southern woman was brought out by this simple piece of clothing. Looks good, Meng Yaya nodded with a smile, her eyes curved happily. She quickly put on her own small-sized cotton jacket. Two people, one big and one small, sat on the edge of the Kong, heated bed, both wearing matching new clothes. Sun Shojing was squatting by the stove, tending the fire. He looked back and hummed. Of course. Don't you see whose craftsmanship this is? Even now, I may be down on my luck, but back in Beijing, many officials and nobles begged you to make clothes? Meng Yaya added with a smirk. Sun Shojing choked a little, then shoved the firewood into the stove and said nothing more. Dinner was simple, but also quite luxurious. They reheated the remaining chicken soup, and Meng Yaya secretly took out a few plain steamed buns from her space, roasting them until they were golden and crispy. The family of three, or rather, 2 people and a worker, sat around the Kong, eating with greasy smiles. Outside, the cold wind howled. Inside, the room was warm and lively. Lin Wanru, feeling the thick new cotton jacket and eating the fragrant chicken, felt like she was dreaming. Yaya. Lin Wanru put down her chopsticks, looking a bit worried. Your mother and the others will not be happy when they see us bringing things back. Tomorrow. Bring it on. Meng Yaya chewed on a chicken leg bone, making a cracking sound with her teeth, as if biting into something crispy. Water comes, earth covers. Mom, just focus on taking care of yourself. Whoever dares to make trouble, I will deal with them. Her body, nourished by space food, was getting stronger every day. As long as she didn't encounter guns again, she could walk freely in this area. It was late at night. Lin Wanra hugged Meng Yaya as they slept on the warm Kong bed. The smell of new cotton mixed with a hint of sunshine made her feel at ease. But Meng Yaya was not asleep. She closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the space. On the black soil of the 2-acre land, the herbal seeds she had collected earlier were now planted. Under the influence of spiritual energy in the space, the herbs that normally took years to grow outside had already sprouted tender green shoots. I still need to make money, Meng Yaya thought. Just selling ginseng isn't a long-term plan, it's too obvious. I need old Sun to use his medical skills. Suddenly, she heard faint footsteps outside the yard. The sound was soft, but in the quiet night, it couldn't escape the notice of someone with special abilities. Meng Yaya quickly opened her eyes. She gently moved Lin Wanru's hand off her and, like a clever cat, slipped off the Kong. Through the hole in the paper window, she saw a figure sneaking towards the east room. The moonlight illuminated half of that person's face. Wang Guifan's eyes nearly popped out. That brand-new floral blue cotton jacket on Lin Wanru made her look more like a city girl, even though she was usually timid and shy. Looking at Meng Yaya, that little rascal, dressed in thick new clothes and holding a white steamed bun, made her furious. A white steamed bun. New cotton jacket. How much did that cost? Greed grew wildly in Wang Guifan's heart, overshadowing her fear of the big troublemaker. She was sure those 2 troublemakers still had money. They didn't deserve it. Once they entered this house, all the money should belong to her, Wang Guifan. Her face immediately sank, looking like a wrinkled black cloth. Well, this is just great, Lin Wanru, you ungrateful person. Wang Guifan stormed into the east room, pointing at Lin Wanru's nose and spitting as she scolded. I always wondered how thieves got into the house. Turns out it was you stealing money from your husband to spend. Is life so hard now? Lin Wanru instinctively protected Meng Yaya behind her. Even though her legs were still trembling, her voice became firmer. Mother, don't accuse me falsely. This money was earned by Yaya digging herbs and selling them with Dr. Sun's help. It has nothing to do with any wild man. Sun Shojing was sitting on a small stool, drinking chicken soup. He snorted coldly upon hearing this, slamming his bowl onto the table. Sister-in-law Wang, mind your manners. Whether this money is legitimate or not, I've already reported it to the county police station. If you want, go check. When mentioning the police station, Wang Guifan shrank back slightly. But seeing the shiny blue fabric, her greed took over again. I don't care. Wang Guifan sat heavily on the Kong, her cloudy, triangular eyes full of scheming. If this money was dug up by old Meng's daughter-in-law, then it belongs to old Meng's family. I am your mother-in-law, your elder. How can a mother-in-law wear patched clothes while a daughter-in-law wears new ones? That's unfilial. It's a great betrayal, she howled as her withered hands reached out to grab Lin Wanru. Take it off. Take it off. This fabric is precious, perfect for Jianjun's wedding outfit. And this money, give it to me. I'll keep it safe for Changha. No, Lin Wanru clung tightly to her clothes, shrinking into the corner of the wall. This is for Yaya to keep warm, mother. You can't take it. Take it? I'm just taking back what's mine. Wang Guifin saw Lin Wanru dare to dodge, and her shrewish temper flared. She reached out to grab Lin Wanru, but caught sight of Meng Yaya sitting at the table, her dark eyes staring intently at her, holding a pair of scissors. Wang Guifin's back went cold, and her hand froze midair. This little girl was very tricky, hard to deal with directly, so she tried to soften her approach. Wang Guifin's eyes flickered, then suddenly she collapsed onto the ground, slapping her thighs and singing loudly. Oh my heavens! I can't live anymore. When the daughter-in-law gets money, she forgets her mother. Seeing her grandmother cold and hungry, while she wears gold and silver and eats well, she's trying to force me to death. Her loud cry was full of strength, and the crowd outside, still lingering, could surely hear her. Lin Wanru, feeling shy, was overwhelmed by the chaos and said, Mother, please, don't do this. Give me the money and clothes, and I won't yell. Wang Guifin secretly looked at Lin Wanru through her fingers. Seeing her wavering, she immediately got up and quickly ran toward the cabinet in the corner of the wall. The money must be hidden here. And the remaining flour too. She lifted the cabinet lid and saw that most of a large bag of fuxiang flour inside was still unfinished, and her eyes lit up.
Mine.
All mine. Wang Guifin clutched the flour bag tightly, as if holding her own grandchild. Lin Wanru was anxious and rushed forward to try to take back the flour bag. Mother! That's for Yaya to grow. Get out of the way. Wang Guifin, confident in her strong build, elbowed her forcefully, hitting Lin Wanru's stomach. Lin Wanru groaned softly, clutching her belly in pain and squatting down. Mom! Meng Yaya suddenly stabbed the scissors in her hand into the Kong table, deep and precise. Wang Guifin shivered in fear, but the flour bag in her arms gave her courage. She hugged the flour and retreated to the door, looking proud. Little brat, don't glare at me. I am your grandma. Taking our own things is only right. Today, this clothes, this flour, and the money you hide all belong to everyone. Otherwise, I will report you for mistreating the elderly. She shouted toward the outside. Jin Gui. Yinyun. Where are you? Come in quickly and move things. Clear out this east room. Don't leave even a mouse hole. Hurrying footsteps immediately sounded in the yard. Meng Jin Gui and Meng Jianjun couldn't wait any longer. Like two flies attracted by the smell, they pushed open the door and barged in. Move everything. Take it all away. Meng Jin Gui looked at the room full of good things, saliva almost dripping. The east room instantly became chaotic. Sun Shoujing, furious, trembled his beard and grabbed his cane to stop them, but was pushed aside by the strong and sturdy Meng Jianjun. Lin Wanru protected the cabinet, but was pulled by her hair and dragged aside by Wang Guifin. Refused to drink the wine, then faced the punishment. Today, I will show you who is in charge of the Meng family. Wang Guifin's face was fierce, spitting flying. Amid the chaos and commotion, Yaya moved. She didn't go to save Lin Wanru, nor did she try to grab the flour bag. She jumped off the Kong, put on her brand-new tiger head cotton shoes, and walked out of the east room with a blank expression, stepping past the adults fighting and scolding. The yard was very quiet. The main house door on the north side was wide open. That was Wang Guifin and Old Meng's house, and also the most secure part of the Meng family's home. Usually, it was locked with 3 locks, and even Lin Wanru was not allowed to get close. Today, in her rush to steal something, Wang Guifin probably forgot to close the door. Meng Yaya, with her short legs, stepped over the threshold into the main house. The inside was dim, and a sour, old smell filled the air. Under the wall-mounted altar, there was a large black clay jar about half a person tall. The jar's lid was covered with a thick wooden board, and a big stone pressed on top. This was the Meng family's pickled vegetable jar, and also Wang Guifen's lifeline. Nowadays, pickled vegetables meant everything. The whole family depended on this jar's contents to eat during winter. Without these pickled vegetables, they would have to survive on plain coarse bread, which could hurt their throats badly. Meng Yaya walked to the big jar, reached out her tender little hand, and patted the rough wall of the jar. Her voice was dull, as if the jar was full.
Good.
Meng Yaya looked back and glanced at the mother and son still rushing around like thieves in the east room. Since you don't want to behave, then none of us should live like this anymore.
Hey.
Meng Yaya stood at the door of the main house, her voice soft but carrying a cold, sharp feeling. The noise in the east room didn't stop. Meng Yaya frowned, casually grabbed a pole by the door, and with a loud bang, slammed it against the wooden frame of the main door. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the loud noise shook the house. The activity in the east room immediately stopped. Wang Guifen hugged a cloth bag, Meng Jinkue carried a quilt, and Meng Jianjun held a few big white rabbit candies. The three of them froze, turning their heads sharply toward the main house. They saw a 3-year-old little girl standing inside her grandparents' room. She had one foot on a big stone that was used to press the jar, and her small hands clutched the edge of the large pickled vegetable jar, which weighed over 100 jin. That big jar, which would normally need several strong men to lift, was now wobbling and lifting off the ground in her hands. Wang Guifen, Meng Yaya tilted her head, showing a pure, innocent smile. But that smile made Wang Guifen's whole body turn cold. The main wife's face turned pale. A large black ceramic jar hung in the air, about half a meter above the ground. The jar's surface shone with a cold, hard glaze, and inside it was packed with 200 jin of salted vegetables, hope for the Meng family during the long winter. Meng Yaya stood under the jar, her small body not even reaching the top. She held the bottom of the jar with both hands, like holding a fluffy ball. Her face was pink and round, and she didn't even breathe. Put it down! Wang Guifen screamed sharply, her voice cracking like a duck being stepped on. Little brat. If you dare to smash my jar, I'll skin you. Meng Yaya tilted her head slightly and gently shook her wrist. The heavy jar, over 200 jin, wobbled in the air, making a dull sound as the salt water inside swayed. A few murky pickled vegetable brine drops splashed out, landing on the dry ground of the main room, leaving a dark water stain. Oh my ancestors! Meng Jingguo was so scared he threw his quilt onto the ground, reaching out with both hands in midair, afraid the jar would fall. Mother, that's our family's food. If it breaks, we'll have nothing to eat in winter. Meng Jianjun still held a white rabbit candy in his hand, his face pale as iron. He wanted to rush over, but didn't dare. His broken nose still throbbed faintly.
Daya.
Lin Wanru stood at the door of the east room, empty-handed, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to call her daughter back, but was afraid of startling her or hurting herself. Meng Yaya didn't look at Lin Wanru. Her clear black and white eyes stared fixedly at Wang Guifen. Didn't you hear what I just said? She took a step forward.
Thud.
Her small foot stepped on the ground, making Wang Guifen's heart beat faster. Put down that bag of flour in your hand, she said softly but firmly, with a tone that left no room for argument. Wang Guifen tightly hugged the bag of flour, her nails digging into the bag. This was good flour costing 5 yuan a bag, enough for several family banquets. How could she let it go now? I won't put it down. Wang Guifen raised her chin, her gambling instincts taking over. You little brat. Do you dare to smash it? That's public property. If you break it, you won't get to eat. I refuse to believe I can't teach you a lesson today. Before she finished speaking, Meng Yaya loosened one hand. The huge black ceramic jar suddenly tilted to the left, about to topple over and fall. Wang Guifen was so frightened she almost fainted and instinctively closed her eyes. Bang! There was no sound of pottery breaking. Meng Yaya's small hand, which had been holding the jar, gently tapped the side of the jar. The large jar spun half a turn in the air and then stopped steadily. Yow! Wang Guifen jumped around, clutching her foot, sweating from the pain. It slipped. Meng Yaya blinked innocently. Next time, maybe the jar will slip. Grandma, do you think if this jar breaks, the salt water inside could flood your room? She paused and added, I heard that land soaked in salty water doesn't grow grass anymore, and the house's foundation might rot. Wang Guifin's face twitched from pain as she looked at the large jar about to fall. Her greed was finally crushed by fear. This girl is crazy. She really dares to smash it. Give it back. All of it. Give it back, Wang Guifin suddenly yelled, collapsing in despair and throwing the bag of flour onto the ground. The bag of flour made a puff sound as it hit the doorstep, sending up a cloud of white smoke. Meng Yaya didn't move. She turned her gaze to Meng Jingguai and Meng Jianjun. And you too. Meng Jingguai hurriedly placed a brand new quilt on top of the flour bag and kindly brushed off the dust. Meng Jianjun clenched his teeth, looking pained, and threw the candies he was holding. Is everything ready? Meng Yaya asked Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru quickly ran over, checked the items, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Yaya, hurry and put down the jar so you don't hurt your back. Meng Yaya nodded in satisfaction. She looked at the three greedy adults in front of her, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. From now on, don't think about things in the East Room. After saying that, she loosened her grip. The 200-pound large jar fell straight down.
No, Wang Guifin screamed.
Just as the bottom of the jar was about to hit the ground, Meng Yaya's small foot suddenly extended out, gently hooking and pressing under the jar's base. The jar's fall slowed suddenly, then landed steadily. But crack, a sharp, nerve-wrenching sound. The blue stone threshold at the entrance of the main room, which had been used for decades, cracked neatly in the middle when it was gently placed down. The crack spread quickly like a spider web, and finally, with a loud crash, it shattered into small pieces about the size of fingernails. Wang Guifin's scream caught in her throat, turning into a series of quick hiccups. Meng Jianjun took a step back, his back hitting the doorframe. He looked at the broken blue stone slab and then at his still-growing wrist, suddenly feeling a cold chill inside his bones. If this force hit a person... Meng Yaya dusted non-existent dirt off her hands, then walked over, lifting a 50-pound bag of flour with one hand. She grabbed the corner of the quilt with her other hand and turned to leave. Mom, go inside and eat. Old son closed the door tightly. Lin Wanru quickly picked up the candies on the ground and followed her daughter back to the East Room. Sun Shojin stood at the door of the East Room, holding a fire stick, witnessing everything. The old man swallowed hard, glanced at the shattered blue stone slab, then looked at the small figure of the baby girl. Wow, Sun Shojin muttered softly, this isn't the bloodline of Shinnong, is it? Could it be Xiangyu alive again? He hurried back into the house, closing the broken wooden door tightly. Feeling it wasn't enough, he even moved 2 wooden planks to block the door further. Only Wang Guifin and her son remained in the yard. As the night wind blew, Wang Guifin shivered. She looked at the restored salt pickle jar, then at the broken threshold and her empty hands, and her anger flared up again. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Wang Guifin had been domineering in Hehe village for decades. When had she ever suffered such a loss? Being controlled by a 3-year-old girl who was just a little troublemaker. Mom, are we just going to let this go? Meng Jianjun, clutching his aching stomach, looked full of resentment. That flour can last us 2 months. And the money. They must still have money. Forget it. Wang Guifin slapped her thigh in pain, grimacing. I've never been so humiliated in my life. What should we do? We can't fight her, Meng Jinghua said dejectedly, kneeling on the ground. That girl is so strong. If we really fight, the 3 of us together wouldn't match her punch. Wang Guifin's eyes darted quickly, a sinister look appearing on her wrinkled face. If force doesn't work, then use softness. These days, some things are more intimidating than fists. Jianjun. Wang Guifin lowered her voice and beckoned her younger son over. What's up, Mom? Go now to the east end of the village and find your 3rd grandpa. Wang Guifin clenched her teeth, her voice squeezing out from between her teeth. I told you, that little troublemaker Lin Wanru is rebelling. She hit her mother-in-law and wants to split the family property. Disrespecting elders and being unfilial. Tell him to bring the family tree first thing tomorrow morning. Meng Jianjun's eyes lit up. Calling the clan elder? That's a good idea. The third uncle hates unfilial daughters-in-law the most. If he enforces the clan rules, even if Lin Wanru is beaten to death, the village secretary wouldn't be able to interfere. In rural areas of this time, although clan influence had been somewhat weakened, the words of the clan elders still carried more weight than the law in the village. Especially when the word filial piety was used, it could break a person's backbone. At dawn, the barking outside Meng's yard woke the chickens. The old wooden door was slammed loudly. Meng Jianjun's loud voice cut through the morning mist, directly reaching people's ears. Third uncle, please help us. We can't go on like this. Sister-in-law is pushing her mother-in-law to the limit. Lin Wanru shivered in bed, nearly dropping her sewing basket. She instinctively hugged Meng Yaya tighter. Yaya opened her eyes, yawned, patted Lin Wanru's back with her small hand, and rolled off the bed. She put on her shoes and got ready to go outside. Mom, the stage is set. We need to go support it. The yard was crowded with people. In the middle was a grand chair, on which sat a thin old man. He wore a long black satin robe like a longevity outfit, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. His face was slack, with deep wrinkles that looked like they could trap flies. This was the highest-ranking third uncle of the Meng family, known as a stubborn old man in the village. Wang Guifin was lying on a broken door panel, covered with a worn cotton quilt. A white cloth was wrapped around her forehead, revealing a hint of red medicine. She hummed softly, only breathing in, not out. Third uncle. I can't go on. Wang Guifin pointed to the east room, her hand trembling like she had Parkinson's. Our family is cursed. Just a few years after Chang'e passed, this daughter-in-law is riding on her mother-in-law's head. Look at all these injuries. She's the little wild one who did this to me. Villagers gathered around, pointing and whispering. Did she really fight? I heard loud noises last night. Impossible, a 3-year-old fighting an adult. You haven't seen how miserable Aunt Wang is. Her doorframe is broken. That big family is really heartless. Grandpa San hit his cane on the ground.
Bang!
The noisy courtyard suddenly became quiet. Bring Lin out. Grandpa San's voice was hoarse, like 2 rough pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. I want to see what kind of noble family dares to hit their elders. Meng Jianjun, looking arrogant, shouted toward the east room. Come out. Did you hear? Grandpa San wants to see you, right? The door of the east room creaked open. Lin Wanru led Meng Yaya out. Mother and daughter wore new, bright floral blue cotton jackets, standing out in the dull crowd. Especially Lin Wanru. Her face was pale, but her new clothes made her look slim and elegant. She didn't seem like a widow who had been mistreated, but rather a respectable person from the city. At this moment, the villagers' eyes changed. It was envy, but also suspicion. Who in this year could afford such fine fabric? And 2 sets, one for her and one for Yaya? Wang Guifin was lying on the doorframe, eyeing the new clothes with greed almost impossible to hide. Kneel. Grandpa San didn't even lift his eyelids. He sat firmly on his grand chair, like a mountain. Lin Wanru trembled, her knees weak, about to kneel. A pair of warm little hands held her knees. Yaya stood in front of Lin Wanru, looking up at the tall old man.
Why?
Her innocent voice clearly hit the ground. Grandpa San seemed to hear a joke. His cloudy eyes rolled as he stared at Yaya. Because I am your great-uncle, and because it's the rules of the Meng family, Grandpa San pointed at Wang Guifin. Filial piety is the most important. Your mother condoned your violence and hurt your grandmother. That's a great betrayal. According to our family rules, she should be stripped and publicly shamed and given 30 heavy blows. A gasp ran through the crowd. Stripping and shaming? That's worse for a widow than killing her. Lin Wanru's face turned pale. Her lips bled from biting them, and she said, Grandpa San, it's not like that. My mother took our things and was going to sell Yaya. Shut up. Grandpa San's cane struck the ground again with a loud bang. Elders' wishes are what you should respect. As a junior, only offering your hands is the proper way. There are no rules for hiding secrets. Grandpa San's gaze fell on the new padded jacket on Lin Wanru, and his dry finger pointed vaguely. Long River's wife, it seems you have a secret affair. This outfit and the white flower for the child, they probably come from shady sources. This accusation of being disloyal was enough to scare anyone. Meng Jianjun stirred trouble. Grandpa, you are very sharp. Yesterday, these two came back with a big bag of things. Maybe they stole them outside and swapped for a man. Nonsense. Sun Shoujing rushed out of the house, holding a fire poker. I swear, that money is from selling herbs. You outsider. Who gave you the right to speak? Meng Jingwa stepped forward and reached out to push Sun Shoujing. Grandpa San waved his hand. Two strong men dressed in black cloth coats stepped out behind him, each holding a thick jujube wood stick. If you won't admit your mistake, we'll handle it according to family rules. Grandpa San picked up his teacup, blew on the tea leaves, and said, First, take off that dirty clothes, confiscate all your belongings, and then tie her up at the ancestral hall for the ancestors to judge. Jianjun, go help your sister-in-law change clothes. Wang Guifin, lying on the door plank, sneered maliciously. Meng Jianjun rubbed his hands, showing a lecherous smile, and strode toward Lin Wanru. Big sister-in-law, sorry about this. We have to obey Grandpa's words. His hand reached toward Lin Wanru's collar. She backed away in fear, but was blocked by the two strong men. Despair flooded her like a tide. Just as Meng Jianjun's dirty hand was about to touch the blue fabric, a small foot in new cloth shoes suddenly appeared on his knee. A straight kick. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone breaking was sharper than the dog's barking earlier. Meng Jianjun didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to his knees. His knees bent backward at a strange angle. Ah! A scream of pain echoed through the sky. Meng Yaya withdrew her foot, brushing non-existent dust off her pants. She stood in front of the writhing Meng Jianjun, her small body blocking all malice. The teacup in Grandpa San's hand fell with a loud crash, shattering on the ground. Meng Yaya tilted her head, looking at the old man who had stood up in fear from the grand chair. Old thing. She pointed at Meng Jianjun, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and then at the strong man who was about to make a move. Do you want to kneel and talk to him like that, or do you want to lie in that unpainted coffin? Why you? You. Grandpa San trembled, pointing at Meng Yaya, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. The strong man who had wanted to attack looked at Meng Jianjun, who was foaming at the mouth from pain, then at the small girl who was only knee-high, his throat moving as he silently retreated into the crowd. Who dares to go? One kick could break bones. This is no child. She's a little troublemaker. The yard was deathly silent. Only Meng Jianjun's intermittent wails could be heard. Just when everyone thought this little troublemaker was going to continue, the anger on Meng Yaya suddenly dissipated. She pouted her little mouth, and her eyes instantly turned red. Wow! A piercing cry suddenly erupted without warning. Meng Yaya turned around and threw herself into Lin Wanru's arms, who had already gone pale from fright. Her small body trembled violently, and her voice was so loud it could shake the roof.
Mom, I'm scared.
Second uncle wants to hurt me.
Boo-hoo. Dad.
Where are you? Come back and see. They're going to beat me to death, and they want to strip your wife and parade her around. This sudden change in expression stunned everyone present. Who was that little tyrant who just broke the adult strongman's leg? And who is this poor little girl crying her eyes out now? Although Lin Wanru didn't understand what was happening, out of maternal instinct, she immediately knelt down and tightly hugged her daughter, tears falling down her face as well. Yaya isn't afraid. Mom is here. Mom will risk everything to protect you. Meng Yaya buried her face in Lin Wanru's brand new blue cotton coat, rubbing her non-existent tears, then suddenly lifted her head. Her small, delicate face was covered with tear stains, looking heartbreaking. She pointed at Wang Guifin, lying on the door plank, her voice childish but sharp. Grandpa, you said we should be filial? Ask this bad grandma. Since my dad went to the army, have my mom and I ever had a full meal? Wang Guifin felt uneasy after being pointed at. She was about to shout back, but Meng Yaya rolled up her sleeves directly. Under the blue new cotton-padded jacket, a thin, bony arm was exposed. Besides a few old scars, the skin looked very thin, almost showing bones, with hardly any flesh visible. Look, everyone! Meng Yaya held up her arm and turned around in the yard. A 3-year-old child, so thin like a monkey. This is how my own mother raised me. Some villagers watching nearby sighed. Really too thin, big head and thin neck. It's obvious she's not well fed. Old Meng's family isn't poor. Longha has sent back quite a lot of money over the years, right? Hearing the gossip, Wang Guifin got anxious. She struggled to peek out from the door frame. Nonsense. We don't have enough food at home. I mean, food is all fed to the dogs. Meng Yaya interrupted her, pointing at the big yellow dog curled up in the corner. The dog had a big head and ears, shiny fur, and looked much healthier than Meng Yaya. I and my mom drink wild vegetable soup every day and eat coarse bran that makes your throat sore. Even this dog eats better than us. Meng Yaya cried even harder, but she kept speaking clearly and accusing. Great-grandpa, you just mentioned family rules? The Meng family's rule is to treat daughters-in-law and granddaughters like animals, keep all the money for the younger brother to marry a wife, and buy big white rabbit milk candies. She took out a few milk candies that Meng Jianjun dropped yesterday and threw them hard on the ground.
Clack.
The candies rolled to the feet of the third grandpa. Nowadays, big white rabbit candies are rare. Ordinary families wouldn't buy a pound during the new year. Meng Jianjun, a second-rate man, had several in his pocket. Looking at the thin, ragged mother and daughter, the stark contrast was obvious even to a fool. Everyone could see what was going on. The crowd's gossip grew louder. This Wang Guifin is too biased. That's Longha's own daughter. Exactly. Longha was a hero. If the pension money is all spent by the younger brother, he'd be struck by lightning. The third grandpa looked unhappy. He was here to show authority, not to listen to judgments. Enough. The old man pounded his cane on the ground. That's family business. Now we're talking about your disrespect to elders and injuring your second and younger uncles. Are those injuries real or not? Meng Yaya wiped her face, stood straight, and said clearly, Grandpa, didn't you see just now? Second uncle was trying to take my mom's clothes. In broad daylight, my little uncle was trying to take his sister-in-law's clothes. If this gets out, will our village still have any face? Will any girl want to marry into our village in the future? This was a harsh accusation. It directly linked Meng's family to a scandal that could damage the village's reputation. A few women nearby, who had sons, immediately looked worried. If their reputation was ruined, how could their sons find good wives? Well done, someone in the crowd shouted. That kind of beast is worse than an animal and deserves to be punished. The third grandpa was almost choked and couldn't breathe properly. He wanted to get angry, but seeing the excited villagers and the brave little girl, he found he had no words to argue. Seeing the situation was getting serious, Meng Yaya turned around and ran back to the door of the house. She struggled to drag out a cloth bag. It was half a bag of premium flour they had taken back yesterday. Grandpa says we stole a man. Meng Yaya opened the bag and grabbed a handful of white flour, tossing it into the air. The white powder floated in the sunlight. This flour was earned with my and my mom's hard work. Meng Yaya's voice wavered with tears, but also carried a strong tone of defiance. The day before yesterday, my mom and I were starving. I thought there might be a ferry in Dacheng Mountain, so I went deep into the mountains to pick herbs. There was a big poisonous snake right next to my foot. She made an exaggerated gesture to show how long the snake was. I almost got bitten to death. But I was lucky and found ginseng. Grandpa's son helped us sell it, and we got money. That's how we bought this flour and made these clothes. We just wanted to eat a good meal and wear warm clothes before we die. Is that wrong? Sun Shojin stepped forward at the right moment, standing with his hands behind his back, looking serious. I can testify. That wild ginseng with 5 leaves was dug up by this girl after risking her life. It was sold for 1,200 yuan, and the money is clean. Anyone who dares to spread false accusations will be sued for defamation of a hero's family. 1,200 yuan. This number was like a bomb, shocking everyone in the yard. Even Wang Guifan, who was pretending to be dead on the doorstep, widened her eyes in surprise, forgetting her leg pain. That was a huge amount of money. It could build 3 big tiled houses. Wang Guifan could no longer hold back. She fell from the door panel and crawled toward Meng Yaya using her hands and feet. "I'm your grandma. This money must be shared." "You little brat, what are you doing with so much money?" Her movement instantly shattered her previous act of pretending to be dying. The villagers looked at her with disdain.
Bah.
She was just pretending to be dead, but as soon as she heard money, she jumped like a rabbit. This old woman is really blinded by greed. Meng Yaya stood still, coldly watching Wang Guifan, who was crawling like a maggot. Just as Wang Guifan's hand was about to grab her pant leg, Meng Yaya suddenly lifted her foot.
Bang.
She stepped on the cloth bag, pretending to be a ghost. "Want money?" Meng Yaya looked down at Wang Guifan from above. Her clear black and white eyes showed no tears or sadness from before, only a deep coldness. "I have some accounts to settle with you." Meng Yaya bent down, took out a small notebook made of grass paper from her pocket. The notebook was crumpled, covered with strange black symbols drawn with charcoal. She waved the notebook in her hand, a frightening smile spreading across her face. "Great-grandpa, aren't you here to talk reason? Then let's have a proper talk. Over these years, every penny my father sent back, every job my mother and I did, and every grain of rice my grandmother squeezed from us, all of it is recorded here." The third granduncle's eyelids twitched, a bad feeling rising in his heart. This girl, only 3 years old, how could she keep accounts? "What are you trying to do?" Meng Jianjun asked through clenched teeth, enduring the pain. Meng Yaya ignored him. She flipped open the first page of the notebook and held it up for everyone to see. "I'm not literate, but I can draw." She pointed to the rows of dense black lines on the page, her voice clear and sharp, echoing through the yard. "These lines are from the winter 2 years ago, when my mom had a high fever. The grandma didn't call a doctor, but made her wash the whole family's clothes in the river. Mom fainted by the river and almost froze to death. These lines are from last year's New Year. My second uncle ate a chicken leg, and grandma forced me to eat chicken bones. I choked, my face turned purple, and grandma laughed and said it was karma." As she explained sentence by sentence, the originally confusing underworld scenes seemed to turn into bloody knives, sharply stabbing the conscience of everyone present. Wang Guifan was lying on the ground, her face pale. She wanted to cover Meng Yaya's mouth, but her small foot, which had just kicked Meng Jianjun's leg, was hanging above her head. "You're talking nonsense. You little brat, stop lying." Wang Guifan screamed hysterically. "Lying?" Meng Yaya tilted her head and looked at the third uncle. "Grandpa, aren't you the most fair? Why don't we ask the village accountant to come and compare the communal work points book with my notebook?" The third uncle's hand holding the cane started to tremble. If every account was truly checked, and the charges of mistreating the martyr's orphan were proven true, his reputation in the village would be ruined, and he might even face official accountability. This isn't just a ledger. It's clearly a death warrant for the Meng family. The wind in the yard seemed to have stopped. Everyone stretched their necks, staring at the tattered paper notebook in Meng Yaya's hand. The notebook was covered in dark smudges, looking like random doodles made by a mischievous child. But no one dared to laugh. Third uncle's face twitched twice, trying to maintain his elder's dignity, a broken notebook pretending to be a fortune teller. What can a few underworld scenes prove? Could it be that it's possessed? Yes. Meng Yaya opened the first page with her small hand, pointing her finger at the largest ink blot. She looked up, her delicate face expressionless, only with a disturbing calmness. "This blot is from the winter before last. My father sent back a remittance slip, 30 yuan. The letter said it was for my mother to buy cotton for a quilt because she had just given birth to me and was weak." Meng Yaya's voice was clear and sharp, reaching everyone's ears. Wang Guifan went to the post office to pick up the money, then bought herself a gold ring. That night, My mother covered herself with moldy straw, shivering in the quilt. I was so hungry I cried, while you, eating pig trotters in the next room, scolded me as a debt collector, making it impossible for you to sleep. Wang Guifin was lying on the ground, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, howling loudly. You're talking nonsense. That's my money. I saved it myself. You saved it? Meng Yaya sneered coldly and turned to the next page. That page showed a crooked, elongated line, looking like a stick. This is from last year's Dragon Boat Festival. The villagers divided the meat, and the main house got 1.5 pounds. You said Uncle Second wanted to work, so he took everything. Mom wanted to sip some soup, but you hit her with a fire stick, making her back bleed. That stick is right here. Meng Yaya raised her notebook high, showing it to the villagers. I was only 2 years old then, but I remember clearly. The blood dripped down Mom's clothes and stained the ground red. Aunt Lu, you passed by and borrowed some salt. Did you see that? A chubby woman in the crowd looked surprised. Under everyone's gaze, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, that's true. At that time, Sister Wanra looked very pale. I thought she was sick, but now I see she was beaten. Suddenly, the crowd started talking loudly. Third uncle gripped his walking stick tightly, looking angrier. Meng Yaya didn't give him a chance to speak. She flipped through her book faster and faster. This page shows eggs. There are 136 eggs in total. These are the eggs laid by our chickens over 3 years. My mom and I never even tasted the shells. All of them went into Uncle Second and Little Uncle's stomachs. This page shows a cloth voucher. Dad sent it back to make clothes. But Aunt Second wore a new jacket, and Mom still wore her old, torn coat with cotton stuffing showing. This page. Every time Meng Yaya turned a page, she read out loud about the bad debts. Each one had specific dates and details. She even mimicked what Wang Guifin had cursed and what sarcastic words Uncle Second had said. Her voice was so vivid it seemed real. Her childish voice was like sharp knives, tearing apart the shame that covered Meng's family. Wang Guifin's face turned from pale to greenish-purple. She wanted to stand up and grab the notebook, but her knees were too weak. She could only scream, "This is a sin. That little brat is a demon. How can a 3-year-old remember so much? She's possessed by a ghost, Grandpa. Burn her. Burn her alive. Am I a demon?" Meng Yaya slammed her notebook shut with a loud bang. She took a step forward, her clear black and white eyes staring fiercely at Wang Guifin. I am Meng Changhe's daughter. I saw my mother suffer, and I watched you all live off blood money. If remembering everything makes me a demon, then all the bad things you did, are they enough to send you to the 18th level of hell?
Good.
Sun Shoujing shouted loudly from beside her, slamming his fire stick onto the ground. Well said. This girl is very clever. It's as if heaven opened its eyes and couldn't bear to see this orphaned mother and daughter harmed. The villagers around looked at Wang Guifin with completely changed eyes. From initially just watching for fun, they now showed clear disdain and anger. Nowadays, everyone's life is hard, but people still care about their conscience. Spending the martyr's condolence money recklessly and abusing the martyr's wife and children is simply inhumane. Wang Guifin is really terrible. She usually looks decent, but... Exactly, that's why I wondered why Lin Wanru became so thin. Turns out she's been saving food to feed those 2 useless sons. Ugh, she even wanted to use family discipline just now? I think we should call the police. Let the authorities judge. Hearing the word call the police, the third elder finally couldn't sit still. If this matter really reached the police station, and they found out that the Meng family had taken the martyr's condolence money, it would be a serious crime. The entire Meng family might get into trouble, and this year's award for the best collective might be lost. Enough. The third elder suddenly stood up, banging his cane on the ground with a loud sound. We're all family, there's no need for old grudges. Kids are kids, it's good to remember things, but don't take it too seriously. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced himself to smooth things over. Wanru, look at what's happening. Guifin did wrong, but she's still an elder. She may not have contributed much, but she's worked hard. Hard work? Lin Wanru, who had been silent, suddenly raised her head. She loosened her tightly clenched clothes and took a step forward. Her usually gentle face now carried a cold determination. Lin Wanru went to Meng Yaya's side and took the paper notebook from her daughter's hand. Her hands trembled, not out of fear, but out of hatred. Third elder, you say hard work. Lin Wanru pressed the notebook close to her chest, her voice hoarse. What's written inside is just the tip of the iceberg. Yaya hasn't written down everything, there's more. She took a deep breath, as if she wanted to spit out all the frustration of these years. The year Changhe passed away, our family had no food. Wang Guifin told me to peel bark from the back mountain and grind it into powder for everyone to eat. But what happened? She gave the bark powder to me and Yaya to eat, while she and Jingjing hid inside the house eating plain steamed buns. That winter, Yaya had a high fever of 40 degrees. I knelt on the ground, begging her to give me 2 mao to buy medicine at the clinic. She said if the girl dies, it's just saving food. Finally, I sold my blood to buy 2 bottles of fever medicine. Lin Wanru's tears streamed down her face, but she didn't wipe them away. She stared fiercely at the elder of the clan. Is this what you call hard work? Is this the family rule of the Meng family? If this is called kindness, then today I, Lin Wanru, will give back my life to you. Just please don't harm my child anymore. The room fell silent. Even Meng Jingguai, who had been pretending to be dead, shrank his neck and didn't dare make a sound. The third uncle opened his mouth, but found he couldn't say anything. In front of this suffering mother, all the rules of the clan and the authority of elders seemed so powerless, even disgusting. Meng Yaya reached out her small hand and gently held her mother's cold fingers. She could feel her mother's palms sweaty and trembling slightly. But this time, her mother didn't back down or bow her head. The gentle Lin Wanru finally grew fierce to protect her child. Mom. Yaya looked up, her voice soft but strong enough to comfort. Let's settle the score. We don't owe them anything. They owe us. She turned around, her small body standing in front of Lin Wanru, her gaze sweeping over Wang Guifin, then the third uncle, and finally stopping at the broken threshold. Since we've finished settling the account, it's time to think about the way forward. Yaya bent down and picked up a broken piece of blue stone from the ground. It was a fragment of the threshold she had smashed earlier to show strength, with sharp edges like a knife. She tossed the stone in her hand, a seemingly innocent but almost cruel smile on her face. Grandpa, you just said that according to clan rules, how should we deal with unfilial descendants? The third uncle's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively took a step back. Yaya forcefully slammed the stone onto the ground. Bang! The stone shattered into powder. My mom and I, the people of the Meng family, are done with this. The dust from the broken blue stone hadn't settled in the sunlight. The third uncle's wrinkled old face was stiff like dry bark. Not part of the Meng family anymore? He chuckled awkwardly, tapping his cane on the ground. Long River's wife, you should control your daughter. A 3-year-old child, speaking without care. Once you leave this door, outside the clan, you and your orphan mother will be starving on the street, fed to wild dogs. This is a threat. In this time, without the protection of the clan, villagers face discrimination when sharing food, building houses, and they have no help. Life becomes very difficult. The villagers in the yard also start whispering. Breaking family ties? That's a big deal. Yes, although Old Meng's family isn't kind, without the family record, they can't be buried in the ancestral grave later. Wang Guifin gets up from the ground, pats the dirt off her backside. She hears the protective tone in the third uncle's words, and her fiery spirit comes back. Wanna leave? Dream on. Wang Guifin stands with her hands on her hips, spitting as she speaks. Lin Wanru, as long as I am alive, you must take care of me in old age. And that little wild girl is also from Old Meng's family. Her eyes, shaped like upside-down triangles, stare greedily at the new cotton-padded jacket on Lin Wanru, almost overflowing with desire. Splitting the family is fine, but leave the 1,200 yuan from selling ginseng. And the food, lodging, and medical expenses for the past few years. Calculate everything clearly before you go. She is shameless. It's as if she's peeling off her skin and sticking it on the soles of her shoes to step on. Lin Wanru sways slightly, takes a deep breath. She tightens her daughter's hand and looks straight at the third uncle sitting on the grand chair. Write the formal document. Just 4 simple words.
No crying, no trembling.
The third uncle is stunned. What did you say? I said, write the formal document to cut family ties. Lin Wanru steps forward, shielding Meng Yaya behind her. The usually timid girl now stands tall like a spear. It's not about splitting the family, but severing ties. Lin Wanru's voice is quiet but firm, each word like a nail hammered in. From now on, Yaya and I will have nothing to do with the Meng family of Hehe village. I won't enter your ancestral grave, and you won't share my incense offerings. Rebellion. Rebellion against heaven. The third uncle is so angry his beard trembles, banging the lid of his teacup loudly. Lin Wanru, you outsider. What right do you have to cut family ties? Without the clan's approval, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you're just a runaway bride of the Meng family, right? Sun Shoujing steps out from beside them. He pulls out a fountain pen and a crumpled notebook from his pocket. If we're going to settle accounts, then I, the old man, will help you figure out if you have the right. Sun Shoujing adjusted his non-existent glasses on his nose, showing a cold, businesslike expression. Meng Changhe joined the army 3 years ago, earning 6 yuan a month. After being promoted to squad leader, he received 45 yuan in allowance each month, plus various subsidies, food tickets, and cloth tickets. As he spoke, Sun Shoujing was writing and drawing on a piece of paper. In the yard, it was so quiet that only the scratching sound of the pen on paper could be heard. This totals. Sun Shoujing paused, raised his notebook. 560 yuan. This doesn't include the clothes and rare items sent back by Changhe. Wang Guifan. Sun turned to look at the pale-faced old woman. You just mentioned food expenses?
Fine.
At the highest village standard, it's 5 mao per person per day. 2 mouths, 3 years. Deduct the work points earned by the mother and daughter. I've already calculated it. Meng Yaya suddenly interrupted. She took a small stone from her pocket, tossing it lightly in her hand, speaking casually, as if commenting on the weather. We don't owe the Meng family. It's the Meng family that owes my father 2 lives and me and my mother 3,000 yuan. When she said 3,000 yuan, everyone around gasped. At that time, a regular worker's monthly salary was only 20 or 30 yuan. 3,000 yuan was an astronomical amount. Meng Jingua shrank into the corner, his face trembling with fat. Meng Jianjun, with his broken leg, didn't dare to cry out. They knew Meng Changhe sent money home, but they didn't expect so much. Where was the money? All of it had been swallowed by Wang Guifan, the bottomless pit, or used to support her nephew back home, or hidden in that secret cellar no one knew about.
You're
talking nonsense. Wang Guifan panicked, pointing at Sun Shoujing. You old fool, you're helping them cook the books. If you want to know if it's fake, check the remittance slips at the Armed Forces Department. Sun Shoujing snorted coldly. Lin Wanru looked at Wang Guifan's cowardly and aggressive appearance, and her last shred of compassion disappeared. I don't want Changhe's pension or allowances from these past years. The crowd was stunned. Is Lin Wanru crazy? Such a large sum of money, and she just says she doesn't want it? Mom. Meng Yaya tugged at Lin Wanru's sleeve. Lin Wanru lowered her head, gently touching her daughter's pale yellow hair, and spoke firmly. Yaya, we don't need that dirty money. If we take it, we'll be arguing with those bloodsuckers for the rest of our lives. I just want to take you away cleanly. She looked back at the third uncle and said, all the money will cover the Meng family's nurturing kindness. From now on, everything is settled. Write the agreement, stamp the family seal, and we will leave immediately. This was a bold move. Using a few thousand yuan to buy her freedom. The third uncle's fingers stroked the dragon head on his walking stick. He was thinking, if she signed, the Meng family would lose face, but they wouldn't have to repay the money, and they could keep the 1,200 yuan for ginseng. If she didn't sign, if this matter was taken to the commune or the militia, and it was found that they had misused the martyrs' benefits or mistreated the martyrs' families, They could face serious punishment. The old fox's eyes flashed with a sharp glint.
Fine,
The third uncle said grimly. Since you insist on leaving, the Meng family won't keep an ungrateful person. But he turned his words and fixed his cloudy eyes on the basket behind Meng Yaya. People can leave, but the belongings must stay. The clothes you're wearing, the things in that basket, they all belong to the Meng family. That was ruthless. It was clear they wanted her and her mother to leave with nothing, completely stripped. Lin Wanru trembled with anger. This is from Dr. Sun. I made this clothes. The fabric was bought with Meng family's money. Wang Guifin immediately chimed in, looking proud. Anything bought with money belongs to the Meng family. Take it off. Meng Jingguai, unaware of the danger, suddenly appeared from the corner, holding a flat staff. Did you hear that? The third uncle said to take off your clothes. And that basket. What's inside?
Flour, right?
Put it down. Several strong men from the Meng family also gathered around, flexing their fists, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. They outnumbered her. This orphan mother and daughter, plus a thin old man. How could they possibly fight back? Lin Wanru instinctively covered her chest, feeling both shame and despair. I dare anyone to move. A childish voice suddenly rang out. Meng Yaya let go of her mother's hand. She took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the group of strong men. She was small, not even reaching their waist. Third uncle, are you confused? Or do you think that stone I threw earlier wasn't loud enough? Meng Yaya tilted her head, her face expressionless, her black and white eyes filled with a cold, dead calm. If you give me face, you don't want it. Meng Yaya bent down and picked up half a broken brick from the ground. She weighed it in her hand. My mom said everything is clear between us, because she is kind-hearted. I never said everything is clear. Meng Yaya pointed at Wang Guifin and then at Meng Jinggue. We can give up the money. But if you want to strip my mom. Suddenly she moved. No one saw exactly how she acted. Only a sharp whoosh sound was heard. Smack. The half-brick precisely hit the handle of Meng Jinggue's pole. The thick wooden pole snapped with a crack. The brick kept flying, narrowly missing Meng Jinggue's thigh, and hit the back wall, creating a big hole. Meng Jinggue was so scared he sat down hard on the ground, and his pants instantly got wet. Just an inch away. If it had been 1 inch closer, Meng's family would have been finished.
Tie him up for me.
The third uncle was furious and embarrassed. This was no longer about money. It was about challenging his authority in the clan. If he couldn't control this 3-year-old kid today, how could he stay in the village? Everyone go. No matter if they get hurt. Just say it's family discipline. After the clan elder's order, the strong men from Meng's family who surrounded them lost their last bit of hesitation. They looked at Lin Wanru and her daughter, like wolves eyeing 2 trapped sheep. Second brother, you go first. Hold down the big one. Meng Jianjun, with a broken leg, shouted on the ground, his face twisted with excitement. Once we strip her clothes, let's see how she still dares to act tough. Hearing this, Meng Jinggue's courage grew stronger. He threw away the broken half of his pole, rubbed his hands, and his small eyes were full of dirt. Lin Wanru, you brought this on yourself. He shouted loudly and bravely rushed forward first, his big hands reaching straight for Lin Wanru's collar. Lin Wanru was so scared she took a step back and tightly protected her chest. Sun Shoujing raised a fire-starting stick to go forward, but was stopped by another strong man who held him around the waist, making him unable to move. The villagers in the yard all stepped back, not daring to make a sound. Just as Meng Jinggue's finger was about to touch the fabric of Lin Wanru's new padded jacket, Meng Yaya took a small step forward, turned sideways to pass Meng Jinggue's front, and lifted her right foot to kick at his other healthy leg just below the knee. Crack! Another clear sound of a bone breaking. It was louder and more complete than the one just now when Meng Jianjun was hurt. Meng Jingue, who weighed over 180 pounds, seemed to have all his bones taken out, and he knelt on the ground in a twisted position. His scream, which was about to escape his throat, was cut off by intense pain. He could only open his mouth and make gasping sounds. The whole scene was silent. If the first attack was accidental and sneaky, this time it was a straightforward crush. Next, Manhwa withdrew her foot, brushed off the non-existent dust on her small cloth shoes. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it made everyone present feel cold inside. The two strong men turned pale. They looked at the Meng brothers rolling on the ground holding their legs, then at the little girl standing there, and their legs started to tremble. Good for nothings. Both of you are useless. The third uncle, angry, stood up from his grand chair, pointing his dragon-headed cane at the two strong men. Are you two grown men afraid of a little girl?
Come on.
If you don't tie up this little brat today, get out of the Meng family ancestral hall. Great rewards bring brave men. Harsh punishments do too. Under the pressure of the third uncle, the two strong men exchanged a glance, clenched their teeth, and moved to surround Manhwa from both sides. This time, they learned their lesson and didn't try to touch Lin Wanru. Instead, they directly attacked Manhwa. One reached out to grab her arm, and the other picked up a bench from the ground, intending to knock her down. Manhwa didn't dodge. When the man on her left reached out, she quickly raised her small hand and accurately grabbed his wrist. That strong man felt as if his wrist was caught in a red-hot iron clamp, and an irresistible force came over him. He wanted to pull back his hand, but found his arm was completely locked. Manhwa held his wrist and pulled it forward. The man, over 160 pounds, involuntarily fell forward, right into the path of the bench coming from the other side. Bang! The bench hit his back solidly.
Ouch.
Two people tumbled together. One was knocked unconscious, and the other dislocated her wrist, lying on the ground and crying out. The whole fight lasted less than 3 seconds. Is there anyone else? Manhwa let go of her grip and walked to the center of the yard. Her small frame stood there, surrounded by 4 strong men lying on the ground, creating a strange and frightening scene. Wang Guifin completely lost her mind. This is rebellion. Rebellion. Heaven, open your eyes and take this evil away. She crawled up from the ground, her hair messy, looking like a fierce ghost. She bypassed Manhwa and rushed straight at Lin Wanru, who was trembling in the corner. I can't kill you, little one, and I can't kill you, big one. She had lost her reason and just wanted to vent all her anger on her daughter-in-law, whom she had bullied for many years. Lin Wanru was so scared she couldn't move. Manhwa turned around. She lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and her whole body shot forward like a cannonball, crossing several meters in an instant. Just as Wang Guifin's fingernails were about to scratch Lin Wanru's face, Manhwa's small hand reached out from behind and grabbed Wang Guifin's white hair. Then she pulled hard backward. Ah! Wang Guifin let out a piercing scream, her body thrown backward onto her back, dragged forcefully. Manhwa didn't let go. She kept pulling Wang Guifin by her hair, dragging her across the dusty yard to where the men were groaning. She lifted her small hand. Wang Guifin was thrown like a torn sack, landing right on Meng Jingwa.
Thud.
Meng Jingwa was crushed and let out a miserable cry, passing out immediately. In the yard, everything was so quiet that you could hear everyone's heartbeat. The villagers opened their mouths wide, as if witnessing something unbelievable. The notorious Wang Guifin, the ancestor of the Meng family who had been domineering in the village for decades, was defeated by a 3-year-old child. Third grandpa stood there, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. His dragon-headed cane fell to the ground with a clatter. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move. Manhwa didn't look at him. She walked step by step to Lin Wanru's side and reached out to straighten her disheveled collar. Mom, it's okay now. Lin Wanru looked at the family members rolling on the ground and then at her unharmed daughter. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. Manhwa took her mother's hand and led her to the 8 Immortals table in the yard. On the table, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were already prepared. These were originally meant for writing a family discipline letter by the third uncle. Manhwa reached out her small hand and picked up the heavy blue inkstone.
She didn't speak.
Instead, she turned and walked toward the old family member who had been frightened into silence. The third uncle looked at the inkstone in her hand, his throat moving nervously. He had no doubt that if this object hit his head, he would be knocked out instantly.
I
will write. The third uncle's voice trembled badly. I will write. I will immediately write the letter to end the relationship. He scrambled and crawled to the table, grabbing a brush. His hands shook so much that he couldn't dip the brush into the ink. At this moment, a loud, commanding voice came from the gate of the yard. Stop everything! Village Chief Zhao Dezhu and 2 militia members pushed through the crowd and quickly entered. Seeing the terrible scene in the yard, his facial muscles twitched. First, he looked at the old family member lying on the ground, then turned his gaze to the calm 3-year-old girl holding the inkstone. Zhao Dezhu took a deep breath and made a decision. Third uncle, you don't need to get involved in this, he said, walking to the table and taking the brush still dripping ink. This family separation involves the family of a martyr. According to the rules, a village official must be present to witness. He paused, and his voice spread throughout the yard. I will be the witness. Zhao Dezhu's words silenced all the noise in the yard. He took the brush from the third uncle's hand, dipped it in ink, and didn't even look at the old family member lying on the ground. If it's a family separation, there must be rules, Zhao Dezhu said, spreading a new piece of rough paper on the 8 immortals table. Since it involves the family of a martyr, I, as the village chief, must be present. This was said for everyone to hear. The third uncle opened his mouth, his old face turning a dark purple, but he couldn't say a word. He knew Zhao Dezhu was closing the matter and warning him. If this continues, it will alarm the community, and if they find out about the embezzled relief funds, even this village elder will be in trouble. Wang Guifan saw Zhao Dezhu really about to write the document and, like crazy, she scrambled up from the ground and rushed to the table.
No.
Don't write. Don't cut ties. Her thin, bony fingers clung to the edge of the table, nails scraping loudly. Lin Wanru is my Meng family's daughter-in-law. Even after she dies, she's still part of our family. And that money, the 1,200 yuan from selling ginseng, that's ours. Zhao Dezhui paused his pen and frowned. Lin Wanru, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. She didn't look at Wang Guifan but stared directly at Zhao Dezhui, her voice hoarse but clear. Village chief, we don't want the money. All the money and vouchers sent back over the years, including the relief funds. We don't want any of it.
Mom.
Meng Yaya tugged at her sleeve. Lin Wanru lowered her head, patted her daughter's head, her hand steady. Let's just consider this as buying a way out for us, mother and daughter. After saying that, she looked back at Wang Guifan. Her eyes, usually drooping, were now as still as dead water. These funds mean nothing to us anymore. We want to cut all ties with your Meng family. Do you agree? Wang Guifan was stunned. She had planned everything her whole life, scraped her whole life, and never thought it would end like this. She could only choose one, money or people. Of course, she chose money. A choking sound came from her throat, like a chicken being strangled. She stared fixedly at Lin Wanru and finally managed to squeeze out a few words through her teeth. Fine. You can leave. Take your little wild one and get as far away as possible. Zhao Dezhui no longer hesitated. His pen moved quickly on the paper. Sun Shoujing was beside him, reading aloud, his voice quiet but clear. Immediately draft a formal document. Hereby, Meng's wife Lin Wanru, along with her daughter Yaya, disassociates from Meng's family in Hehe village from today. All past matters are cancelled. Lin Wanru and her daughter voluntarily give up all allowances, relief funds, and family property from Meng Changhe. From now on, marriage and family matters are separate. They are not responsible for each other's life, death, or health. To ensure there is no dispute, this document is made as proof. With each sentence Sun Shoujing spoke, Zhao Dezhui wrote it down. When finished, Zhao Dezhui blew on the document and pushed it to the center of the yard. Lin Wanru, Wang Guifan, come and sign. Lin Wanru was the first to step forward. She picked up the ink pad box on the table, opened it, and pressed her right thumb firmly into it. The red ink covered her fingertip. She raised her hand, aimed at her name on the document, and pressed down hard. That moment, it seemed as if she used all her strength from her past life. When she lifted her hand, a clear, firm red fingerprint was left on the paper. Lin Wanru swayed a little but managed to stand still. Meng Yaya also walked over, mimicking her mother, and dipped her little finger into the ink. Then, next to Lin Wanru's fingerprint on the document, she pressed a small, red mark. Wang Guifin was helped over, trembling as she approached. She looked at the document, then at her son, who was groaning on the ground, and finally picked up a pen. She drew a crooked cross after her name. Zhao Dezhu took the document, handed one copy to the militia nearby, and kept one for himself. "That's it," he announced. "From now on, you are no longer a family." Lin Wanru held Meng Yaya's hand and turned to leave. She didn't stop to pack anything in the East Room, nor did she look back at the rundown yard where she had lived for years. Sun Shoujing carried the half-empty basket and followed behind them. "Stop," Wang Guifin suddenly shouted. "The cotton coat you're wearing. That fabric was bought with Meng family's money. Take it off," Meng Jianjun echoed from the ground. "Yes, take it off. And those things in the old man's basket." Lin Wanru's steps halted. She instinctively clutched her new clothes tighter. Meng Yaya let go of her mother's hand and turned around. She walked to the center of the yard, bent down, and picked up the largest piece of broken threshold stone. She said nothing, just used her small hands to slowly, carefully crush the hard blue stone slab into powder right in front of everyone. White dust fell from her fingers. In the yard, even Meng's brother's groan stopped. Meng Yaya dusted off her hands and walked up to Wang Guifin. She lifted her small face and spoke softly. "What did you just say?" Wang Guifin looked into her clear eyes, her legs suddenly weak. She sat down heavily on the ground, and a warm stream flowed from her pants. Meng Yaya no longer paid attention to her and took Lin Wanru's hand again. This time no one dared to stop them. Mother and daughter, along with a thin, old man, walked out of the Meng family's gate step by step, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the village. The villagers automatically made way. The sunlight shone on their new floral blue cotton jackets, which was a bit dazzling. Their silhouettes, one tall, one short, walked slowly, but without any hesitation or regret. When their figures disappeared under the old locust tree at the village entrance, Wang Guifin's loud crying finally broke out in the Meng yard. Her crying was full of frustration and resentment, but there was no sign of regret. Leaving Shaha village, the wind on the main road blew against their faces, carrying the scent of soil and grass. Lin Wanru's tense body finally relaxed. She looked back at the small village that had raised and trapped her for so many years, now just a tiny black. "Mom, we are free," Meng Yaya said, swinging her hand. Lin Wanru lowered her head, looked at her daughter, her eyes red, but a genuine smile appeared on her face. "Yes, we are free." Sun Shoujing walked beside them, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and took a deep breath. After walking about a mile, they reached a fork in the road. One path led to the county town, the other to a distant mountain labor camp. Sun Shoujing stopped. The sun was setting in the west. After walking a mile, they reached the fork. One way led to the county train station, the other to a remote mountain labor camp. Sun Shoujing paused, his cloth shoes crunching on the hard earth. He took off the empty basket he had been carrying and placed it on a blue stone by the road, moving slowly, as if lifting a mountain. "That's enough," the old man, with his back to the mother and daughter, said in a dry voice blown by the wind. "I'll see you off here. Further ahead, with all the red sleeves, my background makes me a burden to follow you." Lin Wanru's heart skipped a beat. She stepped forward and grabbed Sun Shoujing's patched sleeve. "Uncle Sun, come with us. When we reach Beiping, even if we have to beg, I won't let you suffer in that barn again." Sun Shoujing turned around. His withered face was as stiff as old tree bark, and his dull eyes showed no emotion. He reached into his yellowed, patched coat pocket and carefully took out a small square wrapped tightly in oiled paper. He slowly unwrapped the paper, revealing a book without a cover. The pages were yellowed and fragile, with torn edges, bound together with thick, homemade stitches of coarse cotton thread. "Take this," Sun Shojing said, pushing the book into Lin Wanru's arms with such force it seemed like he was entrusting her with his life. "This is my medical notebook from most of my life, with some secret remedies I haven't shared before. When they raided my house, I hid it inside torn cotton stuffing to save it." Lin Wanru's hand trembled, almost dropping the book. It wasn't just a book, it was Sun Shojing's life. "There's more," he added, pulling out a crumpled piece of blank letter paper from inside his waistband, stamped with a bright red official seal. It was an empty introduction letter already prepared. Lin Wanru's eyes turned red, and her knees nearly buckled. Sun Shojing quickly caught her arm.
Don't act like that.
"Remember, a person must be capable and strong-willed to stand tall. Keep this book's contents in your heart. It's your future foundation." After saying that, he looked at Manhwa standing beside the basket. The young girl was tilting her head, her clear black and white eyes staring straight at him. Sun Shojing reached out and roughly ruffled her yellowed little head. "Little girl, only you would dare to treat this old man like a servant. When you get to Beiping, don't cause trouble for your mother, but don't let anyone bully you either." Yaya didn't dodge. She let his rough hands mess up her hair. She took a big white rabbit candy from her pocket, peeled the wrapper, and tiptoed to stuff it into Sun Shojing's mouth. "Old man, is it sweet?" Sun Shojing was stunned. The sweet, sticky taste melted in his mouth, making his heart feel both warm and a little sour. "It's too sweet," he said, chewing twice and turning his face away. "Stay in the barn and take good care of yourself. Don't die," Yaya said calmly, as if she were commenting on the weather. "When I make a name for myself in Beiping, I'll come back with a big sedan to pick you up. You'll sit in the front seat, getting treatment from the top leaders. Anyone who dares call you a useless old man, I'll slap him." Sun Shojing stiffened, then scolded with a smile. "You're still young, but you talk big. Hurry up and get lost." He didn't look at the mother and daughter again. He grabbed his empty basket, threw it over his shoulder, turned around, and walked away on his slightly limping leg toward the mountain trail, without looking back. His figure was hunched, stretching long in the sunset. Lin Wanru tightly held her medical book, tears finally falling into the dry dirt. She bowed deeply to the old man's back and didn't get up for a long time. Only after his figure disappeared behind the withered trees did Manhwa tug at her mother's pant leg. "Mom, let's go." "The train isn't waiting." Lin Wanru wiped her face, took a deep breath, carefully kept the medical book close to her body, held her daughter's hand, and turned toward the county town. At that moment, her once timid back seemed to straighten a little. At the county train station, people were as numerous as dumplings. The air was mixed with the smell of sweat, dried tobacco, rotten apples, and the coal ash scent unique to green trains, filling the nose. "Make way.
Make way.
Don't block the path." Travelers carrying large and small bags jostled together, children crying, adults shouting, and the train conductor's loudspeaker blaring, making everyone's head ache. Lin Wanru protected Manhwa, clutching the 2 hard seat tickets she had finally exchanged for, as they were pushed forward by the crowd. "Mom, hold on to me." Manhwa, small in size, slipped quickly through the crowd. She carried an old cloth bag, slippery as a fish, squeezing out a narrow gap in the packed crowd. Finally, they got on the train. The inside of the carriage was even hotter, like a steamer. The aisle was crowded with people, and the luggage racks were about to collapse. Their seats were a 3-person window seat. Lin Wanru squeezed into the seat with Manhwa, just about to put her basket on the luggage rack when a rough, oil-stained blue workman's hand reached over and forcefully pushed her basket aside. "Can't you see it's full? Put it down below." The speaker was a bearded man with a rough face, standing next to 2 large snakeskin bags, blocking the space under the seat. Lin Wanru didn't dare to speak and could only place her basket at her feet, sitting in the corner by the window with Manhwa. "Hey, young lady." Traveling alone with a child, before she even sat down, a smiling face approached from across. It was a woman in her 50s, with shiny, well-groomed hair. wearing a dark gray jacket. A pair of upside-down triangle eyes with a gentle smile, but with a sharp, unsettling sense of cleverness. She tightly held a blue floral cloth bundle in her arms, her hands dark and dirty, with mud under her fingernails. Lin Wanru felt a bit nervous and hugged Meng Yaya closer. She politely nodded and said, "Yes, I am going to Beiping to visit relatives. Beiping is a good place, the capital city." The aunt became even more enthusiastic, leaning forward slightly. A cheap snowflake cream smell mixed with a foul odor hit her face. "This child is very handsome."
How old is he?
"What's his name?" Meng Yaya leaned against Lin Wanru's chest without speaking. Her clear black and white eyes looked past the aunt's shoulder, scanning the surroundings. There was a man in a Zhongshan suit sitting by the aisle, reading a newspaper that he had held upside down for a long time without turning the page. Next to him, a man in blue work clothes, although pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, kept his eyes moving behind his eyelids. His right hand was always in his pocket, not taking anything out. These people didn't seem right. They carried the scent of predators she had known for 10 years in the ruins of the apocalypse. "Big Aunt." Suddenly, Meng Yaya spoke softly, her voice clear in the noisy carriage. "Huh? What is it, girl?" The aunt's face was full of wrinkles from smiling, and she reached out to touch Meng Yaya's face. Meng Yaya shrank back, avoiding her hand. She stretched out her small, white finger and pointed at the bag under the aunt's seat. "The bag under your feet moved just now." The aunt's smile froze for a moment. Reflexively, she pulled her foot back and stomped hard on the bag.
Ugh.
A very faint muffled sound came from the bag, like a kitten muffling its mouth or something else. The noise in the carriage covered this strange sound. Lin Wanru didn't hear it, and the other passengers didn't notice. But Meng Yaya heard it. She tilted her head, watching the cold sweat on the aunt's forehead. Seeing her stomp on the bag hard until the sound disappeared. Oh dear, these rural chickens are not well behaved. The aunt forced a laugh, but her triangular eyes didn't look at Yaya. Instead, she stared fixedly at Lin Wanru. "Miss, is this your only daughter? No brothers to help take care of her?" Although Lin Wanru had never traveled far, she instinctively sensed danger. She held Yaya tighter and leaned closer to the window. "Dad is in the army in Beiping. We have relatives there to pick us up," she mentioned Meng Changha, hoping this identity would suppress the other person's bad intentions. "Oh, a military family," the aunt said with praise, but her greedy look didn't fade. It grew stronger. Being from a military family meant wealth. This girl looked so fair and clean. If she was sold to a remote mountain family as a child bride, she would be top quality. The aunt took out a slightly dark pear from her pocket and wiped it on her sleeve. "Here, on a hot day, this will quench the child's thirst. It's from our own tree, very sweet." There was a clear fingernail mark on the pear's skin. Lin Wanru wanted to refuse, but Yaya buried her face in her mother's arms. "I don't want it, Yucky." The aunt's hand froze midair, her face darkening. "What's with this kid talking like that?" she snapped, stuffing the pear back into her pocket. Her tone turned sharp. "I was just trying to help because I see you're a poor orphan mother." At that moment, a man squeezed into the aisle. He wore a greasy blue work uniform with a scruffy beard and carried a plastic bag. As he passed by the aunt, he staggered slightly, leaning and bumping into her shoulder. "Are you blind?" the aunt snapped. Sorry. The man apologized with a smile, but his eyes lingered on her face for a second before quickly glancing at Yaya. Their eyes met briefly, faster than striking a match. Yaya saw clearly this was a signal to attack. The man didn't go far. He leaned against a seat nearby, threw the plastic bag on the ground, blocking the only escape route for mother and daughter. As the sky darkened, the scenery outside the window blurred into shadows. The dim, flickering lights inside the carriage flickered with the train's movement. Next to them, a man in a Zhongshan suit, reading a newspaper, folded it and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, as if nothing outside mattered to him. The aunt stopped talking, but her leg kept trembling rapidly. "Mom, I need to pee," Yaya suddenly said. Lin Wanru let out a breath of relief, taking the chance to leave the seat. She had just stood up when the ant suddenly sprang up like a spring, sitting heavily on the edge of the aisle, blocking the way completely. The bathroom is far from here, and there are people everywhere now, the ant said with a forced smile. Just go here and take care of it, use a bottle if you need to. Move aside, Lin Wanru said nervously. Hey, little sister. Why are you talking back? The ant didn't step back. Instead, she reached out her hand, pretending to be kind and trying to help Lin Wanru, but actually grabbing her wrist. The train is shaking badly, don't fall. At that moment, the train let out a long woo sound and plunged into a long tunnel. The lights in the carriage flickered twice, and then went out. In the moment darkness fell, the hand holding Lin Wanru's wrist suddenly exerted a huge force and pulled downward sharply. Attack! The ant's voice sounded especially fierce in the dark. A man in blue overalls, like a wild boar, rushed forward. Lin Wanru felt a strong force hit her, making her lose her balance and fall into the ant's arms. In the chaos, rough big hands reached accurately for manhwa, who was in her arms. Ah! Lin Wanru screamed, help! Someone is trying to kidnap the child. In the dark, a large hand smelling of smoke covered manhwa's mouth, while the other hand reached for her collar, trying to pull her out of Lin Wanru's arms. Manhwa didn't scream. At the moment that hand covered her lips, she opened her mouth and showed a row of tiny, white baby teeth, biting down hard on the attacker's hand. Ow! A scream drowned out the train's roaring noise. The attacker, in pain, loosened his grip. Manhwa took the chance to break free and grabbed Lin Wanru's clothes with her small hand. The lights came back on. The train emerged from the tunnel. The carriage was in chaos. Passengers stood up, looking at the scene with confusion and suspicion. The man in blue, holding his bleeding hand, looked furious. The ant clung tightly to Lin Wanru's hair, pressing her head against the back of the seat. Everyone, please judge fairly. The ant suddenly changed her tone, shouting loudly, tears suddenly streaming down her face. This crazy woman is kidnapping my granddaughter. That's my own granddaughter. Lin Wanru's hair was pulled loose, and she felt pain and tears in her eyes. Hearing this, she was stunned. You're lying. This is my daughter. Everyone look. Annie pointed at manhwa, spitting as she spoke. This child is wearing a new cotton jacket I made with my retirement money. That crazy woman is a human trafficker, trying to take the child while I was sleeping. Luckily, my big nephew saw her. The man in the blue work uniform immediately agreed, holding up his bleeding hand. Yes, that's her. I tried to stop her and she bit me. Look, my hand is all bitten up. Nearby passengers, unaware of the full story, started pointing and talking. Look at her, dressed so properly. How could she do such a bad thing? Now there are many traffickers stealing children. Catch her. Call the police. Public opinion quickly turned against her. In this time, human traffickers are hated by everyone. Auntie's trick of accusing others of theft was very clever. Lin Wanru was trembling with worry. She wanted to explain, but she was too nervous and couldn't speak clearly because Auntie was holding her head. No, she is. Yaya is mine. You're full of nonsense. Auntie slapped Lin Wanru's face with a crisp sound, making everyone around flinch. Still dare to lie. Big nephew, bring the child here. We'll go find the train conductor to settle this. The man in the blue uniform sneered and reached out again to grab manhwa. This time, he was serious about hurting her. His healthy hand, like an eagle's claw, aimed straight at manhwa's throat. If he could control her, then no matter what the big man did, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. The man in the Zhongshan suit, who had been quietly resting, frowned as if he wanted to move. But he didn't get the chance. Manhwa stood on her seat. Her black and white eyes showed no fear, not like a typical 3-year-old. She looked at the man getting closer, and then at her mother, who was being slapped and pushed down by Auntie. Shameless. Her soft voice was drowned out by the noisy crowd. Only Auntie, standing closest, heard her. She froze for a moment, feeling a strange chill in her heart. Manhwa reached into her bag. She held a rusty, short piece of rebar, about the length of chopsticks. She had picked it up casually in the village and hadn't thrown it away. Unexpectedly, it became her passport on this train. The man in the blue uniform's hand had already touched her collar. "Little brat, come with grandpa," manhwa didn't hide. She raised the unremarkable rebar in her hand, using all her strength that didn't match her age, to strike the man's small arm. Crack! The sound was sharp, like a dry branch snapping underfoot. But in the crowded train carriage, it was so clear it made people's teeth ache. The man's arm bent at an unnatural 90 degrees. The white bone broke through his blue work clothes, and blood spurted out instantly. That scream was 10 times more terrifying than the previous one. The man, clutching his broken arm, knelt on the aisle, his face turning pale instantly. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. The whole carriage was silent. Everyone stared with wide-open mouths at the little girl standing on the seat. She held the still-bloodied rebar, tilted her head, and looked at the frightened woman. "Did you say you made this clothes just now?" Manhwa took a step forward, stepping directly on the moving sack. The sack twitched violently under her foot. The woman loosened her grip on Lin Wanru's hair and shrank back uncontrollably until her back pressed against the cold, hard wall of the train. She looked at manhwa as if she were a little ghost crawling out of hell. "If you dare to touch my mom again," manhwa raised the rebar, pointing at the woman's forehead, "I'll stab this thing into your brain. This is not a 3-year-old baby. It's clearly a fierce little devil." Everyone, "Don't believe her." Auntie still wanted to struggle, pointing at Lin Wanru. "This woman is crazy, inciting the child to commit violence." "Commit violence," manhwa sneered coldly, too lazy to argue. She suddenly stabbed the rebar downward. With a thud, the steel bar pressed close to Annie's thigh and pierced into the blue cloth bundle. A scream of fear escaped Auntie's mouth. Manhwa tilted her wrist, and the rebar, along with the bundle, flew out directly. The bundle unraveled, and things spilled all over the ground. What fell out were several rolls of rough hemp rope, some torn cloth smelling of ether, and 2 shiny folding knives. The onlookers' faces changed. Who would bring these things when visiting relatives? "What's this?" Manhwa pointed at the hemp rope with the steel head. "Used for tying chickens' wings." Before Auntie could speak, manhwa turned around and struck the burlap bag at her feet. This time, she used a clever force. The rusty steel head tore open the rough burlap, slicing through as smoothly as a paper cutter. The bag opened, revealing a small, dark head. A nearby young man with glasses looked inside, then jumped up as if burned, shouting, "Child! There's a kid inside!" Suddenly, the whole carriage erupted in chaos. Manhwa bent down and tore open the burlap. Inside, a 4 or 5-year-old boy was curled up. He wore a fine little suit, had a walnut in his mouth, and his hands and feet were tightly bound with coarse hemp rope. His eyes were shut tight, and his face was turning purple from holding his breath. "Really a little rascal. Beat these beasts to death." A few strong young men rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward to hold down the auntie. At this moment, the man in a Zhongshan suit, who had been sitting at the other end of the aisle reading the newspaper, moved. He threw down his newspaper, reached into his pocket, and rushed toward the nearest Lin Wanru. As long as he captured a hostage, these people wouldn't dare act, and that wicked little girl wouldn't dare move. A sharp bone-cutting knife flashed under the dim yellow light, heading straight for Lin Wanru's neck.
"Mom."
"Get down," manhwa shouted loudly, her hands moving faster than her words. She couldn't throw the steel rebar because it was her only long weapon, and once thrown, it would be gone. She grabbed the army green metal kettle filled with hot water on the table and threw it with all her strength. Bang! The kettle arced through the air and hit the man in the Zhongshan suit on the wrist. The throw was surprisingly powerful. The metal kettle dented inward, the lid flew off, and boiling water splashed onto the man's face. "Ah!" The man in the Zhongshan suit screamed loudly. He lost grip of his knife and it fell to the ground. But he was a tough guy. Despite having burns on his face, he quickly reached to pick up his knife again. "Dream on." A small figure suddenly jumped out from the seat. Manhwa stepped on the stomach of the man in the blue uniform to use him as leverage, then shot forward like a small cannonball into the chest of the man in the Zhongshan suit. She held the steel rebar across her body, pressing it against the man's throat, forcing him to step back several paces and crash heavily into the metal plate connecting two train cars.
Cough.
Cough. The man's eyes rolled back as he was trapped, trying to pry the rebar away with his hands. But he found that this thin iron rod was more stable in the hands of the 3-year-old girl than it was welded to the wall. The strange strength made it hard for him to breathe. Meng Yaya's feet dangled in the air as she hung onto the rebar, her small face close to the man's chin, her tone cold. "Move, and I'll make a hole in your throat." The doors at both ends of the carriage were pushed open forcefully. "Nobody move." "What are you doing?" Several uniformed security officers pushed through the crowd, holding batons and guns at their waists. Seeing the scene in front of them, the lead officer was stunned. On the ground lay a woman missing an arm, a chubby woman pressed down by the crowd, and a man with white eyes being cornered against the wall by a 3-year-old girl. This scene looked very strange.
Police.
Police officers. Lin Wanru finally snapped out of her shock. Tears streamed down her face as she pointed at the 3 people. "They are human traffickers. They kidnapped my daughter. And they've taken other children too." She rushed over, hugging Meng Yaya tightly, her hands trembling. Meng Yaya felt her mother's warmth, and the fierce look in her eyes immediately softened completely. She let go of her hand, and the rebar clanged as it hit the ground. The next moment, she burst into tears, crying out loudly. Her crying was so loud it seemed to shake the heavens and move the spirits, even more intense than the scream of the man in blue work clothes earlier. "Help! Police, help me!" Meng Yaya buried her face in Lin Wanru's neck, trembling, pointing at the half-conscious man in a Zhongshan suit on the ground. "He took a knife to try to hurt my mom. He even said he wanted to cut out my heart and liver to drink. I was so scared." The man in the Zhongshan suit covered his neck, furious at the false accusations, almost spitting out blood. "Who is scaring whom? Your grip was so strong it almost knocked me out, and now you're pretending to be weak and innocent?" The old police officer looked at the shiny bone saw on the ground and at the unconscious boy being carried out of the sack by kind-hearted people, his face turning pale. "They caught the criminals red-handed. Everyone put them in handcuffs." The old officer waved his hand, and several young officers immediately rushed forward, securely handcuffing the 3 traffickers who were still whimpering. The surrounding passengers began to recount what had just happened. Of course, in their stories, Meng Yaya was a little angel pushed to the limit, a devoted child who showed incredible strength to save her mother. As for the arm broken by a steel bar, that was called self-defense, and it was deserved. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the police started clearing the scene. The boy who had been rescued woke up at this moment. He looked around confusedly, and when he saw the police officers in uniform, he didn't cry or make a fuss like most children. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. Although his face was turning blue from holding his breath and there were marks on his wrists, he struggled to stand straight and tidied up his wrinkled little suit. He walked over to Lin Wanru and Meng Yaya. Lin Wanru was holding a handkerchief, wiping the dust off Meng Yaya's face, still trembling and muttering nervously. The boy stared at Meng Yaya, who was pretending to cry in her mother's arms, for a few seconds. When he saw her quietly peeking through her fingers to observe her surroundings, his mouth twitched. "Thank you." The boy spoke, his voice hoarse, but steady beyond his age. "This kid looks quite proper, with a heroic look in his eyes, clearly raised in a big yard." "You're welcome," Meng Yaya sniffed and said in a childish voice. "Just remember to pay. I don't have any money." The little boy folded his dirty handkerchief and put it in his pocket. "But my dad does." Meng Yaya sat cross-legged on the hard seat, holding a big white rabbit candy she found in the boy's pocket. "Oh," she replied vaguely. "Where is your dad?" "Don't tell me I have to pay for your fare to send you home." The boy choked a little, a look of helplessness flashing across his tense face. "No need. Someone will come to pick me up at the station." At that moment, the train conductor's excited voice came over the loudspeaker. "Beiping Station has arrived. Beiping Station has arrived. The city of our great leader has arrived." The crowd in the carriage instantly became lively. Everyone pushed their bags toward the door, afraid to be left outside the city. Lin Wanru protected Yaya, watching carefully around her. The old train officer wanted to keep them for a report, but seeing the chaotic crowd and the boy who clearly had an important identity, he waved his hand to signal them to leave quickly. Since the human traffickers had been caught, these two women were also victims, so there was no need to hold them. As soon as the train stopped, the cool morning wind mixed with the smell of coal smoke hit them. The platform was crowded, but strangely, one area was empty. A dark green jeep suddenly drove onto the platform and stopped nearby. Two young soldiers in uniform, standing straight, looked anxiously into the crowd. Here, the little boy stood at the train door, waving his hand. The two soldiers immediately locked onto him like radar and hurried over, startling the surrounding passengers who quickly moved aside. "Young master, we've finally found you. The leader is sending the guard company to search the railway." The leader was a square-faced man. Seeing the boy safe, his eyes turned red, and he reached out to hug him. The boy stepped back, avoiding the soldier's hand, and pointed to Lin Wanru and Meng Yaya behind him. "I was kidnapped. They saved me," the boy said simply. "Send them on their way." The man with the square face paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the big and small figures in front of him. The woman wore a patched old cotton coat, her hair messy, and carried a broken basket on her back. The little one was even more unusual, cheeks puffed out as he chewed gum, his big eyes darting around the jeep. Together, they looked like refugees fleeing from hardship. "Young master, the commander is eager to see you." The square-faced soldier hesitated. "I won't say it twice." The boy's voice was quiet but carried a strong sense of authority. "Either take them along, or I'll walk back myself." The soldier was startled and quickly saluted.
Yes.
"As you say." He turned around and became very respectful toward Lin Wanru. Although his eyes still held a bit of curiosity about the rural folks, his tone was much more polite. "Madam, please get in the car." Lin Wanru had never seen such a scene before. It was a jeep. In the village, she had rarely even sat on a tractor. She nervously clutched her clothes. This might not be proper. "We're dirty, Mom. Get in." Meng Yaya finished her last piece of candy, jumped out of the carriage, and climbed onto the back seat of the jeep. Her short legs kicked a few times, regardless of whether her shoes were muddy, and she sat down heavily on the leather seat, patting the empty spot beside her. Soft and comfortable, better than the dirt bed at home. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a vehicle was just a tool to crash into zombies. She didn't have the mindset of those from this era who worshipped cars as ancestors. Seeing her daughter already in the car, Lin Wanru had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow. She curled up in the corner, afraid of damaging any parts. The jeep roared to life and sped out of the train station. Throughout the ride, Lin Wanru kept her eyes wide open. Wide roads, rows of red brick buildings, workers riding bicycles, and huge banners on the roadside. This was Beiping. This was the place where Changhe was waiting. "Where to?" The boy in the passenger seat turned back and asked.
To
the military district compound." Lin Wanru quickly took out a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket. It was the address she remembered. "I'm looking for my child's father." The soldier driving in front trembled slightly, and the jeep swayed. "Military district compound." He glanced at the poor mother and daughter through the rearview mirror. "Madam, that place isn't easy to get into. Your loved one is in which department?" "What's his name?" "His name is Meng Changhe." Lin Wanru's eyes lit up. "He's also in the military, gone for 3 years." The soldier with a square face frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head. "I haven't heard of him. The military district is so big, with thousands of people, everyone has a different name. But since you have an address, I will take you to the gate." Meng Yaya quickly understood what the soldier meant. "You haven't heard of him? The original father's not an ordinary soldier. If he had done well, he should have some impression. Unless he changed his name, or is on a secret mission that can't be named. Or maybe he's just a new recruit who hasn't made a name yet. That wouldn't make sense, because his allowance from the military is quite generous every month." "Thanks," she said suddenly, interrupting the soldier's thoughts. "No matter where he is, as long as he's in that yard, it's fine." The car drove for about 40 minutes. The scenery around became quieter, fewer pedestrians on the road, replaced by patrols passing by now and then. Finally, the Jeep stopped about 100 meters from a grand, imposing gate. The gate is about 3 stories tall, with big red characters on the columns on both sides. Armed guards stand at the entrance, like 2 gate gods. Ahead is a restricted military area. Vehicles from outside can't get close, so I can only take you to the gate, the soldier with a square face said, parking the car. Lin Wanru thanked him profusely and got out with Yaya. The little boy rolled down the window, took out some colorful tickets and a folded paper slip from the car, and handed them to Meng Yaya. This is the family's phone number and some ration tickets. If you can't find anyone or encounter trouble, call this number. My name is Zhonghua. So your name is Zhonghua, Meng Yaya thought to herself, but this name sounds delicious. She straightforwardly put the things into her pocket. Fine, you have a conscience. This deal is worth it. Zhonghua's mouth twitched. Why does this girl keep talking about business? Let's go. The Jeep puffed out black smoke, turned a corner, and headed toward another large yard. Clearly, the place where this young master lives is in the same area but probably of a higher level. Dust settled. Lin Wanru adjusted her collar, gently brushed the dust off Yaya's pants, took a deep breath, and held her daughter's hand. Yaya, we've arrived. The gate of the military area in front of them was even more imposing than Meng Yaya had imagined. 2 large concrete pillars, wide enough for 2 people to hug, were painted with bright red slogans that looked very eye-catching in the sunlight. The big iron gates were tightly closed, with 2 armed guards standing at the entrance. They stood straight like 2 spears, not looking aside, giving off a serious and intimidating feeling. Lin Wanru instinctively lifted her basket a little higher, bent down to straighten Yaya's clothes, her palms sweaty. Yaya, this is where your dad works. Her voice was shaky. She had stayed in Mingjia village for a long time and had only seen the biggest official as the commune secretary. She had never seen such a scene. This place was so strict that even a bird flying over might be checked thoroughly. Yaya looked up, squinting as she observed her surroundings. There was a hidden guard at about 2 o'clock and a wire fence on the wall. Although it wasn't electrified, it looked intimidating. This level of defense was just a basic shelter in the end-of-world scenario, but in this era, it was truly a strong fortress. Mom, let me ask. Yaya tugged at Lin Wanru's hand. Lin Wanru took a deep breath, as if heading to the execution ground, steeling herself to move forward. They were about 5 or 6 meters from the gate when a young guard on the left suddenly turned his head. He slightly lowered the muzzle of his semi-automatic rifle and shouted sternly, "Stop. What are you doing? This is a military zone. Unauthorized persons are not allowed near." His loud voice was full of authority, making Lin Wanru's legs weaken, almost causing her to kneel. She quickly took out the letter of introduction, handed it over with both hands, and stammered, "Comrade, we are here to find someone. We are family members. Looking for someone." The guard looked suspiciously at the mother and daughter. The woman was pale and thin, with messy hair, and her cotton-padded jacket was torn, probably ripped by human traffickers on the train. The cuffs were frayed with cotton fluff sticking out. The little girl was quite fair, carrying a torn cloth bag, with mud stains on her pants. Nowadays, many people came to the military gate crying and shouting about finding long-lost relatives. Out of 10, 9 were just trying to scam food and drinks. The guard didn't take the crumpled letter of introduction but asked coldly, "Who are you looking for? Which unit? What is his name?" "He is called Meng Changha," Lin Wanru said urgently. "I am his wife, and this is his daughter." "Meng Changha?" The soldier frowned. The name was unfamiliar. But he still responsibly turned around and went into the guard booth, picked up the black hand-crank phone, and connected to the duty room. "Check if there is an officer or soldier named Meng Changha." "Yes, someone is looking for a family member." Lin Wanru stood under the hot sun, staring tightly at the figure inside the guard booth, her hands nervously clenched together. Next to her, Meng Yaya took out a slightly melted milk candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste spread on her tongue, but she felt uncertain inside. After 2 minutes, The soldier hung up the phone and came out. His face was even colder and more stern than before, and his eyes showed impatience and caution when looking at Lin Wanru. I checked. There is no officer or soldier named Meng Changha in the entire military district roster. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Wanru. She staggered, her face turning pale.
No.
How is that possible? He came to join the army. He even sends allowances home. Comrade, could there be a mistake? Can you check again? Lin Wanru stepped forward, trying to grab the soldier's sleeve. Step back. The soldier took a step back and warned sternly. The duty room checked twice. There is definitely no such person among active personnel. Maybe you remembered the name wrong, or... The soldier paused, his eyes showing some disdain. Or maybe you've been tricked. I'm not a liar. Lin Wanru's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. I really am looking for my child's father. The soldier waved his hand dismissively, like swatting flies. Hurry up and leave. Stop causing trouble here. If you don't go, we'll arrest you as a vagrant and send you back to your hometown. I can't leave. Lin Wanru was anxious, suddenly kneeling on the concrete ground with a thud. Comrade, please be kind and help me look again. My daughter and I traveled over 1,000 miles to get here. We have no money or food. If we can't find him, we will starve to death. This kneeling caused a few passing military trucks to slow down, with drivers peering over to look. The soldier's face was hard to bear. This kind of scene at the military district gate was the worst for his image. What's wrong with you, comrade? Get up quickly. The guard stepped forward, trying to pull the person away. This is a place for discipline, not for crying and fussing. Without this person, there is nothing. Even if you kneel here and die, it won't help. Meng Yaya watched her mother kneel on the ground, begging humbly. A fiery anger suddenly surged inside her. If this were in a post-apocalyptic world, anyone making her mother kneel would have their knees smashed into pieces and turned into building blocks. Meng Yaya thought about how to knock out this careless guard, but her reason held her back. This is the army, not a bandit hideout. If she made a move, even with a good reason, she might lose her temper and get shot. She needed proof. Mom, don't cry anymore, Meng Yaya said as she walked over and reached out her small hand to pull Lin Wanru. The ground is dirty, get up. Lin Wanru was trembling with tears and refused to get up. Yaya, I can't find your dad. What should we do? If we can't find him, then we can't. At worst, I'll take care of you, Meng Yaya said with a serious face, her voice clear and firm. She turned her head and stared directly at the guard with her big, clear eyes, showing no fear typical of a 3-year-old. Uncle, since you can't find his name, can you recognize his face? The guard was a little unnerved by the girl's gaze and asked instinctively, recognize his face? How? My mom has a photo. Meng Yaya looked at Lin Wanru. Mom, take out that photo. It's our last proof.
Show it to this.
This uncle. Lin Wanru seemed to grasp her last hope. She quickly wiped her tears and tremblingly reached into her inner pocket. It was a cloth-wrapped bundle, layered and carefully wrapped. She gently unwrapped it, as if holding a rare treasure. Finally, a small black and white photo, about 2 inches in size, was revealed. The photo was old, with yellowed edges, clearly touched many times. It showed a young man in an old-fashioned military uniform, with sharp eyebrows, strong features, and a stern look. He wasn't smiling, but his expression radiated integrity. Lin Wanru held the photo with trembling hands, and with no control over her nerves, she raised it in front of the guard's eyes. Comrade, this is the child's father. Lin Wanru's voice was hoarse and full of pleading. Look, even if no one knows the name, has anyone seen this face? He has a mole at the corner of his eyebrow. It's easy to recognize. The soldier didn't want to look. What could a broken rural photo show? But when he saw the desperate eyes of the woman kneeling on the ground and the stubborn expression of the little girl beside her, his heart softened a little. Fine, I'll take a look. After I see it, I'll leave quickly. The soldier moved closer and casually glanced at the photo in Lin Wanru's hand. Just one look. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he froze as if struck by lightning. His previously impatient expression froze on his face, replaced by a look of shock and fear. His hand trembling as he held his gun. Those eyes. That face. Although the person in the photo looked much younger and lacked the overwhelming presence he had now, this face. Who in the military district wouldn't recognize it?
Who dared not to?
This was definitely not the unknown Meng Changhe. This was clearly the living king of war, the youngest leader in the military district, Gu Changfeng. This was definitely not the rural soldier, Meng Changhe. This was the living king of war, Gu Changfeng, who had just returned from the border battlefield, having defeated the enemy's spies so thoroughly that they were crying for their mothers.
Do
you see clearly now? Lin Wanru was nervous. Seeing the soldier's face turn pale, she became even more anxious. Her hand trembled as she tried to take back the photo. Is it not him? He looked younger when he left. Stop. Sister-in-law. No, that. The soldier suddenly snapped out of his shock, looking helpless. He looked at Lin Wanru, and then at the 3-year-old girl beside her. He hadn't looked carefully before, but now that he did, he realized this little girl's features were exactly like Gu Changfeng's. Especially that cold look, as if she was always watching prey. Amazing. Oh no. What had he just done? Made the leader's wife kneel? And tried to arrest the leader's daughter as a stray? The soldier felt his military career might be over. Maybe he'd have to work in the pig farm for the rest of his life. Comrade, please don't be in a hurry. The sentry spoke less clearly, instinctively straightening up and standing very straight. Can I borrow this photo first? This is a big matter. I need to call our squad leader to verify. Lin Wanru was stunned by the sudden politeness from the other person and nodded blankly. The sentry took the photo with both hands, in a gesture like holding a royal decree. He turned and rushed into the guard booth, trembling as he grabbed the phone receiver, shaking several times before connecting to the duty room. Squad leader. Big trouble. A woman just came to the gate with a child, holding a photo of Commander Gu looking for her husband. Which Commander Gu? The one we call the toughest Commander Gu. Yes. The woman says her husband's name is Meng Changhe, but the photo is definitely the commander himself. Oh, you should come see. The kid looks exactly like the commander, no mistake. After hanging up, the sentry wiped his sweat and came out again, forcing a smile that looked like a flower on his face. Sister-in-law, and this. Little Red Army, it's hot outside. Come stand in the shade of the guard booth. I'll pour you some water. Meng Yaya raised an eyebrow. His quick change of attitude was even faster than survivalists in the apocalypse who switch sides with the wind. It seemed that the cheap father hadn't died after all, and was doing quite well. At least he could scare a gatekeeper like this. His rank was not low. No need. Meng Yaya threw the small stone back into the flower bed and brushed the dust off her hands. My mom is easily frightened. Just tell us, is the person in the photo inside? The sentry was about to speak when hurried footsteps sounded from inside the large iron gate. A military officer with a pistol ran out hurriedly, followed by 2 soldiers. The officer looked suspicious and immediately shouted, "Where is he? The photo? What are you messing around with?" Commander Gu has been single for many years. Everyone in the military district knows he's a bachelor. Where would he have a wife? Squad leader, it's not a joke. Look at this. The sentry quickly handed over the photo. The squad leader took the photo, intending to scold, but his words got stuck in his throat. He held the photo high, looked at it in the sunlight, then shifted his gaze to Meng Yaya's small face. And then he froze. Exactly the same. Too similar. If the photo still needed verification, then this lively little girl standing here was a walking DNA test. That youthful spirit that hadn't fully blossomed was just like General Gu's usual stern face when he scolded people. The platoon leader felt a shiver down his spine. Not only had the chief secretly gotten married, but his child was already so grown up. This was a serious violation of rules and a big gossip that could shake the military district compound. Sister-in-law, the platoon leader immediately became very respectful, even a little in awe. You said your husband is named Meng Changhe? Lin Wanru nodded, holding Yaya's hand tightly. Yes, from Xia village. Meng Changhe. Gu Changfeng. The platoon leader kept repeating these names, probably understanding the situation. Some special task units often change their names and identities. No matter if he's Meng or Gu, as long as he's here, Yaya, speaking in a cute voice, interrupted. Her stomach suddenly made a loud, gurgle sound. Uncle, can you feed us? My mom is about to faint from hunger. Hearing this, the platoon leader really wanted to slap the sentry from earlier. Let the wife and daughter of the chief go hungry at the door? If Gu Yanwang, known for being protective, found out, the entire guard squad would have to run 50 kilometers with heavy loads.
Quick.
Bring the jeep over, the platoon leader shouted. Then he turned to Lin Wanru with a forced smile. Sister-in-law, sorry, that was our mistake. The chief is in a meeting in the office building at the very back. It's a bit far, I'll take you there now. Before Lin Wanru could react, she was invited into a convertible jeep. Just moments ago, they were driven away as vagrants, and now they were treated as honored guests. The car entered through the gate and sped along the wide cement road. The white poplar trees on both sides quickly receded, and occasionally soldiers in formation ran past, shouting loud slogans. Yaya leaned against the window, her big eyes spinning around. This military compound was even bigger than she imagined. Not only was there an office building, but behind it, there were large residential areas, training grounds, and even a seemingly heavily guarded research institute. If this place were in a post-apocalyptic world, it would be the safest zone. It seemed her move was right. She had to hold tightly onto her lucky dad's support. The jeep stopped in front of a red brick office building. It was clearly more secure than the entrance, with guards stationed every few steps. The platoon leader got out of the car, told Lin Wanru and her daughter to wait a moment, then jogged into the building. In less than 2 minutes, he ran out again, sweating heavily, followed by a young officer wearing glasses and carrying a briefcase. That was Gu Chongfeng's confidential secretary, Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang looked suspicious. He had been with the leader for 2 years and had never heard of the leader having a wife from his hometown. But the platoon leader was confident and even said he saw a miniature version of the leader. Xiao Wang could only muster up the courage to come down and take a look. However, when Xiao Wang saw Meng Yaya, he froze, adjusting his glasses. The case was solved. No need for further investigation. With her appearance, if this girl wasn't related to the leader, Xiao Wang would dare to eat his briefcase. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Wang immediately stood straight and saluted loudly. Lin Wanru was startled and hurriedly waved her hands. Don't call me that. I'm just a rural woman. Since you're here, you're a military family member, Xiao Wang said. Although young, Xiao Wang was clever and smooth in handling matters. He noticed Lin Wanru's nervousness and also saw the sparkle in the little girl's eyes beside her. The leader is in a combat review meeting on the 3rd floor. This meeting is quite serious. Ordinary people shouldn't disturb it. Actually, Gu Chongfeng was angry. Just now, passing by the meeting room door, he could hear the banging of tables and Gu's roars. Going in now would be asking for trouble. Should we wait outside? Lin Wanru asked softly.
Or
maybe go to the cafeteria for some food? Xiao Wang tentatively suggested. Meng Yaya patted her stomach. She was very hungry but worried about staying out too long. Plus, she wanted to see what her father, who had scared the entire military district, looked like. No need to wait. Meng Yaya jumped out of the car, walking with short legs and a proud posture toward the office building's entrance. I'll find him. If he doesn't recognize his wife and kids, I'll tear down this military district. Gu Chongfeng precisely threw a piece of chalk at a chubby leader's forehead, causing a puff of white dust. Full of holes. If the enemy sneaks up from the back mountain, your whole team will be caught off guard. Where's your brain? Did it get eaten with steamed buns in the cafeteria? The chubby leader was hit but dared not dodge. He stood at attention and reported, Yes. I will fix it right away. Gu Chongfeng was about to scold again when suddenly, loud footsteps sounded outside the door. His brow immediately furrowed in anger. Who dares to run around outside during such an important meeting? What are the guards for? Outside the door, Xiao Wang, the secretarial assistant, stood there with his hand raised, but dared not knock. The loud shouting from inside could be heard through the thick wooden door. Going in now would be like walking into the fire. Comrade. Comrade. Xiao Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked down at Meng Yaya, who was only knee-high, and said, "Can we wait a little? The leader is angry right now. It's not a good time to go in." Lin Wanru looked pale with fear, clutching Yaya's hand and trembling. "Yaya, maybe we should just wait outside? Don't make your dad more angry." Yaya looked up, listening to the deep, powerful male voice inside. In this place, cursing and no one daring to reply back showed the person's high status. She was definitely a long-term meal ticket. She touched her empty stomach and looked at her timid mother. If they stayed squatting outside, her mother would have to stay that way forever in this family. This was the first impression. She needed to set the rule. Why wait? The food will get cold. Yaya let go of Lin Wanru's hand and threw the small pudding-shaped bag behind her. Xiao Wang hadn't yet understood what "the food will get cold" meant when he saw the little pink ball in front of him suddenly lift her foot and kick the heavy wooden door.
Bang!
A loud crash. The normally tightly shut door was struck like by a battering ram and swung open forcefully. The meeting room was deathly silent. Everyone remained in their original positions, dozens of eyes fixed on the door. Gu Chongfeng's hand, which was pointing at the map, froze in midair. His sharp eyes suddenly flashed with fierce anger. Who dared to kick his door without respect? His gaze shifted, but no one was at the door. He looked further down. A small girl, not yet tall enough to reach the table, confidently stepped over the doorway. She was dressed in torn clothes, but her face was bright and shining. Her big eyes, clear and sharp, showed cleverness and no fear. Meng Yaya entered and looked around first. There were many people, all with strong presence, probably soldiers. Her gaze finally settled on the man standing in front of a map. He was quite tall, at least 1.88 meters. His shoulders were broad, waist narrow, and even through his uniform, you could see the muscles that hinted at strength. His features were sharper than in the photos, with high cheekbones and sharp eyes that looked like blades. He definitely had the look of a fierce officer. Is this the cheap father? His genes are good. No wonder she ran so far to find him. Gu Chongfeng looked at this suddenly appearing little girl, and for a rare moment his mind froze. Where did this wild child come from in the military compound? Whose family brought her to the combat meeting room? Whose child is this? Gu Chongfeng's voice was cold, like ice.
Guard.
Take her out. His shout made Xiao Wang behind him nervous and weak in the knees. But Meng Yaya didn't give him a chance. She was like a small missile rushing through the ruins of the world, with short legs. Before everyone could react, she dashed straight to Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng instinctively wanted to step back, a reaction formed from years of battlefield experience.
But this little girl was fast.
Before he could lift his leg, he felt a weight on it. Meng Yaya tightly hugged his thigh with her small arms, her face pressed against his sharp military pants, smoothing out the wrinkles on them.
Dad.
I finally found you. That "Dad" was spoken with many twists and turns, clear and loud. It echoed in the empty conference room. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Gu Chongfeng? The 28-year-old who supposedly didn't care for women, who was said to not even let mosquitoes into his dorm. He has a daughter? And she's so grown up? Gu Chongfeng was stiff. He looked down at the large pendant hanging on his leg. The little girl looked up, tears filling her eyes, looking pitiful, but her grip was surprisingly strong. He tried to move his leg, but surprisingly, he couldn't shake her off. Let go, Gu Chongfeng said angrily, gritting his teeth. Not letting go, Meng Yaya sniffed, her voice trembling with tears, but she was firm like a bandit. If you let go, you'll run away. My mom says men get corrupt when they have money, and once they become officials, they forget their original wives. Are you trying to cheat me? The meeting room instantly erupted in chaos. The officers below couldn't hide their expressions anymore. The gossip fire burned fiercely, even unable to be suppressed by Gu Yanwang's intimidating presence.
Gu.
Commander Gu, this. The chubby captain stammered, wanting to laugh but afraid to, his face turning red from holding it in. A vein on Gu Chongfeng's forehead throbbed. He bent down and grabbed Meng Yaya's collar with his big hand, trying to lift her like a little chick. But he used only 30% of his strength, and she didn't move. 50%, still no movement. This little girl looked small and thin, but she felt as heavy as a stone block. Who are you exactly? Gu Chongfeng narrowed his eyes, his tone now cautious and dangerous. This wasn't an ordinary child. An ordinary child would have already cried from fear. I am your daughter, Meng Yaya. Meng Yaya, fearless as a pig not afraid of boiling water, buried her face in his pants and rubbed her nose. If you don't acknowledge me, I'll cry in front of everyone and say you abandoned your wife and daughter, a reincarnation of Chinshimi. At this moment, the trembling figure outside the door finally stepped inside. Lin Wanru carried a broken basket on her back, clutching a wet piece of cloth in her hand, hesitating at the doorway. She looked at the room full of officers. The deep-seated inferiority in her made her want to turn and run immediately. But seeing her daughter clutching that man's leg tightly, she forced herself to stay. Gu Chongfeng straightened up, his gaze passing over everyone's heads and settling on the woman at the door. She was very thin, her face pale and yellow, clearly malnourished for a long time. Her cotton-padded coat was ragged, and her cloth shoes had holes in the front, exposing her toes. She looked so miserable, so timid.
But
those eyes. Gu Chongfeng's memory seemed to be swept clean by a hand. Years ago, before he changed his name and joined the army, in that distant Mingjia village, the arranged marriage his family forced on him, that little wife who bowed her head to sew his shoes the night before he left, saying nothing more. That night, the candle was dim. He remembered saying, I'm going to join the army. I might not come back. Don't wait for me. She didn't speak, only stubbornly pressed that pair of worn shoes into his bag. Later, he survived by a narrow margin. Because of a mission, he had to change his name and cut all ties with his hometown, only asking a trusted comrade to send money to his family. He hadn't returned for many years, and he thought she had already remarried.
Lin
Wanru, Gu Chongfeng's hesitant call of Lin Wanru was more shocking than the loud door kick earlier. The dozen or so military officers below looked at each other, wishing they could poke their eyes out or cut off their ears. Does Gu Yanwang, who can crush enemy skulls with his grip, really know this beggar-like woman? Why are you all just standing there? Gu Chongfeng snapped out of his shock, glancing at his nervous subordinates. He scowled and shouted, Today's battle review is over. Everyone get out. Yes, yes. Meeting adjourned. The boss still has family matters to handle. Let's go. Right, let's go. They hurriedly packed up their things, moving as if in a rush to gather. Every one of them looked back as they left, especially at Meng Yaya, filled with admiration. Daring to cling to Gu Yanwang's leg and even threaten him, she's definitely the top person in the entire military district. Only the three of them remained inside. Gu Chongfeng took a deep breath. After 3 years, the round, shy girl who used to bow her head while mending shoes looked very thin now. But she still looked timid. Come down. He reached out to pull Meng Yaya off his leg, trying to speak more gently. But this girl had incredible strength, holding on to him tightly. I'm not coming down. Meng Yaya buried her face in her well-made military pants, muttering, If I come down, you'll owe me. My mom is timid, but I'm not a 3-year-old. No, I am 3, but I can't be fooled. A vein twitched on Gu Chongfeng's forehead. This girl was quick-tongued, nothing like the shy Lin Wanru. I won't run. Gu Chongfeng sighed helplessly and bent down to forcibly peel her off. He placed the girl on the conference table in front of him. Meng Yaya sat on the red wooden table, her short legs swinging in the air. Gu Chongfeng turned to Lin Wanru, his brows furrowing tightly. When I left, you were already expecting a child. Lin Wanru's eyes filled with tears again. It happened the month you left. Brother Chang'e, no, Commander Gu, I didn't come to ask for anything. It's just that life at home has become too hard. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, she hurried to explain. I have proof. In a panic, Lin Wanru unbuttoned her worn cotton jacket. Gu Chongfeng instinctively turned his head away. From the inner layer of her clothes, She pulled out a small cloth pouch sewn shut with thread. With a tearing sound, the pouch came open. In her palm lay half of a broken jade pendant. The jade wasn't of high quality, slightly gray in color, shaped like two fish joined head to tail, but this half was only the head. "You gave this to me the night you left," Lin Wanru said, her hand trembling as she held it out. Gu Changfeng looked at the jade, and a memory flashed through his mind. Back then, he wasn't called Gu Changfeng yet. He was Meng Changhe, the eldest son of the Meng family, never favored by his stepmother. To take his younger brother's place in the army, he had been forced to marry first, so the family could have a descendant. On that night, under the glow of red candles, he and the young woman before him sat in silence. They only shared a cup of wedding wine secretly mixed with something by his stepmother, Wang Guifan. The next morning, he left to join the army. Before leaving, he broke the family's heirloom jade pendant in two, giving her one half. He told her that if she didn't want to wait for him, she could sell the jade and start a new life elsewhere. He never expected her to wait. Yet she had kept both the jade and their child, and had come all this way to find him. Gu Changfeng took the warm piece of jade from her hand. In front of the mother and daughter, he reached into his uniform collar and pulled out a black cord. Hanging from it was the other half of the jade, the tail of the fish.
Click.
The two pieces fit together perfectly in his palm, the break line invisible. Gu Changfeng held the jade tightly, then gently separated the halves again. He tucked his own piece back under his collar and carefully placed Lin Wanru's half into her hand. "Keep it safe," he said softly, his tone gentler than before. "He sends a monthly allowance back to his hometown. In the first year, it was 6 yuan. Later, after getting promoted, it increased to 45 yuan, plus various tickets. This was more than enough to support a big family. How could they be struggling to survive? Why did they look like they were fleeing from famine? But now is not the time to ask these questions. Dad, Meng Yaya spoke at the right moment, pointing to her flat stomach. We've made peace, caught up on old times.
Can we eat now?
Your daughter is starving. Gu Changfeng's usually cold face surprisingly cracked open a little, as if he wanted to smile, but forced himself to hold back.
Eat.
I'll take you to eat now, he reached out, wanting to pick up the child on the table. Halfway there, his hand froze. He had fought enemies, carried guns, and hoisted 200-pound sandbags, but he had never held such a soft little thing. What if he broke her? Seeing her clumsy, cheap father, Meng Yaya reached out her small hands and lunged forward, hanging around Gu Changfeng's neck. Let's go. Gu Changfeng stiffened all over and instinctively supported her little bottom. So light. Too light. This child was clearly 3 years old, but she was as light as a cat. When he held her thigh earlier, it felt heavy, probably because she was using some clever tricks. Now, holding her, it was all bones, pressing painfully against his arm. Suddenly, a surge of anger rose from his heart. How could the child be so thin with the small allowance sent home every month? What were the Meng family people doing? Let's go. Gu Changfeng supported his daughter with one hand, casually picked up the broken basket from the ground with the other, and glanced at Lin Wanru, who was still dazed. Follow me. As long as I'm here, no one in this big yard will let you go hungry. Lin Wanru looked at his tall figure, wiped her face fiercely with her sleeve, and hurried to catch up. The door of the meeting room was pushed open. The corridor was originally quiet. But the moment the door opened, countless figures stiffened instantly, then pretended to be busy with their own things. Gu Changfeng, expressionless, carried the little girl in a worn cotton-padded jacket, holding a broken basket, followed by a woman who looked like she was fleeing from famine, walking boldly into the noon sunlight. When Gu Changfeng passed by the chubby officer, he coldly said a few words. The chubby officer was holding a cloth and desperately cleaning a glass. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Well, it's just for the inspection." "Sir, are you going to the cafeteria?" "Yes." Gu Changfeng gently shook Meng Yaya, who looked very much like him, so her small face was fully visible to everyone. Then, he spoke in a deep voice loud enough for the whole corridor to hear. "My wife and daughter are here. Let them come in." Boom. If kicking the door was like thunder, then this sentence was like dropping an atomic bomb in the yard. The corridor fell silent, then everyone took a deep breath. Meng Yaya leaned on Gu Chongfeng's shoulder, looking at the surprised officers behind him, and a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Now everyone in the military district knew that Gu was taken. Her support, Meng Yaya, was finally established. "Dad, I want to eat meat. Enough for everyone." Hundreds of eyes looked straight at the door. Gu Chongfeng ignored them. He gently lifted Meng Yaya in his arms, then glanced back at Lin Wanru, who was shrinking back, afraid to enter. He frowned slightly and said, "Stay close." "Are you hungry?" Lin Wanru didn't dare lift her head under the gaze of so many men. She clutched her clothes tightly and tiptoed along the wall like a shy wife. But Meng Yaya didn't care about any of that. The smell of braised pork in the air was so tempting, it felt like a spell.
Dad, look.
"The window over there. There's meat." Meng Yaya pointed at the innermost window, saliva almost dripping onto Gu Chongfeng's uniform. Her clear, bright "Dad" echoed in the quiet cafeteria. Suddenly, a loud clatter. A platoon leader's lunchbox fell nearby, spilling braised eggplant everywhere. Gu Chongfeng's forehead twitched with veins. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, he strode toward the serving window. The cook was the old squad leader, chubby like a joyful Buddha. He was holding a large spoon, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg, staring blankly as Gu Chongfeng approached. "Commander," the old squad leader's spoon trembled. "What are you doing?" "Getting food," Gu Chongfeng said simply, placing Yaya on the windowsill. "I want meat." The fattest. Yaya clung to the window, tiptoeing, her big, bright eyes fixed on the braised pork in the steel container. She swallowed hard. "Grandpa, don't shake your hand. Give me more. I can eat a whole cow." Hearing her call him Grandpa made the old squad leader very happy. Seeing how thin she was, with her eye socket sunken, he felt a twinge of sadness. "All right, Grandpa will give you a full bowl," he said, flipping his wrist. The spoon seemed guided by a precise navigation system, avoiding all the potatoes and filling with shiny, trembling pork belly. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops, until the lunchbox was piled high and the lid couldn't close. "Is that your daughter?" the old squad leader whispered as he served Lin Wanru, gossiping softly. Gu Chongfeng took out a stack of meal tickets and money from his pocket, placing them on the windowsill.
"Yes."
"My own." A gasp sounded nearby. Now it was officially confirmed. Gu Chongfeng carried 2 overflowing lunchboxes and found a corner to sit down. Lin Wanru didn't dare to sit and stood awkwardly by the table, feeling helpless. "Sit down and eat," Gu Chongfeng said, pushing a pair of chopsticks into her hand. His tone was rough, but he pushed the most filled lunchbox in front of her. Lin Wanru looked at the overflowing braised pork, tears falling down her face and mixing into the rice. It's been 3 years, and she hasn't even smelled the scent of meat. At the Meng family, she mostly ate rice soup that could be seen with her eyes. "Why are you crying?" "You can eat meat and cry," Gu Chongfeng, feeling annoyed, scratched his head. He was most afraid of women crying. "Ignore her." "My mom is happy," Meng Yaya said, already starting to eat. She grabbed a piece of oily braised pork and put it in her mouth. It was tender and flavorful, melting in her mouth. The feeling of the fat bursting on her tongue made Meng Yaya squint happily, every cell in her body cheering. Gu Chongfeng watched the mother and daughter eat. One was crying while stuffing food into her mouth, the other was like a hungry tiger pouncing. The little girl had a small mouth and couldn't fit much at once. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, her face covered in oil, and she even licked her fingers. The soldiers around, who had been pretending to eat but secretly listening, felt a bit upset seeing this. How long had they been starving? A strange anger rose in Gu Chongfeng's heart. He ate special rations in the army, sending the allowance home every month, but his wife and child were starving like this? Those people in the Meng family. "Eat slowly, no one is fighting you." Gu Chongfeng opened his water bottle and handed it to her. "Drink some water. Don't choke." Meng Yaya took a big sip, then let out a loud burp. She poured the last bit of soup into her rice, mixed it well, and ate a few more bites. Satisfied, she patted her round belly. I'm alive again, manhwa sighed, leaning back in her chair. Her eyes regained that sharpness that didn't match her age. She looked around the cafeteria. Anyone who caught her gaze quickly looked away. Dad, why are all these uncles and older men looking at us? Manhwa asked loudly on purpose. Is it because I look too pretty and you like it? Suddenly, the commissar at the next table spat out the soup he had just drunk. Following Gu Changfeng? Pretty? This little girl really dares to say it. Is Gu Changfeng handsome? That's more like a fierce beast that can stop a child's crying at night. On Gu Changfeng's usually cold and distant face, a rare hint of helplessness appeared. He took out a handkerchief, intending to wipe Manhwa's mouth. But seeing her dirty face, and then looking at his clean handkerchief, he hesitated. Yaya grabbed his handkerchief and wiped her face carelessly, turning it into a greasy cloth. She then returned it to him and said, Thanks, Dad. This handkerchief is good quality. I'll patch it for my mom later. Gu Changfeng looked at the greasy cloth in his hand, his face darkening halfway, but he only snorted through his nose and said, Let's go, back to the dorm. He stood up, lifted Manhwa with one hand, and carried the torn basket with the other. Lin Wanru quickly picked up the remaining rice grains on the table and hurried to follow. The family of 3 left the dining hall. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that the tense atmosphere in the hall suddenly exploded. Oh my goodness. It's really her own child. That little look in her eyes is exactly like the leader's. That sister-in-law looks so pitiful. Didn't the leader say there was no one at home before? There must be something going on. I saw the leader's face just now. So fierce. Probably someone is going to have a bad day. Among the crowd, a woman officer dressed in civilian military uniform stared fixedly at the door, her chopsticks bent with tension. She was the head nurse at the hospital, secretly in love with Gu Changfeng for 2 years. Her overt and covert advances were all rejected. Now a rural wife appeared? At this moment, Gu Changfeng had no time to pay attention to these rumors. He led his mother and daughter across the playground to a row of red brick buildings behind the family compound. This was the cadre dormitory. Since he had been single all along, Gu Changfeng didn't apply for a standalone house in the family compound, but lived in this single dormitory. We're here. Gu Changfeng took out his keys and unlocked a green wooden door. Yaya jumped down from his arms and peeked inside, her heart suddenly sinking. The room was very clean but also very simple. There was a single bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. A military uniform hung on the wall, and the quilt was folded into a tofu block. There was no sign of any lively atmosphere, cold and hard, just like Gu Changfeng himself. Most importantly, there was only one bed. Yaya looked back at her anxious mother and then at her father standing stiffly at the door like a pillar. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. This is not a reunion. It clearly feels like the beginning of a chaotic scene. Gu Changfeng also seems to realize the problem. His Adam's apple moves as he points to the small single bed, only 1.2 meters wide. How are we sleeping tonight? The air in the room feels frozen. Gu Changfeng stands by the bed, looking at Manhwa, who is wide-eyed and watching the scene. This bed, Gu Changfeng begins, his voice a little hoarse. Dad, this bed isn't even as big as our millstone back in the village, Manhwa bluntly adds. Gu Changfeng chokes a bit but doesn't reply. He turns and walks to the desk, where 2 wooden chairs with fresh varnish sit. He picks up one chair with one hand and carries it to the empty space in the room, fitting it perfectly. You all sleep on the bed, Gu Changfeng points to the 2 chairs. I'll sleep here. That can't work, Lin Wanru quickly steps forward, then stops herself. You're the leader, and you have to lead soldiers into battle. Sleeping on a chair isn't right. I and Yaya will sleep on the floor. Just a straw mat is enough. She is used to sleeping on straw piles in the woodshed at Meng's house. The cement floor looks cleaner than Meng's Kong bed. This is an order. Gu Changfeng finishes speaking without waiting for the mother and daughter to react. He turns and picks up a basin and a hot water bottle from the corner. I'm going to fetch water. Take off your coats. The door clicks shut. Only the mother and daughter remain inside. Meng Yaya immediately switches from her soft and cute girl mode back to her post-apocalyptic boss mode. She walks around the room on her short legs. The dormitory is about 15 square meters. The walls are painted half green with a world map stuck on them. Red and blue pencils circle some locations. The window is an old-fashioned latch, and the glass is very clear. Meng Yaya tiptoes and tests the latch's tightness. If someone tried to pry it open from outside, it wouldn't last a second. But this is the core area of the military district compound. Unless the soldiers under her cheap dad rebel, no one can get in. Security level. Ay, Yaya, Lin Wanru softly calls her. Don't touch your dad's things. If you break something, he'll be angry. Lin Wanru is holding a cloth, trying to wipe the table, but she finds there's not even a speck of dust on it. She holds the cloth, looking a bit unnecessary. Mom, sit down and rest for a while. Meng Yaya climbed onto the hard bed and sat cross-legged. This sheet is as hard as iron, and you're not afraid of hurting your hand. Lin Wanru smiled bitterly. Her hands were already full of calluses and frostbite, so she wasn't afraid of the iron sheet. Just then, the door opened. Gu Chongfeng carried a large basin of steaming water into the room. The basin was a yellow military-issued one, with red double happiness symbols on it. The edges were chipped, revealing the black iron underneath. He placed the basin on the ground, and the steam made the cold, lonely dorm room feel a little warmer. Come here, wash your face, Gu Chongfeng said, soaking a towel in water, wringing it out until it was half dry, and handing it to Lin Wanru. The towel was rough and a little prickly, but when the warm steam hit her face, Lin Wanru's eyes welled up with tears. In the past, at Meng's house, she had to fetch water from a well 2 miles away. In winter, the water froze, and to save firewood, her mother-in-law, Wang Guifan, never allowed them to heat water for washing. This was the first time in 3 years she had used such hot water. She hurriedly took the towel, wiped her face and hands carelessly, and was about to return it. Gu Chongfeng didn't take it back. He nodded at Meng Yaya. Wipe the child's face too. Lin Wanru quickly squatted down, carefully wiping Meng Yaya's face and hands. The hot towel touched Meng Yaya's muddy little hands, revealing the soft, fair skin underneath. But her wrists were so thin, like reed stalks, that a little force could break them. Gu Chongfeng stood nearby, watching her thin wrists, his brow furrowing into a knot. How had they managed to survive these 3 years? After washing up, they poured out the water. The lights went out. The night in the military district was very quiet, only the occasional sound of patrol footsteps in the distance. Moonlight seeped through the curtains, casting a bright white strip on the cement floor. Lin Wanru and Meng Yaya lay on the bed. The bedding carried a smell of soap and the dry scent after sun-drying, an aroma unique to Gu Chongfeng. Meng Yaya was sandwiched in the middle and turned over. The bed was indeed hard, but it was 1,000 times better than the ruins of the end times. On the empty space beside the bed, Gu Chongfeng lay in his clothes on 2 joined chairs. The chairs were too short, so his long legs could only rest on the crossbeam of the desk, making his posture look very awkward. But he remained still, breathing slowly, as if he had already fallen asleep. Meng Yaya knew he was not asleep. As a person with special abilities, her hearing was very sharp. She could hear that Gu Chongfeng's heartbeat was a little fast, and his breathing was deliberately suppressed. Most importantly, gurgle, a very faint sound, but in the quiet night, it was especially clear. Meng Yaya opened her eyes and stared at the dark ceiling. That cheap dad had, at noon, taken almost all of his own food and put it into their mother and daughter's lunchboxes. He only drank a few sips of oily vegetable soup. All afternoon he had been in meetings and giving reports. Now he was probably very tired. Gu Chongfeng moved awkwardly in the dark, trying to turn over to hide the sound of his stomach growling. But the chairs squeaked loudly, sounding very harsh in the quiet room. Lin Wanru on the bed held her breath, clearly startled awake. Or maybe she hadn't slept at all, but she dared not make a sound. Meng Yaya sighed silently. This family, Dad cares about face and suffers for it. Mom is timid and afraid of trouble. It seemed that without her, manhwa, this family really needed to fall apart. She touched her thin little belly. Although she ate a lot of braised pork at noon, her 3-year-old body was often malnourished, like a bottomless pit. After a little digestion, she felt empty again. Dad. In the dark, her small voice suddenly sounded. Gu Changfeng stiffened on the chair. What is it? Did you have a nightmare? I'm hungry, manhwa said confidently. Gu Changfeng was silent for 2 seconds. Hold on. His voice was a little helpless. The cafeteria is already closed. Old Wong from the kitchen is probably snoring now. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to eat meat buns. I can't wait. Manhwa sat up, the blanket slipping off, revealing her messy, soft hair. I'm still growing. If I get too hungry, what if I turn out as dark as you? Gu Changfeng. This kid never said a nice word. He sighed and lowered his long legs from the table beam. Wait a moment. Gu Changfeng stood up in the dark, opened a drawer, and after rummaging through a pile of documents, he took out a hard, compacted biscuit that could crush walnuts. This is all I have, army rations. Chewing it is tough. I'll get you a glass of water to soak it in. Just as he turned to get the hot water bottle, a small hand grabbed his sleeve. That's not tasty. I have something delicious, the child said. Gu Changfeng looked down at the small hand pulling his sleeve and then at the worn, army green small bag hanging on manhwa's back. The bag was small and squishy, probably only big enough to hold 2 stones. Something tasty? Gu Changfeng frowned slightly, putting the compressed biscuit back into the drawer. Does your mom have wild vegetable buns in her basket? He had eaten those tough, stone-like wild vegetable buns mixed with bran before. Not wild vegetables, manhwa said dismissively, pouting. She let go of Gu Changfeng's sleeve and moved the small bag, which was about the size of her palm, to the front. Lin Wanru watched nervously from beside them. She knew her daughter's bag could produce things like magic tricks, but if it was exposed in front of Commander Gu, it would be a disaster. Dad, can I borrow a match? Manhwa ignored her mother's nervousness and reached into the bag with her chubby little hands. Gu Changfeng watched her move, thinking that such a small bag could only hold a few things, maybe a bird's egg. Suddenly, Gu Changfeng's usually calm and steady eyes widened sharply. A plump wild chicken, completely plucked and with its internal organs removed, was pulled out of manhwa's small bag with a forceful tug. Because the opening was so small, there was a pop sound as it was pulled out. The chicken's flesh was bright red, with a strange hint of fresh blood, looking nothing like it had been kept in the bag for days. This. Gu Changfeng pointed at the chicken, which was a size larger than the bag, and stammered in surprise. Where did this come from? On the way through Daxinganling, it ran into a tree by itself, manhwa said calmly, stuffing the dead chicken into Gu Changfeng's arms. I thought it was a pity, so I used Grandpa Sun's method to clean it. I haven't eaten it yet, and I was thinking of bringing it to you to help replenish. Gu Changfeng held the chicken and looked again at the small bag, which had deflated. Does physics no longer exist? Can this small bag hold so much? And from Daxinganling to here, traveling by train for several days, the chicken still doesn't smell bad? Dad, you need to stop giving that look. Manhwa sat on the bed with her legs crossed, talking seriously and nonsense. Grandpa Sun said this is his family's secret freshness lock method, using herbs to smoke the meat so it doesn't spoil for half a month. If you don't eat it soon, it might lay eggs in my bag. Gu Changfeng didn't reply. He also came from the countryside and knew some old Chinese doctors had such methods. But the timing of this girl's story was too perfect. He didn't ask further. His detective instinct told him that this girl had secrets. But his fatherly instinct told him she was genuine and harmless. This smell is too strong. I can't cook in the dorm, Gu Changfeng said, picking up the chicken and smelling it. It only had a faint herbal scent, no rotten smell. So what do I do? Just eat it raw? Manhwa touched her stomach, which was growling, and looked disappointed. Gu Changfeng turned around and pulled out a locked wooden box from under the bed. When he opened it, there was a simple kerosene stove and a small aluminum pot about the size of a palm. This was his outdoor training gear. Close the curtains tightly, Gu Changfeng ordered Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru quickly got off the bed and pulled the green curtains shut so tightly that not a single gap was left. As the kerosene stove made a sizzle sound and the blue flames flickered, Gu Changfeng took out a military dagger from his waist. The blade was sharp and shiny. He didn't use a cutting board, just grabbed the chicken and sliced it quickly. Swish, swish, swish. The chicken was cut into even small pieces and dropped directly into the aluminum pot. No ginger, garlic, or scallions, only water. Gu Changfeng thought for a moment, then carefully took a small pinch of salt from the metal box in the drawer and added it to the water. The water boiled. A rich, overpowering aroma of meat filled the small, enclosed dorm room. Lin Wanru sniffed hard, tears almost coming to her eyes. The smell was even more tempting than the braised pork at lunch. Dad, I want to come see too. Manhwa climbed down from the bed and squatted by the kerosene stove, her face glowing red in the firelight. Gu Changfeng looked at the two small heads close to the pot. That empty feeling in his heart suddenly filled with warmth from this pot of chicken soup. Half an hour later, the chicken was cooked. Gu Changfeng took out a slightly chipped enamel bowl, filled it with the hot chicken and broth, and handed it to Lin Wanru. You eat first. Lin Wanru hurriedly waved her hand. No, give it to ya. I'm not hungry. Since it's for you, just take it, Gu Changfeng said, forcefully handing her the jar. His fingertips brushed her rough hand back, and his tone softened a little. If your body is weak, how can you raise the children? Then he took his own lunchbox lid, scooped some meat, and handed it to Manhwa. It's a bit hot, blow on it. In the pot, there was still half of the meat and soup left. Gu Changfeng didn't move. He directly carried the pot to the desk. Save this half for tomorrow morning. Finish eating and then go to bed early. Manhwa held the lid of her lunchbox and took a bite of chicken. The mutant wild chicken raised in the space had firm, chewy meat with a special energy. One bite warmed her body, spreading a warm flow down her throat, easing her fatigue from days of travel. She looked at Gu Changfeng, sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, resting. This cheap dad would rather go hungry himself than leave the good food for them. While chewing the chicken, Manhwa's eyes turned. She scooped a big piece of chicken breast with a small spoon, then tiptoed over to Gu Changfeng. Dad, open your mouth. Gu Changfeng opened his eyes and looked at the meat offered to his mouth. I'm not hungry. If you don't eat, I'll flip this pot over, Manhwa threatened in a soft, childish voice. I mean what I say. Anyway, I'm the bandit boss. I don't care about wasting food. Gu Changfeng looked at his daughter's determined stance as if saying, if you don't eat, I'll die with you, and helplessly opened his mouth, biting the piece of meat. Smells so good. Even better than canned rations. That night, the smell of chicken soup filled the dorm. Lin Wanru and Manhwa squeezed onto a single bed and fell asleep. Gu Changfeng still slept on the two chairs pushed together. But this time, he didn't have insomnia. He even started snoring softly. The next morning, before the wake-up call, Gu Changfeng was already awake. His biological clock had been trained over many years. He moved, and the chair made a slight noise. On the bed, a pair of bright black eyes immediately opened. Manhwa wasn't dead asleep either. Her alertness from surviving the end times kept her slightly awake in any environment. The father and daughter looked at each other through the dim light. Gu Changfeng got up and warmed the leftover half-pot of cold chicken soup from last night. The three of them soaked the compressed biscuit in chicken soup and shared it for breakfast. Although the taste was strange, in that time, it was considered a top-quality breakfast. After eating, Gu Changfeng fastened the top button of his military uniform and adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. He returned to his usual cold-faced officer look. Today I have 2 meetings, Gu Changfeng said as he straightened his hat and turned to look at Lin Wanru, who was helping Yaya put on her shoes. Stay in the dormitory and don't go anywhere. I'll have someone bring lunch. Wait a minute. Manhwa jumped off the bed and blocked the door. She crossed her arms and looked up at the man who was much taller than her. Dad, did you forget something? Gu Changfeng looked down. What? What's my mom's status now? I don't even have a household registration, manhwa pointed outside. We are living together illegally.
No, a no seráis residence.
If someone reports us, will you still be a good officer? Gu Chongfeng was stunned. He hadn't thought about this in detail before. Also, manhwa wagged a finger. I heard from Grandpa's son that if the military's discipline isn't good, people get confined. Did you and my mom get married officially or not? Back then, it was arranged marriage, just a ceremony at home, without going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Chongfeng's face changed. This was indeed a big problem. Many eyes in the compound were watching him. Yesterday's incident made the entire military district aware that he had a wife and daughter. If it was found out that their paperwork was incomplete, it could be used against him by political enemies. I know you two don't have feelings for each other, manhwa said, looking at Gu Chongfeng's stiff face and then at Lin Wanru, who was lowering her head and not speaking. She, directly, made the decision for both of them. Feelings can develop over time, but this marriage must be registered now. Otherwise, I'll be an illegal resident, unable to send Yaya to kindergarten or receive public benefits. With a small wave of her hand, she pointed at the calendar on the wall like a little adult.
Today.
Let's have a family meeting and settle this. Gu Chongfeng stood in front of the desk, a tall man over 1.80 meters, but at this moment, he strangely felt the ceiling was a bit low, pressing down and making it hard to breathe. Lin Wanru curled up at the foot of the bed, clutching her clothes with both hands, her head lowered so much that her face almost buried in her knees. Dad, sit. Manhwa pointed to the chair with a jar. Gu Chongfeng pulled over the chair and sat down straight, military posture, hands on his knees, with a frown that looked like a mountain range. Illegal residence? Don't use such words loosely. Loosely, manhwa sneered, throwing the jar onto the bed. Let me ask you, do you have a marriage certificate with my mom? A red book with a stamp. Gu Chongfeng's throat moved.
It was urgent at the time.
We had a wedding banquet and then left. The village all recognized it. Recognition by the village is useless. Manhwa interrupted him directly. This is a military area, following national law. No certificate. My mom is your illegal cohabitant, and I am a black household. If we step out of this door, the patrol team can arrest us and even strip you of your uniform. Gu Chongfeng's face darkened. He knew she was right. Military discipline was strict, and conduct issues were a red line. Although they were in a de facto marriage, incomplete paperwork was a serious flaw. Lin Wanru trembled, hurriedly raised her head, her voice trembling with tears. Changha. No, Commander, I don't want to trouble you. If it will get you out of the military, I'll leave now with Yaya and go back to the village. Shut up. No, both voices sounded at the same time. Gu Chongfeng and manhwa looked at each other. Manhwa rolled her eyes, pointing at Lin Wanru. Mom, can you be a little more responsible? Going back to the village? That old witch will sell me to a fool, or chew your bones into powder. Lin Wanru's face turned pale, silent. Manhwa turned her head and stared at Gu Chongfeng. Dad, you're the commander. You understand policies. No household registration means no grain book. No grain book means no quota. Are you planning to let my mom drink Northwest Wind in the military area, or do you plan to share your ration with us and then starve yourself on the training ground? This question was very realistic and sharp. Gu Chongfeng looked at the child, who was so thin she was almost just bones, then at the woman beside her, timid and seemingly ready to sacrifice herself at any moment. This was his wife and daughter. He fought desperately on the front lines, defending the country, but he couldn't even give them a full meal or a legal identity. I really have no feelings for your mother, Gu Chongfeng honestly said, his voice a bit dry. He is straightforward and doesn't lie or deceive. Lin Wanru heard this, and her shoulders sank even more. What are feelings worth? Can they fill your stomach? Manhwa scoffed disdainfully. What we need is a way to survive. You need a wife to shut others up, and we need a long-term meal ticket. This is a win-win deal. Gu Chongfeng was choked by the word, deal, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Why does this girl sound like a bandit? Besides, Manhwa's tone shifted, and her bright eyes flashed with a hint of cleverness. Feelings can grow slowly. Look at my mom. She's pretty, obedient, and even makes shoes for you. Where can you find such a good wife? If you don't take responsibility, I'll go to the political department and cry, saying you're a bad man who abandoned his wife and daughter. Let's see how you keep your position, a clear threat. A straightforward threat. Gu Changfeng looked at his mischievous daughter and suddenly felt a bit itchy in his hands, wanting to hit someone. But deep inside, a strange emotion arose. This girl was fighting for her mother's life. There's no need to go to the political department. Gu Changfeng suddenly stood up, causing the chair to scrape loudly on the cement floor. He went to the wash basin, put on his hat properly, then strode to the wardrobe, opened the locked drawer, and took out the household register and military officer ID. Let's go now. Gu Changfeng put the documents in his pocket and looked at Lin Wanru. Bring your ID and the village introduction letter. Come with me. Lin Wanru was stunned, sitting on the bed without moving.
Go.
Where? To register the marriage and get the certificate, Gu Changfeng said simply. Lin Wanru was panicked, nervously waving her hands. No need to rush. Brother Changha, if you don't want to, you don't have to force yourself. Stop the nonsense. Gu Changfeng took 2 steps forward, grabbed Lin Wanru's wrist with enough force to leave no room for refusal. He could feel how thin her wrist was, full of sharp bones. You are my soldier, and I am your commander. Gu Changfeng looked into her eyes, his tone firm but stern. This is an order. Carry it out. Lin Wanru was stunned by a shout, instinctively straightening her body. Yes, Meng Yaya watched happily from the side. She jumped down from the bed and shoved a prepared introduction letter into Lin Wanru's hand. Mom, follow me. This is our marriage contract. No, our long-term meal ticket. The 3 of them left the dormitory building. The morning sun was just right, and the loud march music was playing on the loudspeakers in the courtyard. Gu Changfeng walked ahead, taking big steps. Lin Wanru jogged behind him, head lowered, looking shy and a little scared. Meng Yaya, with her short legs, followed at the back like a supervisor. As they stepped out of the main gate of the residential area, a woman in a fitted military uniform approached. This woman had shiny, well-groomed hair and carried a folder. She walked with a sway, like a water snake. It was Zhao Fong, the head nurse from the sanitation team, the same person who bent her chopsticks in the cafeteria yesterday. Zhao Fong saw Gu Changfeng from afar. Her smile hadn't fully formed yet, but her eyes immediately focused on Lin Wanru behind him. Lin Wanru wore a patched-up, worn-out padded jacket and looked very plain and unworldly, out of place in the neat, serious military district. Hey, Commander Gu. Zhao Fong deliberately blocked the way, her voice sharp. Where are you going? Who's this behind you? Your housekeeper? How can she come into the base dressed like that? Don't you care about our military's image? Gu Changfeng paused, his face turning cold instantly. Lin Wanru shrank back behind Gu Changfeng, trembling even more, lowering her head. She hated being looked down on by city people like needles stabbing her. Get out of the way, Gu Changfeng said coldly. Zhao Fong was hit by his icy attitude. Her face showed some embarrassment, but she forced a smile. Sir, I mean well. Recently, there's a strict check on outsiders. If this country girl has no proper documents, she is my wife, Gu Changfeng interrupted her directly. Zhao Fong's fake smile froze. It was like being slapped hard. Wife? How is that possible? Aren't you single, Commander Gu? Used to be, but not anymore, Gu Changfeng said lazily, pulling Lin Wanru's arm and bringing her close. He looked protective. We're going to get our marriage certificate now. If you have nothing else to say, don't block the way. After speaking, Gu Changfeng pulled Lin Wanru to go around her. Meng Yaya followed behind and stopped when passing by Zhao Fong. She looked up at the woman with a twisted, jealous expression, then smiled innocently and said in a childish voice, Andy, your makeup is too thick. It cracks when you smile. Also, my dad has good eyes and doesn't like this kind of skeleton. After saying that, Meng Yaya made a funny face and happily ran after them, ignoring everyone else. Zhao Fong stood there, trembling with anger, her folder squeaking as she clenched it tightly. Getting a marriage license? Maybe not even that easy. She thought bitterly as she watched the three walk away, then turned and hurried to the political office. The small building of the political department is on the east side of the government compound, covered in yellowing climbing ivy on its red brick walls. Gu Changfeng walked quickly, and Lin Wanru had to jog to keep up. Her face, which had turned pale from being frightened by Zhao Feng earlier, now flushed with exertion. Meng Yaya happily followed behind, holding a small stone she had picked up on the way, humming a little tune. Zhao Feng was probably hiding somewhere, biting her handkerchief in anger. Report. Gu Changfeng stopped in front of a dark brown wooden door, his voice loud. Come in, came a strong but slightly old voice from inside. The door was pushed open. Inside, an old man with white hair sat behind a desk, blowing tea leaves from a porcelain cup. He was Zheng Wuqiang, the veteran political commissar of the military district, who had introduced Gu Changfeng to join the army. Zheng Wuqiang looked up and saw Gu Changfeng's cold face. He was about to joke about yesterday's meeting when his gaze fell on the patched woman and child behind him. That. Zheng Wuqiang put down his teacup, eyes wide like bells. Changfeng, this is Lin Wanru, my wife. Gu Changfeng pulled her forward without any preamble. Here to report our marriage and handle the paperwork. Lin Wanru was nervous, clutching her clothes tightly and not daring to lift her head. She just mumbled softly, hello, sir. Zheng Wuqiang walked around the desk, circling the three of them, then crouched down in front of Meng Yaya. She looks just like you. Zheng Wuqiang patted his thigh and said, your little face looks just like when you were a kid, but you're too thin. Meng Yaya confidently stretched out her small hand and said, hello, Grandpa.
I'm Meng Yaya.
My dad said that from now on, you'll take care of us. If anyone bullies us or our mother, just come to complain to you. Gu Changfeng's mouth twitched. When did he say that? Zheng Wuqiang laughed loudly and took a big white rabbit candy from his pocket, putting it into Meng Yaya's bag. All right. Grandpa will support you. After laughing, Zheng Wuqiang straightened up and looked a bit more serious. Changfeng, there's no problem with redoing the paperwork. But we need to follow the proper process and verify your identity, especially since it's a military marriage. We have the introduction letter and ID proof, Gu Changfeng replied. He took out a crumpled stack of papers from his pocket and placed them on the table. She was married for Meng's family in Hehe village, and we had a formal wedding that year. Because I joined the army, I couldn't go to the county to get the marriage certificate. Later, I went to war and lost contact. That's why this has been delayed until now. Gu Changfeng spoke lightly, but every word sounded heavy like stones hitting the ground. Zheng Wuqiang sighed and looked at the introduction letter from the village. The red stamp was from Sun Shoujing, and it was definitely authentic. It was supposed to be verified with the local police station. Zheng Wuqiang hesitated. Why verify, Grandpa? Meng Yaya, peeling a candy, mumbled with her mouth full. If they verify again, I might be sold as a wife to the fool from the next village. My grandma, that old woman, beat my mom almost to death over 50 yuan bride price. If I hadn't run fast, you wouldn't see this big grandson now. The little girl spoke calmly, as if talking about someone else's matter. Hearing this, Zheng Wuqiang's beard trembled, and he suddenly slammed the table.
Nonsense.
It's been many years since the founding of the country, and there are still such evil practices of human trafficking. I'll sign this. Special approval. He took a pen and signed his name heavily on the marriage application form, with force. Take this document, go to the photo studio next door to take pictures, then go to the civil affairs department to get the marriage certificate. Zheng Wuqiang handed the document to Gu Changfeng. From now on, she is your legal wife. Anyone who talks nonsense, I will deal with them. The photo studio was on the second floor next door. The photographer was a young man wearing thick glasses, fiddling with an old-fashioned Seagull twin-lens camera.
Seat.
Get closer, the young man directed. The background is a red cloth. Gu Changfeng and Lin Wanru sit on a long bench. The space between them is wide enough to fit a cow. Gu Changfeng sits straight, hands on his knees, looking like a spear. His face is expressionless, and he gives off a cold aura that keeps others at a distance. Lin Wanru shrinks her shoulders, almost half of her body hanging in the air, as if she might fall if Gu Changfeng moves slightly. Mr. Smile, please smile. Ms., please move closer to the center, a young person behind the camera says with a helpless look. This is a family photo, not an interrogation. Gu Changfeng forces a stiff smile. Worse than crying. Lin Wanra dares not move at all. Such a fuss. Meng Yaya sighs, chews and swallows the last piece of milk candy. She throws her small bag on the ground and rolls up her sleeves, rushing forward. She climbs onto the bench. Mom, come over a bit. Meng Yaya reaches out her small hand, pushing Lin Wanru's waist. Lin Wanru quickly shifts closer to the middle, worried her daughter might fall. Dad, do you have a thorn on your shoulder? Meng Yaya turns to look at Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng lowers his head. No. Then why are you so far from my mom? Are you afraid she'll bite you? Meng Yaya grabs Gu Changfeng's strong arm and pulls hard. Come here. Gu Changfeng feels a strong force and involuntarily leans to the side, his shoulder bumping into Lin Wanru's. Their shoulders press tightly together. Gu Changfeng can smell a faint soap scent on Lin Wanru, left by the soap he used last night to wash clothes. His body tenses up instantly, but, surprisingly, he doesn't move away. That's right. Meng Yaya nods with satisfaction, then plops down in the gap between their legs, wrapping her small arms around each of them. Uncles smile. We want a family photo. Okay. Look at the camera. The young person takes the chance, pressing the shutter button.
Click.
The flash goes off. The picture freezes. In the photo, the man still has a cold face but leans slightly inward, a protective gesture. The woman, shy and looking down, wears a gentle, reassuring smile. The little child in the middle laughs brightly, with two dimples full of mischief and pride. Half an hour later, 2 certificates with red double happiness symbols, handwritten names and dates, and black and white photos, freshly issued. They're stamped with bright red official seals. Lin Wanra holds the thin paper, repeatedly rubbing her fingertips over the seal until her fingers feel warm. This is not just a piece of paper. It is her protective charm from the military district, a guarantee that she and her daughter will no longer have to move around constantly. Keep it safe. Gu Changfeng folds his certificate and puts it into his shirt pocket, pressing it against his chest. Take it with you when you go out. Show it to anyone who asks. Okay. Lin Wanra nods heavily, carefully slipping the certificate into the medical notebook given by Sun Shojin. When they step out of the office building, the sun is already high in the sky. More people are in the courtyard. Lunchtime has arrived. Gu Changfeng glances at his watch, but does not take them back to the single dormitory. Instead, he turns and walks in another direction. Dad, where are we going? Meng Yaya, with her short legs, catches up. Are we going to the cafeteria to grab some braised pork? To the logistics department, Gu Changfeng replies without looking back. To get the keys. Keys? Can't stay in the single dormitory. Gu Changfeng's voice is calm, but his steps are noticeably lighter. I have a rank, so I can get a small house with a private yard. Since we've got the certificate, we're moving in today. Yaya's eyes light up. A private yard? That means she can plant some vegetables. The mutated tomatoes and cucumbers in the space can finally be taken out and eaten. Let's go. Moving day. Yaya excitedly pushes Lin Wanru. Mom, we'll have a big house now. As the three reach the logistics department's gate, they hear a sharp argument coming from inside. I want that house. I'm a key member of the health team. Why shouldn't I get it? That voice sounds familiar. Yaya stops, tilts her head to listen. Then a mischievous smile appears on her face. What a small world. Isn't that the white-boned spirit, Zhao Fong, who was just chased away by her? Looks like that house isn't so easy to get either. Let's go. Gu Changfeng clearly recognizes the voice, his face darkening. He strides into the logistics department. I want to see. Who dares to take my house? The red gate of the logistics department was wide open. Zhao Fong's sharp voice was like a saw, making people's heads ache. That house has been empty for half a year. Why won't they give it to me? I am the head nurse of the health team. I haven't married for the revolution. Shouldn't the organization take care of the housing for single officers? The old officer in charge of assigning houses looked troubled. He pushed up his reading glasses and said, Officer Zhao, that house in number 6 yard is for family members of senior officers. According to the rules, single officers can only live in shared dormitories.
Rules are dead. People are alive.
Zhao Fong slammed her folder onto the table loudly, causing the teapot lid to jump. Commander Gu isn't married either, right? He also has a spot. Since he doesn't live there, what's wrong with me using it? A large hand suddenly reached out and placed a set of brass keys on the table with a dull sound. Who says I don't care? Gu Chongfeng's face was cold. His tall figure blocked the light at the door, casting a shadow over Zhao Fong. Startled by his sudden presence, Zhao Fong turned to look at Gu Chongfeng. Before she could smile, her gaze fell on Lin Wanru, who was holding the child behind him. Her patched clothes looked especially glaring in the green military uniform of the logistics department. Commander Gu, Zhao Fong forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes, her nails scratching the folder with a grating sound. What are you doing? Bringing a nanny to get the keys? That's not proper. The family housing isn't a shelter. Gu Chongfeng ignored her. He took out the marriage certificate from his coat pocket, still warm, and laid it flat on the old officer's desk.
Procedures are done.
I want to move into number 6 yard now. The red stamp, black and white photo, and official seal were clearly visible in the sunlight. The old officer's eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the marriage certificate and looked at it, then burst into laughter.
Great.
Chongfeng, your personal issue is finally solved. We've kept number 6 yard for you. I was worried it would get moldy, and I was just thinking about opening the windows for ventilation. He then swiftly pulled out a set of keys tied with a red string from his drawer and handed them to Gu Chongfeng with both hands. Zhao Fong stood nearby, her face alternating between red and white, as if she had been slapped in front of everyone. She stared fixedly at the marriage certificate, her eyes nearly popping out. How could this be? This plain-looking rural woman, why does she have the right to register a marriage with Gu Chongfeng? Why can she live in the best single-family house in the entire military district? Wait a minute. Zhao Fong was anxious, stepping forward to block the counter. Old Li, this isn't proper.
Has she
passed the political review? What if enemy spies sneak in? This house can't be given away. Gu Chongfeng clenched the key in his hand, the sharp metal edges pressing against his palm. He took a step forward, his military boots making a loud, intimidating sound on the floor. My soldiers, my family members, I guarantee. Gu Chongfeng looked down at Zhao Fong. If Officer Zhao thinks there's a problem, she can report me directly to the security department. But before that, please move aside. Zhao Fong shivered from the cold tone, but her feet seemed rooted to the ground, refusing to move. If she stepped aside now, how could she stay in the health unit? Everyone knew she had been eyeing Gu Chongfeng for years, but a rural woman had cut her off and even taken the house. Commander Gu, you shouldn't say things like that. Auntie, a soft yet clear voice interrupted. Meng Yaya poked her head out from beside Gu Chongfeng's leg, peeling the last white rabbit candy, tilting her head with an innocent look. Are you having an early menopause? Zhao Fong was stunned. What? Grandpa Sun said that if an old woman can't get married, her hormones will go out of balance, and she'll be jealous of others' happiness. Meng Yaya crumpled the candy wrapper and accurately tossed it into the trash 2 meters away. My parents already got their marriage certificate. They're legally married. You, an outsider, insist on barging into a married man's home. What's that called? That's a problem with your mindset. You'll end up with a broken shoe parade, she said. A few young soldiers in the logistics department almost couldn't hold back their laughter after hearing this. Zhao Fong's face instantly turned dark red, and her finger trembled as she pointed at Meng Yaya. You uneducated wild girl. Whether I'm educated or not isn't up to you. Meng Yaya's smile disappeared, and her black and white eyes looked at her coldly. But I know, a good dog doesn't block the way. This house now belongs to Gu, and also Meng. If you don't move aside, I'll call the police for hooliganism, she threatened. Hooligan? Zhao Fong's face twisted with anger. Yes, coveting a married leader and disrupting military marriage. What else would you call a female hooligan? Meng Yaya asked sweetly. The whispers around grew louder. Over the past few years, Zhao Fong, relying on her seniority in the office compound, often bullied newcomers. Everyone was tired of it. "Step aside, Officer Zhao. Don't make things worse for yourself," the senior officer said sternly, starting to chase her away. Zhao Fong clenched her teeth, stomped her foot hard, bumped into Lin Wanru's shoulder, and stormed out angrily. "Let's go." Gu Changfeng put away the marriage certificate without looking at her back, took Lin Wanru's hand, and with his other hand, grabbed Meng Yaya by the back of her collar, lifting her over the threshold like a little chick. "Let's go home." Number 6 courtyard is in the easternmost part of the residential area, backed by a small forest, quiet and peaceful. The small 2-story brick and gray tile house, though a bit old, still looks impressive. Meng Yaya was most happy about the large yard, over 100 square meters. Because no one had lived there for a long time, the yard was overgrown with tall weeds. Gu Changfeng used his key to pry open the rusty iron lock and pushed open the peeling wooden door. Creak! A wave of dust hit him. "It's a bit dirty," Gu Changfeng frowned, placing his bag on the steps. "You guys wait outside. I'll go in and tidy up." "Dad, this yard is amazing." Meng Yaya, like a lively monkey, dashed straight into the weeds. She squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and squeezed it. The black earth was rich and fertile. If she planted the modified potatoes and corn she collected during the end times, the yield from this yard would be enough to feed half a group. The weeds need pulling, and the ground needs turning over. Meng Yaya stood up, eyes shining, pointing around. "We can plant scallions here, garlic there, and build a cucumber trellis under the wall." "Dad, can you build a trellis?" Gu Changfeng looked at the overgrown yard. At first, he thought it was a problem, but hearing his daughter's chatter, a little green sprout seemed to emerge in the barren place. "I can." Gu Changfeng rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong arms. "As long as you want to plant, I'll build it for you." Lin Wanru stood at the door, watching the small house and her daughter planning her future among the weeds. Her eyes welled up with tears. Is this what a home feels like? No need to worry about her mother-in-law's attitude, no fear of being sold, just a house with walls to block the wind and tiles to shield from rain. "Don't just stand there." Gu Changfeng turned back, looked at her, and though his voice was still firm, it carried a touch of warmth. "Come in. From now on, you will be the lady of this place." This sentence was like a guiding anchor, calming all of Lin Wanru's worries. She took a deep breath, stepped over the threshold, and picked up the broken broom behind the door. "I can work too. I will clean this place." All afternoon, the yard of number 6 was bustling with activity. Gu Changfeng showed impressive energy. He borrowed shovels and sickles from the logistics department, and in less than 2 hours, cleared all the weeds from the yard. He also fixed the loose window frames. Lin Wanru used a cloth and water bucket to wipe the tables and chairs inside until they shone. She worked carefully, even cleaning the dust out of the floor cracks. Meng Yaya was not idle either. She waddled around the yard, inspecting, but secretly planting some seeds in the corners. However, she also found a row of fresh footprints near the dog hole in the wall. The footprints were small, probably a woman's, with deep shoe patterns, like those of traditional cloth shoes with layered soles. Meng Yaya squinted. The yard had been empty for half a year. How could there be new footprints? Unless someone had been watching here all along. Meng Yaya crouched in the corner, staring at the shoe prints. The prints were deeper at the front and shallower at the back, clearly made by someone tiptoeing. This posture suggested either a thief or a spy. "Yaya, stop playing with mud and come help Mom wipe this cloth," Lin Wanru called from inside, holding an old cloth whose original color was hard to tell, struggling to clean the old dust from the window frame. Meng Yaya brushed the dirt off her hands and stood up. Her dark eyes swept the neighboring wall, her lips pressed tightly. Just then, the newly repaired wooden door was pushed open from outside. "Oh, so this is the 6th yard assigned to Commander Gu? Look at all this overgrown grass. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a broken temple." Before seeing anyone, her voice was sharp, with a sour smell like vinegar. 3 or 4 women, dressed in floral shirts and fine cloth trousers, entered. The leader had fashionable small curls and was munching sunflower seeds, spitting the shells everywhere. Zhao Feng was not inside, but Meng Yaya dared to guarantee with her head that this group of people was definitely a sightseeing tour called by Zhao Feng's loudspeaker. Lin Wanru heard the noise, nervously put down the cloth, and rubbed her hands on her clothes. She forced a polite smile and said, "Sisters-in-law,
Please come in."
the house isn't tidied up yet, it's a mess." Sisters-in-law. The woman with curly hair curled her lips but didn't reply. Instead, she looked around the yard like a health inspector, hands behind her back, circling once. Finally, she stopped in front of Lin Wanru and looked her up and down. Her gaze was as sharp as looking at a plucked wild chicken. "Officer Zhao said that old Gu brought a wife from the countryside. I thought she was a fairy," said the woman with curly hair, named Zuyen, who was the wife of the deputy battalion commander next door. She was known for being well-informed and talkative in the big yard. She pointed a finger at Lin Wanru's patched-up cotton coat and looked disgusted. "This fabric must be so worn out that even rags in our yard wouldn't use it. Hey, girl, do all the women in the countryside dress like this? Don't you have any spare clothes?" The other women nearby covered their mouths and giggled, their laughter sounding like duck quacks. Lin Wanru's face turned bright red suddenly, as if she had been exposed in front of everyone. She instinctively stepped back, trying to hide the patches on her coat. "Poor countryside. But I can still wear this clothes." Lin Wanru's voice was as soft as a fly. "Poverty isn't scary, but what's frightening is bringing that cheap attitude into the big yard and making it stink." Zuyen spat a sunflower seed shell at Lin Wanru's feet. "Old Gu is a leader, yet he doesn't even buy himself decent clothes. If he took these out to a gathering, where would our yard's face go?" Gu Chongfeng had gone to the logistics department to borrow a flatbed cart to haul coal balls, so he wasn't home. That's why these women dared to be so reckless. Meng Yaya stood on the steps, looking at the sunflower seed shells on the ground, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. In the end of the world, such troublemakers with loose tongues usually don't survive past the first episode. But in the 1960s, this was considered an internal conflict among the people. Since it was an internal conflict, it should be solved internally. "Andy." Meng Yaya walked down with short legs, holding a large enamel basin bigger than her head, filled with dirty water just drawn from the well. Zuyen looked down and saw a small girl not yet knee-high. The girl was pretty and delicate, but too thin, making her big eyes look startling. "Is this the wild? That child?" Left Yen swallowed the words she was about to say and put on a fake smile. "What's his name?"
How old is he?
"He looks like a little refugee. My name is Meng Yaya," the girl replied happily. "Auntie, you have a vegetable leaf on your teeth." Left Yan's smile froze instantly. She instinctively licked her front teeth. A few military wives nearby couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Also, Meng Yaya took a step forward, holding a basin of dirty water that was swaying and about to spill. "Andy, you stepped on the ants in my yard. Grandpa's son said that killing life shortens your life, especially someone like you who can't even spit out ivory from your dog's mouth." "You little brat, what are you saying?" Left Yen angrily stepped back. Her high heels slipped, almost causing her to fall into a patch of wild grass behind her. Left Yen steadied herself, furious, and pointed at Lin Wanru. "Is this how you teach your child? No manners at all." Truly from the countryside, Lin Wanru was trembling but, hearing someone insult her daughter, suddenly gathered her courage, raised her head, and stepped in front of Meng Yaya. "Sister-in-law, Yaya is still young and doesn't understand. But I haven't taught her to spit sunflower seed shells at others." Although her voice was still trembling, her words were clear. "This yard may be broken, but it's still my and Chongfeng's home. If you come as guests, I welcome you. But if you come to find fault, then I won't keep the door open." There was a moment of silence. The military wives looked at each other. No one expected that this seemingly gentle countrywoman would dare to tell them to leave. "Well, just after entering the big yard, you're already getting cocky." Left Yen felt embarrassed. She rolled up her sleeves and tried to push forward. "I'll tell you, there are rules in this yard. Don't think just because you're connected to Lao Gu." Bang. A loud crash interrupted Left Yan's shouting. Everyone was startled, and looked toward the sound. They saw the 3-year-old girl had somehow come to the big salt pickle grinding stone in the middle of the yard. That stone grinder weighed at least 50 pounds. Meng Yaya grabbed the edge of the grinder with one hand. Without showing much effort, she lifted the heavy stone, flipping it over with a loud clang. Dust flew everywhere. Meng Yaya brushed the dust off her small hands and looked at the amazed crowd. She cheerfully said, "There is a mouse hole underneath. I blocked it." "Andy, what rules did you just mention? Are you asking me to compare strength?" Zuoyan looked at the grinding stone and then at Meng Yaya's tiny wrists, which looked as thin as dry sticks. She swallowed hard. Is this the strength of a 3-year-old? Could she be Neza? The water on the stove at home is still boiling, so I have to go now, Zuoyan said quickly and turned to leave, walking fast as if chased by a wolf. The other military wives saw their leader run away and quickly made excuses to leave as well. Suddenly, the yard was quiet. Lin Wanru almost sat down on the ground. She looked at the overturned grinding stone, full of shock. "Yaya, Mom, I naturally have strong strength just like my dad," Meng Yaya said confidently, tossing the pot to Gu Chongfeng, who hadn't returned yet. "Hurry up and sweep the floor." The melon seed shells looked disgusting. Lin Wanru didn't think much, assuming her daughter was just protecting her and showing her hidden strength. She picked up a broom and started sweeping, tears falling, this time out of gratitude. Meng Yaya didn't go to comfort her mother. She turned around and walked back to the corner of the wall. On top of the wall, a cluster of withered yellow climbing ivy moved slightly. Someone was there. During the commotion earlier, that person had been watching from the wall. Meng Yaya picked up a small stone and flicked it with her finger. Whoosh! The stone flew through the air and hit precisely under the ivy. Ouch! A short cry of pain came from the other side of the wall, followed by a heavy thud of something falling, then hurried footsteps running away. It was a child's voice. Meng Yaya squinted. Looks like life in this big yard is more interesting than she thought. At this moment, the sound of wheels rolling on the ground came from the main gate. Gu Chongfeng, shirtless and showing his strong muscles, pushed a full cart of coal into the yard. He was steaming with heat, sweat rolling down his bronze chest. He glanced at the still unfinished sunflower seed shells and then at the overturned grinding stone. Finally, his eyes landed on Meng Yaya, who was playing with mud as if nothing was happening. "Someone's here." Gu Chongfeng put down the cart and wiped his sweat with a towel. "Yes, a few noisy sparrows." Meng Yaya didn't even lift her head. "I accidentally scared her away." Gu Chongfeng didn't speak. He simply walked over, turned the grinding stone back with one hand, and adjusted it. "Be gentle next time," Gu Chongfeng said calmly. "This grinding stone belongs to the public. If it gets broken, you'll have to pay for it." Lin Wanru. "Isn't that the main point?" Gu Chongfeng went to Meng Yaya's side, took out a warm roasted sweet potato from his pocket, and handed it to her. "Eat it while it's hot." Meng Yaya held the sweet potato, smelled the sweet, slightly burnt aroma, and smiled. This kind father is quite thoughtful. As night fell, the 6th courtyard finally gained some activity. The dim yellow light from the kerosene lamp shone through the window, casting the shadows of a family of 3 eating dinner. In the neighboring yard, a chubby boy was holding his forehead with a big bump, crying heartbreakingly. "Grandma, that new girl hit me with a stone. I want to beat her. I want to chase her out." The kerosene lamp flickered twice, casting Gu Chongfeng's shadow on the wall, stretching long. On the table, there was a dish of braised wild chicken, a pot of cabbage with vermicelli, and steaming white buns. Lin Wanru looked a bit nervous, holding her chopsticks but not daring to pick much meat. Gu Chongfeng glanced at her, then directly picked up the plate and put most of the chicken into Lin Wanru and Meng Yaya's bowls. "Eat," Gu Chongfeng said, biting a bun. "Here, there's no need to be modest." Meng Yaya sat on a specially raised chair, holding a chicken leg bigger than her face, munching with her mouth full and greasy. She asked vaguely, "Dad, whose house is the one next door?" "Longtuan Wang De Peo's house," Gu Chongfeng said, placing the carefully chosen meat into her bowl.
What?
"Did someone bully you this afternoon?" "No," Mengya spat out the bones on the table, her eyes curved into a smile. Just think his grandson's voice is pretty loud, suitable for practicing lion roars. Gu Changfeng paused with his chopsticks, recalling the loud crying he heard when he entered earlier, and his lips twitched slightly. He looked at his daughter's innocent big eyes, then at her thin arms like reed stalks, and took a sip of soup. It must have been that boy who fell himself. His daughter is so delicate, she couldn't have any bad intentions. After dinner, Gu Changfeng went to wash the dishes. These days, men rarely go into the kitchen, but here with Gu Changfeng, as long as Lin Wanru has calluses and frostbite on her hands that haven't healed in a day, he takes over the work. There was no conversation overnight. Early the next morning, a loud military horn broke the quiet of the yard. Gu Changfeng left early, leaving 3 boiled eggs and some warm millet porridge in the pot. Meng Yaya got up and Lin Wanru was working in the yard, turning the soil. Yesterday, Gu Changfeng only removed the grass. If they wanted to plant vegetables, the soil needed to be loosened carefully again. Mom, take a break. Meng Yaya squatted near the corner of the wall where she found footprints last night, holding a small shovel pretending to dig, but she was actually using her mind to organize the mutated seeds in her space. It's okay, Mom can't sit still. Lin Wanru wiped her sweat, her face looking a little healthier. Just then, there was a rustling sound outside the yard wall. Soon after, a few mud balls whistled in, smashing into the freshly turned soil with a few thuds, one nearly splashing onto Lin Wanru's clean pants. Got hit. Got hit. Laughter erupted outside the wall. Meng Yaya threw down her shovel and stood up. Her bright black and white eyes no longer showed the innocence of a 3-year-old, only coldness. It seemed the stone from last night was too light. Whose kid is so naughty? Lin Wanru was startled and shouted angrily toward outside the wall. Liar, liar. A starving beggar. A tramp. Suddenly, several heads popped up over the wall. The leader was the little chubby boy Wang Hu from yesterday, with a bandage on his forehead. He looked funny, but his arrogant attitude hadn't changed. Wang Hu sat on top of the wall, holding a big mud ball, pointing at Meng Yaya. It's this little brat. She hit me yesterday. Brothers, throw mud at her. Drive them out of the yard. Behind him, 5 or 6 slightly older boys, known as troublemakers in the yard, also held mud and stones. Stop. Lin Wanru was anxious, trying to rush over to protect her daughter. But Meng Yaya stepped in front of her mother, standing straight with her small body, speaking in a childish voice. Mom, back off. Don't get muddy, it's hard to wash. Lin Wanru was stunned. Yaya? Meng Yaya walked to the bottom of the wall, looked up at the chubby boy on top, and asked, Are you Wang Hu? I am your grandpa, Hu. Wang Hu looked down proudly. Are you scared now? Feeling scared, he knelt down and bowed 3 times to the young master, then tried to crawl out. He forcefully threw a mud ball at Meng Yaya's face. Meng Yaya didn't flinch. She raised her hand and waved. Snap! The mud ball was accurately slapped away by her small hand in midair, bouncing back and hitting a skinny boy nearby in the face. Ow! Brother Hu, why did you hit me? The skinny boy cried, covering his eyes. Wang Hu froze. This girl reacted so quickly. Before he could think, Meng Yaya had already reached the wall. The wall was 1.5 meters high, which is a big obstacle for a 3-year-old, but for Meng Yaya, it was just a slightly higher step. She tiptoed into the crack in the wall, pushed off with her toes, and with her small body, like a clever little cat, she quickly jumped onto the top of the wall. This skillful move stunned the other kids. Wang Hu suddenly felt a tug on his collar. Bow down. Meng Yaya's delicate face was close to Wang Hu's, with a few tiny teeth showing as she smiled sinisterly. I think this is a good idea too. You. What are you doing? Let go. My dad is the squad leader. Wang Hu finally sensed something was wrong. The girl's grip was so strong, like iron tongs clamped around his neck. So, what if your dad is the squad leader? Even if you're the king of heaven, today you have to come down. Meng Yaya held Wang Hu's collar with one hand and grabbed his belt with the other, took a deep breath and shouted, Get up. In the next second, Something that made all the kids doubt their own eyes happened. The little chubby Wang who, weighing about 100 jin, was lifted from the wall as if he were a straw doll by the girl who looked barely weaned. Let me go. I'm going to fall to my death. Wang Hu kicked wildly in midair, tears and snot flying everywhere, scared out of his wits. The other kids all opened their mouths wide, almost dropping their jaws. That was Wang Hu, the boss of the yard. And he was just lifted like this? Meng Yaya stood on the wall, holding Wang Hu above her head like a trophy. Yesterday you stepped on my family's land. Today you threw mud at us. Her voice was quiet but carried a chilling coldness. People say third time's the charm, but since your parents didn't teach you how to behave, I will teach you instead. Stop. Little sister.
Miss.
I was wrong. Wang Hu looked at the hard ground below and turned pale with fear. It's too late. Meng Yaya flipped her wrist and hung Wang Hu on the old locust tree in the yard like a torn cloth bag. With a snap, Wang Hu's collar caught on a thick branch, and he was left hanging half a meter above the ground, swinging his limbs wildly, but unable to get down. Anyone else? Meng Yaya dusted her hands and stood on the wall, looking down at the remaining children outside. Those kids who had just been shouting to throw things at her now shrank back, looking at each other, too scared to speak. They weren't soft targets anymore. They were clearly afraid of her. From now on, within 10 meters of the 6th courtyard, this is my territory, Meng Yaya said, swinging her short legs. If anyone dares to throw mud inside again, I'll hang them from the top of the tree to look for bird nests.
Got it? Yes.
We got it. The children hurriedly ran away, wishing they had more legs. Inside the yard, Lin Wanru's shovel clattered to the ground. She looked at Wang Hu, who was howling like a pig caught in a trap, hanging from the tree, then at her calm daughter jumping down from the wall. Her mind was a bit overwhelmed.
Yaya.
Is this kid okay?
Won't di.
The collar's just tight. Not enough to choke, Meng Yaya said, walking over to pick up the shovel and squatting back down in the dirt. Mom, open the front door.
Huh? Why?
Someone will come to bring a gift later. It's not convenient with the door closed, Meng Yaya said, digging a small hole and planting a modified tomato seed. A playful smile appeared on her face. The young ones have come, so the elders will follow. Just as she finished speaking, hurried, heavy footsteps sounded from the other side of the yard, accompanied by a rough, loud voice. Who? Which brat dares to mess with my seeds? This is too much. Lin Wanru's face turned pale. But Meng Yaya simply calmly patted the dirt, stood up, and tidied her little dress. Don't be afraid, Mom. This is self-defense, she said, pointing at Wang Hu hanging on the tree. All the evidence is right here. Heavy footsteps approached, each step feeling like it was stepping on her heart. A tall, dark figure in a training uniform blocked the sunlight at the door. A tall man, about 1.9 meters, with a face full of rough flesh and a beard that looked like steel needles bursting out, stood there like a wild black bear just out of its cage. Wang Depeo was known for his bad temper in the big yard. He had a loud voice, a strong fist, and everyone kept their distance from him.
Who?
Who dares to be so bold and mess with my family? His shout made the glass on the window frame vibrate loudly. Lin Wanra held a small shovel in her hand, water dripping from it as she instinctively stepped in front of Meng Yaya to block her. Gu Changfeng leaned against a nearby millstone, not moving, playing with a towel he had just wiped his sweat with. His face was cold and serious, showing no emotion, but his eyes held a calm amusement as if he was watching a show. As soon as Wang Depeo entered the yard, he saw his precious son hanging on the old locust tree like a dried meat. Wang Hu's face was swollen from crying, with tears and snot all over his face. When he saw his father, he cried even louder. Dad, help. The new person is going to hurt me. Hurry and chase them out. Kill that girl. Nonsense. Wang Depeo's face twisted with pain from worry. He strode quickly toward the tree, reaching out to rescue his son. Stop right there. A soft yet cold voice sounded. Meng Yaya stepped out from behind Lin Wanru, holding a small shovel used for digging holes, standing between Wang Depeo and the old locust tree. Wang Depeo looked down and saw a small girl, not even as tall as his thigh. He paused for a moment, then his anger flared even more as he pointed at Lin Wanru and shouted, "So this is the daughter-in-law Gu Chongfeng brought back from the countryside? Is this how you raise children?
Call your elders out."
Such a small kid with a cruel heart. What will happen to you in the future? Lin Wanru took a deep breath, about to explain. Meng Yaya stuck her small shovel into the ground. With a splat, the shovel sank halfway into the hard earth. "Uncle, your son threw mud into my yard and even wanted me to bow and crawl between his legs. I was just asking him to enjoy the view from the tree and stay calm." Meng Yaya tilted her head, her neck a little sore, but she refused to back down. "So, are you going to keep throwing mud, or make me bow and crawl?" Wang Depeo was silenced by her innocent yet firm question. In the big yard, after so many years, only the political officer and the leaders dared to speak to him like this, and never a small child who hadn't even finished nursing. Wang Depeo snorted coldly and reached out to push Meng Yaya away.
"Move."
"Don't make me hurt the kid." His rough, calloused hand pushed toward Meng Yaya's shoulder with the sound of wind. Although he used about 90% of his strength, this force was enough to knock over an adult. Lin Wanru exclaimed, "Yaya," but the scene of the child falling to the ground did not happen. Meng Yaya's small cloth shoes seemed rooted to the ground, firmly stuck. Wang Depeo's hand pressed on her shoulder, as if pushing against a solid iron block, unmoving. "Huh." Wang Depeo was surprised. He added a little more force. Still unmoved. He increased his strength again. But she still didn't move. Wang Depeo's face changed. With that push, he exerted at least a few 100 pounds of force. Even a 3-year-old or a new soldier would have to step back. "Uncle, haven't you eaten?" Meng Yaya tilted her head, her bright eyes full of teasing. She reached out a small, tender hand and gently placed it on Wang Depeo's sturdy wrist. "If you don't want to leave, then don't leave." As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yaya clenched her 5 fingers. "Ow!" Wang Depeo gasped sharply. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his wrist, as if caught in a pair of hydraulic pliers. He instinctively tried to pull back, but found he couldn't move his hand at all. Is this the strength of a 3-year-old? This is like a human-shaped tiger clamp. "Old Wang, that's enough." Gu Chongfeng, who had been watching the scene, finally spoke. He walked over, patted Wang Depeo's shoulder casually, but with a warning tone hidden in his gesture. Meng Yaya was very considerate and immediately released her grip, also wiping non-existent dust off Wang Depeo's sleeve. Wang Depeo held his wrist and took 2 steps back, the 5 purple-blue finger marks clearly visible. His eyes widened as he looked at his hand, then at the little girl adjusting her skirt. His worldview shattered. "Old Gu, is this really your daughter? Did you feed her some special medicine in the womb?" Wang Depeo stammered. Gu Chongfeng's lips curled slightly. "Follow me." Born with divine strength, Wang Depeo, straightforward and a martial arts enthusiast, was initially angry and protective, but now his shock and admiration replaced that anger. He circled Meng Yaya twice, his eyes shining like 2 searchlights. "Good kid. Truly a good kid. Now he's steady as Mount Tai, and his strength is even greater than that of the soldier king from the reconnaissance unit. Old Gu, this girl must join my team in the future. I will personally train her." Wang, who, hanging on the tree, was still crying. "Dad, what are you doing? Quickly let me down." "Fight her." Wang Depeo, hearing the crying, got annoyed. He looked up and scolded. "Shut up. Embarrassing. You can't even beat a 3-year-old sister, and you're still crying? Stay up there. Reflect on yourself until dark, then you can't come down." Wang, whose crying suddenly stopped, as if a duck had been choked. "Is his dad crazy?" "Sorry, little sister. I was rude just now," Wang Depeo said sincerely to Lin Wanru, offering a fist bump. "My kid is really naughty and needs a lesson." "You did the right thing." Lin Wanru was stunned by this huge turn of events and could only smile awkwardly. Wang Depeo squatted down and looked at Meng Yaya. His fierce face twisted into a smile that looked like a sunflower. "Girl, can you do that again for Uncle?" Or maybe show me something to open my eyes. Manhwa stepped back in disgust. This big beard smile was even uglier than his crying. I won't perform tricks. Manhwa pointed at the millstone in the corner. I'm tired of lifting that. Since Uncle thinks I did the right thing, let's settle the compensation. Compensation? Wang Depeo was stunned. You son of yours trampled my freshly tilled land. That's where we grow vegetables. Also, he scared my mom just now, so I want mental damage compensation. Manhwa counted on her fingers seriously. And I just lifted him up, which took a lot of effort. That labor cost should be included too. Wang Depeo was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing loudly. All right. Well reasoned. Justified. Old Goo, your girl is really something. He took a crumpled stack of paper money and grain coupons from his pocket, not counting, and stuffed them all into Manhwa's small bag. Is this enough? If not, I'll have someone bring 2 bags of flour tomorrow. Gu Changfeng glanced at the money, but didn't stop him. He simply said calmly, All right, let's get her out of here. Don't delay us cleaning up the yard. Wang Depeo was in a good mood. He reached up, took Wang Hu down from the tree, tucked him under his arm, and headed out. From now on, if you dare to cause trouble in the 6th courtyard again, I will break your legs. Do you see? From now on, I will be your big sister. Follow her example. Wang Hu rolled his eyes and looked at the small girl standing in the yard, who was half his height. He felt a deep sense of fear. The little troublemakers hiding outside the wall, who didn't dare run far, shrank back when they heard Wang Tuan's words. Even Wang, who was subdued by this new girl, she was not someone to mess with. The yard became quiet again. Lin Wanru picked up the small bag on the ground, looking at the bunch of tickets inside, her hands trembling. Yaya, can we really keep these? Keep them, Manhwa said, tossing the shovel into the basket. Any easy money that comes to us, we shouldn't refuse. Besides, we're new here, so having some food makes us less worried. She turned around and looked at the small heads still peeking over the wall. Then, she took out a colorful box of hard candies from her space. She peeled one open and put it in her mouth, biting down with a crunch. The rich orange flavor drifted out with the breeze beyond the wall. The small heads on the wall moved slightly, and several swallowing sounds could be heard clearly. Manhwa shook the shiny candy wrapper in her hand and smiled innocently at the kids on the wall. Hey, do you want some? The small heads, like moles, wanted to pull back, but couldn't resist the tempting sweet smell. It was fruit candy. In this era, the most common candies in the supply and marketing cooperative were Cuban candies. Slightly better ones were white rabbit candies, but they needed tickets. The colorful, fragrant fruit candies in Manhwa's hand were something these kids had never seen before.
Gulp.
Someone swallowed loudly in the quiet air. Manhwa wasn't in a hurry. She slowly peeled open another candy. So sweet, she said, stuffing the candy into her mouth, cheeks puffed out. She mumbled, What a pity. I wanted to share with everyone, but since you don't want it, I guess I'll feed the ants on the ground. She made a move to sprinkle the small handful of candies onto the dirt. Don't. The skinny kid on the wall, who had just been hit in the eye, couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't have time to be afraid. He quickly slid down the wall and stumbled when he landed, then rushed straight to Manhwa, his eyes fixed tightly on her small hand. I want it. Give it to me. The skinny monkey reached out with a dark, dirty hand. Manhwa pulled her hand back and kept it behind her. The skinny monkey missed and got anxious, scratching his head. You said you would give it to us earlier. That was earlier. Manhwa looked at the monkey, who was 2 heads taller than her, and slightly raised her chin. If you want it now, you have to trade something. I don't have money, the monkey said, turning out his pockets. He only had 2 glass marbles and a slingshot. No money needed, Manhwa said, holding up a finger. In this big yard, I say east, you can't go west. If someone bullies my mom, you must come and tell me right away. Can you do that? The monkey paused for a moment. Is that all? He thought this fierce girl would ask him to blow up a fortress or something.
Yes.
As long as you give me candy, you're like my sister. The monkey cheerfully raised his hand to agree. In the yard, if you have milk, you're like a mother. If you have candy, you're like a sister. Even Wang, who was hanging on a tree, but following this new tough girl, he wouldn't be ashamed. Next, manhwa flicked her finger, and an orange-flavored candy ball flew in a parabola and landed in the monkey's hand. The monkey eagerly unwrapped the wrapper and threw the candy into his mouth. At that moment, the sweet and sour flavor exploded on his tongue. The monkey's eyes squinted happily, and he felt like he was floating. So sweet! And its orange flavor. The few children left on the wall saw the monkey enjoying himself so much that they couldn't hold back. I want one too. I'm obedient too. I'll tell the news too. Crackling sounds, like dumplings dropping, as several children hurriedly jumped down from the wall, surrounding manhwa in the middle. Lin Wanru stood behind, watching the mischievous children who had just been throwing mud and looked fierce, now all obedient like little lambs, calling her daughter, sister. She felt a bit dazed. Is this still the same Yaya who used to hide behind and cry in the village? Line up. Manhwa waved her small hand, looking quite commanding, like a military officer inspecting troops. The children immediately lined up obediently, eagerly holding out their hands. Manhwa handed out candies to each of them. With each candy, she asked a question. What is your name? Lu Taidan. Who is your father? Old Lu from the logistics department. And your mother? A female worker at the textile factory. As the circle of candies was handed out, manhwa not only won the children's hearts, but also learned about their family backgrounds. When it was the turn of the chubby little boy, manhwa's candies had just run out. The little boy looked at his empty hands, pouted, and almost started crying. All gone? Manhwa took out one more piece from her bag. It was the last one, a purple grape-flavored candy. She didn't give it immediately, but held the wrapper, looking at the boy. Earlier, Wang Hu said they wanted to kick us out. Who came up with that idea? The boy stared at the candy, swallowed hard, and without hesitation, told everything. Wang Hu heard it from his mom.
And
Officer Zhao too. Officer Zhao. Manhwa's eyes flickered. That bone-chilling woman. Yes, yes. That's Aunt Zhao Fong. The boy spilled everything for that last candy. Yesterday afternoon, I saw Aunt Zhao talking to Wang Hu's mom at the supply and marketing store entrance, and she even gave Wang Hu a pack of cookies. Then Wang Hu came back and said they wanted to kick you out, saying you're country bumpkins and unworthy to live in Building 6. Sure enough. Manhwa sneered. That Zhao Fong again. Since she liked to cause trouble behind the scenes, she wouldn't be polite anymore. Manhwa threw the last candy to the boy. If you hear anything from Zhao Fong's side, remember to tell me. Good behavior will earn you a big white rabbit. Promise to complete the task. The boy saluted awkwardly. All right, everyone disperse. Don't stay here and get in our way. Manhwa waved her hand. The children happily ran off with their candies. Before leaving, the skinny monkey even carefully picked out the few pieces of mud he had just thrown in, saying he couldn't dirty the yard of the old big courtyard. The yard became quiet again. Lin Wanru came over, squatted down, and tidied up Manhwa's disheveled collar, speaking with a complex tone. Yaya, those candies. Are they left by your grandpa? She remembered that Sun Shoujing's bundle didn't contain these things. Ah, yes. Manhwa calmly threw the pot at old Sun, who couldn't defend himself. Grandpa Sun says this is called diplomacy. When you arrive somewhere new, you have to show respect first. Although Lin Wanru didn't understand what diplomacy meant, she believed her daughter's confident look. We're new here and Mom isn't skilled. I rely on you to protect us, Lin Wanru said, holding her daughter close. She rested her chin on her soft hair, her voice a little choked. Am I useless? Watching her daughter fight and win people over, she, as a mother, could only stand by and watch, even needing her daughter to protect her. This feeling of helplessness made her heart feel heavy, like a big stone. Manhwa leaned into Lin Wanru's embrace, smelling the faint soap scent on her, and her heart softened. In her past life, she was an orphan and never experienced such unconditional motherly love. Though her current star was tough, her kind mother truly cared for her as if she were her life. Mom, do you know how to farm? Manhwa suddenly asked. Yes, Lin Wanru replied, surprised. In the village, I took care of those few acres of land. Can you cook? Yes. Can you sew shoes, mend clothes, and tidy the house? All of those. Then it settled. Manhwa slipped out of her arms, holding Lin Wanru's rough face with her small hands. All these things you can do, I can't. From now on, you'll take care of the yard, plant the land, and cook the meals. Dad is responsible for earning money, and I am responsible for growing up strong. Our family can't do without any of us. Lin Wanru froze. She had been called useless and a burden for 3 years in the Meng family. No one had ever told her that these small chores she could do were actually essential. Moreover, Manhwa pointed outside the yard wall, those people bullying us aren't because we're useless. It's because they're jealous. Jealous that we live in a big house, jealous that I have a father. Mom, you need to stand tall. You are the lady of the estate, the mistress of this yard. If anyone dares to look down on you again, just sweep them out with a broom. Seeing her daughter's bright eyes, the gloom in her own seemed to lift a little. Okay, she nodded firmly. I'll listen to you. I will stand tall. Though her voice was still a bit weak, her back was straighter than before. At 5:30 in the morning, just as the sky was turning pale, the air was filled with cold, damp fog. The public water station on the west side of the courtyard was bustling. The sound of clothes beating, water splashing, and women's sharp voices mixed with the smell of cheap soap and bleach. This was the courtyard's information center. People shared news about whose husband got promoted, who argued last night, or how many eggs someone ate for breakfast, all around the cement wash basins. Lin Wanru carried a slightly chipped wooden basin and stood at the door of the water station, taking a deep breath. She looked down at the sheets in her basin. They were changed yesterday in the single dormitory, patched in several places. Though washed white, they looked very plain compared to the colorful shirts and cotton blouses around them. Phew. Lin Wanru exhaled softly, stepped over the threshold, and found an empty faucet in a corner. As soon as she entered, the chatter in the water station suddenly stopped, as if someone had cut the sound. A dozen pairs of eyes looked her over. Some were curious, some sneered, and many looked at her like they were watching a circus monkey. Lin Wanru's back stiffened. She didn't dare lift her head and turned on the tap. Cold well water splashed on her hands, making her shiver. She picked up a hard soap bar, like a stone, and scrubbed the sheets. Hey, why does this smell so strange? A woman in a floral shirt with big wavy hair exaggeratedly fanned her nose. She sat in the best spot, soaking a brand new 4-pocket military uniform in her basin. I smell it too, a tall, thin woman next to her chimed in sharply. It's like pigsty smell. This is a military courtyard. How come anyone can just bring in whatever? Lin Wanru's hands paused in their washing. She could tell they were talking about her. Yesterday in the courtyard, that Qian Mei was also sarcastic like this. Lin Wanru bit her lip, but said nothing. Yaya told her to stand tall. But she didn't want trouble and just wanted to finish quickly and leave. Hey, did you hear? That's the one General Gu brought back from the countryside. The woman with curly hair deliberately lowered her voice, but loud enough for everyone in the water station to hear. I heard she's got her eye on him. Holding a broken half of a jade pendant, she stubbornly insisted that Commander Gu take responsibility. Really? Someone like Commander Gu, a hero, would be interested in this rural bumpkin? Of course. Look at that bedsheet, patched over patches, and she's not afraid it was taken from a dead person. A burst of laughter erupted. Lin Wanru's fingers clenched tightly around the edge of the wash basin, dirt and sand seeping into her nails. She admits she's poor. She admits she's simple. But she cannot stand being called stubborn or having her things called unclean. She sewed that herself for Gu Chongfeng, stitch by stitch, clean and neat. This bed sheet is clean. Lin Wanru raised her head, her voice soft and trembling, but clear. This is where old Gu sleeps. It's not dirty. There was a moment of silence in the washroom. The woman with curly hair didn't expect this seemingly gentle, timid girl to dare to talk back. She slammed the soap onto the table and walked over with a raised brow. Oh, you dare to talk back? Clean? Have you washed the dirt from under your nails before coming to do laundry? She looked Lin Wanru up and down, noting her old, faded blue cloth coat, even with torn cuffs. Everyone look at this. This is what they call Poor folks causing trouble. This is a shared washroom, and you bring your poverty and germs in. What if you infect our children?
Exactly.
Officer Zhao said that people from the countryside have poor hygiene. Maybe they even carry fleas. Stay away from her. Don't let her bring bad luck. A few women cheered to flatter the curly-haired woman. Some even exaggeratedly moved their basins away as if avoiding a plague. Lin Wanru's face turned bright red with shame, anger, and sadness. I don't have fleas.
I'm not sick.
Lin Wanru hurriedly argued loudly. I am Gu Changfeng's partner. I live in number 6 courtyard. I have the right to do laundry here.
Partner? Bah.
The curly-haired woman laughed, as if she heard a big joke. Just because you registered as a couple doesn't mean you're lovers. That's just the kindness of the leader. Poor you and your daughter. You have no food. Look at yourselves, illiterate village women. What makes you worthy of Commander Gu? While speaking, she scooped a large handful of dirty water from her basin.
Splash.
The water, mixed with soap foam and dirt, was poured directly into Lin Wanru's clean basin. The originally clean bedsheet suddenly developed a layer of dark, soapy foam. Oh no, I slipped. The woman with curly hair pretended to be innocent, but her face was full of a smug smile. But it's okay, your bedsheet was already dirty. This is just fighting fire with fire. Lin Wanru looked at the dirty water, her eyes instantly turned red. She had spent a long time scrubbing that sheet early in the morning. She had also carried the water in buckets herself. You're bullying people. Lin Wanru put down the washboard and took a step forward. So what? Want to fight? The woman with curly hair, confident in her strong build, puffed out her chest and pushed forward, almost splattering spit onto Lin Wanru's face. I tell you, my man is a company commander. You, a poor girl who relies on pretending to be pitiful to get ahead, try to lay a finger on me. A few other women gathered around, forming a semicircle that trapped the weak Lin Wanru in the corner of the water basin. Look where we are. You're causing trouble in the courtyard. Just get lost. You're disgusting to look at. Lin Wanru was forced to lean her back against the cold cement table. The chill ran up her spine. She wanted to cry, wanted to run away. But thoughts of Yaya standing on the wall yesterday, scaring away those bad boys, flashed through her mind. She remembered her daughter holding her face and saying, Mom, you need to stand up straight. She couldn't run. If she ran, Yaya would be looked down on too. Running would only prove they could bully her easily. Lin Wanru clenched her teeth tightly, not letting tears fall. She reached out and picked up the wooden basin filled with dirty water. The basin, weighing dozens of pounds, made her wrists ache. What are you trying to do? The woman with curly hair looked at Lin Wanru's fierce eyes, feeling a bit nervous, and took a step back. Apologize. Lin Wanru's voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out from between her teeth. Apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll pour this water back. It was like a rabbit biting when cornered. The woman with curly hair hesitated for a moment, then became furious. Surprised that a village woman could scare her? That's it. You've gone too far, she screamed, reaching out to push the basin out of Lin Wanru's hands. Everyone, help! Get this crazy woman out. I don't believe we can't handle her with so many of us. 3 or 4 women hurriedly reached out their hands to grab Lin Wanru's arm and to overturn the wooden basin. Water splashed everywhere. Lin Wanru desperately protected the basin, with several red marks on her body, and her hair was pulled into disarray. Just as the dirty water was about to be spilled and pour over Lin Wanru, bang! The heavy wooden door of the water room was kicked open from outside. The door hit the wall with a loud bang, causing dust from the ceiling to fall. Everyone froze in place. Sunlight streamed in through the door. Standing against the light was a small figure. Meng Yaya wore an ill-fitting, large floral cloth jacket, dragging a mopstick taller than herself, which looked like it was taken from somewhere. She tilted her head, looking at Lin Wanru, who was cornered and in a mess. Her big, clear eyes showed a chilling coldness. Just now, who said? Meng Yaya paused, making a dull sound on the cement floor with the mopstick, that they would kick my mom out. The sunlight was cut off by the heavy wooden door, and the water room fell into complete silence. Meng Yaya, holding the thick mop stick, stepped into the water room. The end of the stick scraped against the cement floor, making a sizzle-sizzle sound like grinding teeth. She wore an ill-fitting floral jacket, with the sleeves rolled up twice, revealing small, chubby arms, and her round face looked as fresh as a newly baked brick. The woman with curly hair, Qianmei, was stunned for a moment, then saw that the visitor was just a young child who hadn't been weaned yet. Her tense nerves immediately relaxed. She sneered, shaking a half bucket of dirty water that she hadn't yet splashed out. Where did this wild kid come from? So rude. Do you have the right to interrupt when adults are talking? Qianmei didn't know Meng Yaya. Yesterday, Meng Yaya was cleaning Wang Hu in the 6th courtyard, and she had just gone back to her mother's house. She only heard that a mother and daughter from the countryside had come to the 6th courtyard. Meng Yaya ignored her and walked straight to Lin Wanru. She placed the mop stick on the ground and reached out to pull Lin Wanru's red wrist. "Does it hurt?" Meng Yaya asked. Lin Wanru's eyes were red, and she instinctively hid her hand behind her back. "It doesn't hurt. Yaya, why are you here? Hurry back. This place is messy." "No, I won't go back." Meng Yaya turned around, looked up, and scanned the faces of the women surrounding her. Everyone avoided her gaze unconsciously. Finally, her eyes settled on Qianmei and the gourd scoop she was holding, filled with dirty water. "Was that you who threw the water just now?" Meng Yaya pointed to the clothes floating in Lin Wanru's basin, which had black foam on them. Qianmei crossed her arms, pulling her sturdy shirt tight. "So, what if it was me? Slipped up, so what? Besides, it's just some old rags. Throwing dirty water is no big deal. I was just disinfecting her." A few women nearby let out a few scattered laughs. Meng Yaya nodded. "It's good that you admit it." Suddenly, she released the mop handle. The stick fell to the side with a loud bang on the ground. Just when everyone thought the girl was scared silly, Meng Yaya moved. Like a small cannonball shot from a gun, she suddenly charged at Qianmei's thigh. Qianmei was caught off guard. She lost her balance and staggered backward, still holding the gourd scoop filled with dirty water. In her panic, her hand trembled. Splash! The bucket of dirty water, originally meant to be poured on someone else, poured all over Qianmei's face and chest. Cold water, with a foul smell and a soap-like scent, flowed down her carefully styled big waves of hair, covering her eyes and soaking into her collar. Her brand-new floral shirt, made of sturdy fabric, instantly soaked through, clinging tightly to her body, making her look extremely embarrassed. "Spit! Spit! Spit!" Qianmei wiped her face, gagging at the strange, foul smell. The water room fell silent. The women who had been watching the fun just moments ago now all opened their mouths in shock. "You little brat! I will kill you!" Qianmei was furious. She had been used to ruling the yard with an iron fist. When had she ever suffered such a loss? Like an angry sow, she bared her teeth and claws, ready to grab Meng Yaya. Lin Wanru was terrified and instinctively rushed forward to block her daughter. But Meng Yaya was faster. The girl skillfully slipped behind the cement platform nearby, avoiding Qianmei's claws, and quickly grabbed the washboard Lin Wanru had just put down. Thud! Meng Yaya didn't hit anyone with the washboard. Instead, she struck the empty wooden basin with force. A loud noise made everyone's eardrums hurt in the water room. "Someone's hitting. Help! A family member of the battalion commander is killing someone," Meng Yaya shouted loudly with her clear, childlike voice. Her voice had no tears, only excitement and strength, with a bit of rhythm. "Everyone come see. The capitalist lady is rebelling, bullying poor farmers." This shout was as powerful as an air raid siren.
Qianmei froze in midair.
These days, some labels shouldn't be thrown around. Calling someone a capitalist lady, or saying she was bullying poor farmers, could get her husband, a battalion commander, into serious trouble, or even the entire unit. "Why you're talking nonsense?" Qianmei stammered, trembling as she pointed at Meng Yaya. "Who's a capitalist lady? I am a proper worker from the honest working class." "Then why are you bullying my mom?" Meng Yaya stopped shouting, holding a large wooden basin bigger than her head, and asked seriously. My mom's clothes are torn because she saved good fabric to make shoes for my dad. She farms in the countryside and sews shoes to support my dad fighting at the front. You all dress fancy, ungrateful to the military family, and even call her a poor person. Mengyaya took a step forward, forcing Qianmei, soaked from head to toe, to step back. Auntie, your thinking is very wrong. Do you look down on rural people or on the families of soldiers who sacrifice at the front? I didn't. Qianmei was speechless, her face turning a dark purple. This little girl's words were too sharp, each one hitting a nerve. Not, Mengyaya sneered, pointing at the women who had just spoken up for her. Did they not do anything just now? Did they not say my mom had fleas? The women immediately shook their heads like rattledrums, backing away, afraid to get involved. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. The tall, thin woman quickly tried to smooth things over with a nervous laugh. Little girl, we were just joking. Joking? Mengyaya slammed the wooden basin onto the table. Then I'll joke with you too. She pointed at the enamel basin that was still soaking in water, which contained a military uniform with 4 pockets, clearly her husband's. Since Auntie likes to wash clothes with dirty water, I won't waste this basin of water either. Mengyaya tiptoed, grabbed the gourd scoop that Qianmei had dropped on the ground earlier, and scooped a full ladle of muddy, greasy wastewater from the nearby dirty water bucket. Qianmei's eyes widened. You dare? That was her husband's uniform for tomorrow's meeting. Do you think I dare not? Mengyaya flipped her wrist. The dark, muddy water was precisely poured into the enamel basin. The previously cleaned military uniform was instantly stained gray-black, with a few rotten vegetable leaves hanging on it. Qianmei let out a miserable scream, rushing to save the clothes. But she slipped on the wet cement ground and sat down hard on the waterlogged floor. Now it's ruined. The clothes are dirty, and so are you. That's what I call matching, Mengyaya said, brushing off the dirt from her hands with a look of disgust. She turned around and pulled up the stunned Lin Wanru. Mom, let's go. This place is so dirty and smoky, even the washed clothes smell bad. I'll boil some hot water at home to wash them. Lin Wanru was led by her daughter's warm little hand, feeling like she was walking on clouds. She looked down at the small figure ahead, only reaching her thighs, yet it blocked her like a mountain. At the water room entrance, many people had gathered to watch. Mengyaya dragged Lin Wanru confidently toward the exit. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Qianmei, still sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. By the way, Annie, Mengyaya smiled sweetly, showing a few tiny teeth. Next time you want to bully someone, first find out if the 6th courtyard is easy to mess with. My dad is Gu Chongfeng, and I am Mengyaya. If you want to complain, just come. I'm always ready. Without waiting for their shocked expressions, she pulled Lin Wanru out of the door. Just a few steps out, she bumped into a sturdy person blocking the way. A faint smell of tobacco mixed with the fresh scent of soap hit her face. Mengyaya looked up. Gu Chongfeng was standing on the steps outside the water room. He was in training clothes, sleeves rolled up to show his strong forearms, holding 2 pots of freshly boiled water. His usually cold and stern face showed no emotion, but the air around him seemed to drop several degrees. He had clearly been there for a while, and he had heard everything happening inside. Lin Wanru saw Gu Chongfeng, and the strength she had just been holding suddenly disappeared. She lowered her head, nervously clutching her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. Chongfeng. She was afraid of causing trouble for Gu Chongfeng. After all, he was the family member of the camp commander, and everyone avoided eye contact with him. Gu Chongfeng said nothing. He put down the thermos and strode over to Lin Wanru. He reached out, grabbed her injured wrist, and looked at it carefully. The red scratch on her pale skin was very noticeable. Who did this? These 3 words sounded like icy shards squeezed from between his teeth. Qianmei hesitated for a moment and nodded repeatedly. Yes. I am from Old Lu's family. Old Lu from my family is good friends with you. Our 2 families. I'm asking you, are the clothes in this basin Lu Daju's? Gu Chongfeng pointed at the enamel basin. Qianmei's face turned pale, and she hadn't had time to speak.
Bang!
Gu Chongfeng suddenly lifted his leg and kicked the enamel basin. The iron basin flew out and landed right on the foot of the tall, thin woman earlier. Ah! The tall woman screamed and jumped back as if shocked by an electric shock. Everyone was stunned by Gu Chongfeng's kick. This was a military compound, and everyone was in uniform. Gu Chongfeng withdrew his foot, his voice cold and sharp. If it can't be cleaned, don't wear it. If you can't even control your own wife, you won't wear this outfit properly. Qianmei's mind went blank. It's over. Gu Chongfeng's words meant he was going to settle accounts with old Liu. Commander? No. I was wrong. Qianmei finally reacted. She knelt heavily on the ground, ignoring the dirty water, and reached out to grab Gu Chongfeng's pant leg. It's my rude mouth. I didn't recognize the greatness of the situation. Please don't blame old Liu. He still wants to get promoted. Gu Chongfeng sidestepped her hand, frowning with disgust. Get promoted, he sneered softly, his voice quiet but clear enough for everyone to hear. With such low awareness, bullying the family of a hero and soldiers, do you think you can get promoted? He should first understand this 5-kilometer cross-country run. Family of a hero? Everyone around was stunned. Gu Chongfeng was still alive, so how could there be a hero's family? What they didn't know was that, earlier, to carry out a mission, that Meng Changhe had already sacrificed himself publicly. The allowances were sent back by comrades, and only recently was the concealment lifted. Gu Chongfeng turned around, walked over to Lin Wanru, and reached out with a big hand, directly snatching the torn wooden basin with the bed sheets from her hand. The wet clothes, weighing dozens of pounds, and the basin in his hand felt as light as cotton. He also picked up 2 hot water bottles from the ground, ignoring Meng Yaya, and just glanced at the surrounding military wives who had shrunk like quails. Lin Wanru is from the countryside, illiterate and inexperienced. Gu Chongfeng's voice was steady and powerful, echoing in the empty water room. She took care of my family back home, kept the household, and ate bark and wild herbs for 3 years so I could focus on fighting at the front. Her patches are her medals, not something for you to mock or talk about. Lin Wanru suddenly raised her head, looking at the tall man beside her with disbelief. Tears welled up in her eyes. She bit her lip tightly, trying not to cry out loud. For 3 years, she was called widow and bad luck by villagers. No one ever spoke up for her, and no one called her a hero or said her patches were medals. Gu Chongfeng looked at the tall, thin person, who immediately lowered their head in fear. In this big yard, Lin Wanru is the lady of the 6th courtyard. If anyone thinks she's easy to bully or looks down on her, they can come to me, Gu Chongfeng. He paused, his tone firm and commanding. I'm Gu Chongfeng's wife. I don't need to care about anyone's opinion. If anyone makes her unhappy, I'll make sure their whole family feels the same. After saying that, he grabbed the broken wooden basin, tucked it under his arm, and naturally took Lin Wanru's uninjured hand. Let's go home. Those 2 words were simple and direct. Lin Wanru was pulled along, stumbling to keep up with him. Her hand was cold, but Gu Chongfeng's warm, broad palm kept her feeling safe deep inside. Meng Yaya stood still, watching the 2 tall figures ahead. She clicked her tongue, threw the mop stick aside, and said, "Tsk, my cheap dad is pretty handsome." The little girl brushed dust off her hands, made a funny face at Qianmei, who was kneeling on the ground, and then ran after them on her short legs.
Dad.
Wait for me. I want to hold your hand, too. Back at the 6th courtyard, Gu Chongfeng placed the wooden basin on the stone table in the yard. He didn't rush to hang the laundry, but turned around and went inside, rummaging through the cabinets to find a green metal box, an emergency medical kit issued by the army. Come here. Gu Chongfeng sat on the only wooden chair, beckoning Lin Wanru, who was standing nervously at the door. Lin Wanru hesitated, fidgeting with her sleeve. No need, Chongfeng. It's just a small injury. I can rinse it with well water. Come here. Gu Chongfeng's tone grew firmer, and his eyebrows furrowed again. Lin Wanru was afraid he would get angry, so she quickly moved closer with small steps. Gu Chongfeng suddenly pulled her hand and carefully used a cotton swab dipped in red medicine to treat the red, swollen scratch. Meng Yaya leaned on the doorframe, peeking out with her small head, her big grape-like eyes darting between the two. The atmosphere felt a bit strange. Gu Changfeng lowered his head to apply the medicine, while Lin Wanru blushed and said nothing. After finishing, Gu Changfeng closed the box and looked at Lin Wanru's hands, which were full of frostbite and calluses. His throat moved slightly. "From now on, I'll handle these heavy chores," he suddenly said, his voice a little hoarse. Lin Wanru was startled and quickly shook her head. "No way. You're the leader doing important work. Washing clothes is a woman's job." "What woman's job?" Gu Changfeng interrupted her, his eyes a bit fierce. "In this family, there's nothing you have to do. I married you not to make you a housekeeper." Lin Wanru was silenced, and her eyes turned red again. Gu Changfeng hated seeing women cry, especially his wife, who had suffered for 3 years. He irritably scratched his head and stood up. "All right, stop crying. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go get food from the cafeteria." He was about to leave. "Stop right there." A childish, loud shout. Meng Yaya took small, quick steps like a little cannonball and ran over, spreading her arms to block the door. Gu Changfeng was stunned, looked down at the little girl who only reached his knees, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't go to the cafeteria." Meng Yaya tilted her head. "I want to eat the food Mom makes. The big pot meals in the cafeteria aren't tasty at all." Gu Changfeng looked a bit troubled. "The fire at home isn't lit yet, and there's no firewood or rice." "Who said there's no firewood?" Meng Yaya performed a magic trick, tipping over her always half-full small satchel onto the ground. Clatter. A few round potatoes, some fresh green onions, and even 2 handfuls of noodles spilled out all at once. Gu Changfeng's eyelids twitched. Was this satchel a treasure chest? Meng Yaya remained calm and squatted down, grabbing the hanging noodles as if picking up stones. Then she stuffed them into Lin Wanru's arms. "Grandpa's son said this is." "What was it?" "A dowry." "Yes, the hidden dowry." Lin Wanru held the noodles, feeling confused and unsure. "I won't go to the cafeteria." Meng Yaya sat firmly on a small stool, her short legs swinging in the air. "I want to eat homemade, hand-pulled noodles." "No, hanging noodles are fine too. It needs green onion and pork fat." She stretched out her chubby fingers to make her request, acting like a wealthy landowner. Gu Changfeng looked at the sky. By now, the cafeteria probably only has soup left. He also looked at Lin Wanru's hands, which still had red, swollen scratches. His throat moved and finally, he bent down to pick up a potato from the ground. "Where do we make it?" he asked. The yard of number 6 had been abandoned for half a year, and there wasn't even a single piece of firewood in the kitchen. "There are bricks in the yard. We can build a stove," Meng Yaya said confidently, pointing at a pile of dead branches in the corner of the wall. "That's firewood." Gu Changfeng didn't hesitate. He took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and started moving bricks. The respected leader, usually holding a gun, now skillfully built a simple stove in the yard. Lin Wanru was not idle either. She found a dented aluminum pot, washed the potatoes, and cut them into pieces. With each cut, the potato chunks were even in size, and the skins were peeled thin as cicada wings. This was a skill she had practiced at Meng's house. To avoid wasting any food, her knife skills were honed through necessity. "Dad, the fire is too big." Meng Yaya sat on a small stool nearby, acting as a supervisor. "Are you boiling water or smelting steel?" "Turn down the fire." Gu Changfeng hurriedly pulled out the firewood from the stove. The smoke made him cough twice, and a streak of black ash stained his stern face. Lin Wanru glanced at him, wanting to laugh but not daring to. She could only bite her lip and took out a handkerchief from her pocket, handing it over. "Wipe your face." Gu Changfeng took the handkerchief. It was a faded, floral cloth with a fresh soapberry scent. He wiped his face carelessly, turning the clean handkerchief black. "Give it to me." Lin Wanru naturally reached out to take it back. Their fingertips touched. Gu Changfeng's fingers were rough and warm, while Lin Wanru's were cold and soft. Both of them seemed to be burned by the contact, quickly pulling their hands away. Meng Yaya rolled her eyes. They are an old married couple, yet they are more hesitant than innocent young boys. "Water's boiling." Over here, manhwa shouted, breaking the awkward silence. The noodles went into the pot, and white steam rose up. Manhwa dripped a few drops of fragrant oil from her bag space into the pot and sprinkled some chopped green onions. The strong aroma instantly spread through the yard. It was a rich smell of carbs mixed with oil, enough to make anyone hungry. Next door, a few dark little heads appeared over the wall, and the sound of slurping filled the air. Manhwa turned around, grinned at the wall, and waved her small fist. The heads quickly shrank back. Dinner was ready. Since there was no table, they used a large millstone as their dining table. 3 people sat around it, each holding a porcelain cup. Lin Wanru sat nervously, picking up 2 strands of noodles with her chopsticks and sipping small bites. Gu Chongfeng sat confidently, eating as if in a battle, finishing a bowl of noodles in just a few bites. Manhwa looked at the 2. One seemed like a timid little wife, the other like a machine eating, without feeling. Besides her, no one in this family was normal. Dad, Manhwa picked up a big potato from her bowl and, without hesitation, threw it into Gu Chongfeng's empty bowl. Is Mom's cooking delicious? Gu Chongfeng paused, looking at the oily potato. Yes, it is. Then why don't you praise her? Manhwa scolded, disappointed. Grandpa Sun said if a man doesn't praise, he'll sleep in the pigsty. Cough. Gu Chongfeng almost choked on his saliva. He looked up and saw Lin Wanru's slightly panicked but hopeful eyes. The sunset glow cast a gentle golden light on her face, making her look especially kind and gentle. It smells good, Gu Chongfeng finally said, struggling to speak. Better than the cooking class. Lin Wanru's face turned bright red instantly. She lowered her head, almost burying it in her bowl. Chongfeng. If you like it, there's more in the pot. Her voice was soft as a mosquito. Just eating isn't enough. Manhwa tapped the edge of her porcelain cup, making a clear sound. Mom, look at Dad's face. What's that? Lin Wanru looked up. Gu Chongfeng just wiped his face, and didn't dry it completely. There was a bit of black dust on his nose, and combined with his serious expression, he looked quite funny. Snicker. Lin Wanru couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This laugh instantly eased the heavy, bitter mood that had been hanging over them. Gu Chongfeng looked confused as he touched his nose, smudging some dust on his hand. Seeing his wife's smiling face, his hardened heart, which had been cold on the battlefield, strangely softened a little. Mom, too. Manhwa turned her head and aimed her words at Lin Wanru. Help Dad with some food. He's the backbone of the family. He needs to eat more. Lin Wanru hesitated for a moment, then picked up a small piece of pork fat from her bowl, which she wasn't really willing to eat. Her hand trembled a little, but she still placed the piece of fat into Gu Chongfeng's bowl. Eat some too? Gu Chongfeng frowned, quickly taking the fat back and also pushing the remaining few pieces of potato from his bowl to Lin Wanru. You're too thin. Holding you feels uncomfortable. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Manhwa. Lin Wanru's face was flushed. Even her ears turned red. Gu Chongfeng realized a moment later that he had said something inappropriate, and his face, already dark red, blushed even more with embarrassment. He really only wanted to say she was too thin and needed to eat more. Nothing else. Enough, enough, let's eat. Manhwa rolled her eyes and buried her face in her bowl, slurping noodles. Parenting this generation is really tough. The car was moving too fast, and as a 3-year-old, she felt a bit carsick. Although this meal was chaotic, it was the warmest family dinner they had had in 3 years. Night fell. The 6th courtyard was without electricity, only moonlight shining through the window. The family huddled on a makeshift big bed. Gu Chongfeng slept on the outer side, straight and tense, as if ready to listen for orders and charge at any moment. Lin Wanru curled up on the inside, wrapped like a silkworm. Manhwa slept in the middle, forming a big shape, with one foot on her father's stomach and one hand grabbing her mother's hair. Listening to their steady breathing, Manhwa opened her eyes in the dark. She had taken her first step. As long as these two didn't divorce, she, an illegal child, could walk freely in the big yard. Beep, beep, beep. the loud bugle sound broke the quiet of the morning. It was still dark, just past 5 o'clock. A light movement beside the bed. Meng Yaya lazily turned over and felt Gu Changfeng quietly get out of bed. After a soft rustling of clothes, there was a crisp sound of a belt being fastened. Sleep a little longer, Gu Changfeng whispered softly to Lin Wanru, who was just about to get up. I'm going to the training ground, he added. Why so early today? Lin Wanru's voice was hoarse from just waking up. It's the whole army competition, Gu Changfeng said with a serious tone. That group of young soldiers is feeling restless. I need to help them loosen up. The door was gently closed. Meng Yaya, who had been snoring, suddenly opened her eyes. Her big, clear eyes were no longer sleepy, but full of energy. A big competition? Loosen up? In the past few years in the apocalypse, she had only been fighting zombies or running for her life. Serious fighting competitions like this were rare for her. Her chubby little hands reached out in the air, itching to fight. She was eager. Like a quick little cat, Meng Yaya slipped out of her blanket. She looked at Lin Wanru, still asleep, grabbed last night's floral blouse, threw it over herself, and jumped out of bed barefoot. She put on her shoes, opened the door, and slipped away quickly. The morning air was cold and carried a hint of dust from afar. Meng Yaya, with her short legs, moved like a clever wild cat, following the loud shouts. Though only 3 years old, her small legs were quick, and with her stealth skills from her previous life, she avoided 2 patrol groups and was never caught. The farther west she went, the louder the noise.
Kill. Kill.
Kill. The sound was like thunder, making the leaves fall from the trees. Meng Yaya hid behind a large poplar tree and peeked out. In front of her was a huge yellow dirt training ground, as big as 2 or 3 soccer fields. Hundreds of soldiers in green military uniforms were running around like wolves. Some people are wrestling in the mud pit. In this era of scarcity, these soldiers are full of energy and spirit, each one like a little tiger. There is a tall platform just north of the training ground. Gu Changfeng is standing there. He is not wearing a coat, only a green military shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, showing his strong forearms. He holds a stopwatch, and his face is as dark as a pot bottom, looking even scarier than usual at home. Company commander. Haven't you eaten? With this speed, if you go to the battlefield, the enemy could turn you into mincemeat. Gu Changfeng's voice can be heard clearly without a microphone, carrying a commanding presence. The company commander being called is a big, dark-skinned man. He blushes with embarrassment and shouts at the soldiers below, "Did you all hear that? The boss is not happy. Use all your strength. If anyone falls behind, I'll kick their butt." Meng Yaya chews her lip. With her dad's commanding aura, he really looks like a base commander from the end of the world stories. It seems she's not wrong to cling to him. She puts her hands behind her back, like an old cadre on patrol, and walks confidently out from behind a tree. At this moment, on an open space at the edge of the training ground, a group of people is gathered. That's the free fighting area where these passionate men love to show off. Great! That sweeping kick was perfect. Second platoon leader, attack his lower body. Don't hold back. In the middle of the crowd, 2 strong men are fighting, punches landing hard, dust flying everywhere. Meng Yaya moves closer. Because she's short, she can't see anything. She looks around and climbs onto a nearby balance beam made of a single wooden plank, using her hands and feet. Now her view is clear. On the field, a bald man is pinning his opponent down, choking him. The crowd cheers. But Meng Yaya frowns. That's too slow, she mumbles quietly. The bald man just now, when punching, left his armpit wide open. If this were the end of the world, zombies would have already torn his heart out. And the one being pinned, instead of using his knees to hit the bald man's back, is trying to arm wrestle him for strength. Is this what special forces are like in this era? A bit too showy. As she watches, Meng Yaya's hands start to itch. In her past life, she was a close combat psychic, loving the feeling of fists hitting flesh. This 3-year-old little body, though soft and fragile, has regained much strength after drinking spiritual spring water and eating meat these past few days. I really want to go practice a bit. Hey, where did this little kid come from? A loud voice suddenly blared in my ear. Without turning around, I knew who it was. Besides the big guy Wang DePeo, no one else has that loud, rough voice. Wang DePeo had just finished running 5 kilometers, sweat pouring down his face, with a white towel hanging around his neck. He was just here to watch the fun, but when he looked up, he saw a tiny, delicate little girl sitting on the wooden bridge. She was wearing an oversized floral coat, with her small hands tucked into her sleeves, staring seriously at the fight happening in the arena. Her serious look made her seem like a stern official inspecting the scene. "Is that you, silly big guy?" Manhwa turned her head and greeted him bluntly. A few soldiers nearby were startled. "Silly big guy? Who is this little girl calling that?" "That's Wang DePeo, the team leader, known for his bad temper." But Wang DePeo wasn't angry at all. He actually smiled. He remembered her incredible strength clearly, and his wrists still ached a little from it. "So, little ancestor, are you here to join the big competition too?" Wang DePeo reached out to pat Manhwa's head, but hesitated, recalling the previous lesson, and quickly retracted his hand. "This isn't a place for playing house. Fists and kicks are dangerous. Be careful not to get hurt." "I think this is just like playing house." Manhwa pointed at the 2 people still fighting in the arena. "That bald guy, his left rib is his weak spot. If he had been kicked there just now, he'd be in the infirmary now. And the other one, he could have counterattacked but chose to play rough. Such a fool." The air around fell silent for a moment. A few veteran spectators were stunned. This little girl's tone was quite bold. "Hey, whose kid is this? Still not grown up and she knows nothing about fighting?" A young soldier, from the same hometown as the bald guy, said angrily. "Our squad leader was just being polite." "You don't know anything." Manhwa shot him a glance and jumped down from the wooden bridge. She landed silently and steadily. "Don't I understand?" Manhwa brushed dust off her pants. "Then why don't you come up and show me what you've got?" Laughter erupted around them, and a group of grown men laughed loudly. "Little Lee, did you hear? Someone wants to challenge you. This girl isn't even as tall as my gun. Don't let her cry, or you'll have to comfort her later." The soldier named Little Lee blushed and waved his hands. "Go away. I don't hit kids. If word gets out, I'll lose face." At that moment, Gu Changfeng on the high platform seemed to notice the commotion. He put down his stopwatch, looked serious, and strode over. The crowd automatically made way. "What's going on? Why are you arguing?" Gu Changfeng's voice was sharp and cold. The soldiers, who had been laughing just moments before, immediately stood straight and didn't dare make a sound. Only Manhwa stood there with her hands behind her back, tilting her head up to look at him. "Dad," she called softly. Gu Changfeng was surprised, and the sternness in his face softened a little. He quickly walked over, squatted down, and frowned. "Why are you here? Where's your mom?" "Mom is still sleeping." Manhwa pointed at the field. "I came to watch the fight." Gu Changfeng felt a headache coming on. This was a group of rough men, full of nonsense. What if they taught bad habits to his daughter? "Stop fooling around. Go back quickly." Gu Changfeng tried to look serious and scold her, but when he saw her big, bright eyes, his tone unconsciously softened. "When I finish work, I'll bring you some meat buns." "I don't want meat buns." Manhwa shook her head and pointed at a row of objects not far away. "I want to play with that." She pointed in the direction of a row of stone weights. These are old equipment used by the army to train arm strength and core muscles. The lightest weighs 30 pounds, then 50, 80, and the heaviest one is 100 pounds, meant for the elite reconnaissance soldiers. "Those are stone weights, not toys," Gu Changfeng patiently explained. "They're very heavy. If you drop one on your foot, it could break." "I'm not afraid," Manhwa said firmly, stepping past Gu Changfeng with small, determined steps. The soldiers around looked at each other in surprise. "Commander, what is your daughter planning to do?" Wang DePeo asked, leaning in with a look of anticipation. "Is she going to lift that 30-pound one?" A 30-pound stone weight is a huge number for a 3-year-old child. A typical 3-year-old child struggles to lift a 5-pound soy sauce bottle. Gu Chongfeng wanted to help her, but Wang Depeo grabbed his arm. Hey, Lao Gu, don't rush. I think this girl has some skill. Let her try. Gu Chongfeng shook off Wang Depeo's hand and was about to speak when he saw Meng Yaya already standing in front of the row of stone locks. First, she kicked the 30-pound one. Too light. The little girl shook her head, looking annoyed. Then she looked at the 50-pound one. Still too light. Everyone? Does this kid still not realize? That's stone, not cotton. Finally, Meng Yaya stood at the very end, in front of the biggest, darkest, and heaviest-looking one. 100-pound stone lock. It even had a layer of dust on it because, normally, only a few strong men moved it. Meng Yaya circled around the 100-pound stone lock and nodded with satisfaction. This one it will do. It can help loosen up the muscles. She moved her wrist, making a soft cracking sound. Then, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people, her small, tender hand, like a lotus root joint, grasped the rough stone handle. Lift! A soft, childish voice called out. The 100-pound stone, as if it had taken root in the ground, wobbled and lifted off the ground as if by magic. She turned her wrist, and the 100-pound stone in her hand felt weightless. She swung it left and right twice, causing a gust of wind. Gu Chongfeng's stopwatch suddenly snapped. He accidentally broke the dial with his grip. He looked at his daughter, his throat dry. He had always known she was strong. She could push a millstone and squeeze hard enough to hurt Wang Depeo, but this was a real 100-pound iron lump. And she was holding it with one hand. Is this really his daughter? Maybe she's a reincarnation of a legendary hero. Hey, you there. Meng Yaya held up the stone lock, turned around and looked at Shaoli, who had just been teasing her, with her chubby little face. She pointed at the big rock in the sky with her other hand. You said earlier that this thing is easy to trip over? Shaoli shivered all over, instinctively closing his legs, sweat running down his temples. This isn't just easy to trip over. If it falls, I'd be turned into a wall decoration. I remember now. Meng Yaya threw the stone lock upward. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats as the stone fell. At the moment it was about to land, she caught the handle steadily and did a deep squat using the leverage. This thing really isn't suitable for kids. Meng Yaya stood up, switched the stone lock to her left hand, and looked serious. It's too light. You can't build muscle with it. It's only good for pressing salt in a jar. Too light? Press salt in a jar? The top students of the reconnaissance team felt their worldview shattering. Usually, they had to grit their teeth and bulge their veins just to lift it twice. And this little girl finds it light? Wang Depeo couldn't hold back anymore. He strode over quickly, his bull-like eyes wide, reaching out to touch the stone lock. Is this fake? Old Gu, did your logistics department cut corners and make this out of foam to fool us? He didn't believe it. He grabbed the other end of the stone lock. Meng Yaya cooperated by loosening her grip. Oh, crap. Wang Depeo was caught off guard. The 100 pounds of weight fell heavily, causing his upper body to sink suddenly, nearly pulling a muscle. He took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and shouted loudly to steady the stone lock, preventing it from hitting his foot. This thing is real. A full 100 pounds of blue stone, heavy enough to crush your hand. Wang Depeo threw the stone lock back onto the ground, making a small crater. Old Gu. Wang Depeo turned his head, his voice drifting. Be honest and tell me, what do you feed your daughter? Explosive devices? Gu Chongfeng walked over expressionlessly, stuffing the broken stopwatch into his pocket and blocking Meng Yaya from view. Follow me, he said casually, with a proud posture that showed a hint of arrogance. Follow what? Wang Depeo snapped. Can you lift 100 pounds with one hand? Back in the military competitions, I only managed 150, and that was with both hands. Gu Chongfeng ignored him, looked down at Meng Yaya, and took out a handkerchief to wipe her small forehead, which didn't even have sweat. Are you done playing? Gu Chongfeng asked. Not fun. Meng Yaya pouted, glancing around at the soldiers still stunned, then lifted her chin. Dad, are these your soldiers? They all look like wooden posts. They get scared of a stone. Their skills are poor. Hundreds of brave men were being scolded by a 3-year-old girl for lacking skill. And no one dared to argue. Who would dare? What if this little troublemaker suddenly got angry and threw a stone at them? Shaoli felt so embarrassed, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Just earlier, he told them to play with mud, but now they were playing with their lives. Enough. Gu Chongfeng patted her head, his tone gentle but with a hint of indulgence he didn't realize. Don't discourage them. They still have some pride. Manhwa shrugged and walked over to the large stone lock. This broken stone is blocking the way. She lifted her small foot and kicked the heavy stone casually. Boom! The stone flew about 4 or 5 meters, hitting another stone lock with a dull thud, sparks flying. The training ground fell silent again. That kick could have killed someone. At that moment, a jeep with a red military license plate, parked on the road outside the training ground, suddenly slammed on the brakes. The door opened. An old man with white hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, stepped out. He held a cane but stood straighter than a spear, his old but sharp eyes fixed on the flying stone lock. Behind him were 2 guards, their hands already on their gun holsters alert. Gu Chongfeng and Wang Depeo's faces changed instantly when they saw the old man. Both of them stood straight at the same time, heels clicking loudly, saluting in unison with clear and loud voices. Hello, Commander! Hundreds of soldiers in the crowd responded quickly, all standing at attention and saluting. Hello, Commander! The cheers were even louder than the previous shouts. The old man ignored them and did not return the salute. He walked straight through the crowd, his eyes filled with surprise and a hint of childlike excitement, staring intently at Manhwa, who was standing beside Gu Chongfeng. Manhwa was about to reach into Gu Chongfeng's pocket to take out some candy when she felt his gaze. She looked up. A big and a small figure, separated by a few meters, looked at each other. The old man's gaze swept over the kicked-away stone lock and then focused on Manhwa's small feet, which were only wearing shoes without socks. Did you kick that? The old man's voice was deep and commanding, showing a sense of authority typical of someone in a high position, but right now more curiosity. Gu Chongfeng's heart tightened. He was about to step forward to protect his daughter and speak. But Manhwa moved first. She pulled her hand out of Gu Chongfeng's pocket, holding a large white rabbit candy that hadn't been peeled yet, tilting her head to look at the old man. Her intuition, honed from years surviving in the apocalypse, told her this was a real tough guy, much tougher than her cheap dad, several times broader. This was a big, strong man. She had to hug him. Manhwa, with her short legs, trotted over to Lei Tian. She looked up, showing a few tiny teeth with a mischievous smile like a little fox caught in mischief. Grandpa, you look so energetic. She reached out her dirty little hand, holding the peeled half of a white rabbit candy, and offered it. The guards around immediately changed their expressions, reaching for their waists. The security for the commander was top level, and no outside food was allowed. Step back, Lei Tian said softly. He looked down at the small child who was not even as tall as his cane. Her eyes were clear and bright, free of any impurities, and she showed no fear of power or authority. Just like the brave young soldiers he saw in the trenches long ago. Are you not afraid of me? Lei Tian asked, not taking the candy, but looking at her with interest. Why should I be afraid? Manhwa tilted her head, peeled off the candy wrapper, and the sweet milk aroma instantly spread out. I have strength and can fight. You are also very strong, even though you're a bit old, but that strength comes from fighting many bad people. Lei Tian was stunned. Fighting many bad people? That's fighting spirit. This 3-year-old baby girl could sense the fighting spirit on him and wasn't afraid at all? Ha! Lei Tian suddenly burst into loud laughter, his chest vibrating with the sound. Good. Very strong. Gu Chongfeng's scalp tingled. He responded loudly, Yes. Is this your daughter? Lei Tian pointed at Manhwa. Reporting to the commander. Yes. A tiger father doesn't produce a dog daughter. No. This isn't a tiger girl. This is clearly a little monster you raised. Lei Tian looked at the stone lock on the ground, suddenly threw his cane to the guard, and strode over to the stone lock. He took a deep breath, grabbed the stone lock with one hand. Though old, his military strength was still there. He lifted the 100-gene stone lock. He struggled a bit, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. He definitely couldn't hold it like manhwa, who played with it like a toy or kicked it away.
Clang.
Lei Zhentian threw the stone lock back on the ground, brushed off the dust on his hands, and his eyes changed completely when looking at manhwa. It was the look of someone seeing a rare gem. "Girl, come here." Lei Zhentian squatted down, his gaze level with manhwa. Manhwa didn't hold back. She walked over and shoved a big, white rabbit milk candy into Lei Zhentian's mouth. "Is it sweet?" "Sweet." Lei Zhentian chewed the candy. His usually stern face softened surprisingly. "My name is manhwa." Manhwa reached out her small hand and patted Lei Zhentian's shoulder. "In the future, if anyone bullies you around here, just say my name. I'll help you fight them." At this moment, only the sound of wind and yellow sand blowing could be heard. Feeding the commander candy? And protecting the commander? Does this child think life is too long, or does she think Gu Chongfeng's position is too secure? Good. It's a deal. Lei Zhentian chewed the candy into pieces, smiling so broadly that his wrinkles relaxed. Suddenly, he reached out both hands, pinched manhwa's armpits, and lifted her high, placing her on his broad shoulders. Riding a big horse now, this scene is even more shocking than when manhwa kicked the stone lock earlier. That was Commander Lei's shoulder. That was a shoulder that had carried the badge of a general. Now a 3-year-old baby is riding on it? "Old Gu," Lei Zhentian said as he carried manhwa, turning to look at Gu Chongfeng with a bossy tone. "I like this girl, Gu Chongfeng. From today on, she will be my adopted granddaughter," Lei Zhentian announced loudly, scanning the crowd. "I tell you, in this military compound, no one dares to give her a hard time. No one dares to call her a country bumpkin." This sentence clearly had a hidden meaning. A few officers in the crowd, who had been gossiping behind their wives yesterday, suddenly broke out in cold sweat, lowering their heads as if they wanted to hide. manhwa sat at the highest point, with a great view. She held Lei Zhentian's sparse, white hair with her little hands, not minding at all. Instead, she thought his head was quite round. "Great-grandpa." manhwa climbed up cheerfully, her voice sweet and soft. "Then you should come to my house for dinner often. My mom makes really tasty hand-pulled noodles, but we don't have ration tickets anymore. If you come, you need to bring your own food." Gu Chongfeng closed his eyes painfully. This girl, just after recognizing her family, started asking for things. He's the commander, not a ration station manager. But Lei Zhentian listened happily, waving his big hand. "Bring it. Grandpa not only has ration tickets, but also special canned food. Whatever you want to eat, just call the guard and tell him to drive to the supply and marketing cooperative to pick it up." After saying that, Lei Zhentian ignored the ongoing martial arts competition and carried manhwa toward the jeep. "Let's go. Grandpa is going to see the house. I want to see what kind of person could raise such a little troublemaker." "Commander." Gu Chongfeng was anxious. If Lei Zhentian went to the 6th district and saw that the house was empty and run down, where would he put his face as a leader? "What's wrong?" "Can't bear to go." Lei Zhentian turned back and glared at him. "I heard your wife also came from a tough background. Since she's on my territory, I won't let anyone hurt her feelings. Today, this old man, am here to support her." Gu Chongfeng stood frozen in place. He looked at his daughter, who was sitting on the general's neck, making funny faces and waving her little fists at him. In the sunlight, the two shadows, one big, one small, looked oddly harmonious and a bit dazzling. Gu Chongfeng suddenly had a strange feeling. He thought his position in the family might drop from 3rd place to the bottom. "Captain Wang." Gu Chongfeng, with no one to vent his anger on, turned and shouted. Yes, Wang Depeo, who was still stunned, trembled. "Change today's 5-kilometer cross-country run to 10 kilometers. Anyone who can't finish won't get lunch." "Huh? Why, old Gu?" "Because I'm in a bad mood." Gu Chongfeng, with a grim face, picked up his training cap and strode toward the jeep. At the gate of the 6th courtyard, Lin Wanru had just woken up. She was hungry and also disturbed by the noisy sounds outside. Last night's noodles were tasty, but didn't fill her up. Her body was too weak from lack of nourishment. Even after sleeping, her limbs still felt soft. She put on her clothes and pushed open the courtyard door. As soon as she looked up, she saw a majestic jeep parked at the entrance. The door opened, and an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit carefully helped her daughter out of the car. Her usually unruly daughter was pointing at a shiny black object in the old man's hand, speaking softly. "I want this. This is heavy. It must be good for cracking nuts." Lin Wanru's eyes widened in horror. That old man was holding a real gun. "Yaya!" Lin Wanru screamed. Somehow, she found the strength to rush forward and pull Meng Yaya behind her, then knelt down in front of the old man with a loud thud. "Commander, please spare us. The child doesn't know better."
She didn't mean it.
"If you want to arrest someone, arrest me." Lin Wanru was trembling all over. That was a gun. What if it accidentally went off? Lei Tian, holding the gun he had just planned to give as a gift to his granddaughter, froze when he saw the woman kneeling on the ground. This woman, so thin she looked like she could be blown over by a gust of wind, with a pale face and patched clothes. But even this fragile woman, upon seeing the gun, didn't run away. Her first reaction was to protect her child behind her. Meng Yaya peeked out from behind Lin Wanru, looking very disappointed and upset. "This is Grandpa gone, the one who brought us canned food." "Grandpa gone?" Lin Wanru looked up confused, tears in her eyes. Before she could react, Lei Tian bent down. His hand, which had held power over life and death many times, trembled slightly as he helped Lin Wanru to her feet. "Good girl, get up," Lei Tian said in a hoarse voice. His eyes looked at Lin Wanru's hands, which were covered in frostbite. "You've been through a lot these years." At that moment, a very quiet clicking sound came from the small woods outside the wall.
Click.
The sound was soft, like a dry branch breaking. But among the 3 people present, only Lin Wanru was not very sensitive to sound. The others were very alert. Lei Tian kept holding Lin Wanru's hand but suddenly turned his sharp gaze toward the shadowy corner of the wall. "Who's there?" His shout was loud, like a thunderclap in the sky, startling the sparrows on the treetops to fly away in a flurry. 2 guards reacted quickly, drawing their guns and rushing toward the woods. But the person in the woods was clearly skilled. Using the bushes for cover, they moved quickly and quietly, almost over the wall, heading toward a blind spot. Trying to run, Meng Yaya stood still, casually reaching down and grabbing a sharp-edged stone. She didn't aim carefully. With a flick of her wrist, the stone shot out like a guided missile, whistling through the air. Thud! A muffled sound followed by a scream. The figure who had just climbed onto the wall lost balance, as if hit by a hammer in the knee. They fell headfirst from the 2-meter-high wall, landing face down. The black camera they carried also fell far away, its lens shattered. The 2 guards rushed over quickly, skillfully twisting the person's arms behind their back and pinning them to the ground. "Report, Commander. We caught him. He's a new face, and he's carrying an imported camera," one guard said, pulling out a bunch of film rolls with a grim face. In today's military zones, taking photos secretly with a camera was a serious crime, like risking life imprisonment. Lei Tian didn't even look at the spy. Instead, he turned his head and stared at Meng Yaya, who was calmly brushing dust off her hands. "Girl, did you just throw that?" Although they were about 20 meters apart, he could see clearly that the secret agent was hit in the leg and fell down. Meng Yaya blinked her big eyes innocently and pointed at the ant on the ground. "Grandpa, I was just playing with the ant." Did that person fall because his leg gave out? Lei Tian was momentarily stunned, then burst into a loud, deafening laugh. "Playing with ants? Your aim is better than my guard sharpshooters." Lei Tian liked this girl more and more. She was not just a pretend granddaughter, she was a real treasure. He put his gun back into its holster, bent down, and helped Lin Wanru, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Don't be afraid. That's a spy. We need to catch him." Lei Tian spoke more softly, trying not to scare the trembling woman. "You don't need to kneel to me. I'm her adoptive grandpa." From now on, we are family. Lin Wanru's legs were still weak, and she could barely stand with Gu Chongfeng's support. She didn't understand what a spy was, but she saw the proud old leader smiling kindly as he gently patted her daughter's head. Let's go. Into the house. Lei Jin Tian waved his hand. Today, I must try that bowl of noodles my granddaughter mentioned. The group entered house number 6. As soon as they stepped inside, Lei Jin Tian's face darkened. This was not a home. The main room was empty, with only a broken square table propped up on bricks and a few patched-up long benches. The rice jar in the corner had no lid, and you could see all the way to the bottom. There wasn't even a mouse living inside. The only electrical device was a flashlight, issued by the army. Gu Chongfeng, Lei Jin Tian suddenly turned around, slamming his cane on the ground. Your monthly allowance has gone straight to the dogs. And you let your wife and daughter live in this place. Gu Chongfeng stood straight, looking a little embarrassed. Reporting to the commander, I'm used to living alone. I haven't bought. Stop talking nonsense. Lei Jin Tian pointed at the empty rice jar. No furniture, no rice, flour, or oil. Where did your allowance go? Don't tell me you sent it all back to your hometown. Gu Chongfeng pursed his lips, but said nothing. Most of his allowance had indeed been sent to his stepmother, Wang Guifan, because he thought she would take good care of Lin Wanru and her daughter. But that wicked woman had swallowed the money, and they almost starved. Starting today, you don't need to send your allowance anymore. Give it directly to your wife to manage. Lei Jin Tian made the decision for Gu Chongfeng and then turned to shout at the guard outside the door. Go. Call the logistics department. Tell them to bring a truckload of supplies. Rice, flour, cooking oil, and those special canned braised pork and malted milk. Bring everything here. Yes, the guard responded and left. Within 20 minutes, a dark green truck rumbled into the courtyard. Everyone in the big yard was excited and curious. Neighbors pressed their faces to the windows and leaned over the walls to look outside. They saw some logistics soldiers carrying bags of flour and boxes of canned food into the 6th courtyard.
Wow.
Is that the special supply of white rabbit candies? A whole box. What's that? Is that malted milk only high-ranking officials can drink? 2 cans at once. Who is that old man? He looks so familiar. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the old man in the yard, who was directing the workers with his hands behind his back. Oh my, that's Commander Lei, the commander-in-chief. This shout spread quickly through the entire yard like wings. Qian Mei, a woman with curly hair who had bullied Lin Wanru in the water room, was hiding behind the curtains, secretly watching. When she heard the words, Commander Lei, her legs went weak, and she sank to the ground, her face as pale as freshly painted lime. Oh no! That rural woman's backer wasn't Gu Chongfeng, but the commander-in-chief. Inside the 6th courtyard, Meng Yaya sat on a rattan chair temporarily arranged by Gu Chongfeng, swinging her short legs and holding a can of yellow peaches that Lei Jin Tian had just forcefully given her. Grandpa, this is really sweet, Meng Yaya said, scooping a big spoonful into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. Eat more if it's sweet. Lei Jin Tian watched the little girl eat happily, happier than when he ate ginseng fruit. If you want to eat anything in the future, just go to the commander's office and find Grandpa Lin Wanru stood nearby, feeling helpless as she looked at the mountain of supplies filling the room. She had never seen so many good things in her life. Chief, this is too much, she whispered. It's not too much, Lei Jin Tian said sternly. If anyone dares say that our Yaya is a poor girl from the countryside, I will use these canned goods to teach them a lesson. After saying that, he deliberately raised his voice and shouted to the heads peeking outside the yard wall. Listen up. Meng Yaya is my adopted granddaughter. If she ever loses a hair, I will hold you accountable. This shout completely set the tone. From then on, Meng Yaya was like a crab walking sideways in the military compound. Everyone avoided her. After sending off Lei Jin Tian, the small yard became quiet again. Gu Chongfeng looked at the pile of supplies filling half the main room, then at Meng Yaya, who was licking water from a can jar, and finally his gaze settled on Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru was squatting on the ground, tidying the rice and flour. She moved carefully, folding the bags opening neatly, as if handling a precious treasure. Her hands, covered in frostbite, looked especially striking against the white flour. "Stop messing around," Gu Chongfeng said as he walked over and blocked the light. Lin Wanru was startled, quickly stood up, and hid her hands behind her back. I'm just organizing to keep it dry." Gu Chongfeng didn't speak. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist. Lin Wanru instinctively tried to pull away, but he held her tightly. He looked at her hand. Her fingers were thick, skin cracked and dry, with a few fresh cuts from yesterday in the water room. Although she had applied medicine, they hadn't healed yet. That was her hand. He was on the front lines defending the country, thinking that sending money home each month would make his family's life better. But what happened? His money only made his greedy relatives richer, while his wife and daughter lived worse than beggars. And now, they were being scolded over a basin of water. If Yaya weren't so strong, if the commander hadn't come to support her today, how much more suffering would she have endured? Does it hurt? Gu Chongfeng's voice was a little hoarse. Lin Wanru was stunned. She looked at this tall, cold man in front of her, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. "No, it doesn't hurt. Not anymore," Gu Chongfeng said, releasing her, but not stepping back. He turned around, found a box of clam ointment from the supplies, and pressed it into her hand. "Use this on your hands. It's good. You need to do it every day. When this box is empty, come to me for more. There's a whole box in the storeroom." After saying that, Gu Chongfeng awkwardly turned his head, a faint red flush appearing on his ears. "I'm going to chop firewood." He left quickly, as if fleeing, grabbed an axe from the yard, and started chopping a wooden stake fiercely, as if the stake owed him a debt of $800. Meng Yaya finished drinking the last bit of sweet water, licked her lips, and looked at the man in the yard who was sweating so hard. Then she glanced at her mother inside the house, who was staring blankly at the clam oil. Sigh. Meng Yaya, like a little adult, sighed and jumped down from her chair. Parents these days are really hard to handle. It seems she, a 3-year-old, still needs to work hard. She took small steps to her mother Lin Wanru and tugged at her clothes. "Mom, I want to eat meat buns. Grandpa Gung gave us a lot of fatty meat. Should we make meat buns to make the neighbor's chubby kid jealous?" Lin Wanru snapped out of her thoughts, looked into her daughter's bright eyes, and the little bit of sadness and fear in her heart surprisingly disappeared. She squatted down, gave her a big kiss on her little face, and her voice, though still a bit nasal, was more confident than before. "Okay, Mom will make them for you. Big ones. We'll make the neighbor jealous." Crack! A loud sizzling sound came from the kitchen as hot oil hit chopped green onions. A strong, bold aroma of meat wafted out through the window, like a hook pulling at Gu Chongfeng's hand, stopping his axe mid-swing. It wasn't the bland meat smell from the cafeteria, but rich with oil residue, mixed with green onions and the wheat aroma from the dough. The pork belly sent by Commander Lei, with plenty of fat and less lean meat, was the best quality of the year. Gu Chongfeng put down his axe, wiped the sweat from his face, and, almost instinctively, headed toward the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with steam. Lin Wanru was wearing an old apron she found somewhere, standing at the chopping board, making buns. Her movements were quick, very different from her usual slow speech. She held the dough with her left hand, and with her right thumb and index finger, she quickly pinched and folded, creating a beautiful bun with 18 pleats, sitting on the board in no time. Although the flour was expensive, it was perfectly handled in her hands. Gu Chongfeng stood at the door, his tall figure blocking half the light. Lin Wanru didn't turn around, probably mistaking him for Yaya. She kept working softly, saying, "Yaya, don't worry. The first batch will be ready soon. Be careful not to burn yourself." "It's me," Gu Chongfeng spoke. Lin Wanru's hand trembled slightly, almost crushing the freshly made bun. She suddenly turned around, her hand back still covered in flour, and a hint of panic flashed across her face. "Dad, are you hungry? Do you want to wait a little longer?" "Not in a hurry." Gu Chongfeng took a step forward. The kitchen was small, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. The air was filled with the dizzying smell of flour and meat. His gaze fell on Lin Wanru's hands. Those hands were indeed rough, full of marks from hard work, but now covered in flour, they looked quite nimble. The quick way she pinched the buns earlier was different from the image of her as a crying, old-fashioned woman. "This meat is cut well," Gu Chongfeng finally managed to say. Lin Wanru was momentarily stunned, then her ears turned red again. She looked down at the minced meat on the cutting board. "Back in my hometown, I helped cook for village celebrations and learned how to do it." Gu Chongfeng didn't say anything. Those vampires from the Meng family had been using his wife as a servant for so many years. He reached into his pocket, feeling the wet corner of an allowance slip, along with a bunch of colorful tickets. He didn't count them, but simply slapped them onto the flour-stained corner of the cutting board. "Take it." Lin Wanru looked at the pile of money and tickets, feeling helpless.
But
"The commander just sent something over, didn't he?" "That was from the commander." "This is from me," Gu Chongfeng said firmly, as if giving an order. "From now on, this house is yours. If you need money, come to me. Buy whatever you want. Don't listen to those people back home who talk nonsense. In this yard, you don't have to hold back." After saying that, he didn't wait for her reaction. He grabbed the gourd ladle from the water jar nearby, took a couple of gulps of cold water, then turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into manhwa, who was leaning on the doorframe watching the scene. The little girl was holding a canned bottle, her black eyes darting back and forth between her father and mother. "Dad," manhwa handed the bottle to Gu Chongfeng. "The way you looked at my mom just now, it's like a big gray wolf watching a little white rabbit." Gu Chongfeng almost choked on his spit. He frowned and ruffled his daughter's hair.
nonsense.
"I was just checking if the buns were cooked." "Oh," manhwa drawled, looking suspicious. "The buns are in the pot, and you're watching the person by the cutting board." "Dad, should you get your eyesight checked at the clinic?" Gu Chongfeng hesitated, but decided not to argue with the stubborn girl. Dinner was more luxurious than he had ever imagined. Big, thin-skinned buns filled with pork and scallions, each bite juicy and hot. They were served with thick millet porridge and a small dish of finely sliced salted vegetables drizzled with sesame oil. Gu Chongfeng ate quickly, like in a battle, biting half a bun at a time, sweating on his forehead. Lin Wanru ate delicately, but at a steady pace. manhwa sat on a specially raised chair, holding a bun bigger than her face with both hands, chewing with her mouth full and oily. While eating, she still kept an eye on things as a supervisor. "Mom, that bun skin is torn and it's leaking oil." "Give it to Dad," manhwa directed. Lin Wanru picked up the slightly imperfect bun, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it in Gu Chongfeng's bowl. "Dad, my mom is giving you a bun. What do you want to say?" Gu Chongfeng, with food in his mouth, mumbled, delicious." "That's not it." manhwa rolled her eyes impatiently. "You should say, my wife worked hard." The atmosphere at the table froze for 3 seconds. Lin Wanru buried her face in her bowl, wishing she could hide her face in the millet porridge. Gu Chongfeng swallowed the bun, his atoms apple-bobbing. He looked at the woman who was trying to shrink into a quail, then at his curious 3-year-old daughter beside her. Gu Chongfeng cleared his throat, voice a little tight. "Today's dinner? Thank you for your hard work." Although he didn't say wife, Lin Wanru's ears turned red, as if they might bleed. She softly responded with a her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. After dinner, Gu Chongfeng conscientiously cleared the dishes and went to wash them. Lin Wanru didn't argue. She sat under the lamp, took out an old military uniform Gu Chongfeng had changed out of. The cuffs were frayed, and 2 buttons were loose. She took out a sewing kit from her bag. Under the dim yellow light, the woman lowered her head, focused. Her rough hands, used to hard work, carefully held a fine silver needle, stitching through the fabric. Her profile looked especially gentle in the lamplight, radiating a calming quietness. Gu Chongfeng finished washing the dishes, wiped his hands, and paused at the door. Having served in the army for a long time, he was used to a world filled with sweat, smoke, and strict commands. Even after getting married, he never thought about what home really meant. But at this moment, Looking at Lin Wanru sewing under the lamp and Meng Yaya playing with some stones nearby, the hard part of his heart seemed to crack open a little. This woman is not as weak as she looks. She can travel hundreds of miles to find her husband, protect her child in dangerous times, cook a good meal when they have nothing, and quietly mend his torn uniform under the lamp. She has a kind of toughness. Like wild grass, it looks soft, but it can't be broken by the wind or burned by fire. Go to bed early, Gu Chongfeng said as he walked over and blocked the dim light bulb. It's bad for your eyes. Lin Wanru just finished biting off a loose thread, looked up and smiled at him. Okay. The fabric is good, and I can patch it up to wear for 2 more years. She handed the clothes to Gu Chongfeng. He took them, and his fingertips accidentally brushed her hand. Rough, warm. Not delicate, but strangely warming. Just then, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door outside the yard.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
It didn't sound like normal knocking, more like trying to break the door apart. Chief Gu, are you home? Help! It was a woman's voice, with a crying tone, sounding like Sister Zhang from the neighboring yard. Gu Chongfeng's face changed. All his romantic thoughts disappeared instantly. He threw his uniform onto a chair, strode to the door, and pulled it open. Standing outside was a woman with messy hair, holding a 5 or 6-year-old child in her arms. The child's face was purple and swollen, making strange wheezing sounds like a bellows, breathing in too much air and out too little, about to pass out. Old Gu. Save my Jeanzi. The health team has finished work, and the on-duty doctor isn't here. Jeanzi. He's struggling to breathe. Sister Zhang cried so hard her legs went weak, and she was about to collapse to the ground. Gu Chongfeng quickly caught her, his brows furrowed. This looks serious. If they take him to the military hospital, it's at least 20 minutes by car. It might be too late. I'll go get the car. Gu Chongfeng decided immediately and turned to rush outside. Don't move. A cold, clear voice came from behind. Lin Wanru had already stood behind Gu Chongfeng without him noticing. She stared intensely at the purple-faced child, and her usually gentle eyes now showed a calmness that couldn't be questioned. This is an acute airway obstruction. Moving him now and blowing air into his mouth can worsen the swelling and cause him to suffocate. Lin Wanru quickly stepped forward, took the child from Sister Zhang's arms, and skillfully laid him flat on the square table in the main room. Gu Chongfeng was stunned. Is this still his wife, who is afraid to speak loudly? Unbutton his clothes. Hurry, Lin Wanru shouted without looking back. Meng Yaya reached into her pocket to feel around, actually exploring that mysterious space. Yaya, help Mom hold his legs down. Yaya jumped down from the chair with a slight smile. It seemed her mother's hidden talent was finally about to shine. The air in the main room was tense, like a stretched string. The child's face on the table was turning purple, his chest was heaving violently, and the whistling sound in his throat was getting sharper, signs that his airway was about to close completely. Sister Zhang collapsed on the ground, her crying hoarse and barely audible, only able to let out dry, ragged screams. Gu Chongfeng stood by the table, his palms sweaty. He had been on the battlefield, seen severed limbs, but faced with this soft yet deadly illness, his tough skills were useless. Needle. Lin Wanru's voice was cold as she opened her palm in front of Yaya. Yaya understood immediately. She reached into her patched satchel and fished around. Several cold-looking silver needles had moved from her space into her fingertips. They were her family heirloom, given to her by Grandpa Sun Shoujing before she left Mingjia village. Mom, here. Yaya handed over the needle bag, and while Gu Chongfeng blocked her view, she quietly dropped a drop of transparent spiritual spring water into the slightly open mouth of the child. Lin Wanru took the needle bag, pinched the 3-inch silver needle between her fingers. At that moment, the woman who had just blushed at Gu Chongfeng's compliment disappeared. She stood straight, her chin slightly raised, exuding an aura that made it hard for others to breathe deeply. What are you doing? That's a needle. Sister Zhang saw the silver needle and frantically tried to rush forward. Don't stab my son. Can you really cure him? Gu Chongfeng stepped aside, like a mountain blocking her path. Let her do it. Gu Chongfeng looked at Lin Wanru's hand with a calm voice. If something happens, Gu Chongfeng, will risk my life. Lin Wanru's hand did not shake. She pressed her left hand on Gongzi's Tian 2-point, then used her thumb and index finger to hold a needle, stabbing quickly and accurately. Twisting, lifting, and inserting. Her movements were smooth and fast, so quick that it was hard to see her handwork. Next, she targeted the Higu, Naguan, and Shaoshang points. All 4 needles were inserted in less than half a minute. Lin Wanru's forehead was covered with fine sweat. This special 13 needles of Ghost Gate technique was a life-saving secret taught by Old Sun, and it required a lot of focus. It was her first time trying it on a real person. The room was eerily quiet, only the clock in the corner ticking. Data. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Suddenly, Gongzi's terrifying, wheezing sound stopped. Sister Zhang gasped, unable to breathe properly, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. At that moment, Gongzi suddenly coughed loudly, followed by a long, intense fit of coughing. Wow! A thick mixture of phlegm and blood was spit out. Gongzi's previously pale face visibly regained some color, and the feeling of suffocation disappeared, replaced by loud crying. He's alive. He's crying out loud. Some military wives who had been watching from the door exclaimed in surprise. Lin Wanru swayed slightly, holding the last needle in her hand, taking a long, deep breath. Just as she was about to collapse, a large hand like a pair of pliers suddenly grabbed her waist. Gu Chongfeng steadied her, supporting her back. His palm was warm through her thin clothes, making her shiver. It's okay now. Gu Chongfeng looked down at the woman in his arms, his throat moving as he spoke. He had seen clearly just now when she was giving the needle, her focus and decisiveness were more steady than any sharpshooter he had seen at the shooting range. Was this really the shy, timid Lin Wanru who had been bullied for 3 years in the countryside? Sister Zhang rushed to the table, hugging Gongzi while crying and laughing. Thank you. Thank you, girl. You saved our family's only hope. Sister Zhang realized what had happened and turned to kowtow to Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru, supported by Gu Chongfeng, stood upright, a little awkward, and waved her hand. No, it's just a first aid method. We still need to go to the hospital for some medicine to make sure. This isn't just first aid, it's a miracle doctor. At the entrance, the company commander's wife patted her thigh and said, Just now I saw Jiangzi's face turn dark. I thought. But after a few injections he was fine. Commander Gu, your wife is quite skilled. Who knew she had this talent? Exactly. Someone just said she's a country bumpkin. But with her skills, even the director of our military hospital might not have better techniques. Listening to the lively chatter around her, Gu Chongfeng stayed silent. But on his usually cold and stern face, for the first time, there was a faint, almost invisible smile. He didn't explain anything, just stood confidently, as if showing off a rare treasure. Meng Yaya sat on a chair, swinging her little legs, hiding her true skill and achievement. Ling spring water can protect the heart, reduce inflammation, and stop swelling. Plus, her mother's acupuncture skills. If Jiangzi had any trouble, it would be truly strange. After sending off the grateful Zhang sister-in-law and the curious crowd, the yard became quiet again. Lin Wanru sat under the lamp, carefully removing her needles. She heated each silver needle over the fire and then carefully placed them back into the needle pouch. Gu Chongfeng sat opposite her, holding an enamel cup, not drinking for a long time, his eyes fixed on her. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Wanru asked softly, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Who did you learn from? Gu Chongfeng asked. Back in the village, I helped an old man working in the cattle shed. He taught me, Lin Wanru replied, not daring to say his full name, as Sun Lao's identity was still sensitive. Gu Chongfeng nodded, but didn't ask further. He had served in the army for many years and knew that some of the people sent down had hidden talents. It seemed that his wife, during those 3 hellish years, hadn't lost her edge but had secretly gained new skills. From now on, Gu Chongfeng put down his teacup. Don't act impulsively. If you can't save someone, the whole yard might be covered in spit. Lin Wanru paused while cleaning her needles. She looked up, her eyes surprisingly bright. That's a life. I'm confident. Gu Chongfeng was stunned. This was the first time Lin Wanru had spoken back to him. Not only was he not angry, but he felt a strange, ticklish feeling inside. All right. Gu Chongfeng stood up. From now on, you can save whoever you want. If you can't save them, I'll support you. The spit won't drown you. After saying that, he took the needle pouch from the table, naturally slipped it into Lin Wanru's pocket, and gently patted her thigh twice through the fabric. Go to sleep. Gu Chongfeng turned around to make the bed. Lin Wanru sat still, her face as red as a bright red cloth. Meng Yaya lay on her pillow, watching these two people, almost 60 years old together, act so innocent. She sighed helplessly. Her cheap father was like a landslide when flirting, strong and straightforward. It was late at night. The big yard grew quiet, with only occasional distant dog barks. Gu Chongfeng lay on the outer side, with Meng Yaya sprawled in the middle. He kept his eyes closed, thinking about Lin Wanru's expression when she was giving injections earlier. That side profile, stubborn yet beautiful. On a green train thousands of miles away, Wang Guifin sat cross-legged on a hard seat, holding a roasted chicken she somehow got. She chewed and spat out the bones, her face greasy, bragging to the passenger across. My eldest son is a high-ranking officer in the military. We're going to enjoy ourselves this trip. That big jeep will come to pick us up at the station. Hey, little sister, I'm not just bragging. Wang Guifin spat a chicken bone onto the aisle, nearly hitting a passing train attendant's foot. My son used to be raised with a stick. Now he's a big leader, in charge of thousands of people. When I go there, he'll kneel and kowtow to me. The young female student across the aisle looked disgusted and shrank back, covering her nose with a handkerchief, not daring to reply. Wang Guifin didn't care about being ignored. She was very happy inside. Before leaving, she turned the broken house in Mingjia village upside down, took all the private money hidden in Meng Jingguai's Konghole, and even took the 2 old hens that laid eggs to the supply station for exchange. With money and tickets, she ate and drank well all the way. When I get there, I'll live in a big building, eating special supplies. Wang Guifin wiped her mouth with greasy hands, her eyes full of scheming. And that useless daughter-in-law brought by that dead girl. I'll deal with her too. A wife of a high official should be a city girl, not some country bumpkin taking up space. She was planning carefully. When she reached the army, she would cause trouble first, making Gu Chongfeng afraid of losing his rank. At that time, the money belonged to her, the tickets were hers, and in the future, Gu Chongfeng's monthly allowance would also be obediently handed over to her. As for that little troublemaker named Meng Yaya, Wang Guifin snorted. That stubborn girl was a bit tricky. When the time came, she planned to find a chance to throw her into the deep mountains to feed the wolves. Done and dusted. North Beijing Military District, Brigade Office. Gu Chongfeng's pen snapped with a loud crack. Ink splattered onto his freshly washed military green shirt, spreading into a bright blue-black stain. The black telephone receiver on the desk hadn't been hung up yet. Inside, Laojia County Armed Forces Officer Li's anxious voice came through. Commander Gu, that's the situation. The secretary of Mingjia village ran 30 miles through the mountains overnight to report to the county. He said your stepmother took all the valuables from the house and is borrowing money everywhere to buy train tickets to Beijing. Gu Chongfeng's face was as cold as water. His hand holding the receiver bulged with blue veins. Understood. He said these 3 words calmly. His tone showed no emotion, but it was so cold that Li on the other end shivered. After hanging up, Gu Chongfeng stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the training ground was filled with loud shouts and commands. But all he could think about was Lin Wanru's frostbitten hands and Meng Yaya, wearing an ill-fitting floral cloth coat, loudly shouting, "Protect Mom." That woman, that ruthless stepmother who ate people without leaving bones, dared to come knocking on his door? Did she really think he was the same as the naive Meng Chang'e back then? Report, Xiaozhang, the guard, knocked and entered. Chief, the training plan for the 1st Battalion. Leave it. Gu Chongfeng turned around, his narrow eyes holding an impending storm. Go inform the sentries at the gate of the compound. If an elderly woman claiming to be my relative shows up, detain her first and notify me immediately. Do not let her into the family compound. Xiao Zhang hesitated for a moment. It was rare for the chief to give such a personal order, but he immediately straightened up. Yes. Gu Chongfeng grabbed his coat from the back of the chair and strode out of the office. He had to go home. In the 6th courtyard, Lin Wanru was hanging out the quilts in the yard. After 2 days of rest and a hearty meal last night, her sallow complexion had improved somewhat, showing a bit of color. Meng Yaya was squatting in the corner, digging in the dirt with a small shovel. She was thinking about transplanting a few of the fast-growing sweet potato vines in her space to improve the family's food. Although the things in her space were good, she needed a clear explanation of their origin. Yaya, don't play with mud. It's dirty. Lin Wanru gently patted the quilt. Mom, this is agricultural research, Meng Yaya replied without looking up, skillfully loosening a small hole in the soil with her chubby hands. The yard gate was pushed open. Gu Chongfeng hurried in, causing a gust of wind that lifted the dust in the yard. Lin Wanru paused, surprised to see this man who shouldn't be back at this time. What's wrong? Did something fall? Gu Chongfeng looked at her, his throat tightening. I have something to tell you, he said. He was used to being direct on the battlefield, and he was the same with his wife. Wang Guifan has come. She's probably already on the train now. Suddenly, a loud noise. The dustpan in Lin Wanru's hand fell to the ground. She trembled suddenly, a fear deeply rooted in her bones. After 3 years of hardship, that vicious old woman was like a heavy mountain pressing on her. Even now, after leaving that nightmare, hearing her name made her instinctively shiver.
Why?
Why is she here? Lin Wanru's lips turned pale. Gu Chongfeng saw her like this, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He reached out awkwardly and grabbed her cold arm. This is the military. She's here to get into trouble. Lin Wanru looked up at his determined jaw. As long as I don't nod, she can't even enter the main yard. Gu Chongfeng looked into her eyes, speaking firmly. Wanru, remember. You're a military family member, protected by the state. If she dares to lay a finger on you, I can make her spend the rest of her life in prison. Lin Wanru stared at him blankly. This was the first time Gu Chongfeng called her by her name, Wanru. Those 2 words sounded stiff, yet gentle coming from him, strangely making her feel safe. Lin Wanru took a deep breath, withdrew her trembling hand, and picked up the dustpan from the ground again. I'm not afraid. I have hands and feet, and I can treat illnesses. I'm not afraid of her, though her voice still trembled, her back straightened confidently. Squatting in the corner of the wall, Meng Yaya used her shovel to break a piece of hard soil into powder. She whistled softly in her mind. Is Wang Guifan coming? That's great news. Back in the village, because of the filial piety rule, she couldn't use many tricks. Now that she's at the military district, where discipline and law are important, if that old witch dares to cause trouble, it's like lighting a lamp in a toilet. She's asking for trouble.
Dad.
Meng Yaya stood up, brushed the dirt off her hands, and walked between the 2 adults with her short legs. She looked up, innocent and cheerful. Is that bad grandma coming? Can I hit her big yellow teeth out? Gu Chongfeng. Lin Wanru. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere was instantly broken by her innocent words. Stop fooling around, Gu Chongfeng said sternly, but his mouth twitched slightly. Adults matters. Kids shouldn't interfere.
Oh.
Meng Yaya nodded obediently, but she was secretly thinking about whether the bottles of laxatives and itching powder stored in her space had expired and needed to be used up soon. Gu Chongfeng glanced at his watch. He didn't want Lin Wanru to keep dwelling on the bad news and overthink. Let's go. Gu Chongfeng quickly lifted Meng Yaya onto his shoulders and with his other hand naturally held Lin Wanru's wrist. I'll take you to the training ground. Why go there? It's full of soldiers. Lin Wanru wanted to break free, feeling embarrassed to be seen in broad daylight. To recognize people, Gu Chongfeng didn't give her a chance to refuse, pulling her along as they headed outside. Let those kids see clearly who the sister-in-law is. so they won't get confused if some stray cats or dogs come knocking later. This was to firmly establish Lin Wanner's identity and give the whole team a heads up. At the training ground, everyone was busy. The new recruits were doing combat training. They had only been in the army for 3 months, full of pride and not willing to accept anyone. As soon as Gu Chongfeng appeared carrying Meng Yaya, the lively scene suddenly fell silent for a moment, then burst into whispers.
Look.
The commander brought his kid. That's the prodigy who single-handedly lifted the stone lock that day? Really? Probably just bragging. His arm isn't even as thick as my thumb. A few inexperienced new soldiers gathered together, whispering and whispering, their eyes full of doubt and curiosity. Today, Lei Zhentian also did not leave. The old man was sitting on a high platform in a grand chair, holding a purple clay teapot, squinting as he watched the soldiers practice. When he saw Gu Chongfeng and his family arrive, his eyes lit up, and he waved from afar. Yaya, come here, Grandpa. Gu Chongfeng put Meng Yaya down. The little girl landed and didn't run to the platform. Instead, she crossed her arms, like a small supervisor inspecting work, and slowly strolled to the front of the new soldiers' formation. Because she heard Wang Guifan was coming, she was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. It felt like finding a safe place in the end times, only to hear that a zombie wave was approaching. Annoying. Very annoying. She needed to find a punching bag to practice. Meng Yaya stopped in front of a soldier practicing military boxing. The soldier was tall, moving vigorously, but his stance was shaky, like he was dancing. Hey, Meng Yaya stretched out a finger and poked the soldier's thigh. Are you boxing or swatting mosquitoes? The soldier was practicing intensely when a little girl said this. His face instantly turned a dark purple. Go away. Where did this kid come from? Play somewhere else. Don't cause trouble. The soldier waved his hand, trying to chase the annoying little girl away. Meng Yaya didn't move. She sighed, looked up at the soldier who was 3 heads taller than her, and showed a small, white, millet-sized tooth. I'm in a bad mood, Meng Yaya said seriously. I want to hit someone. Are you tough enough? The new soldier was named Zhao Taizhu, a tall man from Shandong, about 1.85 meters. When he heard the little girl say that, he laughed. He slung his rifle onto his back, squatted down, and was level with Meng Yaya's eyes. Little girl, my muscles are made of iron, Zhao Taizhu said, flexing his arm to show his thick tendons, firm and strong. Go home and drink milk with your mom. Don't cause trouble here. Be careful not to get hurt. A burst of laughter sounded around. Zhao Taizhu, what are you competing with a little girl for? Yeah, even the young lady of the commander dares to provoke you. Be careful, or the commander will make you run laps. Gu Chongfeng frowned slightly, about to step forward and take his daughter back. Lei Zhentian raised his cane to block him. The old man stroked the stubble on his chin with interest. Don't move. I think this girl knows what she's doing. Lin Wanner's palms were sweaty. She wanted to shout, but Gu Chongfeng pressed her shoulder to stop her. In the center of the training ground, Meng Yaya sighed. You talk too much. She reached out her chubby little hand and grabbed the military belt around Zhao Tiezhi's waist. Zhao Taizhu was still laughing, but the next second, he felt as if he were a stalk of straw being pulled straight out of the ground. The world spun.
Bang!
A dull thud hit the dusty ground, sending dirt flying. Zhao Taizhu lay sprawled on the ground, staring up at the blazing sun, his head buzzing.
Who am I?
Where am I? What just happened? The entire training field, with hundreds of people, went completely silent. Meng Yaya clapped the dust off her hands and looked down at the big man with clear dislike. Your stance is weak, your balance is poor. Is this what 3 months of training looks like? With her hands behind her back, she paced around Zhao Taizhu. Her childish voice carried a strange, chilling confidence. Get up. Again. Zhao Taizhu jumped to his feet, his face bright red. He had never been so embarrassed, thrown down by a 3-year-old. I was careless just now, he shouted, taking his stance. This time I won't hold back. He reached out to grab Meng Yaya's shoulder. Meng Yaya didn't dodge. Just as his hand was about to touch her collar, she lowered her body, slipped under his arm like a quick little fish, and kicked the back of his knee. She didn't need much strength, just the right spot. Crack. Zhao Tieju's right leg gave way, and he dropped to one knee. Meng Yaya grabbed his collar, used his own force against him, and flipped him over her shoulder. This time, the impact was even louder. The 180-pound man flew 3 meters through the air like a rag doll. Your strength is scattered, your moves are hesitant, and you're full of openings. Meng Yaya shook her head, clearly disappointed. So, these are the soldiers trained by Gu Changfeng?
Too weak.
She turned around and looked at Lei Tian on the high platform, her face tense. Old man, is this what you call elite? Back where I come from, this is just delivery service. In the end-of-the-world scenario, such skills wouldn't survive past the first night of the zombie wave. Lei Tian didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed even louder. Good.
Good.
A delivery person. Lei Tian suddenly stood up and slammed his cane on the ground. Did everyone see that?
Huh?
Usually, you all think you're the best in the world. Now, you can't even beat a 3-year-old. I'm so embarrassed for you. A few hundred new soldiers lowered their heads, their faces as red as monkey butts. Although they felt upset, that last fall was real skill. No one dared say the little girl was just lucky. From today, this girl will be your special instructor. Lei Tian waved his hand and made the decision. Gu Changfeng was surprised. Commander, this isn't proper. My orders are the rules. Lei Tian glared at him, then turned to Meng Yaya with a big smile. Girl, can you teach them? Meng Yaya tilted her head and thought for a moment. Teaching this group of fools would be tiring.
But
she glanced at Lin Wanro still staring blankly nearby, then looked toward the distant courtyard. That mean old lady was coming. If she had a group of obedient little brothers, it would be much easier to handle things in the future. All right, Meng Yaya reluctantly nodded. But I charge a lot, Lei Tian cheerfully replied. From now on, can meat for special supply unlimited. Deal. Meng Yaya immediately got into her role. She waddled to the front of the new soldiers' formation. This group of soldiers, who had been watching the fun just now stood straight and didn't dare even breathe loudly. First row, step forward. 10 soldiers in the front row all took a step out at the same time. Get into horse stance. The 10 immediately squatted down and assumed the standard horse stance. Meng Yaya walked over, holding a thin stick she didn't know when she had in her hand. She approached the first soldier and poked his waist with the stick. Lower your waist. Breathe out power. The soldier felt a tingle in his waist, and the strength automatically surged up. She moved to the third soldier and tapped his calf with the stick. Too stiff. If this were real combat, your leg would already be broken. Meng Yaya said this while gently kicking his ankle. The soldier felt a strong force hit him. His stable stance suddenly collapsed, and he sat down hard on the ground. Focus your weight on your dantian, not on your feet. Meng Yaya kept walking forward. She wasn't teaching the stiff routines from the army, but deadly fighting skills learned in the end-of-world survival. She showed how to use the least effort, how to attack most effectively, and how to defend tightly. Although she was small and spoke softly, every word hit the target directly. Gu Changfeng watched from the side, his face growing more serious. This girl. Even he, a reconnaissance officer, had never heard of these techniques. They were too harsh, too precise, all aimed at the most vulnerable parts of the human body. She wasn't just a trainer. She seemed like a seasoned soldier who had fought on the battlefield for decades. Wanru, Gu Changfeng lowered his voice. Did Yaya often get into fights before? Lin Wanru looked confused.
No.
In the village, she wouldn't even dare to catch chickens. She looked at the small figure giving instructions with her hands behind her back. That strange feeling came over her again, but it disappeared quickly. No matter what, she was her daughter who would stand up when someone bullied her. The training lasted for an hour. The new recruits, hundreds of them, were exhausted and almost collapsed. They thought the little girl was just strong, but her sharp eyes proved otherwise. Anyone who slacked off slightly would get a small stick flying at their head. That's enough for today. Meng Yaya threw away the stick and clapped her hands. Her stomach growled loudly. She was hungry. Her body was still growing, and she couldn't ignore hunger. "Thank you, instructor," hundreds of voices shouted together, loud enough to shake the sky. They were truly convinced. Especially Zhao Taizhu, who looked at Meng Yaya with stars in his eyes, eager to become her student.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Meng Yaya turned around. The stern look from before disappeared instantly, changing faster than flipping a book. She spread her arms and pouted at Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng quickly walked over and picked her up. "Let's go to the cafeteria. Today there is braised pork." Lei Zhentian also smiled and followed along. "I'll join for a meal and chat with the girl about fighting skills." The group was heading toward the cafeteria. As they passed by a wire fence on the west side, woof, woof woof, a few deep, powerful barks sounded. The sounds were strong and fierce, like a wild beast. Meng Yaya's ears twitched. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the area surrounded by high walls and wire fencing. These barks are interesting. Much better than the village's guard dogs. And she seemed to smell a familiar scent, an animal of the same kind. In the apocalypse, mutated dogs are the most loyal allies of humans, more reliable than people. "What's that place?" Meng Yaya asked, pointing in that direction. Gu Chongfeng glanced and said, "That's the military dog base. They keep German Shepherds and Soviet Reds. Very fierce. Usually only the trainers go inside. Strangers stay away." "Oh," Meng Yaya responded and leaned her head on Gu Chongfeng's shoulder. "Fierce?" She hadn't seen real fierce beasts before. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and a clever glint flashed in her big, dark grape-like eyes. In the apocalypse, mutated dogs are more dependable than humans. As long as you're stronger than them and give them a bite of food, they'll risk their lives for you. Unlike humans, who often think about stabbing you in the back after they're full. Meng Yaya grabbed Gu Chongfeng's collar, pointing at the wire fence with her chubby finger. "Dad, I want to go play over there." Gu Chongfeng's face changed. He firmly held her small body. "No. That's a restricted area. The dogs inside eat raw meat and will bite strangers. They're not like our big yellow dog at home. I'm not afraid." Meng Yaya twisted her body like a naughty little fish. "I just want to take a quick look." "No, you can't. You'll have nightmares if you get scared," Gu Chongfeng said firmly, holding her as he headed toward the cafeteria. Lei Zhentian, who had been silent, suddenly became interested. He remembered how fierce the girl was when she fought the new soldiers, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. "Chongfeng, take her there," Lei Zhentian said slowly, with his hands behind his back. "Our kids in the military zone shouldn't be afraid of a few dogs. Besides, with the trainer there, nothing will happen." The commander spoke, and Gu Chongfeng could only obey. He sighed, holding Meng Yaya more tightly, his muscles tense, ready to jump in and save her at any moment. The group arrived at the gate of the military dog base. Before entering, a strong smell of blood and the sound of barking dogs hit them. Inside the wire fence, more than 10 German Shepherds were lying in front of their cages. When they saw strangers, they bared their teeth and growled loudly, making threatening sounds. In the middle of the open space, a dark-skinned trainer was holding tightly onto a large black dog. The dog stood almost as tall as a person, with shiny black fur and fierce eyes. It was barking wildly at the gate, its chain pulling straight, making the trainer stumble.
"Chief."
"Don't come closer," the trainer shouted, sweating heavily. "Black Wind is in heat today and very aggressive. It might bite anyone." Gu Chongfeng paused, turning to leave. "It's too dangerous. Let's go back." "Let me down," Meng Yaya said, patting Gu Chongfeng's shoulder and insisting. Gu Chongfeng didn't move. Meng Yaya sighed, then leaned close to his ear. "Dad, if you don't let me down, I'll tell Mom about how you secretly hid the money in your shoe insoles last night." Gu Chongfeng stiffened. While he was distracted, Meng Yaya slipped down his pant leg onto the ground. She fixed her little floral dress, then stepped carefully in her tiger-headed shoes toward the angry Black Wind. "Come back!" Gu Chongfeng shouted in alarm, reaching out to grab her. Don't move, Lei Tian said, grabbing Gu Chongfeng's wrist firmly and staring straight ahead.
Look at that dog.
Gu Chongfeng looked up suddenly. The previously barking doghouse suddenly went silent. The silence was strange, like the mute button had been pressed. Meng Yaya stood in front of the iron gate, looking up at the black-winged dog king through the bars. She didn't speak or make any moves, just stared quietly into its eyes. But in a perception beyond normal sight, a terrifying pressure, built from countless battles and bloodshed, radiated from this 3-year-old girl's body, pressing directly toward the animals. It was the deadly aura accumulated from killing many mutated beasts, a gaze from the top of the food chain. Ugh. The fierce black wind, which had just been snarling and threatening to bite, suddenly clamped its tail tightly. Its sharp ears drooped, and its large body shrank back uncontrollably, even letting out whimpering sounds like a puppy begging for mercy. The trainer was stunned. The chain in his hand hung loosely on the ground, and he couldn't believe his eyes. This was the fiercest dog in the entire military district, capable of biting wolves to death, yet it was now so timid in front of a little baby. Open the door, Meng Yaya pointed at the iron gate. The trainer instinctively looked at Lei Tian, who nodded in response. The iron door opened. Meng Yaya strode inside confidently, ignoring the military dogs trembling in the corners. She walked straight to the black wind. The black wind was lying on the ground, its head pressed to the floor, trembling slightly all over, showing complete submission. Big size, small courage, Meng Yaya said dismissively. She reached into her yellow backpack, which she carried with her. Using the bag as cover, she took out a large beef bone with some meat still on it. This bone had soaked in the spiritual spring water in her space and absorbed enough spiritual energy. As soon as the special aroma wafted out, all the dogs in the base sniffed eagerly. The black wind suddenly lifted its head, drooling instantly. Its previous fear was replaced by instinctive desire. It could tell this was a good thing. Eating it could make it stronger. Want to eat? Meng Yaya waved the bone, which was thicker than her arm. Woof! The black wind barked happily, wagging its tail like a helicopter rotor. Sit. The black wind immediately sat upright, paws together, more disciplined than a new soldier standing at attention. Hand. The black wind raised one huge paw and gently placed it on Meng Yaya's small hand, careful not to scratch her with its nails. Meng Yaya nodded with satisfaction and threw the bone into the air. The black wind leapt up, caught it precisely, and after landing, didn't rush to eat. Instead, it ran to Meng Yaya's feet, lying down with the bone in its mouth, rubbing its head against her pant leg as it chewed. This wasn't a fierce military dog at all, but a clingy, lazy big dog. Meng Yaya then took out a few smaller bones from her bag, leftovers from Lin Wanru's usual soup cooking, also stored in her space. Everyone gets a share. She acted like a playful child, throwing bones around the cages. For a moment, the only sounds in the base were the cracking of bones and the barking of dogs wagging their tails at Meng Yaya. The trainer stood in the wind, looking disheveled. He had been taking care of these animals for 3 years, yet he still felt embarrassed compared to a new puppy. Lei Tian strode over, laughing loudly as he watched Meng Yaya reach into the black wind dog's mouth to check its teeth.
Good.
What a little monster. Even wild animals can be tamed so well. Gu Chongfeng only just regained his senses, sweat soaking his shirt. Watching his daughter's skillful actions, his doubts grew stronger, but he also felt a strange pride. This girl, just like him, born to be a soldier. Dad, this dog is pretty good. Meng Yaya patted the black wind dog's head. I want to take it out for a walk. No, it's a military dog, officially registered. The trainer instinctively refused. Take it away. Lei Tian waved his hand. As long as you can control it, you can command all the dogs in the base. With this powerful backing, Meng Yaya was happy. She unfastened the chain around the black wind dog's neck and held it in her hand. Let's go, Black Wind. She tugged the chain. Let's go to the back mountain for a walk and relax. Black Wind carried the unfinished beef bone in its mouth and happily followed Meng Yaya, walking closely behind her. The scene was very funny. A small girl, leading a large, fierce dog taller than her, confidently walking out of the base gate. Gu Changfeng followed helplessly, acting as a bodyguard. Lei Zhentian looked at their figures and told the guard nearby, "Check what this girl is doing in Mingjia village. Such a good kid. She might not be an ordinary person." It was noon, and the sun was blazing. Meng Yaya led the dog away from the main road, choosing a remote small forest instead. Earlier, inside the base, she sensed that Black Wind's mood was a bit off. After eating the spiritual spring bones, the dog's senses had been greatly enhanced. It had been sniffing toward the back mountain. There was something there, and it was something that even a blooded military dog would find exciting. Black Wind, Meng Yaya stopped under a large poplar tree, lowering her voice. "Do you smell mice?" Black Wind spat out the bone from its mouth, and its black nose twitched twice. Suddenly, its fur bristled all over, and it let out a deep growl. Its eyes fixed tightly on a patch of bushes ahead on the right. That area was the forbidden zone at the back of the military district's mountain. Usually, even villagers gathering firewood weren't allowed in. Meng Yaya squinted her eyes. She loosened the chain in her hand, a cold smile forming on her lips. "Go, find a mouse," she ordered. Black Wind pressed its belly to the ground, its forelegs moving quickly, but it made no sound. Its wolf-like ears stood straight up. Without needing Meng Yaya to pull the chain, it understood to hide behind the bushes. This was an instinct deep in its bones, now fully activated by the spiritual spring bone. Meng Yaya, with her short legs, followed behind, breathing calmly. "Is it just ahead?" she whispered, gently patting Black Wind's big head. Black Wind looked back at Meng Yaya, making a very low snoring sound, its tail nervously sweeping the ground. The smell ahead was wrong, an unfamiliar human scent that even dogs dislike, with a hint of rust. Meng Yaya spat out the grass in her mouth, her big black grape-like eyes narrowing. In this post-apocalyptic world, that rust smell usually meant two things: blood or gun oil used for maintenance. "Sure." Meng Yaya raised a finger to her lips. Quietly, she and Black Wind crept behind a dense thicket of wild roses. About 30 meters ahead was a jumble of rocks. A figure dressed in a faded, military green old shirt was crouched under a large weathered rock, facing away from them. The person moved quickly, holding a military shovel, filling the ground with dirt. After a few shovels, he paused, looking around cautiously. Meng Yaya could only catch a glimpse of his profile. He was a stranger, with high cheekbones, looking honest and simple, like a farmer just returning from the fields. But his hand was steady as he used the shovel, even spreading dry leaves around for camouflage. This was professional skill. Ugh, Black Wind wanted to rush out. Meng Yaya quickly grabbed the back of Black Wind's neck to hold it back. The pressure from a high-level supernatural being from the end of the world firmly held Black Wind in place. Going out now would just alert others. Since this person dared to bury something in the back mountain of the military zone, they must have a backup plan, either accomplices or a tracking device. Her current body is only 3 years old, strong but vulnerable. If the other person panicked and chose to blow themselves up, she could run away. Her father, Gu Changfeng, was still behind her, so she might get caught in the blast. The person finished filling the hole, then drew a faint mark on a large rock with a stone, an unnoticeable sign. After that, he put his engineer's shovel into his pocket, hunched over, and slipped into the nearby forest like a big mouse, disappearing in an instant. Once the person was gone, Meng Yaya finally released Black Wind. "Go. See what treasure he buried." Black Wind shot out like an arrow, rushing under the rock and frantically digging the dirt with its front paws. Soon, a tightly wrapped metal box in oil paper was uncovered. Meng Yaya walked over, disdainfully kicked the box with her toe. It was quite heavy. She squatted down, tearing open a corner of the oil paper with her small hands. The box was made of black metal, with a few knobs and a retractable antenna on top. Old-fashioned. Meng Yaya made a face, an old radio. It seemed that some unclean bugs had sneaked into this military zone.
Yaya.
Gu Changfeng's anxious voice came from behind. He had only fallen back a few steps, but this girl and her dog had slipped away too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Why did you run off like that?
Gu Changfeng scolded, walking quickly over with a stern face, voice full of anger. What if you ran into danger? Black Wind is a fierce dog. If it went crazy and bit you. He didn't finish his sentence. The fiercest Black Wind in the entire military zone was now lying at Meng Yaya's feet, panting and showing a submissive, pleading expression, head resting on her knee, begging for petting. Meanwhile, Meng Yaya was crouched on the ground, her small hands digging through the dirt. Hearing Gu Changfeng's voice, she paused her actions. Quickly, she pressed the torn corner of the oil paper back in place and covered the black box with a handful of dry leaves. She couldn't let Gu Changfeng see what she was doing now. If he saw it now, with Gu Changfeng's personality, he would immediately block the scene and report it for investigation. The person who buried the items had just left not long ago. Once they heard the wind, they would cut off all contact and even hide deeper. To catch the bug, you have to find the nest. Dad, you're scolding me. Meng Yaya stood up, brushed the dirt off her hands, pouted her little mouth, and her eyes instantly turned red. Her quick-changing face skills, she learned in the apocalypse to trick others for supplies. Seeing her about to cry, Gu Changfeng's anger immediately disappeared. He awkwardly squatted down and said, "No. Dad didn't scold you. Dad is just worried. I'm looking for bones for Black Wind to eat." Meng Yaya pointed at the dirt pit on the ground and said seriously, "Big Black said there's treasure here." Gu Changfeng glanced at the messy dirt pit and didn't think much, just assuming it was kids playing. Okay, looking for treasure." Gu Changfeng picked her up and helped wipe the dirt off her face. "Don't run so fast next time. This mountain isn't safe." He didn't notice that Meng Yaya was leaning on his shoulder, her gaze crossing his back, staring intently at the corner covered with dry leaves. She remembered that spot. On the rocky beach, under the third crooked pine tree, there was a white streak on the rock. "Dad, who is that uncle?" Meng Yaya suddenly asked. Gu Changfeng carried her back and casually asked, "Which uncle?" "The one just now, wearing green clothes with a bit of a hunchback," Meng Yaya said in a cute voice. "He ran really fast like a rabbit." Gu Changfeng paused. "This back mountain is a restricted area. Besides patrols, no one usually comes." "Are you sure you saw wrong?" "No one is here." Gu Changfeng frowned. "Maybe." Meng Yaya yawned, burying her face in Gu Changfeng's neck. "I just saw a mirage. I want to go home and eat meat buns." She couldn't say too much detail. If she did, it wouldn't sound like a 3-year-old. The seed of suspicion had already been planted. Although Gu Changfeng said he saw it wrong, as a former scout, he would definitely keep a doubt in his mind. That was enough. On the way back home, Black Wind kept faithfully following behind. When they arrived at the gate of the family compound, the trainer was already waiting there. Seeing Hei Feng come back obediently, he was so touched he almost knelt down for Meng Yaya. "All right, I'll take care of this dog from now on." Meng Yaya patted Hei Feng's head. "Go home now, I'll play with you again in a few days." Hei Feng hesitated, looking back several times, then was led away by the trainer. They entered the 6th courtyard. Lin Wanru had already cooked the famous braised pork that made everyone in the neighborhood drool. The rich, fragrant smell filled the entire yard, and a few children next door were leaning on the wall, drooling. "You're back? Wash your hands and eat." Lin Wanru came out with the dishes, smiling. With Commander Lei's support, she now looked much more energetic. Her worried expression had eased, revealing a gentle and delicate look. Gu Changfeng looked at his wife, feeling warm inside. The family of 3 sat around the table to eat. Meng Yaya was holding a big meatball, eating with a messy face covered in oil. But her mind wasn't on the food. She was thinking about the black box. That thing was unsafe, just sitting there. What if the spy moved it tonight? On the porcelain plate on the table, only some braised pork juice remained. Meng Yaya let out a satisfied burp that smelled of meat. The bomb buried in the back mountain could explode at any time. She needed to set the fire before the bad guy moved his position. "Dad, I want to draw." Meng Yaya slid down from her chair and ran to Gu Changfeng's leg, tugging at his pants. Gu Chongfeng was reading a newspaper. Hearing this, he put down the paper, and his usually tense face softened a little. Draw? We don't have colored pens at home. I have some. Meng Yaya pouted and ran to her yellow school bag, rummaging through it. She pulled out a bunch of crayons she had collected in her previous life. Then she grabbed the back of an old battle sketch on Gu Chongfeng's desk. Gu Chongfeng glanced at the crayons. They were colorful, but he didn't recognize the brand. He just thought they were good stuff given by Commander Lei. Draw over there on the table. Don't get your clothes dirty. Gu Chongfeng ruffled her hair with a big hand. Meng Yaya climbed onto a stool, leaned over the square table, gripping a black crayon, and looked so focused it was like she was disarming a timed bomb. She needed to draw like a child but also make it understandable for Gu Chongfeng, the veteran detective. This really tests your skills. First, draw that huge weathered rock painting. The stone looks strange, with a bump on top like an old turtle's head. Meng Yaya quickly sketched a crooked turtle. Next, draw the crooked pine tree. It's a reference point. She drew a tree with only half its leaves next to the turtle, with a trunk bent like a big shrimp. Finally, there's the hole. Meng Yaya switched to a red crayon and heavily drew a cross on a rock below the turtle. She also added a dark rectangular shape buried in the ground, with a thin line like a tail on top. After finishing, she paused, thinking about the spy's appearance. The person had a hunched back and walked unevenly. She drew a stick figure nearby. The stick figure carried a big pot on its back, with one leg long and the other short, holding something like a shovel. All done.
Dad.
Come see my treasure map. Meng Yaya held up the messy drawing, her voice bright and excited. Gu Chongfeng was about to pour a glass of water. When he heard his daughter, he smiled and walked over. What treasure map? We don't have gold bars to dig up. He took the paper and glanced at it casually. But in that glance, his eyes froze. His joking words got stuck in his throat. His fingers clenched the edge of the paper. Outsiders see the fun. Insiders see the clues. The big turtle shape, though abstract, was unique. Gu Chongfeng suddenly remembered the terrain map of the rocky area behind the military zone's back hill. Near the edge of Zone 3, there was indeed a weathered rock, called Turtle Head Stone by the soldiers. This girl had just been to the back hill and remembered the strange terrain. What was strange was the stick figure and the buried black box. Yaya, Gu Chongfeng said softly, laying the paper flat on the table. Who is that pot-bellied person? That bad uncle. Meng Yaya leaned on the table, pointing at the stick figure. Today, Dehei took me to play, and I saw this uncle planting radishes. Planting radishes? Gu Chongfeng frowned. Yeah. Meng Yaya nodded innocently. He dug a hole under the big turtle stone and buried a metal box. That box still has a tail. I want to dig it out and play with it, but Uncle runs too fast. She spoke while gesturing with her hand to show a square size, then raised her little finger to mimic an antenna. Beep, beep, beep. Like a radio signal, Gu Chongfeng asked cautiously, his heart beating faster. Meng Yaya tilted her head, seeming to recall. No sound. But that box looks like a radio, black and small with lots of tiny buttons. Boom. Gu Chongfeng's mind suddenly went tense. As a team leader, he knew exactly what this meant. The back hill is the only way to the radar station, and it's in a high place. If someone buried listening devices or signal repeaters there, the entire military area's communication could be intercepted. And that person has a humped back and trouble walking? Gu Chongfeng stared at the stick figure with one long and one short leg. In the entire military compound and logistics department, few people have disabilities or unusual body shapes. Besides a few old soldiers who retired due to injuries, there's Old Lee from the mess hall, who carries wastewater. Old Lee was injured years ago and walks with a limp. He also usually slouches. But he is honest and has worked in the army for over 10 years. He doesn't talk much. Dad, why aren't you talking? Meng Yaya reached out and waved her hand in front of him. Let's go find the treasure. I want to change for some candy. Gu Chongfeng suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. He grabbed Meng Yaya's small hand tightly, a little too hard, but quickly loosened it to avoid hurting her. Yaya, besides me, Who else have you told about this? Gu Changfeng knelt down, making eye contact. His eyes were no longer warm but serious and cold. Meng Yaya blinked big eyes and shook her head.
No.
Mom is cooking, and Ahe can't talk. Good. Gu Changfeng let out a breath. He stood up, folded the drawing carefully, and solemnly put it into his inner shirt pocket. Wanru, Gu Changfeng called out to the room. Lin Wanru was sewing clothes with a needle and thread. She came out when she heard him. What's wrong? You startled me. I have an urgent task. I need to go to the team headquarters. I might not come back tonight. Gu Changfeng spoke as he took off his pistol holster from behind the door and skillfully fastened it around his waist. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone. Only I can knock, and even then, no opening if the sky falls. Lin Wanru looked at his fierce expression and felt a shiver in her heart. She was a smart woman. She didn't ask many questions. Instead, she put down her sewing basket and helped him straighten his collar. Be careful, Gu Changfeng turned to leave but paused, glancing back at Meng Yaya, who was sitting on a stool, swinging her legs. The little girl was smiling at him, showing 2 small tiger teeth with a look of innocence. But could a 3-year-old really have such sharp observation skills? Gu Changfeng suppressed his doubts. No matter what secrets this child had, she was his kin. She was helping him protect the family and the country. That was enough. Be obedient at home. After saying these words, Gu Changfeng pushed open the door and quickly disappeared into the night. The moment the door closed, Meng Yaya's smile faded. She jumped off the stool, ran to the window, and tiptoed to look outside. Gu Changfeng was in a hurry, but instead of heading straight to the back mountain, he first went toward the guard unit. That's right. If he were reckless, just digging up the stolen goods would be risking his life. That would be like sending someone to the enemy. Knowing how to deploy troops and set traps, her cheap father still had some brains. Yaya, where did your dad go? Lin Wanru came over, lifting her down from the windowsill. It's so late, he's still on a mission. Dad went to catch the big mouse, Meng Yaya said, hugging Lin Wanru's neck and giving her a kiss on the face. Mom, I want to help too. You little brat, what help can you be? Don't cause trouble, Lin Wanru said, pinching her forehead. Hurry up and wash your feet and go to bed. Meng Yaya obediently buried her face in Lin Wanru's embrace, but inside, she was planning. Gu Changfeng was checking the place where the object was buried. He could confirm it was the radio transmitter. But that clumsy person dared to act in broad daylight, so they must have a legitimate cover identity. Once Gu Changfeng started investigating, that person would surely notice. Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. If that person sensed danger, they might act recklessly and cause trouble in the big yard. Especially now, only women and children are at home. Meng Yaya squinted her eyes. Relying only on Gu Changfeng's strict investigation process is too slow. In the courtyard, the most informed people are not the officials or the gossiping women, but the group of wild children running around, crawling through drains, climbing walls, and pulling down tiles on rooftops. As long as that secret agent is still active in the courtyard, he can't escape the watchful eyes of these little spies. Mom, I want to play with Brother Wang Hu tomorrow, Meng Yaya suddenly said. Lin Wanru was surprised. Wang Hu? The little chubby boy you were with last time? Yes. I want to play a game of soldiers catching robbers with him. Meng Yaya took out a large white rabbit candy that she hadn't finished eating, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. The milky scent melted in her mouth. Tomorrow, these little kids will see what real command and control looks like. That sneaky rat hiding in the dark must be caught. Just before dawn, the bugle hadn't sounded yet. Meng Yaya got out of bed quietly, like a cat. She looked at Lin Wanru sleeping beside her, tucked her mother in, then grabbed a colorful fruit candy from the pillow and put it in her cloth pocket before slipping out the door. Last night, Gu Changfeng didn't come back. The person who buried the radio transmitter, Luo Gua, was definitely still in the courtyard. Adults' investigations are too loud and might scare the enemy. But the wild children running around in the yard are everywhere and unguarded. Outside the courtyard, Wang Hu was playing marbles with a few younger kids. After being cried on by Meng Yaya when she hit him with a stone last time, He had been obedient for 2 days. When he saw Manhwa come out, he instinctively covered his bottom. Wang Hu, Manhwa stood on the steps, unwrapping a white rabbit candy. The milky aroma drifted with the morning breeze. Wang Hu sniffed and made a swallowing sound. "Do you want some?" Manhwa waved the candy. Wang Hu turned his head away and snorted. "I don't eat girl stuff. My grandma said that's called freeloading." "Oh." Manhwa put the candy in her mouth, puffed her cheeks, and chewed happily. "Then I'll find someone else to play soldiers catching robbers. These 10 white rabbits in my pocket are for others to eat." Wang Hu suddenly turned around, staring at Manhwa's bulging pocket. 10, and canned food. Manhwa added another piece of information. The canned meat was a gift from Commander Lei. Wang Hu's defenses collapsed. He quickly ran in front of Manhwa, patting his chest loudly. "Who says I don't play? I'm the boss here. I'm good at catching robbers. But I'm a soldier, and you're the robber." "No," Manhwa said, holding up a finger. "I am the commander-in-chief. You are all my soldiers." Wang Hu hesitated for a second, looked at the candy wrapper, and then gave in. "Okay, I'm the commander-in-chief. Who should we catch?" Manhwa waved her hand, signaling a few children to gather around. "Listen carefully. From now on, we are playing Catch the Spy." Manhwa lowered her voice. Her small, delicate face showed a seriousness that didn't match her age. "No matter who it is, someone with a humped back, strange walking style, or a new face sneaking into the corner during the day, keep a close eye on them. Are they bad guys?" A small child with a runny nose asked, sniffling. "They are the big bad enemies who want to take your canned meat," Manhwa replied, pulling out a few hard candies from her pocket and giving each child one. "Remember, don't let them see you. If anyone gets caught, they won't be playing with us anymore. Promise to complete the task." Wang Hu saluted awkwardly, stuffing a candy into his mouth. "Brothers, spread out. Turn this yard upside down." Suddenly, over a dozen children scattered like spilled beans, rushing into different corners of the yard. Some climbed trees, some crawled into sewer pipes, and others crouched on top of the public toilet. Manhwa found a wide-open spot near a millstone, sat down, swinging her short legs. She held a small stone, tossing it up and down playfully. In the headquarters archive room, Gu Chongfeng rubbed his bloodshot eyes and closed the last personnel roster. No one matched the description of humped back and with difficulty walking. Only Old Lee from the kitchen and Uncle Liu, who was responsible for street cleaning. But both had witnesses confirming their whereabouts, and the incident didn't happen in the back mountain at that time. The hunchback was a disguise. Being able to blend into the military district compound without attracting attention meant the person must have a valid access card or be an inconspicuous logistics staff member from some department. Gu Chongfeng lit a cigarette but didn't smoke it. He held it between his fingers, letting it burn. "Commander, the 3rd Company just reported that no new traces were found on the back mountain." Guard Xiaozhong pushed the door open, holding a breakfast in his hand.
Eat something.
"You haven't slept all night." "No, thank you." Gu Chongfeng put out his cigarette in the ashtray and stood up. "Let's go for a walk around the residential area." Instead of searching through piles of papers for clues, he thought it was better to check the scene directly. Since the spy had buried something, he would likely come back to look. The jeep slowly drove into the residential area. Through the window, Gu Chongfeng saw something strange. Usually, at this time, the kids in the big yard would be fighting and making noise. But today, the yard was very quiet. He saw small heads peeking out from the tree branches, walls, and behind haystacks, with eyes darting around. The car stopped at the gate of house number 6. Gu Chongfeng saw his daughter sitting on a large millstone, looking like a little bandit boss. The most mischievous boy, Wang Hu, was panting as he ran over and whispered something into Manhwa's ear. She nodded, then shook her head, and casually handed him a piece of candy. Wang Hu took the candy and quickly ran away. Gu Chongfeng told Xiaozhong to stop the car, then got out himself. He walked to the millstone. Manhwa didn't look at him. She kept staring at the west side of the yard, counting aloud. 3, 2, 1. At the base of the short wall on the west side, a man in a blue work uniform and a cap was riding a bicycle past. When passing the garbage station, the The man tilted his handlebar as if he wanted to stop, but seeing two children lying on the wall, he rode on casually. This is the third time, manhwa suddenly said. Gu Chongfeng's mind moved. He stood quietly beside her, blocking the slightly glaring morning sun. What third time? The man in blue. Manhwa raised her chubby hand and pointed at the figure riding away. Within half an hour, he circled the garbage station 3 times. Each time, he looked at that broken coal shed. Gu Chongfeng followed her gaze. It was an abandoned coal shed filled with old furniture and coal ash. Usually nobody went there. Dad, your patrols are useless. Manhwa turned her head and looked at him with a disapproving look. A grown man wandering around there, and the patrol team didn't ask anything after 2 rounds. Gu Chongfeng was choked by his daughter, but couldn't argue. Patrols focus on unfamiliar faces. The man in blue work clothes is probably part of the logistics repair team. Familiar faces are more likely to be suspicious under the light. He's not a troublemaker, Gu Chongfeng said quietly. He's got something in his shoe insoles. Manhwa pointed to her heels. Left foot higher, right foot lower. When riding, my left leg can't reach the pedal. He straightened the troublemaker, but he can't change his leg length. Gu Chongfeng's pupils suddenly shrank. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, Manhwa survived by observing zombie movements. Her skill in judging disguises by gait was basic for her, but to soldiers in this peaceful time, it was almost supernatural insight. How did you figure that out? Gu Chongfeng's voice was a bit hoarse. I'm smart. Manhwa jumped off the grindstone, brushing dust from her backside. Dad, I want to eat meat. Gu Chongfeng took a deep breath, calming his turbulent feelings. He didn't ask further but reached out to pick her up and hold her in his arms. She was light, but he felt heavy. What kind of meat do you want? Braised pork. The fatty kind. Okay, I'll cook it for you, Gu Chongfeng said, walking toward the yard with her. When he passed Wang Hu, he suddenly stopped. Wang Hu stood at attention, too scared to even throw his candy wrapper. Good job. Gu Chongfeng took out 2 crumpled ration tickets from his pocket and handed them to Wang Hu. Keep playing with your people. Don't go near that coal shed, just watch from afar. If anyone gets close, I'll spank them. Wang Hu froze. Was this the cold-faced, ruthless Commander Gu? Yes, Commander. Wang Hu's face turned red with excitement. He clutched the ration tickets and ran off. Brothers. The commander gave us a reward. Everyone stay alert. Gu Chongfeng handed the 2 ration tickets to Wang Hu and turned back. The morning wind kicked up dust from the ground. He glanced at his home's gate. The wooden door was half open, and a faint smell of millet porridge cooking drifted out. Lin Wanru stood by the stove, holding a wooden spoon, stirring a large aluminum pot. Steam rose, making her usually pale face look a bit healthier. She was very alert. Just now, outside the yard, she overheard the conversation, the treasure map, and Gu Chongfeng whispering to Wang Hu and giving him the ration tickets. She had heard most of it. This is not a game of house. Lin Wanru paused with her spoon, and a drop of hot rice soup splashed onto her hand. She didn't pull back, but simply wiped it with a cloth. Yaya, only 3 years old, can kick a 100-pound stone lock and train military dogs to obey perfectly. Gu Chongfeng didn't return last night. When he came back, he carried the smell of gunpowder and cold, hard rust. The paper with a picture of a pot and a black box, which had been tucked in Gu Chongfeng's uniform pocket, was slightly visible. She is a woman from the countryside. She doesn't understand war or espionage. But she understands people's hearts and the look in their eyes when they are desperately protecting something. This father and daughter are playing with fire. Lin Wanru turned down the fire in the stove a little and took out a jar of preserved lard from the back of the cupboard. She scooped out a big spoonful and melted it into the hot pickled vegetable and shredded meat. If they're going to fight, they must eat well. It's the only thing she can do.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Yaya, like a small cannonball, rushed into the kitchen, hugging Lin Wanru's leg and rubbing against it. Gu Chongfeng followed behind, holding the empty enamel cup. His stern expression, which had been so fierce, disappeared the moment he stepped over the threshold. Eat first. Gu Chongfeng put down the cup and reached out to take the heavy work from Lin Wanru. She avoided him. She placed a big bowl of steaming white rice in front of Gu Chongfeng, topped with thick braised meat sauce and several large pieces of meat with a good mix of fat and lean. Finish eating, then go to your work. Lin Wanru's voice was soft but carried a rare firmness. Gu Chongfeng was stunned for a moment and looked up at her. She didn't look at him but turned to Yaya, scooping a small bowl of soft porridge and adding 2 bites of the tenderest chicken. Last night, I took apart your military coat, Lin Wanru said calmly, as if commenting on the weather. The underarm part was worn out badly. I patched it with canvas and sewed a hidden pocket inside the collar. Gu Chongfeng paused his eating. That spot was where he usually hid spare magazines and a small dagger. No one knew before. It's too tight to get things out easily. I left half an inch of space. Lin Wanru placed a plate of sliced salted duck eggs in the middle of the table. Next time you go out, don't wear such thin clothes. The room was silent for a few seconds. Yaya, holding her bowl, her big black eyes darted around, glancing at her parents. Oh, her mother, this is not a little white rabbit. She is clearly a mother leopard without her claws yet. She sees through but doesn't say anything, yet she can accurately give a sharp remark. This kind of awareness could easily help her become a logistics manager in the end times. Got it. Gu Chongfeng didn't explain much. He picked up a big piece of fatty meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing very hard. 3 words are better than 1,000 words. The atmosphere at the dinner table feels strange. No one talks, only the soft sounds of bowls and chopsticks clinking. Meng Yaya finished the last sip of porridge, let out a burp, and stuck out her tongue to lick the rice grains near her lips. Dad, is that uncle someone who likes to play hide and seek? Meng Yaya asked in a sweet, childish voice. Gu Chongfeng put down his chopsticks, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his mouth. Yes, he's pretty good at hiding. Then we should leave a small gap for him. Meng Yaya grabbed a chopstick from the table and poked around in a plate of salted duck eggs. There were 4 half-peeled duck eggs arranged in a circle, like a small barrel. She picked up 1 duck egg, put it in her mouth, leaving a gap in the circle. I don't like the yolk. It's too choking, Meng Yaya mumbled. If we leave this gap, mice will smell it and come in to steal. Gu Chongfeng looked at the gap for a couple of seconds. The coal shed. That was the dead corner of the entire yard's defenses, and it was the place the spy cared about most. If someone deliberately showed a flaw there, removing the visible guard and only leaving a hidden one. This move is risky. Gu Chongfeng tapped his finger on the table. What if a mouse bites someone? Mice won't bite people. Meng Yaya took out a bunch of burdock seeds she casually gathered from the back mountain. They are thorny wild fruits. She threw the thorny fruit next to the gap. I've prepared some treats for the mice. Meng Yaya smiled innocently, showing a row of small white teeth. These were mutated burdock seeds she cultivated with spiritual spring water in her space. Once they stick to cloves, they release a special sticky liquid that can't be washed off, has a strong smell, and the thorns can pierce through shoe soles. Gu Chongfeng looked at the small, unremarkable spiky balls. Although he didn't understand their full purpose, he trusted this girl's cleverness. All right. Gu Chongfeng stood up, picked up his military hat hanging on the wall, and put it on properly. I will be at the troop headquarters these days to watch the rehearsal for the all-army competition. The coal shed is in a remote spot and no one goes there. I plan to remove the guard post there and move it to the front gate to keep order. He spoke loudly, loud enough for Sister Zhang, who was drying clothes in the yard next door, to hear. At this moment, outside the neighboring wall, a man pushing a trash cart and wearing blue work clothes happened to pass by. The man's steps slowed noticeably. Then he lowered his hat brim and hurried away with his cart. The bait was set. Gu Chongfeng walked to the door, looked back, and saw Lin Wanru squatting on the ground, helping Meng Yaya put on her shoes. Come back early tonight, Lin Wanru said without looking up. Okay, Gu Chongfeng replied and strode out. Meng Yaya finished tying her shoes and stomped her feet on the ground. Mom, I want to go to Sister Zhang's house to play with Gongzi. Lin Wanru stood up, brushed off the dust from her hands. She walked to the corner of the wall, picked up a thick-bladed firewood knife used for chopping wood, and sharpened it on a whetstone with 2 quick strokes, the sound sharp and piercing. Go ahead, don't go far, Lin Wanru said, placing the shiny knife in the most convenient spot behind the door. If anyone bullies you, just shout for Mom. Manhwa looked at the gleaming knife and couldn't help but give her mother a big thumbs up in her heart. Is this what they call a mother's toughness? It's way too tough. Since the home front was secure, she had to go to the front line and add some spice to that big rat. Manhwa carried her small yellow backpack confidently and strode out the door. Meanwhile, in every corner of the big yard, Wang Hu and his children's detective team were hiding at high points. See that? The one in blue went into the public toilet, Wang Hu said, biting a white rabbit candy and holding a broken telescope. Boss, should we throw firecrackers to scare him? A little brother asked eagerly. Firecrackers? No way. Sister Yaya said we should cast a long line to catch big fish. Wang Hu sharply patted the little brother's head. Keep a close watch. If anyone loses track of him, I'll confiscate all your candies today. Manhwa approached the coal shed. Usually, it was piled with leftover honeycomb coal ash from different families, with black dust flying everywhere, very dirty. She stopped under an old locust tree about 10 meters from the coal shed. Her small hands were behind her back, fingertips glowing with a faint green light, which was the energy of her wood-based supernatural power. Go, she silently commanded herself. A few mutated cocklebur seeds, mixed with the soil, silently rolled along the cracks in the ground toward the broken wooden door of the coal shed. As soon as someone stepped on them, the sharp, sour sensation would be enough to scare that spy away. After doing all this, Manhwa yawned. The rest was up to her cheap adoptive father, Gu Changfeng. If even a crippled spy couldn't be caught, then this leader might as well quit and go home to sell sweet potatoes. Now that the trap was set, only the mice would come out of their holes.
But
Manhwa patted her round belly. Catching spies was too tiring physically. To reward herself for working so hard, maybe she should give herself some benefits? Like making her cheap parents who always sleep separately a little more progressive? Manhwa looked at Gu Changfeng, sweating on the training ground nearby, and then thought of Lin Wanru, who was sharpening her knives at home. The little girl's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Looks like she'd have to pretend to be seriously ill tonight. She secretly pinched her thigh inside the blanket and used a tiny bit of her special ability to make her face look like she had a high fever. She cared a lot about this family. Gu Changfeng reached out and felt that the child's forehead was very hot. Without hesitation, he reached for the military jacket hanging on the wall. Go to the clinic, the fever is serious. Don't. Even with her eyes closed, Manhwa's hearing was very sharp. She quickly reached out her hot little hand and precisely grabbed Gu Changfeng's finger.
no shots.
It hurts. Her voice was soft, like a newborn kitten, which made Gu Changfeng feel a strong punch in his chest. Be good, you have to go. What if you get worse? Gu Changfeng tried to pull his finger back, but didn't move it. This girl still had so much energy. I won't go. Manhwa started to roll inside the blanket, like a fish washed ashore. I'm cold. I want Mom and Dad to hold me to sleep. Like a meat bun. Gu Changfeng was stunned. What meat bun? It's just. Manhwa opened her big, watery eyes, sniffed, and looked sad as she pointed. Dad is the pancake, Mom is the pancake, and I am the meat in the middle. We need to be close together so I won't be cold. Lin Wanru's face suddenly turned bright red. She softly coaxed, Yaya, don't be naughty. Your dad is tired after a long day. Let him sleep outside, and I will hold you. No, no, Manhwa shook her head like a rattledrum. I want the meat bun. If a piece of pancake meat is missing, it will fall out. I will be freezing to death. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, she shivered on purpose, her teeth chattering loudly. Gu Changfeng looked at his daughter and no longer hesitated. All his rules about discipline and modesty were gone in front of her tears. Okay, the meat bun. Gu Changfeng quickly took off his shoes and got onto the bed. He didn't sleep on the outer side like usual but reached out his arm, pushing Lin Wanru inside the bed with himself and the blanket. You sleep inside, afraid of the cold. I'll sleep outside to block the wind. Lin Wanru's body stiffened like a piece of wood. The bed was small, and normally the three of them could sleep separately. But now, to follow the meat bun rule, they had to be very close together. Meng Yaya happily snuggled into the middle. She grabbed Gu Chongfeng's shirt collar with her left hand and pulled Lin Wanru's arm with her right hand, forcefully pulling them toward the center. The bodies of two adults were forced to lean closer together. Gu Chongfeng felt like a big stove, constantly emitting heat. Lin Wanru's body was thin and often lacked energy, so she was always cold. As they got closer, the hot and cold sensations mixed, and only they knew how it felt. "Dad, you should hug Mom too," Meng Yaya said blindly, closing her eyes. "A meat bun shouldn't have the bread and filling separated. That way, it leaks air." Gu Chongfeng's throat bobbed twice. He turned to the side and looked at Lin Wanru, who was close by. She lowered her eyelids, and her eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow under her eyes. Her breathing was messy. "Yaya is right." Gu Chongfeng's voice was a little hoarse, as if he had sand in his throat. He reached out awkwardly, crossing over the small bundle in the middle, and placed his hand on Lin Wanru's shoulder. In that moment, Lin Wanru felt like she was electrocuted. She shrank back, but didn't move away. The man's arm was heavy, giving a sense of safety she had never felt before. It pressed down like a mountain, but also blocked out all the cold wind coming through the window. The warmth inside the blanket was rising steadily. Meng Yaya felt the heat sources on both sides and happily made a "yay" gesture in her heart. Dealing with these parents was too hard. She had to use her secret move. To make the meat bun tighter, Meng Yaya pretended to be asleep, curling into Lin Wanru's embrace and softly meowing like a spoiled kitten. Gu Chongfeng instinctively moved closer from behind, wrapping his arms around both mother and daughter. He gently rested his chin on Lin Wanru's shoulder, his cheek pressed against her hair, and his breath was audible. The faint scent of soapberry on Lin Wanru, mixed with an indescribable milky fragrance, drifted into Gu Chongfeng's nose. It was 1,000 times more pleasant than the smell of gunpowder on the battlefield, but also 1,000 times more dangerous. As they held each other close, he clearly felt the protruding spine on Lin Wanru's back pressing painfully against his chest. She was too thin. All the romantic thoughts in Gu Chongfeng's mind instantly vanished, replaced by a deep ache. He had gained weight in the army, training his body to be as strong as an iron tower. But his wife, somewhere he didn't know, had become as thin as a withered stick. "Sleep now." Gu Chongfeng gently patted Lin Wanru's shoulder, with a light touch like handling fragile tofu. "I'll stay awake tonight." Lin Wanru's tense body finally relaxed slowly. The days when she had to stay alert and be afraid seemed to be far away from her at this moment. In this warm, crowded space, she felt peace again after a long time. Soon, Lin Wanru's breathing became slow and even. Meng Yaya was really sleepy now. Pretending to be sick was tiring, and she clicked her tongue before falling into deep sleep. Only Gu Chongfeng remained awake. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly. He didn't dare to move suddenly, just slowly slid his hand down from Lin Wanru's shoulder, wanting to hold her hand and give her warmth. His fingers unconsciously brushed something on her arm, a bump. It wasn't a callus, but a scar. A long scar ran across half her arm, feeling rough to the touch. Lin Wanru suddenly jerked her hand back, as if burned. Gu Chongfeng suddenly tightened his grip, holding her wrist firmly, so she couldn't escape. "Where did this scar come from?" he asked in the dark, his voice low but firm, with a hint of deep concern hidden beneath. Gu Chongfeng's grip was strong, pressing his fingertips against the scar like a centipede, not intending to let go. "Speak," he demanded softly but with authority. "Who did this?" Lin Wanru shrank back, trying to pull her hand away. But his large hand was like iron clamps, unmoving. "Don't want to say?" Gu Chongfeng propped himself up on his other arm, his muscular body radiating heat that hit her face. "Or are you afraid to say?" The air in the bed was thin and hot. Lin Wanru instinctively tried to pull her hand back, feeling a bit panicked, though she didn't use much strength. "It's nothing, just a small cut from work before," she whispered, low enough to avoid waking Meng Yaya, who was sleeping in the middle. "A cut?" Gu Chongfeng didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he held her hand tighter, rubbing his fingertips over the scar repeatedly. His rough calluses made her skin feel hot. What kind of work could cut such a deep wound? This must have hurt the bones. Gu Chongfeng is an expert in handling knives and guns. He can tell whether a wound is just on the surface or deep enough to see the bone. This wound was not stitched or properly treated at the time, so it healed poorly. He could tell it was a tough injury to survive. Lin Wanru didn't speak anymore. In the dark, only Gu Chongfeng's heavy breathing could be heard, each breath like a weight on her chest. Did Wang Guifan do this? Gu Chongfeng suddenly asked, calling her by name. His tone was cold and emotionless, making her shiver. Lin Wanru stiffened. After a long moment, she softly replied, yes. That winter, Yaya had a high fever. I wanted to go into the chicken coop to get an egg to make hot water for the child. Lin Wanru's voice was very soft, as if talking about someone else.
Mom.
She said it was for salt, not to touch. When I pushed her, I fell on the grass-cutting blade and bled a lot. Gu Chongfeng's breathing grew heavier. I begged my mother for 2 mao to go to the health clinic, Lin Wanru said with a self-deprecating smile. She said I was a bad omen, a wasteful woman, and that I needed a doctor for such a small injury. She grabbed some ashes from the stove and pressed them directly onto my wound. Ashes can stop bleeding, a simple folk remedy. But the wound was deep enough to see the bone, and she didn't disinfect it before applying the dirty ash. The sharp pain and subsequent infection and pus, Gu Chongfeng, who had fought in wars, could imagine it well. Later, I ran a high fever for 3 days and almost died, Lin Wanru said casually. Luckily, I was tough and survived. But my hand still hurts whenever it's cloudy or rainy.
Click.
A sharp sound broke the silence in the room. Gu Chongfeng cracked the knuckles of his other hand. His chest heaved violently. His breath was tight in his lungs, like he had swallowed a mouthful of hot coal. On the front lines, he tied his head to his belt and fought desperately. Every month, he sent most of his allowance home just to make life better for his family. And what happened? The money he sent back became the reason Wang Guifan could abuse his wife and daughter. I send 40 yuan every month, plus cloth and grain tickets, Gu Chongfeng said through clenched teeth, each word like it was squeezed from between his teeth. Where is that money? Lin Wanru suddenly looked up. Even in the dark, she could feel her shock. Her voice trembled as she said, Mom said. Mom said you made a mistake in the army, and they took away your allowance. Now I only get 2 yuan a month, and I have to save it for your wedding. Yaya and I can only drink 2 bowls of thin porridge each day and still have to do all the housework. 2 yuan. Gu Chongfeng chuckled softly. That stepmother of his, taking his hard-earned money, used his wife and children as servants, and still tried to blame him. Then she said. Lin Wanru paused, her voice even softer. She said you died outside, and your ashes were scattered. If Yaya hadn't insisted on coming to find you, I might have thought I really died, Gu Chongfeng interrupted her. Lin Wanru didn't answer, only clenched the corner of her quilt tightly. Suddenly, Gu Chongfeng released the hand that was holding her wrist. Just as Lin Wanru was about to breathe a sigh of relief, that big hand slid down her arm, then turned and grasped her scarred, calloused hand completely in his palm. This time, it wasn't restraint but warmth. His rough palm pressed against her back of the hand, sending a steady warmth through her. Lin Wanru felt that heat climb along her blood vessels, burning all the way to her heart. I was blind before, Gu Chongfeng said, lying flat and staring at the dark beams above, his voice hoarse. I thought as long as I paid money, the family would be peaceful. I'm sorry to you and Yaya. No excuses, no denial. This man, over 1.80 meters tall, admitted his mistake in the dark. Lin Wanru's nose prickled, and tears suddenly fell onto the pillow without warning. All the years of frustration were stirred up by this one sentence. This time, Wang Guifan coming is a good thing. Gu Chongfeng suddenly changed the subject. His tone turned cold, with a chilling sharpness. Since she's here, we'll settle the old accounts one by one. He turned his head, precisely locating Lin Wanru in the darkness. From now on, this family's money is yours to manage, and the people are yours to control. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on you or your daughter, I'll ruin him. His words sounded like a bandit's, far from a proper officer's tone. Lin Wanru sniffed, and the hand he held moved slightly. It turned over and gently hooked his finger. She responded softly. That one word felt like a kind of promise or agreement. Between the two of them, Meng Yaya, who had been sleeping soundly, quietly exhaled after holding her breath for a long time. She wiggled her toes inside the blanket and silently praised her lucky dad. Although her realization and statement came a few years late, at least she caught up now. There's no need to worry about her kind-hearted mother softening. With the couple united, their strength is unstoppable. When that difficult grandmother arrives, they can just shut the door and deal with her. The atmosphere in the room changed. The tense, heavy feeling that had been there just moments ago disappeared, replaced by a sticky, peaceful calm. Outside, the wind picked up, making the window paper rustle. Inside, it was warm enough to make someone sleepy. Gu Changfeng didn't let go of his wife's hand. He kept holding it, his thumb unconsciously rubbing gently in her palm. The thick calluses on her hand felt rough, but made him feel secure. She was his woman, the one who had given him a child and endured hardships for him. Lin Wanru was probably tired from crying, or maybe the big weight in her heart had finally lifted. Her breathing became slow and steady. Soon she fell asleep. The wind stopped at night, but the warmth in the room didn't go away. Gu Changfeng couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He slightly turned his body, using the faint, cold moonlight coming through the window to look at the person beside him. This was the first time he looked at Lin Wanru so carefully. Back then, without feelings, even a quick glance felt awkward. Now, looking at her closely, he realized that although she looked thin and worn out, her bone structure was excellent. Her nose was straight, her eyelashes long like tiny fans resting on her eyelids. Due to long-term malnutrition, her face was a bit pale, but her gentle aura shone through her bones. The moonlight cast a soft glow on her face, giving her a gentle edge. As Gu Changfeng looked at her, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was a strange feeling. Not the adrenaline rush from the battlefield, nor the thrill of catching a spy, but a tingling, itchy sensation like being tickled by a feather. This itch spread through his chest, making his throat feel dry. He instinctively wanted to reach for a cigarette, moving his hand halfway, but then stopping. Lin Wanru's fingers were still clutching his hand. In her sleep, she seemed to sense that the warmth was about to leave, and instinctively tightened her grip. She mumbled softly, like a kitten looking for milk. Gu Changfeng's strong hand, which was so decisive on the battlefield, froze in midair, then obediently fell back, allowing her to hold it. This woman is a bit dangerous. Gu Changfeng cursed silently, but a small smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. His heart was beating faster. Thump, thump. In the quiet night, the sound was a little loud and annoying. Suddenly, Meng Yaya turned over, crossing one leg over Gu Changfeng's stomach, and muttered while munching, "Eat meat." Big pork knuckle. Gu Changfeng's mouth twitched. He carefully took her leg away and tucked her back into the bed. His movements were gentle, like disarming a landmine. Under the moonlight, he looked at his daughter, and then at his wife. A feeling of unprecedented satisfaction filled his chest. Is this what they call a warm family with wife and children? Maybe. It's not so bad. The next morning, before the bugle sounded, Gu Changfeng's biological clock woke him up. He felt heavy in his arms. Looking down, he saw two heads, one big, one small, almost burrowing into him. Meng Yaya was sprawled across his waist, sleeping very confidently. Lin Wanru was resting her head on his arm, half her body pressed against him. Gu Changfeng kept this position, staring at the spider web on the ceiling for 5 minutes until his arm went numb, and he had to move. As soon as he moved, Lin Wanru woke up. She blinked sleepily, her eyes a little dazed. When she saw Gu Changfeng's face close to hers, she realized she was clinging to him like an octopus. Feeling like a cat with its tail stepped on, she quickly recoiled.
Bang!
Her head hit the wall hard. Ow. Lin Wanru's eyes welled with tears from the pain. She covered her head, her face turning bright red like a big red cloth. Don't panic. Gu Chongfeng sat up. His arm, which was resting on the pillow, hung weakly by his side. His tone was calm, without blame, and with a hint of sleepiness. I'm not a tiger, I wouldn't eat you. Lin Wanru didn't dare look at him. She lowered her head and pushed her still sleeping daughter, Meng Yaya, saying, Yaya, wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Yaya was awakened, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Looking at her awkward parents, she understood everything clearly. Was that heartbeat last night thunder? In other words, she has strong self-control. Otherwise, she would have jumped up long ago to applaud this lucky father. Breakfast was millet porridge with salted vegetables, along with a leftover plate of fried dumplings from last night. Gu Chongfeng received a call from his unit about an urgent matter. He ate quickly, finishing the dumplings in a few bites before heading out. Not long after Gu Chongfeng left, the yard became lively. Several military wives gathered around the water tap, washing vegetables and talking loudly as if performing a play. Did you hear? Commander Gu's mother is coming. Wow, she's quite a formidable person. I heard she's very strict with her daughter-in-law back home. I think Lin Wanru is in trouble. She's from the countryside and has a kid, and now that the mother-in-law is here, she'll probably get treated like a child. The loudest among them was Qianmei, who had been scared away by Meng Yaya. She was washing clothes and glancing toward yard number 6, her eyes full of schadenfreude. Lin Wanru was hanging out the quilts in the yard, and she overheard every word clearly. Meng Yaya sat on the doorstep, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, acting as if nothing was happening, cracking the shells casually. Mom, they're talking about you behind your back, Meng Yaya said, spitting out 2 shells. Let them talk. Their mouths are on them, not on me, Lin Wanru replied, hitting the quilt with a crisp sound. We live our own lives. That's not right, Meng Yaya said, brushing dust off her hands and standing up. Gu Chongfeng said, I'm the little boss of this big yard. If the boss's mother gets bullied, it'll be embarrassing for me. Just then, the yard gate was pushed open. Next door, Sister Lee hurried in, carrying a big bowl of seaweed. Wanru, are you here? The Army Day is coming soon, and our community plans to hold a military support event. Everyone agreed to cook a dish in the canteen to improve the soldiers' meals. Since you're new here, everyone's waiting to taste your cooking. Sister Lee's face was full of a smile, but it looked fake. Everyone knew Lin Wanru was from the countryside. In their eyes, what good skills could someone from the countryside have? At most, she could steam a steamed bun or boil a sweet potato. This wasn't an invitation. It was more like a trap, a scheme to make Lin Wanru embarrass herself publicly and give the upcoming evil mother-in-law a reason to criticize her. Money May also peeked at the door, sarcastically interrupting, Yes, Sister Wanru, your husband is a hero. If your cooking skills aren't good enough, you'll embarrass him. Lin Wanru's hands froze. She looked at the faces waiting to see a show, about to refuse.
Go.
You must go. Meng Yaya's lively voice rang out. She jumped in front of Lin Wanru, hands on her hips, holding her head high. My mom's cooking is delicious, way better than your pig food. Not only do I want to go, but I also want to win first place. Everyone was stunned by her arrogance. Lin Wanru looked down at her daughter's proud expression, feeling helpless inside. This kid is really full of herself. The family only has a jar of rice and flour. What can she use to compete? Meng Yaya turned back, winked at Lin Wanru, her big, clear eyes flashing with mischief. It was time to show the spices stored in the space. Okay, Lin Wanru took a deep breath and accepted the challenge. I'll go. Sister Lee and Money May exchanged a look, their pride almost overflowing. Just wait and see how they will embarrass themselves later. The kitchen behind the mess hall was even more chaotic than a battlefield. A dozen large iron pots lined up in a row, flames licking the bottoms, heat waves almost lifting the roof. Money May, wearing a greasy apron, stood at the central stove, banging a large iron spoon loudly. Hey, everyone, work harder. Money May's sharp voice seemed to pierce through the chimney. Today, we're improving the soldiers' meals. Don't hold back on the oil. Look at my braised pork, 2 pounds of lard, and it looks shiny. Her meat chunks sizzled in hot oil, releasing a strong soy sauce and caramel aroma. Though a bit greasy, in times of scarce oil and water, this was the best temptation. Several military wives nearby watched her enviously, ignoring the corner. In the corner, Lin Wanru was tending a small stove. In front of her was a cutting board with only 2 pieces of white tofu, a handful of green onions, and half a bowl of mincemeat. When dividing the meat, the good parts had already been snatched by Money May and others, leaving her only scraps. Miss Wanru, are you just making tofu? Aunt Lee leaned over and pretended to pout. This tofu is so bland. Soldiers train hard, and if they don't eat meat, how can they have strength? Maybe I should give you 2 slices of fatty pork instead? She said, give, but her eyes showed contempt. Meng Yaya sat on a bag of flour nearby, her little legs swinging. She looked at Aunt Lee's face and snorted silently. These people, do they understand the magic of turning something old into something wonderful? No need, Auntie, Lin Wanru said calmly but firmly. She picked up a kitchen knife and flicked her wrist. Clink, 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 clink. The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board was loud, like a sudden rainstorm. The 2 soft tofu pieces quickly turned into small, evenly sized cubes with clear edges. Her knife skills were sharp and precise, more like a seasoned chef than a village woman used to farm work. Aunt Lee was disappointed and twisted her waist to leave. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Meng Yaya reached into her small yellow bag. That was her personal space. With a thought, a small glass bottle filled with red powder appeared in her palm. It was a high-level spicy pepper grown in her space, ground with over a dozen spices into powder. In the end-of-the-world scenario, this stuff could even be used as bait for mutated beasts. Mom, here's some salt. Meng Yaya jumped down from the flour bag, her voice sweet and innocent, handing over the bottle. She also replaced the damp chili powder in her original jar. Lin Wanru was busy heating oil and didn't look closely. She took the bottle and poured it into the pot. Sizzle the red oil started to fry. A powerful, spicy aroma burst out, like it had legs or was packed with explosives, exploding instantly in the kitchen. This smell was so aggressive. It invaded everyone's nose without mercy, pushing aside the greasy smell of braised pork. The noisy kitchen suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. Qian Mei was stirring the pot when she was hit by this smell. She jerked her hand, almost knocking half a spoon of meat out. Cough, cough. What's that smell? It's choking. Qian Mei exaggerated her cough, trying to hide her jealousy. Lin Wanru, are you cooking or releasing poison gas? Lin Wanru ignored her. She was fully focused now. She put the tofu into the pot, pushed the spoon, shook the pan, and thickened the sauce. The shiny, red broth coated the tender tofu. She sprinkled chopped green onions on top, and as the steam rose, the aroma became even more tempting. Meal is ready, someone shouted. The cafeteria door was forcefully opened. A group of soldiers, just finished with their training, rushed in like hungry wolves. They were all sweaty, and their green uniforms were soaked with sweat. Today, there's braised pork. I can already smell it. No, wait. This smell. It's not just braised pork. It's even more delicious. The soldiers' noses are sharper than military dogs. Zhao Taizhu led the way, originally heading straight for Qian Mei's window, but halfway there, he suddenly turned, drawn by the irresistible spicy aroma, and headed to the corner. Sister-in-law, what dish is this? Give me a spoon. No. 2 spoons. Zhao Taizhu carried a large lunchbox bigger than his face, saliva almost dripping out. Mapo tofu. Lin Wanru was startled by the crowd. Before she could even lift her spoon, the window was crowded with people. I want some too. Me too. Don't push. My hat got knocked off. This smell is amazing. Just smelling it makes me want to eat 3 bowls of rice. Qian Mei stood at her window, looking at the big, bright-colored meat dish in front of her. She then looked at the empty line of people, her face dark as a pot bottom. Are these soldiers fools? Leaving the big meat untouched to fight over 2 broken pieces of tofu? Try my braised pork. Special supply pork belly. Qian Mei shouted loudly. No one paid attention to her. Within 10 minutes, the bowl of mapo tofu was cleaned out. Even the broth was wiped clean with bread. Gu Changfeng was the last to come in. As a leader, he originally planned to eat at the small kitchen, but hearing that his wife was showing off her skills today, he came to the main cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Taizhu squatting on the ground, licking the lid of his lunchbox. Good for nothing, Gu Changfeng kicked Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu looked up, his face covered in red oil, looking satisfied and dazed. Commander, it's so delicious. Is my sister-in-law a fairy? This tofu is even more fragrant than meat. That spicy kick, it's like it's spreading from my tongue all the way down my heels. Gu Changfeng raised an eyebrow and looked at the window. Lin Wanru was taking off her apron, beads of sweat on her forehead, her cheeks flushed. Meng Yaya sat on the windowsill, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, smiling like a sneaky little fox. All the military wives paused their work, watching the empty aluminum basin with complicated expressions. Strength is something that doesn't follow reason. There is no need for a judge. The piles of thoroughly cleaned lunchboxes are the best proof.
How?
Has everyone finished? A woman dressed in a fitted official uniform with big wavy hair walked in through the side door. She didn't look at the empty bowls, her gaze sharp like 2 knives, directly staring at Lin Wanru. She is Li Aihong, the wife of the deputy political commissar. She usually considers herself a cultured person in the compound and looks down on family members from the countryside. Li Aihong approached Qian Mei, looked at the mostly finished braised pork, and then glanced at the spotless countertop near Lin Wanru, where not even scallion pieces remained. She snorted coldly. Our military cafeteria emphasizes nutrition and hygiene, Li Aihong said loudly enough for nearby military wives to hear. Some untrustworthy homemade methods might smell good, but beware, they might have added something unclean just to win. Hearing this, Qian Mei's eyes immediately lit up. Exactly. I said, how tasty can a few pieces of cheap tofu be? Qian Mei threw her spoon into the bucket, raising her voice. Lin Wanru, you wouldn't have brought some illegal stuff from your hometown, would you? As soon as she said this, the kitchen, which had been enjoying the delicious food, suddenly fell silent. In this era, secretly hiding large amounts of tobacco was not only a crime punishable by jail, but also a serious political issue. Gu Changfeng had already walked over to Lin Wanru, ready to help her wipe her sweat, but upon hearing this, his tall back stiffened suddenly. He slowly turned around, his gaze like 2 cold knives, directly locking onto Li Aihong. The temperature in the air instantly dropped to freezing. Gu Changfeng took a few steps to the stove, standing like a wall, firmly blocking Lin Wanru behind him. His eyes, accustomed to life and death, fixed tightly on Li Aihong. What did you just say? Gu Changfeng's voice was low, even a bit hoarse, but carried a chilling coldness that made people feel uneasy. Li Aihong was pushed back half a step by his aura. She was used to ruling the compound, relying on her husband's position as deputy political commissar. Usually, no one dared to challenge her. But today, facing this formidable man, she felt nervous. But seeing so many people watching her, if she backed down now, how could she continue to survive in the compound? Li Aihong straightened her chest and mustered her courage. What did I say? The people's eyes are sharp. Some broken tofu without any meat added. Can it taste better than braised pork? Or is it because of some strong smoke flavor? She kept thinking she was right, pointing at the pot that was scraped clean of all soup. Commander Gu, you're an experienced soldier. You know how harmful that stuff is. Bringing such dangerous things into the army kitchen just to win a competition shows a serious problem in your thinking. The military wives around started whispering. In this era, being involved with strong smoke flavor is a dangerous thing. At best, it results in losing your military status. At worst, imprisonment or execution. Zhao Tiezhu's lunchbox suddenly dropped to the ground with a loud bang. He had just eaten 2 big bowls. If there was poison, wouldn't he be finished? The soldiers looked at each other in shock. The satisfaction from earlier was gone, replaced by fear. Mei quickly changed her attitude, coming out from behind the stove with a big iron spoon in her hand. Exactly.
I said so.
I smelled something strange earlier. It made me feel dizzy. Lin Wanru, be honest. Did you bring some homemade recipe from the countryside? Lin Wanru stood behind Gu Changfeng, her palms sweaty. She didn't expect that just cooking a meal would lead to such a serious accusation. No. Lin Wanru stepped out from behind Gu Changfeng. Her face was pale, but she stood straight. I only used regular chili powder, salt, and Sichuan pepper. I didn't add anything else. Stubborn? Li Aihong sneered, her face covered with makeup twisting slightly. Regular chili powder can't have that smell? Unless you bring out the ingredients for us to check. Why should we check her? Gu Changfeng cut in coldly. Are you from the security department or the public security bureau? No evidence, just your words to slander a military family. Li Aihong, can you take responsibility for that? Gu Changfeng. Don't protect her. Li Aihong was anxious, raising her voice. I'm just worried about the safety of the troops. If she has nothing to hide, why fear a check? Let her show it. Manhwa suddenly spoke. She sat on the windowsill, putting the sunflower seeds in her pocket, swinging her legs as she jumped down. The young girl walked over to Lin Wanru, looked up innocently. Mom, if you're innocent, don't be afraid of shadows. Since Aunt Pang wants to see, just show her. Anyway, that's our family treasure. Not everyone deserves to see it. The word, Aunt Pang, made Li Aihong's face twitch with anger. Lin Wanru took a deep breath, turned around, and picked up the small glass bottle from the stove, which was still uncovered. Inside the bottle was bright red powder that shimmered strangely under the light. This was the top-quality devil pepper grown in Manhwa's space. It was irrigated with spiritual spring water, making it 100 times spicier than regular peppers, with an extremely strong aroma. This is what you're looking for, Lin Wanru said, handing the bottle over. Li Aihong snatched the bottle quickly. I want to see what strange stuff is inside, Mei said excitedly, eager to find a clue. Li Aihong didn't think much. She believed it was just ordinary powder with some additives, and she needed to get close and smell it to tell. She pressed the bottle's opening right under her nose and took a deep breath. Suddenly, everything changed. Achoo! Li Aihong let out a huge sneeze. Immediately after, she felt like she was electrocuted. The bottle almost flew out of her hand. The intense spicy smell shot straight up her nose, like a fire exploding inside her head. Cough, cough, cough. Water. Water. Li Aihong bent over, her face turning a dark purple, tears and runny nose streaming down. Her throat felt like it was cut by a blade, burning painfully. Mei, standing nearby, was also affected by the aftershock. She covered her mouth and coughed desperately, her eyes rolling back. What kind of poison is this? Mei shouted between coughs. Manhwa stood beside them, fanning herself with her small hand, looking innocent. Oh, this is my grandma's secret spicy pepper powder, passed down in the family. It's used to treat rheumatism and cold. Aunt Fatty, why did you take such a big sniff? This could be deadly for a cow. Gu Changfeng watched Li Aihong look so embarrassed, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He reached out, took the bottle back, and poured a little onto his fingertip, tasting it. Pure spice, with an intense aroma. Apart from the peppers and some special spices, there was no bitter or hallucinogenic taste like in illegal drugs. This is the special spicy pepper powder, Gu Changfeng said, closing the bottle and casually handing it to the steward. If there's even a tiny amount of prohibited ingredients, Gu Changfeng, will immediately take off my uniform and leave. The steward was honest. He took the bottle, sniffed it, and sneezed violently. Reporting to the leader, this smells like chili, but it's a bit too strong. Li Aihong finally caught her breath. Her makeup was smudged all over her face, and her eyeliner was running down like a ghost's. She pointed at Lin Wanru, her hand trembling. Even if it's chili, it must have had something else added. Otherwise, how could it make people so confused? Is it so hard to admit someone is good? Gu Changfeng stepped forward, staring at Li Aihong. Because my wife cooks well, You accuse her of breaking the law. Li Aihong, it seems you've been too idle in the compound these years. I will personally go to talk to the deputy political commissar and ask how his family members are being educated politically. Hearing that he would see the deputy commissar, Li Aihong panicked completely. Her husband cares about Face a lot. If he finds out she caused such a big joke in the cafeteria, he will definitely discipline her when he gets home. I was also doing it for the good of the army. Li Aihong's voice grew weaker, and her eyes avoided eye contact. Apologize, Gu Chongfeng said simply. Apologize. These two words hit the ground with a loud thud, louder than the sound of a heavy iron spoon dropping. Li Aihong was still coughing. Her face was covered with snow cream mixed with tears and mucus, and her throat still burned. Gu Chongfeng's words felt like a slap across her face. The cafeteria was so quiet that only the sound of nose blowing could be heard. Qianmei shrank behind the stove, wishing she could hide in the ashes. She had been the loudest earlier, but now dared not even make a sound. The steward held a glass bottle like he was holding a landmine. He looked at the disheveled Li Aihong and then at Gu Chongfeng, who looked like a stern judge. He cleared his throat. This is pure chili powder. No large smoke shells, no forbidden items. It's just. This kind is indeed a bit spicy. The facts were clear on the table. The soldiers and their wives nearby whispered to each other. Those who had doubted Lin Wanru earlier now looked at Li Aihong with changed expressions. Li Aihong finally caught her breath, straightened up by holding onto the table. She didn't want to admit defeat. After so many years in the compound, bowing to someone from the countryside, where would she put her face as the wife of a political commissar? Cough. Even if it's chilly, Li Aihong's voice was hoarse like a broken gong, but it's not okay to bring it into the cafeteria casually. What if the soldiers get sick? Who will be responsible? This is just disorderly conduct. Gu Chongfeng took a step forward. His military boots stomped heavily on the cement ground with a dull sound. Li Aihong stepped back in fear, hitting her waist on the chopping board. Is it hard to admit that others are better than you? Gu Chongfeng didn't follow her words, but focused on the main point. Because you're jealous, you label others politically. Li Aihong, have you learned to think like a dog? Li Aihong trembled with anger. What about me? Meng Yaya peeked out from behind Lin Wanru. She stuffed the last few sunflower seeds into her mouth, clapped her hands, and walked over to Li Aihong with short legs. The little girl looked up, innocent and bright, but her words were sharp. Annie Fat, you just took such a big bite. Were you trying to steal everyone's food? Meng Yaya pointed at the half-eaten braised pork in Li Aihong's bowl, which had a layer of white pork fat on top, looking greasy. My mom finished all her tofu, but you still have so much meat left. The pigs don't eat meat, so you're wasting it. This remark was spot on. In this era, wasting food was a serious crime. Li Aihong's face turned pale like pig liver. You uneducated wild child. Why are you interrupting when adults are talking? I am well-mannered. Meng Yaya blinked her big eyes, her voice clear and bright, echoing through the cafeteria. My mom taught me that it's okay if you're not capable, but you shouldn't blame others for being smart just because you're stupid. She went to Lin Wanru, hugged her big leg, and rubbed against her. Annie Fat, do you know why the food my mom makes tastes so good? Meng Yaya turned around, facing everyone, patted her chest with her small hand. Because it's full of love. Mom loves Dad, loves Yaya, and also loves the uncles who protect our country. That's why her cooking is sweet and fragrant. The little girl tilted her head, looked at Li Aihong, sighed, and shook her head like a little adult. Unlike some people, whose hearts are sour and full of bad water. When your heart is sour, the food you make is sour and spoiled. No wonder the uncles don't like to eat it, huh? Laughter burst out in the cafeteria, suppressed but unstoppable. Several young soldiers covered their mouths, their shoulders shaking like chaff. Hearts sour, food sour. That was a harsh and cruel remark. Zhao Taizhu, the simple-minded fellow, couldn't hold back and loudly added, "No wonder I thought today's braised pork had a vinegar smell." Turns out it was spoiled. Li Aihong's sanity completely snapped. Being scolded by Gu Chongfeng was like a superior punishing a subordinate. Being looked down on by Lin Wanru was because she was less skilled. Now, Even a 3-year-old girl dared to ride on her neck and defecate? Little brat. You must be craving discipline. Li Aihong shouted angrily, raising her hand to slap manhwa. Her movement was quick, filled with anger and shame. Lin Wanru's face changed suddenly, instinctively trying to block. But someone faster. A large hand caught Li Aihong's wrist midair. Gu Chongfeng's grip was strong, like a tiger's claw. Li Aihong screamed painfully as her wrist bones cracked and dislocated. Gu Chongfeng looked expressionless, tightening his grip and tossing Li Aihong aside. Li Aihong staggered a few steps and sat on the ground, her hair messy, looking like a scolding wife. Hitting a military family member, hitting a child, Gu Chongfeng said coldly from above. Li Aihong, do you want to wake up in the isolation room? Li Aihong's eyes filled with tears from the pain, and she rolled on the ground, shouting, Someone's hurt. Gu Chongfeng hit someone. Is there no law anymore? Stop making noise. A loud shout came from the cafeteria entrance. The crowd watching the scene quickly parted, making way. A middle-aged man in a 4-pocket military uniform strode in, face dark, eyebrows furrowed tightly. It was Deputy Political Commissar Zhang Debiao. He had just finished a meeting when he heard his wife was causing trouble in the cafeteria. As he entered, he saw his wife sitting on the ground, crying and calling for her mother, her makeup ruined, and her wrists swollen. Gu Chongfeng stood to the side, expression cold, like a deadly spirit. Old Zhang, you're finally here. Li Aihong seemed to see a savior, crawling and rushing to hug Zhang Debiao's leg. Gu Chongfeng is bullying people. He's allowing his wife to poison others in the cafeteria and letting that wild girl insult me. You have to stand up for me. Zhang Debiao looked down at his disheveled wife, unable to hide his embarrassment. Although he knew his wife was usually domineering, this was in public. Even a dog needs its owner, and Gu Chongfeng turning his wife into this state was like a slap in his face. Chief Gu, Zhang Debiao helped Li Aihong up, his face serious as he looked at Gu Chongfeng. What is going on? Hitting a female comrade, this doesn't suit your position, does it? Gu Chongfeng did not step back. He stood in front of Lin Wanru and manhwa, keeping them behind him. His back was straight, like a spear. She falsely accused a military family of poisoning and wants to hurt my daughter, Gu Chongfeng said calmly, without any guilt. I was just defending myself. Falsely accused. Zhang Debiao looked at the empty vegetable bowl and then at Li Aihong's swollen wrist. A few pieces of tofu can't taste like meat. Aihong, as a family member of a soldier, is just questioning for the safety of the unit. Even if her way was wrong, you shouldn't have hit her. Zhang Debiao was trying to take sides. He picked up the bottle with chili powder and shook it. If this caused misunderstanding, it should be sealed and taken away for testing at the military district lab, Zhang Debiao said firmly. Until the results come out, the food is suspicious, and so are the people. This was an attempt to accuse someone. Once the item was taken away and the test results took time, Zhang Debiao would decide the outcome. In 10 or 15 days, Lin Wanru's reputation could be ruined. Li Aihong, having a supporter, straightened her back and looked at Lin Wanru with hostility.
Yes.
Investigate. Thoroughly. Someone must have put in some bad medicine. Lin Wanru bit her lip and tightly clenched her clothes. manhwa, behind Gu Chongfeng, quietly picked up a small stone. She wondered if she should give this blind deputy political commissar a little nudge on the knee. At that moment, Gu Chongfeng reached out and took the bottle from Zhang Debiao's hand. No need to investigate, he said. Zhang Debiao was surprised. Gu Chongfeng, are you disobeying orders? I said, no need to investigate. Gu Chongfeng unscrewed the lid and poured some more chili powder into the remaining broth. The bright red powder floated in the soup. Then he lifted the large aluminum basin, which had no meat or even tofu scraps left. I know my stomach best, he said. Gu Chongfeng raised the basin. Everyone's eyes focused on him. What was he going to do? Thud, thud. A big spoonful of spicy oil soup was swallowed down the throat. In the cafeteria with hundreds of people, everything was silent. Only the sound of Gu Chongfeng swallowing was clear. That was the devil pepper irrigated with space spiritual spring by manhwa, with a spiciness dozens of times stronger than normal peppers. Just now, Li Aihong only took a sip of powder and almost coughed out her lungs. Gu Changfeng was drinking it directly. Meng Yaya stood by the table, blinking her big eyes, silently giving her cheap dad a thumbs up. He's a tough guy. Gu Changfeng didn't even frown, his Adam's apple moving up and down, and he finished the remaining soup and the settled chili powder in one gulp. He placed the aluminum bowl down with a loud bang on the metal table. Phew, Gu Changfeng let out a deep breath. Instantly, his face turned red visibly, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The overpowering spicy flavor exploded in his stomach, like a fire burning up his esophagus to the top of his head. It was really exciting. Gu Changfeng wiped the red oil from his mouth, his eyes shining brightly. He didn't feel uncomfortable, in fact, he felt his pores opening up. The exhaustion from days of non-stop work was completely washed away by this spicy rush. Good. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and shouted in approval. Gu Changfeng looked at Li Aihong, who was already stunned, and Zhang Debiao, whose face was as black as a pot. Deputy Political Commissar Zhang. Gu Changfeng's voice was a little hoarse with a smoky spice smell. I've finished drinking. If it was poison, I should be lying on the ground foaming at the mouth now. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Zhang Debiao was choked and speechless. Gu Changfeng was fine, more than fine. He looked even more energetic. This might be a chronic effect. Li Aihong still refused to give up, covering her nose, tears welling in her eyes. Chronic my ass. Gu Changfeng snapped a curse, not giving her a chance to finish. He grabbed Lin Wanru, who was standing behind him looking helpless, and pushed her forward. This is my wife, Lin Wanru, Gu Changfeng's voice echoed through the cafeteria. She can't read or write much, and doesn't have much knowledge. But she knows how to care for people, understands how hard the soldiers train, and tries to make sure everyone gets hot, tasty food. Gu Changfeng pointed to the empty basin and said, this chili powder was brought from her hometown, just for this small wish. Now, when it's in your Li officer's mouth, it's called a big smoke shell. And we're supposed to poison our comrades. Li Aihong shrank back at his words. The soldiers around also looked different. Just now, Li Aihong's words had made everyone a bit scared. But now, seeing the leader drink and smelling the lingering spicy aroma in the air, everyone's craving was stirred up. Exactly, Li officer, you've gone too far. Sister-in-law's tofu smells so good. I've already eaten 2 bowls. If it was poisonous, I'd have fallen down already, Zhao Taizhu said, rubbing his round belly in support. Public opinion quickly turned. Meng Yaya took the opportunity to add her comment. She walked over to Li Aihong with her short legs and said, Fat Auntie, I know why you're angry. Is it because your braised pork didn't taste good, and everyone want to eat the tofu my mom made? Are you jealous? Her innocent words hit even harder. Li Aihong's face turned a dark purple, redder than when she was choked by the chili earlier.
You
ungrateful person.
Liayon shoutan grilli. Liayon. Zandabiau shouta starli.
Is this woman not embarrassed enough today? Calling a child names in front of so many soldiers. If this got out, would he still have any face as deputy political commissar? Apologize to Leader Gu and sister-in-law, Zhang Debiao ordered with a serious face. Li Aihong looked at her husband in disbelief. Old Zhang, you want me to apologize to a country girl? Apologize. Zhang Debiao raised his voice, with a warning in his eyes. Li Aihong trembled in fear. She was bold at home because Zhang Debiao spoiled her. But now, if he was truly angry, she was scared. Reluctantly, she turned to Lin Wanru and mumbled 3 words like a mosquito hum. Sorry, didn't hear that, Gu Changfeng said, pretending to clean his ears. Wasn't your voice pretty loud when you insulted someone just now? Li Aihong clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her face, and shouted, Sorry. I was wrong. After shouting, she covered her face and ran out of the dining hall. Zhang Debiao awkwardly nodded at Gu Changfeng and also looked grim as he chased after her. The farce was over. Loud applause erupted in the dining hall. Zhao Taizhu led the cheer, saying, Sister-in-law, are you making tofu again tomorrow? This spice is so exciting. Lin Wanru blushed like a red cloth, but her back was straight. She looked at the tall man in front of her, whose broad back seemed like a mountain, blocking all the bad feelings outside. It felt good to be protected like this. All right, everyone disperse. No need for training if you're full and bored. Gu Changfeng waved his hand, shooing away the onlookers like flies. He turned around, and the fierce attitude he had just shown outside disappeared instantly. Gu Changfeng licked his swollen lips and quietly said to Lin Wanru, "Wife, do you have water?" "I'm so spicy I can't take it." Lin Wanru was surprised for a moment, then she chuckled softly. She quickly took a military-style water bottle from her bag and handed it over. Gu Changfeng tilted his head and drank a few sips of cool water, calming the fire in his throat. "Let's go home," he said, carrying an empty basin in one hand and naturally taking Lin Wanru's hand with the other. Meng Yaya followed behind, watching the two holding hands up front, then glancing at the shiny aluminum basin in Gu Changfeng's other hand. This wasn't just a meal, it was like feeding a pet. The family of three left the cafeteria, and it was already getting dark outside. As the evening breeze blew, Gu Changfeng's sweat dried, bringing a cool feeling. But inside, he felt warm, and his palms were warm too. Holding Lin Wanru's hand, which was calloused, made him feel more secure than holding a gun. "Dad, you were really cool just now." Meng Yaya caught up and tugged on Gu Changfeng's pants. Of course, Gu Changfeng handed the aluminum basin to Lin Wanru, bent down, and picked up his daughter, holding her in his arms. "Don't forget who your dad is. But you just secretly drank water from Mom's bottle, like a little fire-breathing dragon," Meng Yaya said bluntly, exposing him. Gu Changfeng's face turned red. He reached out and pinched his daughter's nose. "That was because your chili powder was too strong. Next time, don't take it outside, or you'll get spicy yourself." "Got it." Meng Yaya nodded obediently, leaning on his shoulder, but her eyes looked into the darkness not far away. This meal was worth it. Just as the three reached the entrance of the residential area, a shadow suddenly darted out from the bushes by the roadside. "Commander!" The person was a young soldier, dressed in training clothes, covered in dirt and grass stains, signs of long-term stealth. Gu Changfeng paused, and his relaxed body instantly tensed. The casual, homey aura disappeared, replaced by a sharp alertness like a hunting predator. He put Meng Yaya down from his arms and quickly shielded Lin Wanru behind him. "Speak," Gu Changfeng said simply. The young soldier saluted, lowered his voice, and spoke with obvious excitement. "The fish has bitten the hook. Zhuangzi and the others are watching. Someone has entered the coal shed." Gu Changfeng narrowed his eyes. The coal shed. That was a trap he deliberately set, having the guards remove the visible patrols and only leave hidden ones. That special agent finally couldn't hold back and made a move. "Notify the guard unit to block the entrance. No one gets out, not even a fly," Gu Changfeng said coldly, like ice, but with a hint of menace. "Capture alive." "Yes," the young soldier obeyed and disappeared into the night. Although Lin Wanru didn't understand the details of the military operation, she could tell something was wrong. She clenched Meng Yaya's hand nervously and looked at Gu Changfeng. "Go back with Yaya first and lock the door," Gu Changfeng said, turning back and helping Lin Wanru fix her wind-blown hair. "No matter what you hear, don't come out. Then you." Lin Wanru wanted to say something but swallowed her words. "Be careful, don't worry," Gu Changfeng grinned, showing his white teeth, looking fierce and confident in the dark. "This kid is tired of playing around in the yard." After speaking, he turned and strode toward the direction of the coal shed. His step steady and full of purpose. Meng Yaya watched Gu Changfeng's distant figure, a mischievous smile curling on her lips. Did that special agent go into the coal shed? Hee, I hope that uncle likes the gift she gave him. A few hundred meters away, at the coal shed, a hunched figure was lying on the dark coal pile, holding a small engineer's shovel, carefully prying at a loose brick in the wall. Recently, the situation had been tense. That leader named Gu Changfeng was on some kind of spree, either holding big competitions or reorganizing internal affairs, so he hadn't had a chance to go to the back mountain. He could only use this backup point to send out messages.
Click.
The brick was pried open. The figure let out a breath of relief and reached inside to feel around. Just then, his heels suddenly stepped on something. This step felt wrong when I pressed down. It didn't seem like stepping on mud, but more like stepping into a board full of nails. Snick! A faint cracking sound was heard. Several small, brown, thorny balls mixed in the dirt suddenly burst under the heavy pressure. The sharp, iron-hard spikes pierced through the thick cloth shoes and sank into the flesh. The person's body stiffened suddenly, and he let out a muffled groan that was forced down his throat. If they were ordinary nails, he could still endure it. But these spikes had barbs, so once they went in, they caught on the bones. Even worse, after the thorn balls burst, a strong, pungent smell like rotten eggs mixed with garlic quickly filled the air. The smell was very strong and spread fast in this poorly ventilated corner. The agent's forehead broke out in cold sweat. This wasn't just pain. The smell could reveal his position to the military dogs 500 meters away. He made a quick decision, ignoring the intense pain in his feet, and turned to retreat. As he took a step forward, his right foot hit the ground. Snick! Again, a few more spikes. This time, they went even deeper, piercing through the arch of his foot. Both of the agent's legs trembled, and he was truly limping now. Ugh! The figure gasped in pain, body jerking sharply. His handheld engineer's shovel hit the wall with a clear metallic clang. In the silent night, this sound was like a thunderclap. Oh no! The figure ignored the pain in his feet and tried to run out. But just as he reached the door, a blinding flashlight beam shone directly into his face. The bright light instantly blinded him. Friend, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Are you here digging coal? Gu Chongfeng's voice came from behind the light, with a teasing tone and a cold, murderous edge. I've been waiting for you a long time. The flashlight beam cut through the dark coal shed like a sharp sword, splitting it in two. The figure in the blue work uniform was blinded and instinctively raised his arm to block his face.
Gu.
Commander Gu, his voice was panicked. He dared not move his feet, and the sharp pain in the sole of his right foot shot straight to his head, making cold sweat soak his back. Do you recognize me? Looks like you've done your homework well. Gu Chongfeng didn't turn off the flashlight, and his other hand moved naturally toward his waist. He didn't move much, but the intense killing intent filled the small coal shed, which was only about 10 square meters.
I'm
just here to repair the pipes in the back, passing by, just looking for a quick break. The man explained slowly while moving his hand toward the long handle of a military shovel. Looking for a quick break, Gu Chongfeng sneered and took a step forward. Digging into an abandoned coal shed to cause trouble? You have quite a strange hobby. Before he finished speaking, the man moved. He fought like a trapped animal. Suddenly, he swung the military shovel toward Gu Chongfeng's head. Although he had just grimaced in pain, this strike was powerful, with a whooshing sound, clearly showing he was skilled. Gu Chongfeng didn't blink. He moved forward instead of back, shifting his body to the side. The shovel nearly brushed past his nose. Then, Gu Chongfeng stepped forward and kicked the man's right knee with his sturdy military boot. Crack. A sharp sound. Ah! The man screamed and knelt on the ground covered in coal dust. Not only was his kneecap shattered, but the thing he was standing on had also pierced deeper into his flesh because of the fall. It wasn't an ordinary thorn. It was a mutated seedling created by manhwa's plant-based supernatural power. The thorn had barbs, and once it pierced the flesh, it moved like a living thing, digging deeper. Gu Chongfeng didn't give him a second chance. He stepped forward, pressing his knee against the man's lower back, grabbing his wrist with a firm grip, and with a loud snap, dislocated the joint, forcing the man's face down into the coal pile. Be honest. At this moment, the guards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in quickly. Commander, several soldiers with rifles and pistols immediately aimed at the twitching figure on the ground. Tie him up. Gu Chongfeng stood up, brushing off the coal dust on his hands. Muzzle his mouth so he doesn't bite his tongue. Two strong soldiers rushed over and used their backpacks and ropes to tie the man up tightly. Gu Chongfeng squatted down, picked up the military shovel the man had dropped, and looked at the torn corner of the wall. Inside, He saw an envelope wrapped in oil paper. Caught red-handed. Take off his shoes. Gu Changfeng suddenly pointed to the man's right foot. Although the soldiers didn't understand, they still obeyed. The shoe was forcibly pulled off. On the shoe sole, there were 3 small, shiny green prickly balls. The prickly balls had turned into strange black-purple colors, and under the flashlight, the sticky liquid flowing out emitted a foul smell and glowed faintly green. This glow looked like ghost fire, making the dark coal shed feel even more eerie. Everyone present gasped in shock. What is this? Are all the burdock seeds growing like this now? Gu Changfeng's pupils shrank slightly. He remembered that before dinner, his little girl had happily said she prepared something delicious for the mice. This girl, how many surprises or shocks does she still have in store for him? Commander, this spy's foot seems to be swelling abnormally, said the young soldier, looking at the rapidly purple and blackening foot, feeling a bit uneasy. Are these prickles poisonous? Wild grass in the mountains can be slightly toxic, which is normal, Gu Changfeng replied calmly. He reached into his pocket on his chest, where the messy treasure map drawn by Yaya was kept. If it weren't for his daughter's burdock seeds, the spy might have escaped tonight, relying on his skills. He might even turn around and bite back, hurting the soldiers who captured him. Good girl, Gu Changfeng whispered softly, his tone unusually gentle and proud. The spy was now rolling his eyes in pain, with a torn cloth stuffed in his mouth, only able to make muffled, "Oh," sounds, his eyes full of fear. He had carried out many missions before, but had never seen such a hidden weapon. The poison traveled through his veins, numbing half of his body. Gu Changfeng took out the oiled paper package and searched the man again. Besides a dagger and some food coupons, he found a greasy key in the man's inner pocket. The key looked very ordinary, like a copper key for a padlock. But the handle was wrapped with a red thread. That thread looked familiar. Gu Changfeng clenched the key in his hand and sniffed the man's sleeve. Besides the smell of coal ash, there was also a strong scent of long-term smoke, mixed with scallions, ginger, and old oil. This smell reminded him of the dining hall. Take him away, Gu Changfeng ordered. In the interrogation room of the headquarters, a dull yellow incandescent lamp hangs from the ceiling beam, shining directly on the face of the captured spy. This person is called Lu Er. He is tied tightly to an iron chair, with his shoes and socks removed from his right foot. The foot is swollen like a purple steamed bun, with a few dark, spiky balls embedded in it. Gu Changfeng sits opposite him, playing with a copper key wrapped in red thread. With a sharp click, it's the sound of a lighter igniting a cigarette. I don't have much patience either. Gu Changfeng exhales a smoke ring. The smoke swirls around his sharply defined face, making him look especially cold. That old shed was abandoned long ago. Were you digging a hole to plant mines there? Or are you trying to tell me you sleepwalked to eat coal ash in the middle of the night? Lu Er sweats profusely, his teeth clenched with a clattering sound, but he still insists, Chief, I swear. I was just going to the bathroom. I didn't see the road clearly. I didn't bury that thing. I don't know what it was. You're quite stubborn. Gu Changfeng throws the cigarette butt to the ground, stamping out the tiny spark with his military boot. It seems you've been professionally trained. You know we're about policy, and if we don't kill you, you plan to hold out forever? Lu Er remains silent, his eyes flickering as he stares at the key in Gu Changfeng's hand. As long as he doesn't speak, the soldiers have no evidence. At most, they'll keep him detained for a few days. As for the radio transmitter, he hadn't even had a chance to touch it before being caught. He can easily deny it was there in the first place. Just then, the heavy iron door of the interrogation room creaked open. A small, pinkish figure peeked in. Dad, Mengyaya, holding a military green water bottle, called softly, Mom said your voice is hoarse. She asked me to bring you some loquat syrup to drink. The guard standing at the door looked hesitant, wanting to stop her but afraid to. After all, she was the chief's daughter, the darling of the military district. Gu Changfeng's originally stern expression softened instantly. He stood up and took the bottle. Why aren't you asleep yet? Because I was worried about you, Meng Yaya blinked her big eyes and walked over to Lu Air with short, little steps. Today, she was wearing a small floral dress with a red background, looking cheerful like a traditional New Year picture doll. But as soon as Lu Air saw her, his body instinctively shrank back, as if he had seen a monster ready to eat him. The smell on this girl. No. It's her eyes that remind him of a frog being watched by a poisonous snake. Uncle, does your foot hurt? Meng Yaya squatted down, tilting her head to look at Lu Air's swollen right foot. Lu Air swallowed hard, not daring to speak. My dad said the thorns in these mountains are very fierce, Meng Yaya said, pointing a finger at the deepest burr. If you don't pull them out, they'll think it's spring and try to grow flowers in the soil. Gu Changfeng paused while drinking water, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. He didn't speak, just leaned against the table and watched. You're talking nonsense. Lu Air forced a painful smile, trying to hold back. Kids shouldn't say such things. I'm not talking nonsense. Meng Yaya smiled even sweeter, her smile innocent and lovely, but her words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Uncle's flesh is warm and nutritious, and there's plenty of blood to drink. Seed babies love it. As soon as she finished speaking, her small hand hidden under her sleeve moved slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible plant-based energy flowed through the air into the burr. Ah! A piercing scream nearly tore the roof off the interrogation room. Lu Air twitched violently on the iron chair as if electrocuted. He could clearly feel that the burr, which was just stuck in his flesh, suddenly came alive. The tiny spikes seemed to turn into countless greedy roots, digging into his wound, growing wildly through his muscles, even scraping his bones. That itchy, painful feeling, like bugs crawling inside his blood vessels, was 1,000 times scarier than being cut with a knife. It moved. It's moving. Lu Air's eyes widened in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. Help! Help! What is this thing? Gu Changfeng, though aware that his daughter had some strange abilities, didn't expect such a loud reaction. He kept a serious face and said, What ghost? It's just some grass thorns. I think you're hiding something. No. It's not grass thorns. It's drinking my blood. It's growing roots. Lu Air looked at his foot, the flesh visibly swelling again, veins bulging. His primal fear shattered his mental defenses completely. Death is not scary. What's frightening is being used as a flower pot, watching yourself turn into plant food. Uncle, did you do something bad? Meng Yaya stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and sighed like a little adult. I heard from the village elders that only people with a dark heart are punished by the mountain god, making them grow wild grass inside their stomachs. I told everything. I swear. Lu Air was breaking down. He struggled desperately, chains clinking loudly. Get it out. Please. Get it out. Gu Changfeng gave a quick signal to the recorder nearby, stepped forward, and pressed his foot on the crossbar of the iron chair, looking down at him. Who was that radio sent to? And this key, which lock does it open? It's a spare. Lu Air panted, trembling with pain. The key. The key opens the padlock on the back kitchen door. I'm just the middleman, responsible for passing things. Gu Changfeng's eyes sharpened. Back kitchen? Who is your superior? I don't know the name. I really don't. Lu Air saw Gu Changfeng's face turn cold, afraid that the grass root might pierce his heart, and blurted everything out. We communicate through a single line. But he's a cook. Every time. He hides the information in the fold of the weekly shopping list, next to the brick in the trash bin at the back door. The kitchen staff. Gu Changfeng's gaze instantly became sharp as a blade. That was the main place for team meals and the most chaotic area for personnel movement, yet it secretly hid a spy. Features, Gu Changfeng coldly said. He's tall, strong, usually honest-looking and always smiling at everyone. But his left hand. He's missing half of his little finger. A figure suddenly flashed in Gu Changfeng's mind. The head of the kitchen staff, Lao Wang. That honest man who smiled every day while serving meals, cooked delicious food, and always volunteered for the dirty and tiring jobs. Could it really be him? Anything else? Meng Yaya suddenly interrupted, her small hands fidgeting nervously. No, that's all. Truly all. The spy shrank back in fear, wishing he could hide inside the wall. Little ancestor, I've told everything. Please, just give me a break. Gu Changfeng patted Meng Yaya's small head, signaling her to stop. Take him away and keep a close watch. The injury on his foot. Get a military doctor to treat it.
Don't let him die.
Gu Changfeng ordered the guard at the door. 2 soldiers rushed in, dragging the unconscious spy out like dragging a dead dog. The interrogation room became quiet again. Gu Changfeng looked down at his daughter, who was only knee-high. Meng Yaya looked up, threw the last piece of candy wrapper into the trash, and her big eyes were clear and bright. Dad, did I make a contribution? Do I get a medal? Gu Changfeng squatted down to be at her eye level. He reached out with his rough, calloused hand and gently tucked her messy bangs behind her ear. Yes, his voice was low, filled with relief after surviving a dangerous situation. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. If it weren't for this girl coming along, tonight's interrogation might have lasted until dawn. And when morning came, old Wang, hiding in the kitchen team, might have noticed something and destroyed evidence or escaped. He might even have poisoned the breakfast for the whole group. Thinking of this, a cold shiver ran down Gu Changfeng's back. I want to eat a meat bun, thin skin and big filling. Meng Yaya smiled with her eyes curved. And I want Dad to buy new clothes for Mom, okay? Gu Changfeng stood up, quickly scooped up Meng Yaya, held her in his arm, and strode out confidently. Now, go with Dad to catch another big rat. At 3 a.m., the kitchen's chimney was already puffing out white smoke. Gu Changfeng's long legs moved quickly, his military boots making dull sounds on the gravel path. He carried Meng Yaya in his arms, followed by a dozen armed soldiers, all heading toward the logistics yard like a sharp knife. Block the front and back doors. Not even a fly gets out. Gu Changfeng made a gesture. The soldiers quickly dispersed, sneaking along the walls.
Bang!
The old wooden door of the kitchen was kicked open by Gu Changfeng. Inside, steam filled the air. A few soldiers kneading dough looked startled, almost dropping the dough on the ground. Behind the large stove, a burly man in a white apron covered in oil was bending over, adding coal to the fire. Hearing the noise, the man straightened up, still holding tongs. His face was smudged with black ash. When he saw Gu Changfeng, his honest, round face broke into a simple smile, revealing a mouthful of big, tobacco-stained teeth. Hey, Commander? So early, the man wiped his hands on his apron and nervously approached. Are you hungry? The big meat bun just came out of the steamer, but it needs 10 more minutes. This is Lao Wang. He is the head of the kitchen team, Wang Defa. Gu Changfeng didn't speak, his sharp eyes fixed on Wang Defa. He stepped forward quickly, like a leopard, and grabbed Wang Defa's left hand. Wang Defa was startled and tried to pull back, but was held tightly by a strong, clamp-like hand. Gu Changfeng held up the flour-covered hand in front of his eyes. It was rough, full of calluses, with large finger pads. Only the little finger was short. It was an old injury, with a clean cut, and the flesh had shrunk back. Commander, what's wrong with this? Wang Defa looked confused and a little scared by the sudden inspection. My hand isn't clean. Don't dirty your gloves. The features matched. Gu Changfeng released the hand and coldly said one word, search. The soldiers behind rushed forward. The tidy kitchen was turned upside down in an instant. The rice jar, flour bags, firewood pile, even the pickled vegetable jar, all were dumped out. Wang Defa stood in the corner, shrinking his neck, hands clasped together. He looked at the mess on the ground but didn't dare speak, his eyes a little red. Report, Commander. Nothing. Report. Only rice in the rice jar. Report. Only coal and wood in the storeroom. There was no radio, no codebook, no weapons, not even a piece of extra paper. Zhao Taizhu found a tin biscuit box under Wang Defa's bedding and hurried over excitedly. Commander. Found something. Gu Changfeng took the box, opened it. Inside, there was no gold, no secret documents. Only a thick stack of remittance slips and a few crooked letters. Gu Chongfeng picked up one letter. The paper was yellowed, and it read, "Son, mother's lung illness has flared up again, coughing blood. The cows at home are sold, but it's still not enough for medicine. Looking at the remittance slips, each month on the 15th, 20 yuan was sent without fail. The recipient was Lu Tsuehua, and the address was a poor mountain area thousands of miles away." Gu Chongfeng's allowance was not small, but he knew what sending 20 yuan each month meant. Wang Defa rarely spent money in the army, always repairing his clothes and never buying soap. "Commander," Wang Defa sniffled, voice choked. "Did I do something wrong? Or is something wrong with my mother?" This man, nearly 7 feet tall, was now crouched on the ground, hugging his head and crying like a hurt child. The soldiers searching around slowed their movements. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head, looking guilty as he turned to Gu Chongfeng. "Commander, did we make a mistake?" Old Wang is usually very honest. He's only brave enough to kill a chicken. "Yeah, boss, besides being a bit stingy, Old Wang has no other faults. Last time my clothes tore, he sewed them for me." Public opinion was shifting. Without evidence, only a son who looked pitiful and was devoted to his sick mother. Could the captured spy have bitten someone out of desperation before dying? Could he be deliberately framing others to cause trouble within the group? Gu Chongfeng held the stack of remittance slips tightly, his knuckles turning blue. He trusted his instincts and believed the confessions extracted from the mutant burdock that Meng Yaya had mentioned. The blue-clad spy was in so much pain, he wouldn't have the energy to lie so perfectly. The more perfect and unbreakable the story, the more suspicious it was. But this old man was a master at pretending. Forcing an arrest now would not only fail to prove guilt but also earn a reputation for mistreating veterans, which could destabilize the army and fall into the enemy's trap. "Commander," Wang Defa wiped his tears, looked up at Gu Chongfeng. "If I did anything wrong, you can shoot me. But could I send my money home this month? My mother is waiting for help." This tactic of retreating to advance was very clever. Gu Chongfeng took a deep breath, closed the biscuit box, and threw it back to Wang Defa. "Routine check for the whole unit," he said expressionlessly. "Things are a bit unstable lately. Everyone stay alert." "Yes. Yes. Thank you, Commander." Wang Defa held the box, bowing and thanking profusely, his humble appearance making others feel sad. Gu Chongfeng turned and walked away. Meng Yaya leaned on Gu Chongfeng's shoulder, her chin resting on his stiff shoulder badge. Her big, black grape-like eyes, crossed over his shoulder, stared intently at Wang Defa, who was still wiping his tears. Wang Defa happened to look up. Their eyes briefly met in the air. Wang Defa's gaze was still honest and simple, showing a look of panic as if he had been frightened. But Meng Yaya saw something else. She had survived 10 years in the end of the world, seeing many people push their own brothers into the crowd of zombies just to grab a moldy piece of bread. Such people, no matter how gentle they pretend to be, are actually wolves inside. When Wang Defa caught the biscuit box, his fingers instinctively brushed the edge of the box. That was not a sign of caring for his mother's letter. It was greed for the belongings. And although there were no illegal items in the house, there was a faint smell in the air. It was not the usual spice scent. It was a very light, earthy smell masked by the smell of smoke. Just like the smell of a certain type of shoe sole from before, it was exactly the same. This guy definitely hid something nearby. After leaving the kitchen area, it was already dawn. "Dad," Meng Yaya whispered into Gu Chongfeng's ear, covering her mouth with her small hand. "He's pretending." Gu Chongfeng kept walking but held his daughter tighter. "I know. But he's cleaned himself too thoroughly. Without proof, I can't accuse him. He needs money," Meng Yaya said softly. Gu Chongfeng frowned. "His remittance slips. They're for the dead," Meng Yaya sneered, her tone colder than her age. If he's really a filial son, his first reaction upon getting the box should be to check if any letters or monthly allowances are missing. Instead, he just looked at it without opening, then hugged it. "He's acting for you." Gu Chongfeng paused. When involved in something, people often lose perspective. He had been misled by Wang Defa's filial son act earlier and overlooked this detail. If the monthly remittances were fake, where did his money go? Or, what could he do for money? And Meng Yaya took out a white rabbit candy from her pocket. Unwrapping it, he's greedy.
Greedy? Yes.
He was kneading dough, but his fingernails had oil. Not pig fat, but duck oil, she said, stuffing the candy into Gu Chongfeng's mouth. I smelled it on that blue-clad uncle. That's a flavor only found at the Quanjude restaurant in the provincial capital. A man who couldn't even afford soap, sending his allowance home every month, secretly eating roast duck from the provincial capital? This old fox has revealed his tale. Girl, do you have a plan? Gu Chongfeng looked down at her. Meng Yaya was playing with the wrapper of her candy. On her chubby little face, she showed a clever smile that didn't match her 3-year-old appearance, like a little fox. Dad, since he's so short of money, let's give him something valuable. Meng Yaya patted her small, bulging yellow bag. Greedy people can't resist the smell of meat. Even if it's on an iron hook, they'll still open their mouths to bite. Gu Chongfeng raised an eyebrow. Are you thinking of fishing? Meng Yaya blinked. I have something better than roast duck. Much more valuable. Think about it. If a mouse sees a mountain of gold, can it resist moving it? As long as he moves, as long as he wants to take the stolen goods to exchange for money, his perfect disguise will be broken. Gu Chongfeng watched his daughter's scheming look and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her on the forehead. His stubble made Meng Yaya giggle. Okay, Gu Chongfeng said confidently. I'll listen to you. Let's give this big mouse a meal. The next moment, she took a small step and rushed out like a reckless little cannonball. Oh no! Meng Yaya tripped over her left foot and fell hard on the road. Her small yellow backpack made a loud clack as it dropped to the ground, with the zipper already half open on purpose. A bright red pack of Chinese cigarettes rolled out and landed right at Wang Defa's feet. Startled, Wang Defa quickly put down his metal bucket and reached out to help her. Little one, how did you fall? Are you hurt? As he reached out, his eyes caught the pack of cigarettes. He was an experienced smoker and a seasoned secret agent. The packaging and feel of this cigarette pack were things he had only seen on the desks of top officials once before. This wasn't just cigarettes, it was like gold bars. In the black market, one could exchange a single pack for 5 pounds of fine grain. Wang Defa's hand froze midair, and he turned his hand sharply to pick up the cigarette pack quickly. He pinched the pack. It was full and unopened. A faint smell of tobacco wafted into his nose, making his stomach rumble with hunger. My building blocks. Meng Yaya sat on the ground, pointing at the cigarette pack with a pout, about to cry. That's the building blocks my dad gave me to build a house. Wang Defa was stunned. Building blocks. Using premium cigarettes as building blocks? That was so wasteful. Meng Yaya stood up, brushed the dust off her bottom, and looked innocent.
Yes.
Dad has a big box under the bed, bright red and very pretty. He said this pack isn't straight, so I should throw it away so I don't mess up the castle. A big box? Wang Defa's head buzzed. How could Comrade Gu Chongfeng have such high-level supplies? Could it be from that meeting in the provincial city? Or stolen from some secret agent hideout? Greed grew wild in his heart. If he had a box of these, he could sell them and make a lot of money. Not only could he stop being a secret agent, but he could also enjoy roast duck every day. He might even bribe his superiors to transfer him away from this dangerous place. Little Yaya, Wang Defa swallowed hard, clutching the cigarette pack tightly in his hand, a simple smile on his face. This isn't a toy. Uncle will help you throw it away, okay? Okay, Meng Yaya agreed cheerfully. Anyway, we have plenty at home. After saying that, she grabbed her small yellow backpack, didn't even look at the pack of cigarettes, and happily ran away. Wang Defa stood still, watching Meng Yaya's back, then looked down at the cigarette in his hand. He looked around, saw no one nearby, and quickly hid the cigarette inside his pants pocket. The cigarette wasn't poisonous. He had just squeezed it, and it was sealed well. Gu Chongfeng, who seemed upright and just, was actually a sneaky rat. No wonder he was living so comfortably. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for making money. Half an hour later, on the small playground in the big yard, Meng Yaya sat on the parallel bars, swinging her short legs. Around her were 7 or 8 small boys, led by Wang Hu, who was sniffling. Did everyone hear clearly? Meng Yaya peeled a big white rabbit candy and threw it into her mouth. Yes, we heard. Wang Hu stared at the handful of candies left in Meng Yaya's hand, eyes almost popping out. You said your family got rich, with lots of good food and good cigarettes. Not enough. Meng Yaya shook her finger. Make it more exaggerated.
Say.
My dad brought back a big metal box, and also say that tonight my dad is going to a meeting at the headquarters and won't be home. What about these candies? Wang Hu sniffled. If I get it done, this whole bag will be yours. Meng Yaya patted her full backpack. Deal. Wang Hu waved his hand, and the group of mischievous boys ran off. Before noon, everyone in the military compound was talking. Did you hear? Commander Gu made a big contribution, and they awarded him a lot of good stuff. I heard from my kid too. They said there are boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes and even Mao Tai. Wow, how much would that cost? With Commander Gu not home, and Lin Wanru guarding so many treasures alone, isn't she worried about thieves? The rumors spread like wings, reaching every corner, including the kitchen staff in the back. Wang Defa was chopping shredded potatoes, listening carefully. A few cooks' wives were chatting excitedly outside. Commander Gu is going to report to the headquarters tonight. He said he won't be back until tomorrow. Oh, then only that mother and daughter are left in Building 6. Wang Defa's knife paused. He cut through a strip of potato and also cut through his last bit of hesitation. Gu Chongfeng was not here. Only the soft, gentle Lin Wanru and a 3-year-old girl were present. This was like opening the vault door and inviting him in to take what he wanted. He touched the pack of cigarettes hidden close to his body. The firm feel made him feel excited. Recently, news was tight, and there was no funding from above. His private savings had all been spent on roast duck, and he was worried about not having enough money to bribe his way out. This was a blessing from heaven. As soon as he finished this job and got the box of cigarettes, he planned to sell them on the black market to an old man, exchange for small yellow fish, and then enjoy a carefree life. Wang Defa put down the kitchen knife and looked out the window at the darkening sky. He grinned, showing his yellow teeth. He didn't notice that outside, a completely black sparrow was tilting its head and staring at him. About 100 meters away, on the roof of house number 6, Meng Yaya was crouched next to the chimney, holding a telescope. Dad, the fish is biting. Yaya put down the telescope and looked back at Gu Chongfeng, who was cleaning his gun in the shadows. Gu Chongfeng put his shiny black pistol back into his holster, stood up, and a fierce aura surged in the night. Time to close the net. A shadow slipped along the wall, skillfully opening the latch on the back window of the Gu family house. No one was inside. Gu Chongfeng had indeed gone to the military office, and Lin Wanru was sound asleep in her room. Wang Defa tiptoed into the master bedroom, crouched down, and reached under the bed. His hand touched a cold, hard metal box, which was secured with a heavy copper lock. This is it. Wang Defa's heart was pounding. He tried to lift it. Wow, it was incredibly heavy. If it was so heavy, how many cigarettes or small yellow fish could be inside? He didn't dare unlock it inside the house. The lock looked complicated, and making noise might wake the 2 women next door, causing the opportunity to slip away. He carried the over 100 gene iron box on his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and slipped out through the back window into the night. After leaving house number 6, he didn't take the main road but chose to walk along the shadows of the walls, heading straight for the northwest corner of the military district's garbage station. There was a side gate usually locked, but today was the day he and his contact agreed to leave. Less than half a minute after he left, Gu Chongfeng jumped down from the roof, carrying Yaya. Dad, this old rat still has some strength. Meng Yaya leaned on Gu Chongfeng's chest, chewing on a milk candy. That box of stones and bricks weighs at least 80 pounds, right? Gu Chongfeng tightened his military coat and wrapped his daughter up warmly. People die for money. Let's go. Black Wind. In the darkness, Black Wind silently slipped out, its bright green eyes shining in the night. Wang Defa was exhausted, gasping for breath. He was really risking his life. The box on his shoulders was so heavy it hurt his bones, but he felt happy inside. After this job, he believed his life would be much better. 20 minutes later, at the garbage station, a donkey cart loaded with kitchen waste was parked near the side gate. The driver was an old man wearing a torn straw hat, smoking a dry pipe. "Old ghost," Wang Defa whispered loudly. The old man tapped his pipe against his shoe and asked, "Got the stuff?" "Got it. It's very heavy, definitely a big load." Wang Defa placed the box on the donkey cart and sat down on the ground, exhausted. "Hurry up, we can't stay here long." The old man lifted the torn canvas cover on the cart and signaled Wang Defa to get on. "With this money, we can go south and enjoy good food and drinks." While they were dreaming of making money, a small, childish voice suddenly spoke from above. "Uncle, where are you going?" "Take me with you." Wang Defa and the old man froze, looking up quickly. Next to the wall, a small figure sat. Meng Yaya swung her little short legs, carrying her tiny yellow backpack that she never took off. Beside her, Gu Chongfeng stood like a tall iron tower, holding a black rifle pointed directly at the old man's head.
Gu
Chongfeng. Wang Defa was so scared he nearly fainted and instinctively reached for his dagger. Roar! A low growl, and black wind shot out like a black lightning bolt from the shadows, biting Wang Defa's wrist as he reached for his waist. Ah! A scream startled the crows in the trees. Suddenly, dozens of flashlight beams lit up the bushes. Fully armed soldiers rushed forward like wolves, quickly pinning the old man down in a pile of donkey dung. "Be honest." Zhao Taiju stepped on the old man's back and clicked handcuffs onto him. Wang Defa clutched his bleeding wrist, writhing in pain, but his eyes still stared fiercely at the metal box. "Gu Chongfeng, you can't catch me. What's inside this box is enough for you to serve your whole sentence. You hide illegal items, but you can't escape." Even now, he still wanted to bite Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng walked over, his military boots pressing down on the box, looking coldly at him. "Hiding illegal items?" "Zhao Taiju, open the box and let the squad leader see what's inside." "Yes." Zhao Taiju took out a dagger and forcefully pried open the copper lock.
Click.
The lock opened. Wang Defa no longer cared about the pain. He widened his eyes and looked inside. The old ghost also strained to turn his neck. The lid of the box was lifted. There was no Chinese cigarettes, no small yellow fish. Only a full box of red bricks and a few large blue stones, which could be seen everywhere around here. On top, there was a drawing on a piece of paper. It was a crayon drawing of a big turtle lying on its back, with a crooked line of words next to it. "Fool, this is for your exercise." Wang Defa's face instantly turned from white to red, then purple, and finally into a dull gray. This can't be. He carried this 100-pound thing and ran half the military district like a thief, exhausted to the point of death, only to find he was carrying a box of stones? How is that impossible? Meng Yaya, being held by Gu Chongfeng, pointed at Wang Defa and laughed so hard her teeth showed. "Uncle, your body is too weak. You only ran a little and already panting. My dad said he wants to help you train for weighted cross-country." Pfft. Just bitten by the black wind and now angered to the point of a fiery heart attack, Wang Defa couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of old blood. This is no 3-year-old child. This is clearly a little king of hell. Gu Chongfeng waved his hand. "Take him away." That night, the military district was destined to be sleepless. The interrogation team followed the clues, capturing several undercover agents lurking in nearby counties from Wang Defa and the old ghost. The spy network that had been secretly watching the military district was completely torn apart. Early the next morning, in the military district building, in the commander's office, Lei Tian looked at the interrogation report on the table, smiling so broadly that his beard trembled. Good. These rats hiding in the gutter are finally cleaned up." General Gu Chongfeng stood straight in front of the desk and saluted. Reporting to the commander, Comrade Meng Yaya played a key role in this operation. "Haha. I knew it was your little girl." Lei Tian waved his big hand and took out a small red velvet box from the drawer. "This girl is lucky and clever. Giving her a medal for this is too flashy and not good for her. But this confidential award must be given." He pushed the red box toward Gu Chongfeng. This is a special medal approved by the higher-ups, along with a 300 yuan bonus. But that's not enough. Lei Tian stood up and walked to the window, looking down at Meng Yaya, who was surrounded by a group of new soldiers calling her instructor on the playground. This girl has done such a great deed. As her grandfather, I have to show some appreciation. Gu Chongfeng's heart moved. Commander, what do you mean? Lei Tian turned around, his sharp eyes flashing with a clever glint. Go and call her up. I have something good, just for her. Gu Chongfeng looked at the mysterious look on the commander's face and twitched his eyelids. This old leader's gift probably isn't ordinary. His daughter was already quite unruly, and if she had the commander's support, the military compound was about to become lively. The commander's office door was wide open. Gu Chongfeng was holding Meng Yaya and just reached the door when Lei Tian's loud voice came from inside. You're here? Quickly, bring my little hero in. Most of the smoke in the room had dispersed, and the window was open for ventilation. Lei Tian was not sitting behind the large desk but was pacing back and forth in the middle of the room with his hands behind his back. His face still showed excitement. Commander, Gu Chongfeng entered and saluted with one hand. Meng Yaya, lying in Gu Chongfeng's arms, also mimicked the gesture, raising her chubby little hand and cheerfully shouting, "Hello, Commander." This made Lei Tian laugh out loud. He stepped over 2 steps, and his rough, calloused hands snatched Yaya from Gu Chongfeng's arms, lifting her high and spinning her around.
Good.
You're a brave little girl. Lei Tian's beard-stubbled face rubbed against Yaya's tender cheeks, making her shrink her neck. A box of broken bricks, exchanged for peace in our military district for over 10 years. This deal is done perfectly. Meng Yaya felt a little dizzy from being lifted, but she understood everything clearly inside. The secret agents caught her. That meant they were here to take the fruit. Gu Chongfeng stood nearby, watching his usually fierce boss, who was now acting like a kidnapper trying to scare a child. He cleared his throat and said, "Commander, the child is shy. Don't scare her." Shy? Lei Tian put Yaya down and shot Gu Chongfeng a sharp look. She dared to give the secret agents a hard time in the interrogation room, and she even tricked the old fox into running 5 kilometers with a brick on his back. She's braver than you. After speaking, Lei Tian turned and walked to the table, picking up a red velvet box and a thick envelope beside it. He crouched down so his eyes were level with Yaya. Yaya, you did a great job this time. Lei Tian's tone turned serious. You deserve a big reward and a red flower badge for your bravery. Yaya blinked her big eyes and didn't say anything, waiting for more. But Lei Tian continued, his voice gentle and caring. You're still too young. If you go out in the open, the secret agents might catch you, but there could still be others out there. Praising you openly might put you in danger. Gu Chongfeng nodded slightly, worried about the same thing. So, the military district has decided to give you a confidential merit award, Lei Tian said. He opened the red box. Inside was a shiny gold medal, simple with no fancy patterns, just a red star on it, and a serial number engraved on the back. This is your honor, but you can only keep it at home and look at it. Do you understand? Yaya reached out her small hand and touched the cold medal. She understood. In the post-apocalyptic world, hiding your wealth was the most important rule for survival. This old man was smart and truly cared for her.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Yaya cheerfully called out, then quickly closed the box and put it into her small yellow school bag. Her movements were smooth and quick, almost blinding. Lei Tian was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Ha ha.
Chongfeng, look at this girl, she's honest. She doesn't care for show or fancy things. She's smart. She knows to keep her reward safe. Then he handed over a thick envelope. This is your bonus, 300 yuan. When Yaya heard the money, her eyes lit up completely. What did 300 yuan mean in the 1960s? At this time, a regular worker salary was only 20 or 30 yuan. 300 yuan was enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for 2 years, to exchange for dozens of pounds of pork on the black market, or to buy a large amount of good fabric. In the end of the world, paper money was just waste paper. hard to even use for wiping. But now it was real currency. Meng Yaya took the envelope without needing Gu Chongfeng's help. The chubby hand pinched the envelope's edge, then tipped it into her hand. With a rustling sound, the brand-new green banknotes from the Great Unity series spread out in her hand. She didn't hide her actions in front of the commander. She started counting the money loudly. Swish, swish, swish. 1, 2, 3. Gu Chongfeng's face turned red. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. He usually didn't lack food or drink for the girl, so why did she act like a little money-hungry kid? Cough, Yaya. Gu Chongfeng wanted to remind his daughter to watch her image. 30 bills just right. Meng Yaya finished counting, then stuffed the money into the envelope and tucked it into her chest. She also looked alert and patted herself. Dad, this money belongs to Mom. Don't think about using it to buy cigarettes. Gu Chongfeng. The Lei Tian laughed so hard he patted his thigh.
Right.
It should be your mom's. Men with money tend to get bad. If your dad dares to spend it recklessly, you come find Grandpa, and I'll give him a good scolding. Gu Chongfeng helplessly touched his nose. Well, now he had no place in this family. The medals were given, and the money was handed over. Normally, after finishing official business, they should see the guests out. But Lei Tian didn't move, and Meng Yaya didn't leave either. One old fox and one young fox stared at each other silently. Meng Yaya knew that the old man just upstairs mentioned good stuff, but it definitely wasn't about these official rewards. The medals and money had to be given, but this old man wanted to recognize her as his granddaughter. Without some effort, that wouldn't work. Grandpa, Meng Yaya tilted her head, lifting her small yellow backpack. Mom is waiting at home for me to eat. If there's nothing else, she was hinting. Lei Tian was amused by her cleverness and couldn't get angry. You little rascal. Only showing your teeth when you see the rabbit, huh? Lei Tian shook his head and turned toward the locked large safe. He blocked himself with his body, fiddled with it for a while, and the sound of the combination lock clicking clack-clack was heard. Gu Chongfeng was curious. This safe held top-secret documents, usually off-limits even to the chief of staff. Today, what was he planning to take out? After a long while, Lei Tian took out a long rosewood box from the deepest part of the safe. The box was old, its corners polished smooth and shiny with age. This thing has been with me for most of my life, Lei Tian said, his voice carrying a rare tone of nostalgia. I originally wanted to leave it to my grandson, but those boys of mine are too careless and don't deserve it. He walked up to Meng Yaya and handed her the box. Open it and take a look. Meng Yaya took the box. It felt slightly heavy in her hands and gave off a pleasant wooden scent. She glanced at Gu Chongfeng, and when her father nodded, she carefully unfastened the small copper clasp. The lid popped open. Inside, on a layer of red silk, lay a small gun, no bigger than a palm. It wasn't real. It was hand-carved from fine Mongwali wood, polished smooth as jade. Even the sights and trigger were carved with lifelike detail, and it carried a faint scent of gun oil. But that wasn't the most important part. At the base of the handle was a small, shining ruby. Though not large, it sparkled brightly in the sunlight. Below the barrel, 2 bold characters were engraved. Jintian. Gu Chongfeng drew in a sharp breath. He had heard of this wooden gun before. Back when Lei Tian was fighting as a guerrilla, an old carpenter had spent 3 years carving it to thank him for saving his life. Since then, Lei Tian had always kept it with him. It was more than a keepsake. It was his symbol of honor. Do you like it? Lei Tian asked, watching Yaya's expression. Meng Yaya picked up the little wooden gun. It fit perfectly in her hand, solid and well-balanced. She raised it, squinted one eye, and aimed at a sparrow outside the window. Bang! She whispered softly. The sparrow seemed to sense danger and fluttered away in fright. I love it, Meng Yaya said, stroking the ruby on the handle. Grandpa Lei, can this gun stop bad people? It can, Lei Tian said with a hearty laugh, his voice echoing down the hallway. He took out a small red book stamped with a steel seal from his pocket and carefully placed it in Meng Yaya's palm. Hold this gun and carry this certificate. From now on, in this military area, except for the ammunition depot and secret rooms. You can go anywhere you want. If anyone dares to bully you, just use this gun to scare him." Gu Changfeng looked at the small red book, his eyelids twitching. That was a special pass for the military zone. Not many people in the entire military zone had one. With this, Meng Yaya was not just going out to play, she had a powerful symbol of authority. "Remember," Lei Tian bent down and tapped Meng Yaya's little nose, with a half-smile on his face. "Don't say you're Gu Changfeng's daughter outside." "What should I say then?" Meng Yaya blinked her big eyes. "Just say," Lei Tian straightened up confidently, "you're under my protection." When Gu Changfeng carried Meng Yaya out of the office building, he felt like he was holding a powder keg with a lit fuse, not his daughter. The little girl wore a red velvet string around her neck, holding a finely carved wooden gun tightly in her hand, standing tall and proud, more imposing than he was as a leader. The guard at the gate stood straight. Seeing Gu Changfeng come out, the soldier saluted sharply. "Good morning, Commander." Gu Changfeng was about to return the salute when Meng Yaya raised the wooden gun engraved with Tian and cheerfully shouted, "Hello, comrade." The soldier paused, his eyes fixed on the small red book, nearly popping out of his head. He had been on duty at the command headquarters for 3 years, and he had seen this red book only a few times. It was a special pass only for top leaders and highly classified personnel. How could a 3-year-old girl be wearing one? "What's that?" Meng Yaya held the red book close to the soldier's eyes, blinking her big eyes. "Grandpa gave it to me. He said I can go anywhere except places I don't want to see." The soldier instinctively saluted again, standing even straighter, his voice loud enough to startle the cicadas in the trees. "Good morning, Commander." Meng Yaya nodded happily, took a big white rabbit candy from her small yellow backpack, and handed it to the soldier like a leader giving a gift to a subordinate, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Here, have some candy." Gu Changfeng's mouth twitched. This girl was too quick to get into character. "All right, stop showing off," Gu Changfeng said, pressing down on her wooden gun. "Let's go home for dinner. Your mom must be waiting anxiously." On the way back, Meng Yaya was the center of attention. Many soldiers just out of training saw Gu Changfeng holding a cute little girl who was also carrying a toy gun, even if it was made of wood. Everyone was very interested. "Is this the little hero who caught the spy? I heard that a box of bricks made the spy so tired he coughed blood." That was clever. A few brave company commanders came over to tease her. "Yaya, can I play with your gun?" Meng Yaya quickly protected her wooden gun and said seriously, "This is a special sword. You can look at it but not touch. "Wanna try?" asked Commander Lei. Hearing the name Lei, the company commanders immediately shrank back and laughed, walking away. Gu Changfeng understood. This girl would be a big boss in the military district compound. Anyone who dared to bother her would face Lei Tian, a mighty figure who could crush anyone. Back at number 6 courtyard, as soon as they entered, the smell of delicious food filled the air. Lin Wanru was placing the last dish of stir-fried greens on the table. Seeing them return, she smiled and wiped her hands on her apron. "Wash your hands and come eat. Today we have braised pork." "Mom, we're rich." Meng Yaya jumped down from Gu Changfeng's arms, not even taking off her shoes, and ran straight into the inner room, climbing onto the big Kong bed. She dumped a thick envelope onto the table. With a loud clatter, 30 brand-new banknotes of the great unity currency spread out like green leaves, shining with a tempting ink scent under the dim, yellow light. Lin Wanru's chopsticks fell to the ground with a snap. She had never seen so much money in her life. When they were in Mingjia village, Wang Guifin kept her money very tightly, even asking for a penny of pocket money. This pile of bills was like a dream to her. "Where did this come from, Changfeng?" Lin Wanru's voice trembled, her face turning pale.
You
didn't do anything against the rules, did you?" In her simple mind, soldiers' monthly allowance was only so much. This much money was too much, and must have come from an illegal source. Gu Changfeng picked up his chopsticks, went outside to wash his face, and his muffled voice came back. "The commander gave me a bonus. Money for catching spies, clean money, 300 yuan. Lin Wanru covered her chest. "Yes, Meng Yaya sat cross-legged on the pile of money, like a little landlord guarding her treasure. Grandpa said this is our hard-earned money. Mom, you should put it away. In the future, we can enjoy good food and drinks and no longer have to worry about daily life. Lin Wanru's eyes suddenly turned red. She walked over, trembling as she touched the brand-new banknotes, then quickly pulled her hand back. This is too much. She looked at Gu Changfeng. Changfeng, we can't spend this money recklessly. We need to save it. Yaya will go to school and we need to take care of your health. Mom, you handle the money. Meng Yaya shoved all the money into Lin Wanru's hands. Dad shouldn't have any money. Grandpa said, men with money tend to change. Gu Changfeng, who had just entered the house, slipped and almost tripped over the doorstep. He looked at his wife with a helpless expression and spread his hands.
Take it.
This is indeed earned by Yaya. Without her pile of bricks, the spies would have already run away. This is her confidence. Lin Wanru tightly clutched the stack of money, tears falling down happily. With this money, she finally felt confident. In this unfamiliar military area, she no longer had to worry that if something went wrong, she and her daughter would be starving on the street. In the following days, Meng Yaya completely let herself go. She hung her little red book around her neck and, with her black wind, patrolled everywhere in the military area. If she saw a naughty kid bullying others, she would give them a good beating. Afterward, she would flash her little red book and make the parents of those mischievous children speechless. If she saw the mess in the kitchen not being cleaned properly, she would knock on the window with her small wooden gun, making the cook smile and come out to work again. Everyone in the military compound, from the division commander to the new recruits, would avoid this little girl. Everyone knew that her biological father was a fierce man, and her grandpa was even more formidable. No one dared to mess with them. Even the previously arrogant Li Aihong now had to stay close to the wall when she saw Meng Yaya, afraid of being caught in her grip again. Life was chaotic, but incredibly satisfying. Until that night. Gu Changfeng returned later than usual, carrying the smell of gunpowder and dirt. As soon as he entered, he started packing his things, placing his training uniform, water bottle, and the shiny Mauser pistol on the table. Lin Wanru's sewing hand paused, nearly pricking her finger with a needle. Are you going on a mission? She asked softly, her voice filled with hidden worry. Yes, Gu Changfeng replied without looking up, pressing bullets into his magazine. It's the annual military exercise for the entire army district, a confrontation game. I'm the leader of the Red Assault team, heading deep into Daxinganling. An exercise is like real combat. In this era, military drills are never just play. They are real fights. Injuries and wounds are common, and there are even annual sacrifice targets. Deep in Daxinganling, the forest is dense, the terrain complex, and wild animals roam. Meng Yaya sat on a small stool, holding a dog's head plush toy, her brow slightly furrowed. Her sixth sense, sharpened through tough times, suddenly twitched. It felt very uncomfortable, like a needle lightly pricking her back. How many days will you be gone? Meng Yaya asked. At least 3 days, up to a week. Gu Changfeng finished loading the last bullet, clicked the magazine into place, then looked up at the mother and daughter. Don't worry, it's just a routine exercise. When I return, I'll bring you wild chicken stew with mushrooms. He spoke casually, but Meng Yaya clearly saw a hint of seriousness in his expression. This exercise was unprecedented in scale, and it was said that officials would come to inspect. As the leader of the Sharp Spear team, Gu Changfeng's pressure was understandable. Be very careful. Lin Wanru put down her sewing, walked over to help straighten his collar, her finger lingering on his rough neck for a moment. Yaya and I will wait for you at home. Gu Changfeng held her hand tightly, squeezing it hard. His palm was hot.
Don't worry.
With Yaya, my strongest sword, at home, I have no worries, he said confidently. Early the next morning, before dawn, the loud, piercing sound of a military horn broke the silence of the military compound. Jeep engines roared as trucks filled with soldiers drove out of the gate, kicking up clouds of dust. Meng Yaya leaned on the windowsill, watching Gu Changfeng jump into a military green jeep. He wore camouflage training clothes, face painted with camouflage paint, looking even more stern and fierce. Before the vehicle started, he looked back toward the number 6 courtyard and waved. The vehicle quickly disappeared into the morning fog. Manhwa touched the small wooden gun in her arms, but her uneasy feeling did not fade with the departure of the vehicle. Instead, it grew heavier. "What's wrong, Yiya?" Lin Wanru walks over, dressed, and hugs her. "Are you sad about Dad, Mom?" Yiya buries her head in Lin Wanru's neck and speaks softly. "I think this training, that big guy named Zhao Taiju should go too?" "Yes, he's a top recruit in the new soldiers unit, so he should go."
Yaya says.
"That Zhao Taiju is strong, but he's a bit simple-minded and unsteady. If they go into complicated mountain terrain, something might go wrong. Hopefully, Dad won't take risks just to look brave. But Murphy's Law always works. Whatever you're afraid of often happens." The rain is making everyone annoyed. The dark clouds over the greater Shingon Mountains look like they've been painted with ink, heavy and low, making the air in the military compound sticky. Yaya leans against the window, poking holes in the paper with her pencil. Even Black Wind isn't playing outside anymore. He's lying quietly under the bed, snoring softly, sounding like he's grinding his teeth. It's been 5 days since Gu Chongfeng left.
Yaya, stop poking.
"The paper will turn into a sieve," Lin Wanru says, sewing a shoe sole, but her stitches are crooked. She isn't in the mood to work and keeps glancing at the wall clock. Her heart has been pounding hard these days, and her right eyelid keeps twitching. "Mom, I hear a car."
Yaya sudenli troughs her pencil down, her little air için.
She's a wood element psychic, with senses sharper than a dog's. Even though the rain outside is loud, she can smell the diesel engine's deep rumble from 2 miles away. Lin Wanru pricks her finger with the needle, and a drop of blood appears. She ignores the pain, throws the shoe sole onto the bed, and jumps up to find an umbrella. It must be Dad returning. It's not even 7 days yet. Why so soon? Usually, if he comes back early, it's because he finished his task well or something went wrong. The mother and daughter each hold an umbrella and hurriedly walk toward the gate. When they arrive, many people are gathered there. Military wives are peeking out, watching the road, rainwater dripping down their raincoats. Several muddy trucks rumbled by, their wheels kicking up thick yellow mud. The convoy stopped, but no one cheered this time.
The mood was strange.
The soldiers getting off looked downcast, like frostbitten eggplants. Then the door of the middle jeep opened. First, a guard named Xiao Zhang stepped out, holding Gu Chongfeng's marching bag, with red-rimmed eyes like a rabbit's. Next, Gu Chongfeng crawled out. He didn't need help. But this time, he didn't stand straight like usual. His left arm was tightly bound to his chest with rough cloth strips. The sleeve was empty, stained with dark red blood. His usually cold face was very pale, covered in sweat, dripping down his chin and mixing with the rain. "Chongfeng." Lin Wanru's umbrella fell to the ground with a snap. She rushed over like crazy, wanting to help but afraid to touch him. Her hands trembled in the air, and tears started falling. "What happened?" "You were fine when you went out. How did it get like this?" Gu Chongfeng clenched his teeth and forced out a weak, awkward smile. "It's nothing, just a little bump." "Don't cry, it's embarrassing. Just a bump shouldn't cause this," Manhwa said, running over on her short legs and looking up at her dad. This wasn't just a bump. She could smell it. Underneath the dirt and rock scent, there was a faint, distinct smell of marrow and blood. His arm was badly broken. At that moment, a tall man, about 6 feet 1 inch, tumbled out of the back seat of the jeep. Zhao Taiju was covered in mud, his face bruised, and he knelt down in the muddy water, bowing his head to Gu Chongfeng and pounding his forehead on the cement with loud thuds. "Captain, I'm sorry."
"Kill me."
"If only I hadn't been so nervous. You wouldn't have to," Zhao Taiju cried loudly, tears and snot mixing. It turned out that during this exercise, there had been heavy rain and a landslide. Everyone was retreating when Zhao Taiju, being clumsy and nervous, slipped and fell down the cliff. Below was a steep, rocky ravine. Gu Chongfeng was right beside him. Without thinking, he reached out to grab him. The 180-pound man, falling with force, landed on Gu Chongfeng's left arm. A person was holding on, but before they could be pulled up, a loose, face-sized stone fell from above and hit Gu Chongfeng's arm directly. At that moment, there was a sharp cracking sound, and the broken bones noise scared the nearby soldiers. Despite this, Gu Chongfeng didn't let go. He used his broken arm to desperately lift Zhao Taizhu up. Enough. Stop crying. Gu Chongfeng's brows furrowed in pain as he took a deep breath. I'm not dead yet. You're my soldier, and saving you is my duty. Stand up and stop embarrassing yourself. Zhao Taizhu didn't dare disobey. He staggered to his feet, looking like a big, clumsy dog that had done something wrong. Meng Yaya stood in the rain, watching Zhao Taizhu's helpless look. She really wanted to go and give him a kick. She hated this kind of dragging behind in the apocalypse. If she couldn't do it herself, she would only cause trouble for her teammates. But now wasn't the time to be angry. At this moment, an ambulance from the military hospital arrived. Several doctors in white coats carried a stretcher and rushed over to take Gu Chongfeng to the vehicle. I won't go to the hospital, Gu Chongfeng stubbornly refused, twisting his body.
Just go home and rest.
It's a minor injury. No need to take up hospital beds. That's nonsense. A loud shout came from behind. Lei Jin-tian, wearing a raincoat, strode over quickly, his face dark as a pot bottom. Apparently, it's a comminuted fracture. Both the ulna and radius are broken. You call that a minor injury? Do you want to ruin that hand? In the future, even eating with chopsticks will be hard, let alone shooting. Lei Jin-tian pointed at Gu Chongfeng's nose and scolded, Go to the hospital for x-rays. If they can't fix it, I'll revoke your position. Gu Chongfeng moved his lips but didn't dare to argue back. At the hospital, x-rays were taken. The results were worse than expected. An old military doctor shook his head as he looked at the images. Commander Gu, your luck is really something. Several bones are shattered, and one is pressing on a nerve. Surgery can fix it, but this arm probably won't be able to exert much strength afterward. And with the bad weather, it will still hurt. As soon as he said that, the ward fell into complete silence. For a leader of a special forces unit, losing an arm meant the end of his military career. Zhao Taizhu sat in the corridor, burying his head in his lap, crying like a 200-pound child. Gu Chongfeng lay on the hospital bed. The effects of the anesthesia had worn off, and he was trembling from the pain, but he said nothing. He clenched the sheets tightly, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. It's okay, he rasped, turning his head to look at Lin Wanru, who had been silent all along. At worst, I'll transfer to a local job. With my health, I can do anything and not starve. He spoke casually, but the dark look in his eyes was obvious to everyone. Lin Wanru sat by the bed, holding a warm towel. She gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, moving softly as if afraid of breaking something fragile. Meng Yaya stood in the corner, holding a small wooden gun. She could feel that her mother's aura had changed. Before, Lin Wanru was weak and obedient. She was calm in trouble, but had no clear ideas. But now, her back was straight, and her eyes, which used to look timid, burned with determination. Who said you're going to transfer? Lin Wanru threw the towel into a basin, her voice firm and unmissable. She stood up and looked at the old military doctor, who was shaking his head and sighing. Doctor, if Western medicine can't make him recover fully, can I take him home? The old doctor was stunned. Take him home? That's reckless. His injury needs hospital care. If it gets infected or inflamed, he might have to lose the limb. I study traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Wanru turned to look at Gu Chongfeng's arm, which was wrapped in thick plaster. My master is Sun Shoujing. I am confident I can help him recover, with no lasting effects. Gu Chongfeng was stunned. He had never seen this side of Lin Wanru before. In that moment, the timid young wife by the stove was gone, replaced by a healer who dared to challenge a military expert. Meng Yaya slightly curled her lips, took a big white rabbit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in Gu Chongfeng's mouth. Dad, listen to Mom, she said sweetly. If Mom says it can work, then it will. If you don't believe it, And this arm doesn't get better. I'll let black wind bite Zhao Tieju's butt. Gu Changfeng chewed the candy, the sweetness easing the bitterness. He looked at his wife's bright, startling eyes, something he had never seen before. Unknowingly, he nodded. Okay, let's go home. This arm is now in your hands. The rain outside is still falling, pounding loudly against the glass window, making people feel uneasy. Inside, there is a stove burning, but the heat can't get rid of the bloody smell and disinfectant fumes. Gu Changfeng is leaning on a pile of blankets, his left arm swollen like a steamed bun. His skin, which was once tan, now looks frighteningly purple and red. He is sweating coldly on his forehead, his lips are pale from biting, and he hasn't made a sound. The anesthesia has long worn off. Now, it feels like hundreds of saws are pulling back and forth inside his arm, causing sharp pain. Give me the scissors, Lin Wanru suddenly says. Her voice is steady and commanding, different from her usual gentle tone. Meng Yaya, with her short legs, quickly pulls out a shiny pair of medical scissors from her yellow school bag and hands them to her mother. Lin Wanru takes the scissors without looking at Gu Changfeng's twisted, painful face. She cuts open the gauze that was already wrapped at the military hospital. When she removes the splint inside, Gu Changfeng's misshapen arm is exposed. Foolish. Absolutely foolish, Lin Wanru exclaims, her hands trembling as she looks at the bleeding wound. The bones are not aligned. The broken pieces are pressing against the flesh. Even if it heals, it will be a cripple. Gu Changfeng gasps for breath, forcing out a smile. Wife, don't be angry. The military doctor said it's too shattered to fix properly. They're afraid, but I'm not. Lin Wanru slams the scissors onto the bedside table. She turns around, pulls a row of silver needles from her bag, and takes out a dark medicinal paste in a porcelain jar. Changfeng, do you trust me? She asks. Gu Changfeng looks at her. This woman, who once didn't even dare to speak loudly, now stands there radiating a strange confidence. It's a confidence only top surgeons have. Your life is in my hands. Gu Changfeng clenches his right fist. You do whatever you need to. Yaya, go and block the door. Don't let anyone in, Lin Wanru orders. And give your dad a towel to bite on. Meng Yaya happily runs over, first locking the door, then finding a clean towel. Dad, open your mouth. Meng Yaya climbs onto the bed, her face serious, like a little adult. If it hurts and you start crying, I'll tell Zhao Taiju. Gu Changfeng was originally in so much pain he wanted to curse, but when he heard these words, he almost laughed out loud. He obediently opened his mouth and bit down on the towel. Lin Wanru took a deep breath and carefully explored the broken arm with her hands. Her movements were gentle, pressing with her fingertips, as if she was piecing together a shattered puzzle of bones in her mind. Suddenly, her hand stopped. Hold on a bit. Before she finished speaking, Lin Wanru's technique suddenly became sharp and forceful. There was a loud crack sound. Gu Changfeng suddenly tilted his head back, letting out a deep, beast-like roar. Veins bulged on his neck, and at that moment, he felt so much pain that his vision darkened, almost passing out. She had forcibly put the dislocated bone back into place. Lin Wanru didn't stop. Her hands moved so fast they were just a blur, pinching, pushing, squeezing, pressing. Each movement was accompanied by the painful sound of bones grinding. Meng Yaya stood nearby, watching clearly. Her mother's technique was definitely learned from old man Sun Shoujing, and even more precise and ruthless. While Lin Wanru turned to get the splint, Meng Yaya waved her small hand. A drop of clear, faintly glowing spring water silently fell into the ceramic jar containing the ointment. Done. Lin Wanru, covered in sweat like she had just fought a tough battle, picked up the mixture with the special ingredients and thickly applied it to Gu Changfeng's wound. A cool sensation instantly seeped into his skin, flowing along the cracks in his bones. The body that had been twitching from pain suddenly relaxed. The sharp, stabbing pain was mostly suppressed by the coolness of the ointment. This medicine. Gu Changfeng spat out the towel, gasping heavily, his voice hoarse. It's amazing. Lin Wanru fixed his arm with a willow wood board and wrapped it with bandages. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, her body softening, nearly sitting down on the ground.
Mom.
Meng Yaya quickly helped Lin Wanru steady herself. Despite her small size, she was very strong, supporting Lin Wanru's waist steadily. Mom's fine, just tired. Lin Wanru wiped her sweat and looked at Gu Chongfeng's now peaceful face, showing a rare smile. Chongfeng, I've reset the bones. As long as you don't move around for a few days, I'm confident your arm will heal just like before. Gu Chongfeng looked at his arm, wrapped tightly like a zongzi, then at his wife, who looked pale from exhaustion. His heart softened completely. Sweetheart, you've worked hard, he said. Enough, stop complaining, Meng Yaya said as she brought over a bowl of herbal soup that had been prepared earlier. It was season 2. Drink the medicine quickly and go to sleep. If you say another word, I'll let Black Wind come in and lick your face. Gu Chongfeng smiled bitterly. He took the bowl from Lin Wanru's hand and drank the bitter soup in one gulp. Maybe the medicine was very strong, or perhaps the recent struggle drained his energy. Within 2 minutes, he was snoring heavily. He slept deeply, from dawn to dusk. When Gu Chongfeng opened his eyes again, the rain outside had stopped. Sunlight shone through the paper window, warming the bed. He instinctively wanted to move, but his left arm was heavy and tightly fixed. Then he froze. No pain? The sharp pain from his broken bones was gone, replaced by a tingling, numb feeling, as if his wound was healing quickly. It had only been one night. Even the best painkillers at the military hospital wouldn't have this effect, right? Could it be that his wife was truly a divine being? Suddenly, a loud noise broke the quiet of the room. Gu Chongfeng's face turned red. He had slept all day and night, and his stomach was growling loudly. The curtain was pulled aside, and 2 figures entered, one big, one small. Lin Wanru carried a large bowl of steaming millet porridge, topped with 2 golden yolk-filled buns. Meng Yaya held a spoon, following behind like a little supervisor. You're awake. Lin Wanru placed the bowl on the bedside table and reached out to feel Gu Chongfeng's forehead.
No feber.
Looks like you've gotten through this. Gu Chongfeng wanted to sit up, but as he tried, his stomach made a loud gurgle. Hungry, Lin Wanru tried not to laugh. Yes, Gu Chongfeng said awkwardly. He tried to lift his right hand to grab the bowl, but he found that his right hand was still trembling uncontrollably from yesterday's pain when he strained to grab the bedsheet. He couldn't hold the spoon steady. When he tried to touch the bowl, it clanged and fell back onto the table. This was embarrassing. His left arm was broken, and his right hand was useless. The leader of a special forces team, now he couldn't even eat properly. Gu Chongfeng looked at the fragrant bowl of millet porridge, his throat moved, and he helplessly looked at Lin Wanru. The meaning was, wife, please help. Next to him, Meng Yaya suddenly slammed her spoon on the table. Mom, sit down. Meng Yaya's chubby little face was filled with a mischievous smile. She forcefully pushed the spoon into Lin Wanru's hand and pointed at Gu Chongfeng, leaning against the bed. My dad is now injured and can't take care of himself. As family members, we should give him warm care like spring. Meng Yaya waved her small hand and gave the highest command. Mom, feed him. 1 bite at a time. You must feed him with love and skill. Lin Wanru held the white porcelain spoon, looking at Gu Chongfeng, who was usually mighty and now leaned against the bed like a lamb ready for slaughter. Her face was burning. Mom, hurry up. Meng Yaya sat at the edge of the bed, swinging her short legs. My dad's stomach is growling like thunder. If you don't feed him, the freshly cooked bones will be hungry and soft. Gu Chongfeng coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was a high-ranking officer, unafraid of gunfire and explosions on the battlefield. Now he had to rely on his wife to feed him? If this got out, Zhao Taizhu with his loud voice would laugh at him for half a year. But his right hand was trembling badly. He had tried several times earlier, but the spoon couldn't reach his mouth.
Then,
open your mouth. Lin Wanru had no other way and had to steel herself. She scooped half a spoon of millet porridge, which was thick and sticky, with a layer of oil floating on top. She was afraid it was too hot for Gu Chongfeng, so she brought the spoon close to her own mouth and gently blew on it twice. Phew! This action was very natural, like feeding Yaya. Gu Chongfeng's throat suddenly moved up and down sharply. He looked at Lin Wanru's moist lips, slightly pouting. The airflow blowing on the spoon seemed to blow into the still water in his heart, stirring ripples. The spoon was brought to his mouth. Gu Chongfeng opened his mouth and took a bite. The aroma of millet porridge mixed with an indescribable sweetness, flowing down his throat and warming his stomach. Is it hot? Lin Wanru didn't dare to look at his face, only staring at the spoon. Not hot. Gu Chongfeng's voice was a little hoarse. Just right. Meng Yaya pouted nearby, muttering to herself. Of course it's perfect. This porridge has added spiritual spring water. Not only is it hot, but even cold plain water would taste divine. That cheap dad. He forgets his pain once he has a wife. One spoonful after another. The atmosphere in the room slowly changed. At first, Lin Wanru was quite stiff, but after feeding a few bites, her caring nature came out. She noticed Gu Chongfeng was eating quickly and worried he might choke, so she slowed down her pace, blowing on each spoonful to make it warm before giving it to him. This was the best meal Gu Chongfeng had ever had in his life. He looked at Lin Wanru, who was so close he could see the tiny hairs on her face and smell her faint soap scent, which was nicer than any fancy cream. Why hadn't he noticed before? This woman was so easy to look at.
What are you looking at?
Eat quickly. Lin Wanru felt uncomfortable under his intense gaze. She trembled, knocking her spoon against the bowl with a clear sound. Looking at my wife, Gu Chongfeng said, his mind a bit fuzzy now. His words slipped out before he could think. Lin Wanru's face turned bright red, reaching her neck. She almost dropped her spoon. Meng Yaya covered her eyes, her fingers wide apart. Oh, so shy. Even the black wind can't stand it. The black wind under the bed barked in agreement. Lin Wanru glared at Gu Chongfeng in embarrassment and annoyance. Her look wasn't very threatening, but it was a bit playful, making Gu Chongfeng feel lighter and more relaxed. She scooped another spoon of porridge, feeling a little confused inside. Before it cooled, she handed it to him. Gu Chongfeng didn't dodge. He opened his mouth to take it. Maybe the porridge was too full, or Gu Chongfeng's mouth opened too quickly. A drop of golden rice soup slipped from his lips, tracing his strong jawline, almost falling onto his collar. Oh no. It spilled. Lin Wanru reacted instinctively. She put down her bowl, reached into her pocket for a worn white handkerchief, leaned forward, and tried to wipe it. Her handkerchief's corner pressed gently against Gu Chongfeng's lips. The movement was soft and delicate. Through the thin cotton cloth, Lin Wanru's fingertips touched Gu Chongfeng's lips. His lips were a little dry and slightly hot. A jolt of electricity. It definitely felt like an electric shock. Lin Wanru felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips, as if sparks were running along her fingers into her arm. She panicked and quickly tried to pull her hand back. Don't move. Gu Chongfeng's still moving right hand, trembling slightly, quickly and accurately raised itself. A rough, calloused hand grabbed her small hand that was trying to escape. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Lin Wanru kept her half-leaning posture, her breathing ragged and uneven. She could feel Gu Chongfeng's warm breath on the back of her hand, hot and steady. Gu Chongfeng didn't speak. His deep-set eyes seemed to hide two flames. Instead of letting go, he gently rubbed her hand with his thumb. His rough fingertips brushed her delicate skin. This wasn't just wiping his mouth. It felt like he was stoking a fire. Meng Yaya couldn't stand it anymore. These two, almost 50 years old combined, acted more childish than kindergarten kids when dating. She crumpled the candy wrapper in her hand and threw it on the ground. Dad, are you trying to eat that drop of soup back by holding Mom's hand? Her innocent words were the most deadly. Lin Wanru, as if electrocuted, suddenly pulled her hand back. She jerked backward, almost knocking over the dish of pickles on the bedside table. Are you full? She stammered, staring at her shoes, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. Gu Chongfeng's hand was empty, and his heart felt just as empty. He rubbed his fingers regretfully, but his face remained serious. I'm full. I ate well tonight. How could he not be? She almost made him eat her. Lin Wanru hurriedly tidied up the dishes and chopsticks, moving as if fleeing for her life. I'm going to wash the dishes. After saying that, she carried the empty bowl, pushed open the door curtain, and ran out, looking a bit flustered, like a wolf fleeing in panic. Only the father and daughter remained inside, exchanging awkward glances. Gu Changfeng leaned back against the wall, unable to hide the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at his palm as if still feeling the soft, tender touch of his wife's hand. Well, Commander Gu, Yaya climbed over and patted his thigh. Your little game of playing hard to get is pretty clever. Looks like that broken arm was worth it. Your wife is almost convinced to be with you. Gu Changfeng was in a good mood and didn't argue with the young girl. Instead, he reached under the pillow and took out some small change, leftover paper money from catching a spy earlier. Go buy yourself an ice cream. Don't be a third wheel here. Meng Yaya looked at the 50-cent coin in her hand and scoffed. She thought, 50 cents to buy her over? Not enough. But since her cheap dad was being so cooperative, she decided to help him fully. Dad, I have something important to tell you. Meng Yaya put the money in her pocket and suddenly looked serious. Your arm is sewn up, but muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. You can't move around too much at night. If you turn over and press on it, all your effort will be wasted. Gu Changfeng nodded. I know. I'll be careful. You don't know anything. Meng Yaya rolled her eyes. You sleep like a dead pig. Even thunder doesn't wake you. Can you control not to turn over? If you press on it in the middle of the night, my mom will cry. Gu Changfeng was surprised. That was indeed a problem. He was used to sleeping on a military cot in the army, and sometimes when he was very tired, he slept restlessly. So, what should I do? Idiot! Meng Yaya pointed at Lin Wanru, who just entered the room. Her voice was quiet but sharp. Let my mom watch over you. Don't sleep separately tonight. Let her sleep beside you. Press the edge of your quilt. If she feels any movement, she'll wake up. Lin Wanru, who just came in and hadn't dried her hands, slipped on the floor when she heard this and almost knelt down. In this era, even though they were married, many families with children slept separately or with the children in between. Especially for a couple like them, who were more on paper than real, Gu Changfeng had been sleeping on the head of the Kong bed and the mother and daughter on the foot, with a big gap in between. Now, they wanted to sleep on the same side? I don't want to. Lin Wanru started to refuse. But Gu Changfeng suddenly frowned, clutching his left arm with a hiss and showing a pained expression. Yaya is right. I just moved a little and it feels like needles are stabbing inside the bone. If no one watches over me tonight, I really don't dare to sleep. This acting was so good that Meng Yaya would give her 9 points. She was afraid to give 10, worried she'd become too proud. Seeing how much he was hurting, Lin Wanru's heart softened immediately. Her duty as a doctor overwhelmed her shyness. Well. Okay, Lin Wanru bit her lip, her voice so soft it was like a mosquito hum. Tonight, I'll move the bedding over. The sun outside has already set, and the room's light has dimmed. During this long night, there is a lonely man and woman, along with a curious child who loves to watch the fun. This sleep might be hard to come by. It is completely dark outside now. Inside, the stove is burning brightly, and the teapot is steaming with white vapor, filling the room with a warm, cozy heat. Lin Wanru is holding her bedding and standing by the bed, her face bright red like a red cloth. Her hands, usually steady enough to sew shoes, are now clutching the corner of the quilt, with her knuckles turning white. Can I sleep here? She asked softly, pointing to the empty spot beside Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng leans against his pillow, his left arm across his chest, and his right hand awkwardly scratching the blanket a couple of times. He swallows hard, his usual loud voice muffled like it's stuffed with cotton. Sure, sleep there. Closer. Makes it easier. Easier for what? As soon as he says that, both of them are stunned. Meng Yaya is lying at the foot of the bed, her small head buried in the pillow, her shoulders trembling. Her father, usually quite sharp, seems to have lost his words at this critical moment. Lin Wanru doesn't reply. She takes off her shoes and gets onto the bed quickly. In just a few moves, she spreads out the bedding. The two quilts are laid side by side, with a tiny gap between them that a needle couldn't even fit through. Sweetheart. Gu Changfeng suddenly calls out. What's wrong? Does your wound hurt? Lin Wanru immediately kneels up, reaching to check his forehead. No. Gu Changfeng shrinks back, his face dark with a purple hue.
I am sticky.
I want to wipe off. He had rolled around in mud, getting covered in blood and sweat. Although he changed into a dry undershirt later, the smell of sweat and dirt still clings to him, especially when the room heats up. The smell is so bad, he can't stand it himself, let alone have his wife sleep beside him. Lin Wanru breathes a sigh of relief and turns to get off the bed. Wait a moment, I'll get some water. Soon, a porcelain basin is brought in, filled with hot water steaming gently. Lin Wanru dips a towel into the water, wrings it out halfway, and is about to wipe Gu Changfeng's face. I can do it myself. Gu Changfeng instinctively reaches out with his right hand. But his hand is trembling, and as the cloth is handed over, it slips and falls onto the quilt, soaking a large area. The room falls silent for a moment. Gu Changfeng felt a bit annoyed and clenched his back teeth. This hand, damn it, is really useless. Enough, don't try to show off, Lin Wanru said as she picked up the cloth and gave him a pointed look. I'm a doctor. In medical care, there are no genders, only patients. Sit still. That look didn't seem very intimidating. It felt more like a gentle poke at his heart. He obediently stayed still, stiffening his body as Lin Wanru began to tend to him. A warm towel wiped across his face and neck, then down his shirt collar. Lin Wanru unbuttoned his vest, revealing his strong chest. His chest was covered with scars, gunshot wounds, knife marks. The longest scar ran from his collarbone diagonally down to below his ribs, like a crawling centipede. Lin Wanru paused. She had always known he fought hard on the front lines, but she didn't realize he had such a tough past. Ugly, right? Gu Changfeng's voice was muffled. Did I scare you? No, Lin Wanru said, her nose feeling a bit sore. She moved her hands more gently, as if afraid to disturb those old wounds. Does it hurt? I forgot about it long ago, Gu Changfeng said, lowering his head to look at the swirl of hair on his chest. He smelled her faint soap scent, and his heart beat a little faster. Wife, lower down. Lin Wanru's hand trembled, and the cloth almost fell. Gu Changfeng quickly realized what he had said sounded wrong, and hurried to fix it. I mean the back itches. Blushing, Lin Wanru turned him to the side. His broad back was covered in sweat, muscles tight like stone. She wiped carefully, her fingertips inevitably touching his hot skin. Every touch made Gu Changfeng's muscles twitch. This wasn't just a bath. It felt more like a punishment. Finally finished, Gu Changfeng felt even more exhausted and sweaty. Lin Wanru's face was so red it looked like it was bleeding. She hurried out with a basin of water. When she returned, the room's lights had been turned off, leaving only a faint red glow from the stove. Meng Yaya had already taken a good position at the far end of the bed, wrapped in a small quilt, snoring loudly. Her sleeping posture was strange, lying across the edge of the bed and against the wall, blocking her original spot. Lin Wanru had no choice but to lie down on the side next to Gu Changfeng. Between them was just a thin layer of cotton cloth. Gu Changfeng was lying flat, with his left arm raised and his right hand neatly resting on his stomach, not daring to breathe loudly. It was very quiet. Too quiet. So quiet that he could hear the wind outside scratching at the door and the faint sound of breathing nearby. Lin Wanru was turned away from him, her body stiff and straight. After about 10 minutes, Gu Changfeng felt the sharp pain in his arm returning. It was manageable during the day with ointment, but at night, it felt like a tiny file was scraping back and forth inside his bones. He couldn't hold back and took a deep, cold breath. Does it hurt? The person beside him immediately turned over. In the darkness, Lin Wanru's eyes sparkled with worry. Somewhat, Gu Changfeng honestly admitted. It's okay, just bear with it, it'll pass. Why bear it? It needs to be loosened. Lin Wanru thought quickly and reached into his quilt, accurately touching his left finger. That finger was swollen like a carrot and cold like ice. Lin Wanru wrapped her warm hand around his fingertip, gently massaging to promote blood flow. The doctor said poor circulation can cause tissue death. I'll warm it for you. Their hands held each other inside the quilt. Gu Changfeng felt a warm flow rush from his fingertips straight to his head. The pain was still there, but it didn't seem as unbearable. Instead, a pleasant numbness grew, making him feel a little addicted. He turned his head and looked at her face close up in the faint glow of the fire. Wanru. HM? Lin Wanru lowered her head, focusing on squeezing his finger, her voice soft and sweet. You're really kind. Lin Wanru paused, burying her face even lower. Stop talking nonsense, and go to sleep. She didn't pull her hand away. Gu Changfeng's lips curled into a smile that reached his ears. He took a brave step, and his healthy right hand quietly moved inside the quilt, passing through the space between them, and accurately grasped Lin Wanru's other hand. Lin Wanru trembled slightly, trying to pull away. Don't move, Gu Changfeng pleaded. My hand is shaking. I need to hold something steady. His excuse was pretty weak. But Lin Wanru didn't move again. Just as the atmosphere was perfect, and the air seemed to be almost pulling tight, manhwa, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over. One little leg thumped and landed on Gu Changfeng's stomach. Next, the little girl closed her eyes and mumbled unclearly, Black wind. Bites his butt. Don't take my braised pork. Gu Changfeng's romantic thoughts were instantly interrupted by this kick. He looked at his daughter's bossy sleeping position with a mix of amusement and helplessness, then glanced at his wife, who was covering her mouth to hide her smile. For the first time, he felt that life was truly peaceful. 3 or 4 days passed quickly. Life in the 6th courtyard was very sweet. Even when it rained outside, the house felt warm and bright, like a little sun shining inside, making people feel very comfortable. Meng Yaya was lying on the windowsill, holding a handful of sunflower seeds. She was cracking them open and rolling her eyes. Her cheap dad, ever since that night when he tasted something sweet, had completely lost his shyness. In the morning, she secretly overheard him practicing one-handed push-ups in the yard. His left arm was steady and strong, but as soon as he saw her mom, he immediately looked half-paralyzed. He needed help eating and drinking, and even putting on clothes took a long time, with Lin Wanru helping him button his shirt. Mom, if my dad's arm gets worse again, maybe we should stew black wind, Meng Yaya said cheerfully, spitting sunflower seed shells into the plate. I read in a book that you can use shape to make up for shape, and dog legs can help fix hands. It might work. While Meng Yaya was pulling dog hair from Black Wind, she felt Black Wind shiver and whimper with his tail between his legs. He quickly ran under the bed. In the room, Gu Changfeng was lying on the bed, enjoying Lin Wanru wiping his face. When he heard his daughter's words, his face stiffened. Before he could speak, Lin Wanru smiled first. Don't listen to that girl, Lin Wanru said, tossing the towel into the water basin. She looked at Gu Changfeng's left arm, which was still wrapped in thick bandages, with concern in her eyes. Changfeng, it's been several days. Today, let's take off the splint and see how it looks. If the bones didn't heal well, we should go to the hospital for an X-ray. Gu Changfeng's heart skipped a beat. These days, life had been so comfortable that he almost forgot he was injured. Actually, since the 3rd day, his arm didn't hurt anymore. Sometimes, he even felt full of strength. Sometimes in the middle of the night, he wanted to go to the back mountain and do a few sets of punches. That ointment was amazing. Plus, his daughter often added that sweet water to his tea, so his recovery was faster than a young man in his 20s. But if they took it apart and exposed the truth, wouldn't that ruin the good life of having everything done for them? There's no need to take it apart, right? Gu Changfeng tried to act weak, frowning and pretending to be frail. My bones still feel sore, and I can't move well. Maybe I should rest a bit longer. Lin Wanru is a doctor, so she could tell if he was lying or not. She looked at Gu Changfeng suspiciously and reached out to press his arm. This press didn't hurt him. Gu Changfeng instinctively tensed his muscles. His left arm was so stiff it felt like iron, and the bandage was stretched tight. The truth was out. Lin Wanru looked at him with a half-smile. Wow, Gu, your muscles are pretty strong now. You could even tear the bandage. Looks like the soreness is pretty intense. Gu Changfeng awkwardly coughed, feeling a little embarrassed and warm in the ears. He decided to play along and act stubborn. It's because my wife is a great doctor with skillful hands. But I still feel weak inside. I can't be without someone. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Wanru scolded gently, but she kept working. She skillfully cut open the bandage with scissors. As the layers of gauze fell away, his left arm was revealed. The purple bruise was gone, completely healed. The skin was smooth again, and even the scary scar from before had scabbed over and fallen off, leaving only a faint pink mark. Lin Wanru held his arm, carefully feeling the broken bone. It was perfectly aligned, with no dislocation. It even felt stronger than before. Miraculous. Lin Wanru was impressed. She knew her treatment was good, but she didn't expect such a quick recovery. It was like he was getting younger. Changfeng, try moving it. Gu Changfeng tested his fist, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. He even felt like he could punch a cow now. All done. Lin Wanru sighed in relief, smiling. But as she smiled, her eyes darkened a little. His injury was healed. That meant her special care for the past few days could end. He would probably go back to his cold, busy routine, working early and late. And she wouldn't feel comfortable staying in his bed anymore. The excuse of watching over him closely no longer held. The room suddenly felt a bit heavy and quiet. Lin Wanru silently packed up the cut gauze and splints, lowering her head and saying nothing. Gu Changfeng looked at her slightly lonely side profile, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. Wanru, he suddenly spoke, his voice deep and strong. Lin Wanru was about to carry the basin away when she heard his call and paused. I'll get you some clean clothes. The bandage is off, so it needs washing. Don't go. Gu Changfeng stepped down from the Kong bed, took 2 steps forward, and with his healthy left hand, he grabbed Lin Wanru's wrist. His palm was large and hot, with such strength that she couldn't resist. The water in the porcelain basin swayed, splashing a few drops onto the floor. Panicking, Lin Wanru looked up and accidentally met Gu Changfeng's deep, bottomless eyes. They burned like fire, making her heart tremble. Changfeng, what are you doing? Yaya is still outside. She instinctively looked toward the door. The curtain on the door was quiet and still. Meng Yaya was pressing her ear against the door frame, covering Black Wind's mouth with her hand. 2 small heads, one big and one small, were stacked together like a stack of pancakes, holding their breath. Don't mind her, Gu Changfeng said forcefully, pulling Lin Wanru directly in front of him, with only a porcelain basin's distance between them. He looked at the woman who had been with him for 3 years. In the past, he was truly a fool. He thought that sending money home so she could eat was enough to be responsible. To escape that emotionless arranged marriage, he left for 3 or 4 years, leaving her in that harsh Mingjia village, bearing all the hardships alone. But these days, seeing her sewing clothes under the lamp, arguing fiercely over a few pieces of tofu, and watching her steady hands when he was in terrible pain, he realized this wasn't a burden of an arranged marriage. It was clearly a gift from heaven, a treasure given to him because his life had been too bitter in the first half. Wife, I have something to tell you. Gu Changfeng took a deep breath, lowering his usually commanding voice on the battlefield to a rare gentle and awkward tone. Lin Wanru almost couldn't hold the basin in her hands, her heart pounding as if it would jump out of her throat. What? What is it? He placed his hands on her shoulders, forcing her to look directly at him. Wanru, we were childhood sweethearts. I went to the army in a hurry and never asked if you agreed. Over these 3 years, I made you suffer, and I, Gu Changfeng, am not a good man. Lin Wanru's eyes reddened, and she hurriedly shook her head. No, don't say that. I'm not upset. Listen to me first, Gu Changfeng interrupted her, gently wiping the corner of her eye with his thumb. Before, I thought that coming to serve in the army and taking care of you was my duty, something a man should do. We just lived together, raising Yaya, and that was enough to feel right. He paused here, his throat moving heavily. But now, things are different. Gu Changfeng took her hand and placed it over his chest. His heart was pounding strongly, beating hard and fast, pressing against her palm. These past few nights, when you fell asleep beside me, I finally felt like I was living a real life. Before, I was just alive. Now, this is called living. He looked into her eyes, speaking clearly, as if carving a mark on her heart. Wanru, I don't want to just live with you anymore. I want us to be truly married, for a lifetime. Not just for Yaya, not just because of duty. It's because I like you. I want you to be my woman. I want to hold you every night and have you take care of me for the rest of your life. His words were straightforward, rough, but passionate like a blazing fire. Gu Changfeng's words were so intense that the porcelain basin in Lin Wanru's hands was trembling. She wanted to pull her hand back, but his large hand was full of calluses, hard as iron tongs. If she tried to tighten her grip, her little strength was like water into a sieve, completely useless. Changfeng, you let go first. Lin Wanru dared not look into his eyes. She could only stare at the button on his collar, her breath tangled like a knot of thread. We have kids now. Why say these things? People will laugh if they hear. Laugh at what? Gu Changfeng leaned forward, his body bringing a hot, invasive breath that directly blew onto her hair. I'm just telling my own wife what's in my heart. Even the heavens can't interfere. Wanru, give me a clear answer. Do you want to be my real wife, or just use me as a meal ticket? That was a bit of a shameless move. Lin Wanru bit her lip, her face burning fiercely. Of course, she didn't see him as just a meal ticket. These days, seeing how caring he was, her heart was tightly wound. If she didn't have that feeling, who would be willing to stay up day and night with a stinky man? But how could she say such words? Just as the two of them stood in tense silence, the air in the room almost sparking, two heads, one big, one small, peeked out from behind the curtain. Meng Yaya clung to the doorframe, her little brows furrowed tightly. Tiske, so slow, she muttered in her heart. This father of hers usually acted so decisively, but now he was just talking instead of doing something. At this point, why keep asking questions? Wouldn't it be easier to just show how he felt? Since you won't act, I'll help you out, she thought. Her eyes darted toward the old pull-cord switch by the doorframe. It was an old-fashioned thing from the 60s, a thin string connected to the ceiling light. A small tug would make a crisp click. She winked at the little black cat by her feet and gently hooked her finger. A faint green light, almost invisible, slipped from her fingertip and wrapped around the worn-out cord. Inside the room, Lin Wanru had been backed up against the table by Gu Changfeng. She had just gathered her courage to say, I want us to get along. But before she could speak, click. A sharp sound. The warm yellow light flickered twice, then went out completely. The world fell into darkness. Ah! Lin Wanru gasped. Her vision vanished, her footing slipped, and she stumbled to the side. Careful! Gu Changfeng reacted instantly. Forget pretending to be sick. He reached out, caught her by the waist, and pulled her into his arms. Clang! An enamel basin hit the floor, rolling twice with a harsh noise.
But no one cared about that now.
Lin Wanru had fallen straight into a strong, burning embrace. His chest was firm and warm, and she instinctively pressed her hands against it. Darkness was a curious thing. It made people braver and stripped away their hesitation. Gu Changfeng could hear the quick rhythm of her heartbeat, thumping like a drum. The faint scent of soap on her mixed with the light smell of medicine in the room, making his head spin. He didn't let go. Not only did he not loosen his hold, but he also wrapped his healed left arm around her, holding Lin Wanru tightly in his embrace. Changfeng, Lin Wanru's voice trembled like a frightened little rabbit. The lamp. Is it broken? Yes, it's broken. Gu Changfeng's voice was hoarse, as if he had gravel in his throat. Just in time, before she could understand what just in time meant, a rough hand pinched her chin. Gu Changfeng didn't give her any chance to run away. He lowered his head, using his special forces training to find her lips precisely, after practicing in the dark. Warm, soft, with a slight tremble. This wasn't the delicate kissing described in books. It was raw, straightforward, like a man who had been stuck in a cold place for years finally tasting something spicy. Urgent, fierce, with a desire to devour her completely. Lin Wanru's eyes widened. Even in the darkness, she could feel the overwhelming presence of the man. His stubble was a bit rough, making her skin tingle. His lips pressed painfully against hers, but then his approach changed. It became clumsy, yet full of sincerity. Gu Changfeng lacked technique, relying only on instinct, trying little by little to open her mouth. His tongue, hot and eager, invaded her territory, making her feel dizzy. Lin Wanru's body was as soft as water. Her hands on his chest gradually lost strength, and in the end, she only clung tightly to the fabric of his shirt. She didn't resist. In the midst of Gu Changfeng's heavy breathing, she instinctively tiptoed and responded to him awkwardly. That single move was like pouring a splash of water into a hot pan. Gu Changfeng let out a low growl, like a beast protecting its food. He suddenly tightened his arms, lifting her up, pressing them even closer without leaving a gap. Outside the door, Meng Yaya listened through the crack for a while, nodding with satisfaction. Although she couldn't see, the sounds inside the room made her face flush and her heart race. Heavy breathing and the sound of hitting the table. Looks like this lucky father was finally getting it. Meng Yaya patted the big dog's head softly and whispered, "Tonight, let's go sleep in the West Room and leave this battlefield to them. If we stay any longer, we might get an eye infection." It seemed like He Feng understood as he wagged his tail, tiptoed like a cat, and quietly followed his young owner out. Inside the room, the kiss lasted a long time, until Lin Wanru felt like her lungs were empty, her head dizzy and almost lacking oxygen. Gu Changfeng reluctantly let go of her swollen lips. But he didn't let go of her. Their foreheads touched, noses brushed, and their breathing intertwined, making it hard to tell who was who. "Wanru," Gu Changfeng panted, his voice deep and full of lingering desire. "It's official now." Lin Wanru's face was so hot she could fry an egg. If there was light, she'd definitely look like a big red shrimp. She buried her face in his neck and dared not lift her head, muttering softly, "You're a rascal." "I am a rascal." Gu Changfeng chuckled softly, his chest vibrating. "If I wasn't a rascal to my own wife, that wouldn't be right." He reached out one hand in the dark, quietly locked the door. The click of the lock was especially clear in the quiet darkness. Lin Wanru stiffened.
Why?
"Why did you lock the door?" "To keep out thieves," Gu Changfeng said seriously, grabbing her hand and pulling her onto the bed. "The light's broken and can't be fixed. It's dark and easy to bump into things. Let's not fuss and just sleep early." Her heart beat faster again. This wasn't about protecting against thieves. It was clearly about guarding against her running away.
Then
Where will you sleep?" Lin Wanru was pulled to sit on the edge of the bed, her voice soft as a whisper. Gu Changfeng didn't answer. He simply pulled one end of the two blankets over and folded them together. "No more separate beds," he said firmly in the dark, holding her ankle precisely, helping her take off her shoes, his tone commanding yet undeniable. "Tonight, we'll squeeze into the same quilt." She could hear Gu Changfeng's heartbeat, pounding like drums right beside her. "Where are you going to hide?" Gu Changfeng's large hand pressed against her waist, like iron clamps, leaving her no chance to step back. The smell of soap mixed with his strong masculine scent overwhelmed her, making her dizzy. "Changfeng." "Your arm." Lin Wanru's voice trembled. Her hand rested on his firm chest, hesitant to push harder, afraid of hurting his freshly healed bone. "It's healed now." Gu Changfeng chuckled softly, his voice rough like gravel. In the darkness, he precisely caught her restless hand and pressed it against his chest, where the skin was hot and slightly sweaty. "Sweetheart, you're a doctor. Feel for yourself. Does your heart beat fast or not?" Her palm felt a sudden sting, like being pricked. Her heartbeat was indeed fast, heavy and urgent, pounding into her hand.
Don't
tease." Lin Wanru's face was burning hot, feeling like she might melt into the blankets.
Yaya."
is still next door. That girl is clever. She already took the dog and ran away. Gu Changfeng leaned down slightly, his nose brushing her ear, sending a faint electric current through her. He no longer looked like his usual serious officer self, but like a hungry wolf staring at meat he's wanted for years. Wanru, he suddenly stopped teasing, his tone serious and compelling, impossible to refuse. These past few years, you've suffered. As soon as he said this, Lin Wanru's body, which had been struggling, froze completely. In the darkness, Gu Changfeng's rough, calloused hand slowly moved up her waist, finally gently supporting the back of her head. His movements were commanding but gentle, as if afraid of breaking something precious. I'm a rough man, I don't understand romance. But today, I want to say, what you've suffered before, I will make up for it with my life. Tears welled up in Lin Wanru's eyes. The years of frustration she had carried seemed to melt away with his rough words. When she married him, she left after just one night. Later, she was criticized by villagers, nagged by her mother-in-law, and nearly starved with her child. She endured all of it. She thought this was her life, living with a title, just getting by. Now, this man truly held her in his arms and showed her his hot, beating heart. Who wants to take your life? Lin Wanru sniffed, her voice trembling with tears, but she no longer pushed him away. Instead, she tremblingly grabbed the fabric of his shirt. Just live well. Support us. Just the two of us. Support, I must support. Gu Changfeng lowered his head and fiercely kissed her lips, which he had admired for a long time. This time, it wasn't as hurried as before, but a real act of possession, with a fierce desire to completely take her in. The temperature under the blanket grew hotter. Their breaths tangled together, making it hard to tell who was who. Gu Changfeng's hands were not behaving. They slipped inside her clothes. His rough fingertips brushed her delicate skin, causing Lin Wanru to shiver uncontrollably. She instinctively wanted to hide, but Gu Changfeng held her tightly. Don't hide. He panted in her ear, his voice low and intense, like a hook. We are husband and wife, legally. This word, legally, was like a key, unlocking the lock in Lin Wanru's heart. Yes, she was his wife, and he was her husband. Lin Wanru stopped struggling, her body softening like a puddle of water. She closed her eyes in the dark, clumsily raising her arms to wrap around Gu Changfeng's broad shoulders. This action for Gu Changfeng was like throwing a torch onto a pile of dry wood. Wanru, Gu Changfeng let out a low growl, unable to hold back anymore. He turned over and pressed her down firmly. The army green blanket surged and covered the room's springtime brightness. The bed felt a little hot. That heat came from beneath her and spread through their skin where they touched. Although Gu Changfeng was eager, his movements were very patient. He knew she was sensitive, and every move was a test, a way to soothe her. But he was a man who hadn't been with anyone for 3 or 4 years, and with his strength, once he let go, it was like a flood breaking a dam, unstoppable. Lin Wanru felt like a small boat on the ocean, tossed by fierce winds and huge waves, floating and sinking, with nowhere to land. Changfeng. Be gentle. Can't be gentle. Gu Changfeng gasped for breath, kissed her sweaty forehead, and then became even more intense. All these years, I've saved up for tonight. Outside the window, the rain had started again, softly falling. Inside, the wooden bed occasionally creaked under the weight, mixed with suppressed breathing and faint moans, forming a tune only the couple could understand. The night was very deep. That night, in the main bedroom of house number 6, the bed was indeed very warm. When everything finally calmed down, Lin Wanru didn't even want to move her fingers. She curled up in Gu Changfeng's arms, feeling sore as if run over by a wheel, but her heart was more peaceful than ever. Gu Changfeng played with a strand of her hair, his eyes shining brightly in the dark. He wasn't sleepy. Holding his wife, he felt that the past 30 years had been worth it, and tonight finally felt real.
Wife.
HM? Lin Wanru responded drowsily, her eyelids heavy. Get up early tomorrow.
Why?
Gu Changfeng leaned close to her ear and whispered something shy. Let's find the marriage certificate again. I feel like the photo on it isn't good. We should take a new one, closer this time. Lin Wanru blushed and muttered, crazy, then found a comfortable position in his arms and fell asleep deeply. Gu Chongfeng smiled, tucked the blanket around her, and with a satisfied heart, closed his eyes. The next morning, just before dawn, before the birds had even chirped, a fuzzy little head peeked out from the crack of the west door of House No. 6. Meng Yaya rubbed her sleepy eyes, with Black Wind yawning beside her. They had slept in the west room last night. Although there was a soft mattress, it wasn't as fun as sneaking around the corner. TSK still not up? Meng Yaya pressed her ear to the door crack of the main bedroom and listened. Inside was very quiet. Only the steady, long breaths could be heard. She pouted her little mouth, showing a smile that didn't match her age. Looks like last night's battle was quite intense. Meng Yaya gently touched Hei Feng's dog head and whispered, Dad finally figured it out. Once that old iron tree blooms, I guess we'll be tired of it for a while. Just as she was thinking, there was a rustling sound of clothes in the room. Then, Gu Chongfeng's deep voice rang out, full of energy. Wife, sleep a little longer. I'll make breakfast. Today, I'll boil red sugar eggs for you. At dawn, white smoke was rising straight from the chimney of the 6th courtyard. Meng Yaya was awakened by the clattering sound of pots and pans. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, kicked away Hei Feng, who was still snoring, slipped into her small cloth shoes, and floated like a little ghost to the kitchen door. She saw Gu Chongfeng tying Lin Wanru's faded blue apron. Her long legs looked a bit sad as she stood in front of the stove, stirring a pot with a big iron spoon. It didn't look like she was cooking eggs, more like she was mixing cement. His usually cold face was now showing a big, uncontrollable smile, humming a little tune that was out of tune, like it was from Grandma's house. Dad, Meng Yaya leaned on the doorframe looking disgusted. Are you boiling eggs or practicing iron palm? The bottom of the pot is about to be punctured. Gu Chongfeng was startled, turned around and saw his daughter. His smile deepened, and his eyes sparkled with a fresh, lively energy. You're awake? Go wash your face, Gu Chongfeng said happily, waving his hand. I've got breakfast today. Let me show you both a trick. Meng Yaya pouted. Show a trick? Maybe he'd blow up the kitchen. Just as she was about to complain, she heard noises from inside the room. She pushed aside the curtain, and Lin Wanru came out. Today, she wore a faded light blue apron, her hair loosely tied at the back. Her face was without makeup but looked very healthy, pinkish and tender, even softer than a freshly peeled egg. Her walking was a bit slow, and she was gently holding her lower back with one hand. Seeing her come out, Gu Chongfeng immediately threw down the spoon and hurried over, quick as a cheetah. Why are you up? He asked, holding Lin Wanru's arm. His clingy tone made Meng Yaya shiver. Didn't I tell you to sleep a little longer? When breakfast is ready, I'll bring it to you in bed. Lin Wanru blushed and instinctively looked at her daughter at the door. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh around Gu Chongfeng's waist. Let go. The kid is watching, she said softly, a bit hoarse from waking up. I'm not disabled. I can eat a meal without falling down. That's different, Gu Chongfeng said, tough-skinned and not caring about the pain. He took the chance to hold her hand and squeezed her palm. If you're tired, you should rest. Last night. Shut up, Lin Wanru was so anxious she wanted to cover his mouth. Her face turned red to her neck, and she glared at him fiercely. If you go on talking nonsense, tonight you'll sleep in the kitchen, Gu Chongfeng chuckled, not angry. His mischievous look completely overturned his reputation as a soldier in the military district. Okay, I'll listen to you. He helped Lin Wanru sit at the 8 Immortals table, then placed a cushion on the stool, showing more care than serving a commander. You sit, I'll serve the food. Meng Yaya squatted at the door, took a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, handed one to Black Wind, and ate one herself. Black Wind, see? This is what happens when the old house catches fire. There's no saving it. Black Wind whimpered and buried his head in his paws. The dog food was too much. Even the dog wouldn't eat it. Soon, 3 big bowls were brought out. Meng Yaya's bowl had plain rice porridge with salted vegetables. Gu Chongfeng's bowl had mixed noodles and steamed buns. Only in front of Lin Wanru was a large bowl of brown sugar water with 4 round, plump lotus seed eggs inside, steaming hot and fragrant with sweetness. Eat it while it's hot. Gu Chongfeng handed her chopsticks and broke his own steamed bun in half, insisting on giving it to Lin Wanru. To boost your energy. Meng Yaya tapped her spoon against her bowl and protested in a cute voice. Dad, your favoritism is so obvious. I'm also growing. I want eggs too. Gu Chongfeng glanced at her, took out a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket, and slapped them on the table. Kids eat candy, adults eat eggs. This candy was given by your great-grandpa, and it's all yours. Meng Yaya looked at the candies and the bowl of brown sugar eggs, clearly understanding that her mother was being treated like a goddess. Lin Wanru felt a bit embarrassed. She wanted to split 2 eggs for Yaya, but Gu Chongfeng stopped her with a look. She's craving, not hungry, Gu Chongfeng said, then suddenly stood up and walked to the water jar. The water jar was already empty yesterday. Gu Chongfeng didn't hesitate. He picked up 2 large iron water buckets beside him and strode quickly to the well in the yard. He heard the splashing of water as he filled both buckets to the brim, each weighing at least 100 pounds. Gu Chongfeng carried the 2 buckets into the house without even catching his breath, carefully pouring the water into the jar without spilling a drop. See that? Gu Chongfeng patted his hands together and raised an eyebrow at Lin Wanru. His look showed a bit of pride and a little bit of showing off. This arm is much stronger now. Not only can I carry water, but I could also carry you around the military area 3 times without getting tired. Lin Wanru looked at his strong arm, feeling relieved. She chewed on her chopsticks, smiling inside, but then she spat out a mouthful and said, "Be careful not to hurt your tongue. Hurry up and eat." They had a very filling breakfast. Gu Chongfeng kept helping Lin Wanru with pickles and asking if the sweet soup was sweet enough. His eyes seemed glued to his wife, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Meng Yaya finished her last spoonful of porridge and let out a big burp. She felt she wasn't full but overwhelmed by how much she ate. Her parents' relationship seemed to be improving very quickly. It looked like she, the little sister, might need to turn down the brightness of her electric light a bit. Just as the family was happily enjoying their meal, Gu Chongfeng was about to clear the dishes and show off his good husband side when suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the yard. The footsteps were noisy and fast, clearly indicating something urgent. Then, with a loud bang, the gate was pushed open. Private Zhang from the guards rushed in, sweating profusely, his hat askew, looking very worried.
Chief.
Something's wrong. Zhang supported himself on the doorframe, gasping for breath. Gu Chongfeng's smile immediately disappeared, replaced by a cold, sharp expression. He protected Lin Wanru behind him and asked in a deep voice, "What's the rush? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up." What happened? Zhang swallowed hard and pointed toward the gate, looking troubled and scared. The main gate. There are some people at the gate. They say they are relatives from your hometown. An old lady and 2 men are there, causing trouble and rolling around at the military area entrance. The elderly woman cried and shouted, saying you have no conscience. She said once you became a high official, you no longer recognized your own mother, and she even demanded that your wife pay for her life. Lin Wanru's normally rosy face suddenly turned pale, and she dropped her chopsticks with a loud clatter. What was coming still came. Gu Chongfeng's eyes flashed with a fierce anger. The killing intent he carried from the battlefield suddenly erupted, making the air in the room feel colder. "Wang Guifan," he said through clenched teeth, his fists making a cracking sound. "Fine. I didn't go to settle accounts with her, but she came to seek her own doom." Meng Yaya jumped down from her stool, brushed the sunflower seed shells from her hands, and her big, clear eyes showed no trace of childhood innocence anymore. She wore a wicked smile that made one's scalp tingle, pulled out a small wooden gun engraved with Gentian from her yellow school bag, and tucked it into her waistband. "Dad, Mom, don't panic." Meng Yaya called the black wind over, waved her small hand, and spoke in a cute, excited voice. "Let's go see how this dramatic act of sending someone to their death is really performed." Meng Yaya tucked the Gentian engraved yellow rosewood gun into her belt, patted her chubby hands, and made two crisp para sounds. Black Wind, follow me. The big wolf dog, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, immediately perked up its ears when it heard this. It stopped whining and bared its teeth, standing beside Mengyaya with a fierce look returning. Gu Changfeng watched his daughter ready to go to war, her stance like she was about to fight bandits. He raised an eyebrow but didn't stop her. Instead, he took her mother Lin Wanru's cold hand into his palm. Are you afraid? Lin Wanru took a deep breath. Afraid? Of course she was. That face full of flesh, the elderly woman, had been her nightmare for many years. Just hearing Wang Guifen's cough made her shiver for a long time. But she looked down at her patched, plain shirt, then at her daughter, who looked like she wanted to tear the sky apart, and at the tall, sturdy man beside her. Lin Wanru straightened her back, then turned her hand to hold Gu Changfeng's large hand with some strength. I'm not afraid. She gritted her teeth, her voice coming from her throat. I have money, a man, and a daughter. The divorce papers are all signed. If she dares to come force her way, I will use a needle to hit her vital spot. Gu Changfeng was stunned for a moment, then he grinned, showing his white teeth. All right, you've got some skills. Let's go and see these reckless people. A family of 3 and a dog left the courtyard angrily and confidently. At the army base gate, things were already chaotic. It was just after morning training. Family members coming and going, soldiers on duty, and nearby villagers passing by had gathered in layers. In the middle of the crowd, Wang Guifin was sitting on the ground, slapping her thighs. Her hair was messy like a chicken coop, and she had black ash on her face. She was crying and wiping her nose on the ground. This is unfair. Once you become an official, you forget your own mother. I raised him with my own sweat and tears. Even if I starved myself, I wanted him to eat well. But what happened? This ungrateful wolf went to the city, wore leather shoes, and looked down on me, a rural wife. Wang Guifin's voice was loud, like a broken gong, making the people around her ears ring. Next to her, Meng Jingguai leaned on a crooked willow stick. His leg, which had been kicked and broken by Meng Yaya, was still not healed and dragged on the ground, looking quite pitiful. He cooperated with his mother, full of grief. Dear leaders, ladies, please judge. My older brother Gu Changfeng burned down the house back home and stole our food. We had to beg our way here. Meng Jianjun squatted nearby, shrinking his neck, with sneaky eyes glancing toward the red brick building inside the military area. Saliva was almost dripping from his mouth. This family was full of trouble, dressed in torn clothes, and the foul smell on them could be smelled from 2 meters away. The military wives around pointed and whispered, Is this true? Commander Gu looks honest. He wouldn't do such things, right? People can hide their true nature. Look at this old lady crying so sadly. Her leg is like that. If she hadn't suffered a big grievance, why would she come all this way to embarrass herself? Exactly. I heard that Commander Gu's rural wife just arrived. Maybe it's her who's stirring trouble. The public opinion started to turn a bit negative. Wang Guifin heard someone supporting her and cried even harder. She suddenly fell to the ground, rolling on the dirt, kicking her legs wildly. Gu Changfeng, you heartless man. If you don't come out and explain, I'll run into the gate and die today. Let everyone in the world know that you forced your mother to death. At this moment, the little soldier at the gate was sweating nervously, holding his gun. He didn't know whether to stop them or not. Ma'am, please get up. The leader is in a meeting. Who cares about the meeting? Meng Jianjun suddenly jumped up, pointing at the little soldier's nose and shouting, You're just a watchdog. My brother is the leader. Believe it or not, he'll skin you alive. The little soldier's face turned red. Just as he was about to get angry, a cold voice sounded behind him. Who do you want to skin? A very piercing voice rang out. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down. The onlookers automatically made way. Gu Changfeng was dressed in a neat military uniform, with his buttons fastened tightly. His black leather shoes made dull sounds on the cement ground. With each step, his fierce aura grew stronger. Lin Wanru followed closely beside him, not falling behind. Leading the group was a small child, only knee-high to an adult. Meng Yaya was chewing on half a cucumber, playing with a wooden gun in her hand, tilting her head and smiling happily at the family on the ground. "Hey, isn't that my former grandmother who already signed a divorce paper?" Meng Yaya took a crunchy bite of the cucumber, her clear voice sounding especially loud and out of place at the quiet entrance. "So what? The old house back home isn't enough for you to tear down, so you come here to pretend to be pitiful?" Wang Guifan saw the main person arriving and stopped rolling on the ground. She quickly got up, moving swiftly, not at all like a nearly 60-year-old woman. When she saw the brand-new fabric jacket on Lin Wanru and the shiny watch on Gu Chongfeng's wrist, her dull, downward-pointing eyes filled with greed, almost overflowing. "Little brat, you still dare to come out?" Wang Guifan cursed, then pointed at Gu Chongfeng, spitting as she spoke. "Changha, open your eyes and look. This is the good daughter you raised. And your heartless wife. They're trying to ruin us." She took 2 steps forward, trying to grab Gu Chongfeng's sleeve, her dark hand reaching out like a chicken claw. "Hand over the money. I heard you got a bonus, and that girl's reward money. Give it to me. Otherwise, I'll tear down your military district's gate today." Gu Chongfeng didn't move or even blink. But the black wind around him moved. Roar! The big dog suddenly rushed out, blocking in front of Gu Chongfeng. Its fur stood on end, and it growled deeply. Its sharp white teeth were just a few centimeters from Wang Guifan's hand. Wang Guifan was so frightened she shivered, her legs giving way, and she sat down hard on the ground. "Someone's been hurt. The military dog bit someone. The soldier's dog bit my mother." Her loud cries startled everyone nearby who had been watching. Meng Jingui saw this, his eyes turning, and raised his stick to hit the dog, shouting, "Beat this beast. How dare it bite my mother?" The stick swung through the air, sounding like it was hitting the dog, but it was actually aimed at Meng Yaya nearby. He still remembered how this girl had kicked and broken his leg. Today, with many people around, he wanted revenge. "You're asking for trouble." Meng Yaya was munching on a cucumber, her little feet rubbing on the ground. Before Gu Chongfeng could act, the half-eaten cucumber in her hand suddenly shot out like it had eyes. Snap! The crisp cucumber hit Meng Jingui's wrist with force, harder than a stone. "Ow!" Meng Jingui screamed, dropping his stick, which then hit his injured leg. "Ow, my leg!" He rolled on the ground, clutching his leg, crying out in pain. The scene became very chaotic. Meng Yaya clapped her hands, took a step forward, and stood on the steps at the gate, looking down at this family of clowns. She pulled out a wooden spear from her waist. The spear's tip was wood, but now pointing at Wang Guifan, it made the old lady feel a cold chill run from her feet straight to her head. "Uncles, grandpas, sister-in-law, auntie." Meng Yaya spoke sweetly, with an innocent smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. "Since they are shameless and want to show everyone our family's shame, let's settle the score today." She reached back with her small hand. "Mom, bring out that paper with the red thumbprint, and let everyone read it." Lin Wanru took out a neatly folded document of broken family ties, her fingers white from gripping it tightly, but her gaze was more determined than ever. Wang Guifan looked at the paper, her face changing. She didn't expect these 2 women to carry that thing with them, nor did she expect Lin Wanru, who seemed so soft, to dare to expose her in front of so many people. "I don't admit it. That doesn't count," Wang Guifan screamed as she got up, rushing at Lin Wanru like a madwoman. "You forced me to sign." "Tear it off." She clawed with her nails, which were covered in black mud, aiming straight at Lin Wanru's face. If she had grabbed her, she would have caused serious injury. Everyone around gasped in shock. Gu Chongfeng was about to step forward, but he saw the little girl beside him move faster. Meng Yaya crouched down slightly, slipping out like a slippery eel, and stood right in front of Lin Wanru. "Old hag, this is the main gate of the military district. Are you trying to attack the police?" As soon as Meng Yaya finished speaking, she grabbed the wooden gun that was just for decoration, using it like a fire poker. She sharply poked it into Wang Guifan's armpit, one of the most painful spots on the body. "Ah!" A pig-like scream echoed at the gate, startling two sparrows from the tree. Wang Guifin looked like she had been struck by high-voltage electricity. She jumped 3 feet into the air, clutching her armpit, her body tilting to one side. The pain made her face twist, tears and snot covering her face instantly. Someone's killing. That little brat's killing. My arm is broken. Broken. She collapsed onto the ground, slapping the cement with her other hand, kicking up dust. Her antics were more dramatic than a village opera. The crowd around was startled and instinctively took a few steps back. This kid hit so hard, an unfamiliar aunt muttered. Hard? No way. Meng Yaya spun the small wooden gun made of yellow pear wood in her palm, then innocently held it up for everyone to see. The little girl blinked her big eyes, looking so innocent and pure. Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, you have to see clearly. This is wood, not a fire poker. I just gently touched her, trying to make Grandma in front of me move aside. And she broke her arm. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Wang Guifin on the ground, speaking softly and sweetly. Grandma in front, are you made of paper? Or are you trying to scam money so badly that you don't care about your face anymore? A burst of laughter came from the crowd. Everyone was sharp-eyed, and that small wooden gun, smooth and shiny, was only about 1/2 foot long. How much strength could a little baby hold? The old woman's acting was way too fake. Seeing no one believed her, Wang Guifin, whose injured arm was sore and numb and couldn't lift, felt both angry and anxious. She quickly looked around and pointed at Lin Wanru, who had been silent all along, and started shouting. Don't believe this little brat. It's all that sly woman's doing. Lin Wanru, you bad luck. Not only did you encourage the child to hit elders, but you also stole all of Changhe's money. Changhe, you're so confused. You've been tricked by this woman. Wang Guifin yelled while giving signals to her 2 sons, who were pretending to be dead nearby. Meng Jingui, enduring leg pain, also shouted, That's right. Brother, aren't you going to control your wife? Our mother came from far away to see you, and we didn't even get to drink water before these 2 humiliated us at the gate. If this gets back to our hometown, how can we face people? Meng Jianjun, a real scoundrel, lay down on the ground and shouted, I don't want to live anymore. My brother is a high official, and his niece broke my leg. Is there no law anymore? This family was full of troublemakers, shouting and fighting with perfect coordination, making everyone's head hurt. Gu Changfeng stood there, his face cold and hard like frost. Just as he was about to step forward, his palms suddenly felt empty. Lin Wanru, who had been protected behind him, let go of his hand. This woman, who usually didn't dare to speak loudly, now straightened her back and took a step forward. She didn't look at the troublemaker on the ground but raised a piece of yellowed, neatly folded paper. Everyone, quiet down. Her voice was unusually firm and strong. Since they have no shame and want to cause trouble at the military district gate, let's make things clear. In front of hundreds of people, she suddenly unfolded the piece of paper with a loud rustling. This is a letter of disownment. Lin Wanru held the paper high, showing it to everyone. It has the signature of Zhao Dezhu, the village chief of Hehe village, the fingerprint of the elder of the Meng family, and the seal that this old lady drew herself. She pointed at Wang Guifin, who was still crying on the ground, and said firmly, Just 1/2 a month ago, Wang Guifin forced us, an orphaned mother and daughter, to use all the allowances my husband sent home over the past few years, totaling more than 1,000 yuan, to cut all ties with the Meng family. It's clearly written in black and white. From now on, men and women who marry are no longer responsible for each other's lives or deaths. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted. In chaos. What? Over 1,000 yuan? Oh my goodness. That's a huge amount. Isn't that enough for that old woman? They've cut ties and are still causing trouble. Isn't that extortion? Wang Guifin didn't expect Lin Wanru to dare bring this up openly. She panicked, her face turning red and white, and shouted with a stiff neck, That was your own choice. Besides, I am Changhe's mother. Cutting ties with you doesn't break my blood relationship with Changhe. Changhe needs to be taken care of. You're just a big fool. Meng Yaya stuck her wooden spear into her waist, took a step down the stairs with her short legs, and stood right in front of Wang Guifen's nose. The young girl pointed with a white, tender finger and began to count. Uncles and elders, my dad was in the army for 3 years, and every month he sent home 40 yuan as allowance. That's over 1,000 yuan in 3 years. But what about me and my mom? Meng Yaya took Lin Wanru's hand and held up her own, which, although treated with medicine, still showed frostbite scars. Me and my mom can only drink 2 bowls of thin porridge a day, enough to see a shadow of a person. In winter, we don't even have proper cotton shoes, and we're forced to go up the mountain to chop firewood in heavy snow. All the money my dad sent back was taken by this old witch to buy meat for her 2 useless sons and make new clothes. Meng Yaya pointed at the chubby Meng Jingguai and then at Meng Jianjun, who was wearing worn-out work clothes. Look at these 2 lazy, greedy big babies, full of fat. And compare that to the photos of me and my mom when we first came to the military district. So thin we looked like skeletons. We earned our own money, but she still wanted to take it. Is this what you call a mother? Is this what you call family? Meng Yaya's small mouth kept talking, her words clear and sharp, each one like a slap, hitting the Meng family members hard in the face. The military wives around were furious. These days, no family is very rich, but no one can stand such bullying. This isn't a mother-in-law. It's a cruel landlord from the old society. How can someone like him have the face to cause trouble at the army? Captain Gu has had terrible luck to end up with such a stepmother. The public opinion completely changed. Just moments ago, people felt sorry for the old lady, but now, looking at Wang Guifen, their eyes were full of contempt and disgust. Wang Guifin was completely panicked. She looked around at the crowd pointing and whispering, then at Gu Chongfeng standing on the steps, looking down at her. Her eldest son, whom she had scolded and beaten since childhood and never dared to oppose, was now dressed in a strict military uniform, broad-shouldered like a mountain. But in his eyes, there was no warmth. He looked at her as if she were trash. Chongfeng. Wang Guifin felt guilty, and her voice trembled. Mother. Mother only wants what's best for you. I was just worried this woman would cheat you out of your money. Enough. Gu Chongfeng finally spoke. His words were soft but felt like a heavy stone pressing on her chest. He took a long step forward, his black leather shoes hitting the ground steadily, approaching Wang Guifin. His fierce aura, like someone crawling out of a pile of corpses, made Wang Guifin gasp for air and instinctively step back. Hey Feng, the dog, followed at Gu Chongfeng's side, growling low in his throat, baring his teeth, ready to pounce and tear apart these troublemakers. Gu Chongfeng stopped 2 steps in front of Wang Guifin. He didn't reach out to help her or get angry. Instead, he straightened his military cap and then took out the marriage certificate he and Lin Wanru had just reissued from his pocket. Look carefully. He opened the certificate and coldly held it in front of Wang Guifin. Lin Wanru is my legal wife, protected by the state. Meng Yaya is my biological daughter. He put the certificate away and looked at the 3 disheveled vampires on the ground, his voice devoid of any life. As for you all, Gu Chongfeng paused, his tone icy and sharp, each word deliberate. My home does not welcome beasts. Wang Guifin patted her thigh, tears and mucus streaming down her face. You become an official and call your own mother a beast? Look at this. This is our People's Liberation Army comrade. This is the squad leader. He's pushing his mother to the edge of death. Meng Jianjun also shouted, Big brother, you're going too far. Your mother came all this way to see you, and you won't even let her in? The house is so big. Why not share a room with us? We're not staying forever. Gu Chongfeng looked at his useless younger brother, clutching the marriage certificate tightly. He pointed at Meng Jianjun's greasy face and said coldly, Do you even deserve to call me big brother? When we divided the family and cut ties, you hid behind Wang Guifin counting money.
Why didn't you think about me then? That
was in our hometown. Nobody took it seriously. Meng Jianjun shrank back, still glancing around the courtyard. He saw the lush trees and red bricks, but his greed couldn't be suppressed. Lin Wanru stepped forward, coming out from behind Gu Chongfeng. She no longer looked down but stared directly at Wang Guifan, holding up the severance letter. Wang Guifan, your memory isn't good. I'll remind you, Lin Wanru said softly but clearly. Last December, Yaya was so sick she almost died. I knelt in the snow, begging you for 2 cents to see a doctor. You not only refused but said that someone's death would save grain. This severance letter was signed in front of the whole village after you took all my husband's allowances. The surrounding military wives gasped. Not giving 2 cents? That's heartless. And you took over 1,000 yuan in allowances. How cruel. Captain Gu's wife has had a hard 3 years. The gossip felt like needles stabbing Wang Guifan's face. She, used to being fierce in the countryside, was most afraid of others being more reasonable than her. Seeing her moral blackmail fail, Wang Guifan lay back on the ground, kicking her feet wildly like a windmill. I won't listen. That paper doesn't count. You all tricked me into signing. Changha, if you don't bring us inside today and give us some braised pork, I'll run headfirst into that marble pillar and die. Meng Jingguai also leaned on his stick, shuffling forward. Big brother, my leg still isn't fully healed. You have to take responsibility. I heard your wife knows medicine. She has to treat me, and she also has to support me for the rest of my life. Gu Chongfeng snorted coldly and looked at the young soldier at the gate. Go, call the police station. Say there are some unidentified people at the gate causing trouble and disturbing the normal life of the troops. Ask them to send a vehicle to pick them up. Gu Chongfeng. How dare you? Wang Guifan sat up in shock, eyes wide. You dare to send my mother to the police station? I told you. My mother is buried back home in the family graveyard. You're just a stepmother. Gu Chongfeng straightened his sleeves, his eyes showing no hesitation. Besides, the legal separation document can be checked at the notary office. We have no relation now. If you keep causing trouble here, it will be considered a gathering to cause a disturbance. When Meng Jianjun heard about calling the police, his legs went weak. He used to steal chickens and do petty tricks in the commune, and he was most afraid of uniformed officers. Mom, maybe we should leave first. Meng Yaya tugged at Wang Guifan's sleeve, her voice trembling. Leave? No way. He's just intimidating us. Wang Guifan, who had been tough all her life, didn't believe Gu Chongfeng could be so heartless. He's an official all about face. As long as we keep causing trouble, he'll definitely back down. Wang Guifan seemed to have found a secret weapon and raised her voice. Gu Chongfeng, go ahead and call. If you dare to have me arrested today, tomorrow I'll go to the military district to see Commander Lei. I tell you, you're acting treacherously, disowning your parents. I don't know if you can keep your official position. This family was completely pushing their shamelessness to the limit. Gu Chongfeng looked at them coldly, as if watching a clown perform. Commander Lei is inside. You don't need to look for him. Gu Chongfeng turned around just in time to see a jeep slowly arrive at the gate. The door opened, and Lei Tian, leaning on his cane, got out of the car. Although he wasn't in uniform, his commanding presence made the noisy scene suddenly fall silent. Who's here to complain about me? Lei Tian glared fiercely, sweeping his gaze over Wang Guifan sitting on the ground. Wang Guifan was so startled by the scolding that her heart trembled, and sweat broke out on her palms. She had never seen such a high-ranking official, but his aura was 100 times stronger than the armed minister in the county. I want to, Wang Guifan stammered, unable to finish her sentence. At this moment, Meng Yaya took a caramel from her small bag, peeled it quickly, and put it in her mouth. She shook her little head and, holding her wooden spear that looked like a royal sword, slowly walked over to Lei Tian. These people say you have no judgment, and they call my father a traitor. Meng Yaya pointed at Wang Guifan, complaining in a soft voice, but her face showed a sly, mischievous smile. They also want to tear down the military district gate and hurt my mother. Lei Tian looked down at his precious little granddaughter, then raised his eyes to Wang Guifan's family, his eyes burning with anger. Gu Chongfeng, you're taking too long to handle this family matter, Lei Tian said, tapping his cane with a displeased look. Report to the commander. We are about to call the guard company to take them away, Gu Chongfeng said, standing at attention and saluting. Take them where? Where to? Lei Zhentian sneered, pointing at Meng's two brothers and Wang Guifan. This is called damaging military marriage and insulting military family members. Luckily, our security department isn't on holiday. Take them all in for questioning to see if they are spies sent to break up our captain's family. Meng Jianjun was so scared he peed himself on the spot, a foul smell spreading out. Wang Guifan was also stunned. She didn't understand what damaging military marriage meant, but she understood the word, spy. That was a crime punishable by death. I'm not. I came to ask for money. I'm not a spy. Wang Guifan collapsed to the ground, tears and snot mixing with dirt, looking very pitiful. Meng Jinghua also threw down his stick, kneeling and kowtowing. Chong Feng, big brother. I was wrong. I'll leave right now, I swear. Now you want to leave? Too late. At this moment, Meng Yaya suddenly took a step forward, her wooden gun clicking loudly in her hand. There's no need for guards for little thieves like this. Meng Yaya tilted her head, patting the black-winged dog beside her. The dog seemed to sense her thoughts, growling low with hair standing on end, drool dripping from its fangs onto the cement ground. Black Wind, haven't you eaten lunch yet? Meng Yaya turned around, waving her small hand and pointing vaguely in Meng Jianjun's direction. Big Black, go. Get close to them. The scene of one girl and one dog scared the Meng family members so much they were terrified. Meng Jianjun scrambled and crawled to get away. Before he could stand up, Black Wind leapt forward, its huge body pressing Meng Jianjun against a stone pillar. Help! The dog is eating people. Gu Chongfeng watched the chaos in front of him, but didn't try to stop it. He simply reached out his hand and silently covered Lin Wanru's ears, preventing her from hearing the unpleasant screams. Chongfeng, this. Lin Wanru was still a bit worried, afraid that things might get worse. It's fine. This is called self-defense. Gu Chongfeng's voice was deep and strong, echoing in Lin Wanru's ears. Wang Guifan watched her youngest son being pressed to the ground by the dog and completely broke down. She screamed and tried to rush over to help, but Meng Yaya blocked her with her body. Grandma, don't worry. The show isn't over yet. Meng Yaya held a piece of rope she had somehow found and was hitting it lightly, making a soft sound. Didn't you say earlier that my mother should pay the price? Why not let Dabi try it first and see if your life is long enough? Meng Jianjun was pressed to the ground by a large dog weighing over 100 pounds, his greasy face pressed against the rough cement, feeling very uncomfortable. The big mouth of Hei Feng was hovering just above his head, saliva hot and smelling of fishy odor, dropping with a splat into his collar. That damp, hot feeling was like a poisonous snake crawling into his clothes. Help! Save me. This dog is really biting people. Meng Jianjun was so scared that he wet his pants again, his throat almost splitting from shouting. He tried to crawl out using his hands and feet, but the dog's paw on his back was like a mountain, making him unable to move. Meng Yaya stood on the steps, holding a small wooden gun made of yellow pear wood, spinning it quickly. Seeing this scene, she pursed her lips in disgust. TSK, Dabi, don't bite down. The meat smells terrible, and you'll need a lot of effort to brush your teeth afterward. Wang Guifan originally wanted to rush over and save her son. Hearing this, plus Hei Feng turning his head and showing his teeth, 2 rows of sharp white teeth reflecting in the sun, she was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she sat back down on the ground. Commander? Great Commander. Wang Guifan knew Gu Chongfeng was determined not to admit defeat, so she could only pin her hopes on the old man with a cane. She didn't care if the ground was dirty. Using her hands and feet, she crawled toward Lei Zhentian, kowtowing as she went. You are the great judge of the heavens. Please judge fairly. Is it legal for soldiers to let dogs bite civilians? And that girl still has a gun in her hand. That's a deadly weapon. Wang Guifan pointed at the small wooden gun in Meng Yaya's hand, as if she had caught something important. That girl is so young but already playing with guns and knives, even talking about killing. She's a bandit in disguise. You must arrest her and remove Gu Chongfeng, the official who allows his family to act violently. She was thinking quickly. As soon as this high-ranking officer gave an order, Gu Chongfeng would have to back down. Then, she could get into the big house and even demand a good amount of money. The soldiers and wives watching nearby grew quiet, eager to see how the famous Commander Lei, known for protecting his family, would handle this. Lei Zhentian leaned on his cane, looking down at Wang Guifan, who was kneeling at his feet. His face, weathered from many battles, showed no emotion, just a frown so deep it could trap a fly. "Do you say that the gun in that girl's hand is a dangerous weapon?" Lei Zhentian's voice was loud and strong, making people's ears ring.
Yes.
"It's a dangerous weapon. She even tried to poke me with it just now." Wang Guifan thought Lei Commander believed her. She quickly rolled up her sleeve, showing her armpit where she had been poked. It wasn't even red, but she was crying out as if her arm was broken. Lei Zhentian snorted coldly, then turned to Meng Yaya. His serious face suddenly broke into a smile, like a flower blooming. "Yaya, come here." Meng Yaya obediently ran over and cheerfully called out, "Great-grandpa." That great-grandpa sounded like a thunderclap hitting Wang Guifan's head hard. She opened her mouth wide, her chin almost falling to the ground, her eyes nearly popping out. "Great-grandpa? When did this naughty girl start calling the big boss her grandpa?" Lei Zhentian reached out his rough hand, took the small wooden gun from Meng Yaya, and examined it. Then he held up the gun's handle, engraved with the words, "Zhentian," for Wang Guifan to see. "Old woman, open your eyes and look carefully," Lei Zhentian said coldly, pointing at the words. "This gun was given to this girl by me. It's modeled after my own special gun from back then. So, you want to confiscate it too?" Wang Guifan shivered all over, as if she had fallen into an icy pit. It's over. She had hit a dead end. "This gun in Yaya's hands is like a royal sword," Lei Zhentian said seriously, returning the wooden gun to Meng Yaya's hand in front of everyone. His voice rose sharply. "If anyone in the military district dares to bully her or her mother, she can use this gun to stand up for us. Do you have a problem with that? Where dare Wang Guifan have any objections now? She just wants to find a crack to hide in." Meng Yaya, holding the once-lost imperial seal, waved it at the stunned Meng Jinghua and Zhang Cuihua, speaking softly and sweetly. "Did you hear that? I have a license. That poke just now was me representing justice to eliminate you." Gu Chongfeng stood nearby, watching his daughter pretend to be powerful, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought the time was right, took a step forward, and waved to the already impatient guard captain beside him. "Since their identities are confirmed, these people have nothing to do with me, Gu Chongfeng. They are causing trouble at the gate, trying to attack the military zone." Gu Chongfeng's voice was cold and professional. "Clear them out. If they dare come close to the military gate again, treat it as espionage and deal with them without asking for instructions." "Yes." A dozen armed soldiers responded in unison, their imposing presence frightening the Meng family members to the point of trembling. "Don't arrest me. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now." Meng Jinghua no longer complained about his leg pain. He got up, grabbed a stick, and ran outside. Hei Feng released his claws and barked loudly at Meng Jianjun's backside. "Woof!" Startled, Meng Jianjun didn't even bother to pull up his pants. He ran out like a frightened rabbit, leaving one shoe behind and not daring to turn back to pick it up. Wang Guifan saw the situation was hopeless and stopped her tantrum. She got up from the ground, glared venomously at Gu Chongfeng and Lin Wanru, and gritted her teeth as she left a parting remark. "Gu Chongfeng, you heartless traitor. Just wait. This isn't over." After saying that, fearing the big dog might attack again, she turned and ran so fast it didn't look like an old lady. "Teach, coward," Yaya said, putting her wooden spear back into her waistband, patting Hei Feng's head, and taking a piece of dried meat from her pocket to feed the dog. "Good performance, more food." The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. "Exactly. This kind of troublemaker should have been kicked out long ago. Captain Gu did a great job. You can't be soft on people like that." Lin Wanru stood beside Gu Chongfeng, watching the family run away in a mess, and finally relaxed her tense shoulders. She exhaled a long, tired breath, feeling as if the big mountain pressing on her chest had finally been moved away. "It's over now," Gu Chongfeng said softly, placing his large hand on her shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. They can't come in anymore. Lin Wanru nodded, her eyes slightly teary. She looked up at the man beside her, then at her daughter being held high in Commander Lei's arms. The emptiness in her heart was finally filled. In the late afternoon, behind a small inn in the county town, Wang Guifin and her family looked like wet chickens, huddled in a corner to stay out of the wind. Meng Jianjun's pants were still damp and smelled bad. He hugged his arms and shivered. "Mom, what should we do?" Meng Jingguo rubbed his leg, which was still cramping, looking very discouraged. "Gu Chongfeng is too tough now, and he has a high official backing him. We can't get in." "Yeah, Mom. I'm hungry," Meng Jianjun's stomach growled. "Maybe we should go back home? This city is too scary, and there are those dogs." Whenever he mentioned dogs, Meng Jianjun shivered. "Go back? No way." Wang Guifin spat out fiercely, swallowing the last bit of dry food in her mouth. Her face was covered in dirt, but her sharp triangular eyes shone with a cruel light, more sinister than a snake. "We sold our old house and gave up the land. Going back now is just to drink the northwest wind. Besides, that's a monthly allowance of dozens of yuan. Why should we let that little fox get it so easily?" Wang Guifin remembered the new fabric on Lin Wanru and the handful of candies in Meng Yaya's hand, feeling jealous and angry.
Well,
"We can't fight them either," Zhang Suihua muttered softly. "Who said we're fighting?" Wang Guifin sneered, showing her yellowed, broken teeth. "What do officials fear most? Their bad reputation. Doesn't Gu Chongfeng care about face? Didn't he cut ties with us? Then I'll make sure his face is lost across the whole county." She beckoned her 2 sons and daughter-in-law closer, lowering her voice as if a rat crawling out of a sewer was grinding its teeth. "Listen, starting tomorrow, you 2 split up and go to the vegetable market, the supply and marketing cooperative, and the back gate of that big courtyard. Everyone says that Gu Chongfeng is a hypocrite who married Lin Wanru just to climb higher. Actually, he had already." Wang Guifin paused, then showed a sly smile. "And that Meng Yaya? She's not Gu Chongfeng's child at all. Lin Wanru had a child with a wild man. Is that possible?" Meng Jingguai looked uncertain. "Of course. People will believe anything," Wang Guifin said, slapping her thigh. "Once her reputation is ruined, no need for us to do anything. Someone in the army will handle him. Later, to keep his position, he'll come begging us to clear his name. By then, we can ask for anything we want." "Mother, you're so clever," Meng Jianjun said, excited about the money, giving a thumbs up. Early the next morning, just before dawn, the outdoor market outside the military district was lively. Vendors, early risers buying breakfast, workers heading to work, people crowded together. Wang Guifin led her 2 sons and daughter-in-law, but they didn't go near the main gate. Instead, they sat at the busiest spot under the wall of the supply and marketing cooperative. Today, Wang Guifin didn't wash her face. Her hair was messy like dry grass, and she wore a tattered cotton-padded jacket, looking worse than a beggar.
such a sin.
"Heaven is blind." Wang Guifin wiped her dry tears, holding a dry stick, drawing circles on the ground. Her quiet sounds could be heard by passers-by, but weren't loud enough to annoy. Meng Jingguai, who was limping, played along, knocking a broken bowl loudly. "Big sister, big aunt, please be kind. Give us some food. We're just looking for relatives, but we haven't found them yet. We're starving." Nowadays, kind-hearted people saw an old person and a small child begging and gathered around. "Ma'am, what's wrong? Who are you looking for? How come you're on the street?" one kind woman asked. Wang Guifin raised her eyelids, sensing she had caught someone. Tears started falling naturally. "Don't mention it. It hurts my heart," Wang Guifin said, hitting her chest. "I'm here to find my son. He's doing well inside, a high-ranking official." She pointed toward the military district with her dry, bark-like hand. The onlookers were even more surprised. Can a high-ranking official's mother really beg for food? "Who's so unkind? It's not my son's fault." Wang Guifin sighed deeply, lowering her voice as if afraid someone might overhear, yet she seemed eager for everyone to know. "It's my daughter-in-law. She's a strong woman. My son has been away serving in the army for 3 years, 3 whole years without coming home. And what happened? That woman brought her 3-year-old daughter to our door. At this, Wang Guifan paused, her cloudy triangular eyes scanning the crowd, giving a clear hint. The people around quickly caught on. 3 years away, a 3-year-old child? Pregnancy lasts about 10 months, so the timing doesn't add up. Ma'am, are you saying that child isn't your son's? A quick-tongued woman exclaimed.
Sure.
You can't say that aloud. Wang Guifan hurriedly patted her thigh, looking defensive. My son cares about his reputation. He's a company commander. If people find out he's got a green hat and is raising someone else's child, how can he lead soldiers? As a mother, I feel so bitter. I tried to persuade that woman to take her child and leave, so she wouldn't ruin my son, but I was bitten by a dog and got caught. Meanwhile, Meng Jianjun turned around at the right moment, revealing a large tear in his pants caused by a dog's claw, along with some fresh urine stains. A gasp ran through the crowd. That's so cruel. That woman wears a green hat on her man and dares to let the dog bite her mother-in-law? People look at faces, but not hearts. That Commander Gu seems impressive, but he's actually a fool. Gossip spreads faster than birds with wings. Especially stories with scandalous details about the leaders of the compound. Those are the favorite topics for everyone to talk about after meals. Within half an hour, the rumors had spread through the market, and from the mouths of the wives returning from shopping, they drifted into the military district compound. In the 6th courtyard, Lin Wanru had just cut the pork belly that Commander Lei brought yesterday into small pieces, preparing to make fried noodles for her grandfathers. Wanru, are you washing the vegetables? Next door, Li Aihong was leaning on the wall, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, watching Lin Wanru with strange eyes. Her gaze kept drifting to Lin Wanru's belly and waist, full of curiosity and disdain. Yes, sister-in-law Li, have you eaten? Lin Wanru replied with a smile, not thinking much. Who can eat that? Li Aihong spat sunflower seed shells into Lin Wanru's yard. Our old Zhang is very clever. He says if you don't understand your own land, it's better to raise a dog. Hey, Wanru, I heard you only came after Commander Gu was away for more than 3 years. Lin Wanru's hand paused while cutting meat. The knife hit the cutting board with a loud thud. She wasn't stupid. She felt the sting in those words. What do you mean, sister-in-law? Lin Wanru looked up and her smile faded. It's nothing much, just casual talk. Li Aihong rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. It's just that everyone is talking outside. Some say someone isn't faithful and is carrying someone else's child to find a scapegoat. Maybe Commander Gu is kind-hearted, or perhaps there's something they can't say. Bang. Lin Wanru suddenly slammed the knife onto the cutting board, embedding half of the blade into the wood. Li Aihong shivered, almost falling off the wall. Can you speak properly? If you can't, then just keep your tongue straight. Lin Wanru's face was calm, but her confidence, nurtured by Gu Chongfeng, surged. My husband Gu is on a special mission. Do you understand confidentiality? If you're bored, go clean out your own cesspit and stop spouting nonsense. Who are you insulting? Li Aihong's face turned red and her neck thickened from anger. Everyone outside is talking. That old lady has been crying at the supply and marketing cooperative entrance all day, saying your daughter isn't even Commander Gu's child. If you're so upright, why are you worried? Lin Wanru's body swayed, and her face suddenly turned deathly pale. She didn't expect Wang Guifan to be so vicious. For money, she didn't care about her son's reputation. She was trying to tear off Gu Chongfeng's face and stomp on it. If these rumors became true, how could Gu Chongfeng hold his head up in the army? How would the soldiers see him? Mom. A soft little hand suddenly slipped into Lin Wanru's cold palm. Meng Yaya didn't know when she had stood beside her, holding a half-eaten milk candy in her mouth. The little girl looked at Li Aihong on the wall, blinking her big eyes. Aunt Li, you care so much about our family. Do you like my dad? Meng Yaya's sweet voice carried far. Li Aihong's face turned green. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? No nonsense, Meng Yaya said innocently. Otherwise, Why do you keep asking if my dad can have children? Whether my dad can have kids. What does that have to do with you? Do you want me to have a little brother? Huh. A company commander passing outside the yard spat out the water he had just drunk. Lee I-hong blushed deeply, pointing at Meng Yaya. She hesitated for a long time, then spat harshly and shrank back, afraid to show her face. Lin Wanra looked at her daughter's grown-up attitude and felt her anger ease a little. Her eyes started to water. Yaya, don't listen to their nonsense. Lin Wanru crouched down and hugged her small daughter. I won't. Meng Yaya buried her face in her mother's arms. She gently patted Lin Wanru's back, but her eyes flashed with a cold light that didn't match her age. Li I-hong was so angry she paced around the room 3 times, her chest rising and falling. That brat. So sharp-tongued. She'll end up unwanted someday. Li I-hong angrily threw the sunflower seed shells on the ground. Not feeling better, she stomped on them twice. She went to the window and looked at the happy family in the neighboring yard. Seeing Gu Chongfeng's tall figure, her heart ached like she had drunk 2 pounds of old vinegar. Why could Lin Wanru, a country girl, marry so well? Gu Chongfeng was the most promising regimental commander in the entire military district. Her daughter even recognized the commander-in-chief as her godfather. If she earned some merit, Gu Chongfeng would definitely become a division commander. Then, her own old Zhang wouldn't be under his control? No, I can't let them be so comfortable. Li I-hong's eyes turned. She remembered the gossip she overheard at the supply and marketing cooperative earlier. That old woman is a real troublemaker. Li I-hong turned back into the kitchen, rummaged through the boxes, and found 5 leftover steamed buns from last night. She painfully cut a piece of salted vegetable, wrapped it in newspaper, and left the house. It wasn't fully dark yet. In the shady alley behind the supply and marketing cooperative, Wang Guifen's family was huddled on a torn cardboard box, trembling. They had spent the whole day crying and lamenting, but hadn't eaten a warm meal. Meng Jianjun held his stomach and leaned against the wall, whimpering, Mom, I can't go on. I'm starving. Gu Chongfeng, that ungrateful person, enjoys luxury while his own family struggles. I can't go on living like this. Shut up. Save some strength to keep arguing tomorrow, Wang Guifan said stubbornly, though her stomach was growling loudly. The early spring wind was sharp as a knife, hurting her face. At that moment, footsteps stopped at the alley entrance. Wang Guifan looked up and saw a woman wearing a floral shirt with curled hair and a scent of snow cream. It was Li I-hong. Oh, isn't this the old lady from Commander Gu's family? Li I-hong pinched her nose and pretended to be surprised. How come you look so down? Commander Gu is too harsh. Hearing this, Wang Guifan felt like she had found a kindred spirit. Tears and snot started to flow as she began to complain loudly. Sister, please judge this fairly. Enough. Enough. Stop crying. No one here. Li I-hong interrupted her and took out a still warm bun from her pocket.
Eat it.
You look so pitiful. Meng Jingui and Meng Jianjun, who had been lying on the ground, smelled the food and suddenly pounced, grabbing the buns and stuffing them into their mouths, choking and rolling their eyes. Wang Guifan also grabbed one and ate a few bites hurriedly. Then she looked at Li I-hong cautiously.
Who are you?
Why are you helping us? I'm a neighbor of Gu Chongfeng and also a military family member. Li I-hong crouched down. I've never liked Lin Wanru. Everyone in this yard has been fooled by her sly ways. Hearing that she was an enemy of Lin Wanru, Wang Guifan got excited. She bit into her bun fiercely. That little troublemaker. She'll get her comeuppance someday. Just cursing won't do any good, Li I-hong said with a cold smile, crossing her arms. You shouted all day at the supply and marketing cooperative about wild children and wild men. Does anyone believe that? People just listen for fun. Wang Guifan paused, and flour crumbs sprayed from her mouth. Why wouldn't they believe? I said she's a wild child. Then tell me, who is the wild man? Li I-hong leaned forward and lowered her voice. Catch a thief, catch a scoundrel. You just talk big about wild children, but everyone looks at Meng Yaya and sees some resemblance to Commander Gu. They're suspicious. But if you could name the real father, that would be different. Wang Guifan froze. She was used to causing trouble in the village, spreading rumors with just her words. She never thought about such details.
This.
I don't know who she is. That woman doesn't go out much in the village. Wang Guifan frowned, deep in thought. Li Aihong felt a bit frustrated. How could this old woman be so slow to understand? Think about it. In the village, or on the way to the military area, has any man been close to her? Especially the ones who always support her, Li Aihong carefully suggested. Lin Wanru, that sly woman, probably has men around her, supporting her. Wang Guifan's eyes rolled, and suddenly she slapped her thigh.
Yes.
There really is one, Meng Jianjun with a bun in his mouth mumbled. Mom, are you talking about that old guy in the pig pen?
Yes.
That old man's surnamed Sun. Wang Guifan was so excited, she slapped her thigh, her face full of wrinkles from smiling. That's Sun Shoujing. He's a troublemaker who was sent down for reform. He usually acts high and mighty, ignores everyone, but he specifically brings herbal medicine to Lin Wanru's house. That brat Meng Yaya says he does whatever he's told. Wang Guifan thought more and more that this story could be spun. Exactly. When the family was divided and cut ties, it was that old man who helped her and her daughter settle scores. Li Aihong's eyes lit up. Troublemaker, old guy, and a young woman with an older man. Put these three words together, and it's a huge scandal. In this era, it could shame Lin Wanru so much she'd be publicly humiliated, even paraded through the streets. And that old man is rich. Wang Guifan spat on the ground. I heard he used to be a big doctor in Beijing, hiding secret savings at home. Maybe he's even supporting Lin Wanru and her mother with money. That makes sense. Li Aihong's lips curled into a sneaky smile. A young widow, thinking Gu Chongfeng was dead, and a wealthy old man, traveling alone from their hometown to Beiping. Could they stay pure? Li Aihong took 5 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Wang Guifan. Old lady, take this money. Buy some hot food to eat. Tomorrow, you'll need strength to keep shouting. Li Aihong leaned close to Wang Guifan's ear, like a venomous snake whispering. Tomorrow, go to the main gate of the military area. Don't just shout in anger. Say that Lin Wanru is having an affair with that troublemaker Sun Shoujing, using Captain Gu's allowance to support her lover. And even the child is that old man's. Commander Gu did it for face, taking the blame himself. Wang Guifan was holding 5 yuan in her hand, happily showing her teeth. The women in this city have even darker hearts than she does. Thinking of this, she asked, why do you hate them so much? How much do they really owe you? Li Aihong was worried the other wouldn't trust her, so she casually replied, Gu Chongfeng blocked my husband's promotion. Now you can rest easy. Hearing this, Wang Guifan was delighted. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Her words were trustworthy. Don't worry, little sister. Wang Guifan tucked the money into her waistband. I'm best at scheming. Tomorrow, I'll ruin Lin Wanru's reputation, so she won't be able to face anyone. Where is Sun Shoujin now? Li Aihong asked. Who knows? Maybe he's dead, or maybe still in the detention center, Wang Guifan said nonchalantly, waving her hand. Who cares where he is? His reputation is already ruined. He can't clean it up now. Li Aihong nodded with satisfaction. It's better if there's no proof of death. As long as Lin Wanru's reputation is destroyed, Gu Chongfeng won't be able to handle this embarrassment. When the time comes, they'll kick out this mother and daughter from the military district. Who's in charge of number 6 courtyard? It's her, Li Aihong. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Li Aihong straightened her back, brushed the wrinkles from her sleeves, and walked away in her high heels, clicking as she went. In the alley, Wang Guifan's family finished the remaining steamed buns, each face shining with oil. Mom, do you think this will work? Meng Jingguai asked nervously. That old son is a rotten scholar, but he's usually pretty sneaky. If we scheme against him, don't be scared. Wang Guifan, full and energized, slapped her son's forehead. He's a bad guy, but he can't even protect himself. What can he do to us? Tomorrow morning, we'll block the main gate. I don't believe Gu Chongfeng can stay hidden forever. The night wind howled, swirling the dry leaves on the ground. This family, full of scheming, dreamed of making money under the cover of darkness. Unbeknownst to them, inside number 6 courtyard, Manhwa, who was brushing the black wind's fur, suddenly sneezed.
Ashu.
The little girl rubbed her nose, and the wooden gun made of yellow pear wood on the table clattered loudly. Someone's talking about me behind my back. Manhwa squinted and casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, then handed them to the big German shepherd wagging its tail nearby. Black wind. It looks like there will be more excitement. These people never get tired. Let's join in and have some fun. The study was dark, and Gu Chongfeng's cigarette flickered on and off. Manhwa pushed the door open, holding a big apple and biting it loudly. Black wind followed behind, tail wagging quickly. "Dad, do you want to start now?" she asked. Gu Chongfeng stubbed out his cigarette and picked up his daughter, placing her on his lap. "They are provoking trouble, and the evidence is clear. That won't do." Manhwa shook her head and took a bite of the apple. "If we act now, they'll just be detained for a few days and then released. It won't hurt or itch. Since they like to make up stories, let them have enough." Gu Chongfeng reached out and gently pinched her chubby cheek. This time, he didn't see her as a child but asked, "How do you want to play it? Set a trap for them." Manhwa said, resting one hand on his shoulder. "We treat them well with good food and drinks, making them think they have control over you. Then, they will want more and more. When everything is written down clearly, it will be considered extortion." Outside, the wind howled loudly. In the alley behind the supply and marketing cooperative, Wang Guifen's family huddled together, freezing like quails. Meng Jianjun's pants, not dry yet, had turned into a stiff iron plate, causing pain in his thighs. "Mom, I can't take it anymore," Meng Jianjun trembled. "Didn't Li Aihong say she would bring us blankets? Why hasn't she shown up? Bringing what?" City folks talk nicely, but when trouble comes, they run faster than rabbits. Wang Guifan sniffled, feeling nervous too. If Gu Chongfeng really didn't care, they would freeze to death here tonight. Just then, a beam of flashlight shone directly at them, blinding everyone. "Who's there?" Meng Jingwa grabbed a broken stick nearby, trembling with fear. "I'm a guard for Commander Gu." A young man named Xiaozhong, dressed in a military coat and with a serious face, stood at the alley entrance. Looking at the miserable family, he felt disgusted. The leader said no loitering near the military zone, as it affects the city's appearance. "Come with me." She slapped Meng Jianjun on the back of his head and said, "Did you hear that? I told you Gu Chongfeng is a coward.
He's scared.
He's probably worried we'll keep causing trouble tomorrow and is coming to beg for peace." Meng Jianjun also got excited and, not feeling cold anymore, crawled up from the ground, shamelessly leaning toward Xiaozhong. "Comrade, is my brother going to take us to stay in the big building?" Xiaozhong took a step back, avoiding the smell on him, and replied firmly, "At the guest house. Stay or not? If not, you'll be freezing here. Stay?" "Of course we're staying." Wang Guifan, worried Xiaozhong might change his mind, pushed her 2 sons and ran outside. "Tell Gu Chongfeng to be sensible. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll strip him of everything." A group of people followed Xiaozhong, proud and confident, looking like victorious generals. The military district guest house was on the street next to the courtyard. It wasn't as nice as the family apartments inside, but it had hot water and beds. Xiaozhong led them to 2 rooms at the corner of the first floor, handed over 2 keys and a few cold buns, then turned to leave, not wanting to stay a second longer. "Hey, don't go. We haven't eaten yet. Just giving a few buns to beggars," Meng Jianjun shouted. "Having food is good enough." Wang Guifan snatched a bun and took a big bite, her face full of pride.
"See?
We've got him right where we want him." Spreading rumors was the perfect move, right in his heart. Inside the room, warmth greeted them. Meng Jianjun sat happily on the soft bed, patting his thigh. "Mom, the beds in the city are so soft. Since Big Brother arranged for us to stay here, it means he's giving in. Can we ask for more tomorrow?" "Ask for more?" Wang Guifan kicked off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, her triangular eyes full of greed. "We need to get back everything we lost these past few years. Not just money, but also make him do things for us. Meng Jinguo rubbed his leg, looking fierce.
Yes.
Make him hand over that little bastard who broke my leg. And Lin Wanru too. She must serve us tea, water, and admit her mistake. This family, warm inside their cozy room, dreamed of rising to the top, unaware that they were actually walking into a trap they had set for themselves. In Courtyard 6, Lin Wanru brought the last bowl of fried sauce noodles to the table, looking at Gu Changfeng, who hesitated to speak. She heard the rumors outside, and it hurt her more than she could say. Especially when it involved Dr. Sun, her mentor. She was worried about causing trouble for him. Changfeng, eat your meal. Gu Changfeng handed her chopsticks and mixed the noodles for her. Xiaozhong just returned and has been arranged at the guest house, as Ying Yao suggested. Lin Wanru was surprised. You brought them in. This way we can keep an eye on them easily. Gu Changfeng took a piece of meat and put it into Meng Yaya's bowl, speaking calmly. We can control how they act. If they try to blackmail an active officer with a large amount of money, they could face life imprisonment. Lin Wanru's hand trembled, almost dropping her chopsticks. She looked at the man happily eating noodles in front of her, then at the little girl beside him, who was busy biting into an apple. For the first time, she felt that this father and daughter were the real, tough ones. Mom, eat some meat. Meng Yaya put the meat back into Lin Wanru's bowl, smiling innocently. Eat more. We have a show to watch tomorrow. Gu Changfeng glanced at his daughter, his mouth twitching. This girl was more patient than he was. Dad. Meng Yaya finished her apple, threw the core into the trash, and took out a piece of paper and a pencil from her yellow school bag. I'll write down what they ask for tomorrow. In black and white, so they can't deny it. Gu Changfeng nodded. Good. This girl was more cunning than a sieve. Meanwhile, at Li Aihong's house. Are you sure Gu Changfeng brought them into the guest house? Li Aihong was applying snow cream to her face when she heard her husband Zhang Debiao casually mention it, almost jumping with excitement. Yes, it seems old Gu is really scared this time. Zhang Debiao unbuttoned his uniform, looking disdainful. He usually acts like he's in charge, but when it comes to discipline issues, he just admits defeat. Someone with a stain on their record isn't fit to compete with me. Li Aihong looked at herself in the mirror, her smile twisted. Since Gu Changfeng had softened, the next step was to kick Lin Wanru out of the compound. When that happens, no one will dare to look down on her anymore. Everyone was waiting for dawn. Some were waiting to get rich, some to get promoted, and others were sharpening their knives, ready to slaughter pigs. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Wang Guifen's family got up early. After a night of rest, they were full of energy, eager to act. Each one was sharpening their fists, ready to rush to Gu Changfeng and take all the family property immediately. Everyone remember this. Before leaving, Wang Guifen repeated the words they had planned last night. We are the barefoot ones who aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. If Gu Changfeng doesn't agree, we'll keep shouting at the gate. Anyway, we're staying at the guest house now, eating and drinking his stuff. We can wait him out. Don't worry, Mom. I've thought it all through. Meng Jianjun straightened his shabby clothes, looking confident and determined. The whole family marched together toward the square in front of the military office building. There, Gu Changfeng was leading his soldiers in morning exercises. Thousands of people, in neat green formations, shouting loudly. Wang Guifen saw this scene and felt her legs tremble a little, but thinking about the warm guest house they stayed in last night and the good food, her courage grew stronger. Gu Changfeng, come out here, her shout, amplified by a loudspeaker that had just stopped broadcasting, sounded very harsh. The field instantly fell silent. Thousands of eyes looked straight at her. Gu Changfeng stood on the front platform, hands behind his back, expressionless, watching this rowdy crowd. He didn't move, just slightly raised his chin. Just in time. Next to him, Meng Yaya arranged her small notebook and pencil carefully, then licked the pencil tip as if preparing for something serious. Time to start recording. On the early morning playground, the dew was still fresh. Thousands of soldiers had just finished morning exercises, and their shouts made the leaves fall. Gu Changfeng stood on the front platform, dressed in a neat military uniform, with his discipline badge perfectly in place. He didn't speak, just stood there with his hands behind his back like a pole. Not far below, Wang Guifin and her family were walking straight toward him, holding their heads high. After sleeping in a soft bed and having a hearty meal last night, they looked full of energy. Wang Guifin's worn-out cotton jacket was even brushed off, and she walked confidently, as if inspecting the work. Meng Jianjun followed behind, picking his teeth, looking mischievous. Meng Guiguai leaned on his stick, but his limp didn't stop him from looking down his nose at others. Gu Changfeng, Wang Guifin shouted loudly from below the platform, worried that the soldiers nearby might not hear her. So what? Have you thought it over last night? That's right. Mother and son don't hold grudges overnight. As long as you're willing to admit your mistake, your mother won't truly disown you. Gu Changfeng looked down at them calmly, showing no emotion, just raising his hand to signal the team to stop and not leave yet. Since you're here, let's be clear in front of all the soldiers, Gu Changfeng said coldly. What do you really want so we can settle this? Wang Guifin was delighted to hear this. Li Aihong was right. Officials are most afraid of having a bad reputation. Look at this. She's already softening. She cleared her throat, sat on the ground, and adopted her usual aggressive stance, but her tone was quite commanding. Boss, since you asked me to speak, I will. This is for your own good, so others won't say you're unfilial. Meng Yaya, sitting on a small stool by Gu Changfeng's feet, peeled open a big white rabbit candy wrapper, put it in her mouth, then opened her notebook on her lap and licked her pencil tip. This is getting interesting. First, Wang Guifin raised a withered branch-like finger. You need to arrange a job for your brother Jujuan in Beiping. He's just farming back home, wasting his talent. I see you're quite powerful as an officer, so you should get him a position too. It doesn't have to be big, just a company commander like you. The soldiers around almost couldn't hold back their laughter, their faces turning red. Gu Changfeng didn't smile, just nodded and asked, and what else? Yaya, holding her pencil, drew a small figure with a big hat on her notebook, then drew a big cross behind it, muttering, demanding official positions, trying to interfere with troop affairs. That deserves at least 3 years. Seeing her older brother nod, Meng Jianjun thought this was settled and eagerly said, then there's my second brother. His leg was broken because of that wild girl in your family. You have to take responsibility. We won't go back to the village. We want a house here in the yard on the first floor with a yard so he can enjoy the sun. It has to be a building with floors. Meng Jingwa chimed in. I heard you all have heating, so no need for a stove in winter. Gu Changfeng remained friendly and patient. Houses too, okay. Anything else? Yaya drew a crooked house on her notebook, then added prison bars on the roof, extorting military property, seizing national resources. That should get at least 5 years. Wang Guifin saw Gu Changfeng so easily agree, and her courage grew even more. She thought to herself, I've really fallen into a lucky trap. There's still money. Wang Guifin clapped her thigh. These years, you've been enjoying good food outside, while we at home eat plain rice and vegetables, helping you raise your wife and children. We need to settle this debt, plus our mental distress compensation, lost wages, travel expenses. You owe us 5,000. No, 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Nowadays, a worker's monthly salary is only 20 or 30 yuan. 10,000 yuan is a huge amount, enough to build 10 courtyard houses in the countryside. The whole room fell silent. Even Zhao Taizhu, who was watching the scene, widened his eyes in surprise. This old lady really dares to speak up, not afraid of the wind blowing her tongue. Gu Changfeng didn't agree immediately. Instead, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, slowly shook out a cigarette, held it between his fingers, but didn't light it. 10,000 yuan, that's not a small amount. Gu Changfeng looked at Wang Guifin. Are you sure you want this much? Not a penny less. Wang Guifin thought he was worried about money, and her face changed instantly. She pointed at Gu Changfeng's nose and scolded, You ungrateful person. Do you think being a big official means you have no money? I tell you, if the money isn't paid properly, I'll go to your office every day and shout. Shout that you're a traitor, a cowardly turtle, yes. If you don't pay, we'll stay here and eat and drink your stuff. Meng Jingguai also shouted along. Fine, Gu Changfeng said, holding the cigarette in his mouth. Work, house, 10,000 yuan. Got it. He was asking Meng Yaya the last part quietly. Meng Yaya wrote a big 10,000 in her notebook, then drew a bunch of small skulls after it. Got it, Dad. Meng Yaya looked up, her delicate face showing a bright, almost frightening smile. One count. Extortion of an active military officer, a particularly large amount, especially bad. If this adds up, they might as well be shot to shreds. Wang Guifan didn't hear what Meng Yaya muttered, only saw the father and daughter nodding. She felt very happy inside. She even started planning how to spend that 10,000 yuan. First, she would buy a city girl for Jianjun, then buy some silk clothes, and have that big yellow tooth in her mouth replaced with gold. Gu Chongfeng took the notebook from his daughter's hands, glanced at it and closed it. Since all the demands have been made, we must handle this according to the rules. What rules? Wang Guifan was surprised. Giving money is the rule. Gu Chongfeng ignored her and turned to look at Lin Wanru, who had been standing silently in the shadows. Today, Lin Wanru was not wearing her old work clothes but a faded linen suit, her hair neatly combed. She held an envelope containing the letter about breaking off the engagement and stepped up the stairs steadily. She walked with confidence. Gu Chongfeng moved aside to give her space. Mother, read out our family's rules, Gu Chongfeng said, handing her the small notebook that recorded the evidence of the wrongdoing. Wang Guifan looked at Lin Wanru's face and suddenly felt a pang of fear. The usual pushover used to tremble when she saw her, but today, she dared to look directly at her. Lin Wanru, you jinx. Wang Guifan habitually tried to use her mother-in-law's tone to intimidate her. Since you're here, from now on, you'll be responsible for taking care of our family. Washing clothes, cooking, even fetching foot water. Nothing can be left out. If you don't do well, I'll make you go back to that poor mountain village. Lin Wanru stood on the high platform, looking at the faces below, faces that once haunted her nightmares. In the past, she might have been afraid, trembling, wanting to hide. But now, behind her stood Gu Chongfeng, capable of tearing the sky apart. At her feet sat Meng Yaya, who could outsmart spies, and in her arms was the confidence given by Commander Lei. Afraid? The ones who should be afraid are these ruthless beasts who eat people without leaving bones. Want money? Want a house? Want an official position? Lin Wanru's voice echoed across the playground, clear and firm. Dream on. The wind swept the yellow dust on the playground, stinging faces. Thousands of eyes stared at the woman on the high platform. Lin Wanru stood straight like a poplar tree, clutching the envelope tightly, but not trembling. Wang Guifan, do you say Chongfeng owes you? Lin Wanru didn't use a loudspeaker, but her voice carried with the wind, clear and piercing into everyone's ears. All right, then let's settle this debt in front of thousands of brothers in the group. Wang Guifan was stunned by the intimidating presence. Then she raised her chin and shouted, What? I am his mother. His money is my money. Asking for 10,000 yuan is too cheap for him. Nonsense. These words from Lin Wanru made Zhao Taizhu, sitting below, jump in surprise. Usually my sister-in-law speaks softly like a mosquito humming, but today she seemed fierce. Lin Wanru took a step forward, holding up the envelope high as if brandishing a sword. Long Feng has been away for 3 or 4 years. Every month, without fail, he sends 40 yuan as allowance, plus various receipts. That adds up to more than 1,400 yuan. Lin Wanru's eyes flashed like knives, glaring at the 3 greedy faces of the Meng family. This 1,400 yuan is enough to build 2 big tiled houses in the lower river village, enough to buy thousands of pounds of flour. She suddenly pointed at Meng Jingguai's plump body. Where's the money? It's all gone into your greedy stomachs. While you're eating with oily mouths, what about me and Yaya? That winter, when heavy snow blocked the mountains, Yaya had a high fever of 40 degrees. I knelt in the snow, begging you to give 2 mao to buy medicine. What did you say? Lin Wanru's voice carried a fierce tone. You said the girl was a worthless burden, and that if she died from the fever, it would save grain. In the end, I cut off her long hair and sold it to the peddler to buy 2 bottles of fever medicine. The soldiers below clenched their fists, their knuckles cracking. This wasn't a mother, it was a beast. You say Long Feng is unfilial? The money he risked his life to earn has kept your whole family alive. Bloodsuckers. You say I am unworthy? I worked like a beast at home for 3 years, serving you. And in the end, you wanted to sell my daughter to a fool as a child bride just for 20 pounds of cornmeal. Lin Wanru slammed the broken family separation letter onto the railing of the platform with a sharp crack. A month ago, we signed the family separation paper. The red thumbprint was still wet, and you stole Yaya's 1,200 yuan in ginseng money. You took the money, severed the family ties, and now that Long Feng has become an official, you want to come back and suck blood again. Lin Wanru sneered, her contempt deep from her bones. Still want 10,000 yuan? Want to be an official? Want a house? I tell you, I have not a penny. Only a pair of handcuffs waiting for you. Wang Guifin was completely panicked. She never expected that this usually soft and pliable pushover would turn into a heavy weight in the city. She looked at the fierce eyes of the soldiers around her, each one looking like a fierce beast, eager to tear her apart alive. You are talking nonsense. That is my son. I can do whatever I want. Wang Guifin started to make a scene, lying on the ground and kicking her legs wildly. Changhe, are you just going to watch this fox spirit bully your mother? You will be struck by lightning. Meng Jianjun also cheered her on. Big brother, you're pushing our mother to the limit. Gu Changfeng didn't speak. He stood half a step behind Lin Wanru, like a tall mountain. At this moment, he put out his cigarette and stepped forward. His fierce aura made the dust on the ground dare not rise. Pushed to death, Gu Changfeng took the small notebook filled with evidence from Meng Yaya and casually handed it to the straight-standing guard company commander nearby. Meng Jianjun, Meng Jinhua, Wang Guifin. Suspected of extorting a current military officer with a large amount involved, gathering a crowd to attack the military management area with serious circumstances, spreading rumors to damage the reputation of soldiers' families. With each item he read, the Meng family members trembled. According to public security regulations and criminal law, this extortion amount of 10,000 yuan is enough for you to burn out a sewing machine inside. Gu Changfeng looked down at them coldly, like he was looking at dead people. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The guard company commander waved his hand. Take them away. Lock them in the detention room. Notify the local police to come and pick them up. More than a dozen armed soldiers rushed forward, lifting the family from the ground as if dragging a dead dog. No. I won't go to jail. Mother, help me. Meng Jianjun desperately backed behind Wang Guifin. Wang Guifin was also stunned. This was not what she expected. Wasn't it supposed that as long as they caused trouble, the officials would pay? Changhe, I am your mother. You can't arrest me. I will sue you. Wang Guifin still kicked her legs, her thin, withered hand clutching the grass on the ground tightly, her nails bleeding. Go ahead and sue, Gu Changfeng said without even lifting his eyelids. Perfect. I'll be waiting for you at the military court. A farce ended amid soldiers' angry shouts and the screams of the Meng family. Once the family was dragged away out of sight, the playground returned to silence. Lin Wanru swayed slightly, her earlier bravado drained away, and her legs felt weak. A large hand steadied her waist. Good job, Gu Changfeng's voice sounded in her ear, carrying that reassuring smell of tobacco. Lin Wanru looked up and met the man's rare smile in his eyes. Her cheeks felt a little hot, but inside, she felt happier than ever. She finally released the anger she had been holding in for many years. Dad, Mom, are you finished now? Meng Yaya, who had been sitting on a small stool watching the show, stood up. She patted the dirt off her bottom, put her little notebook into her yellow school bag, and looked a bit unsatisfied. These bad guys haven't even suffered yet, and they're already going to jail. That's like giving them a free vacation. Meng Yaya pouted, thinking that being in jail with food and no work was a good deal for them. Gu Changfeng rubbed his daughter's head. The police still need to go through procedures. It will take about a week for investigations and evidence collection. During this time, they have to stay in our temporary detention room. The detention room was actually an old warehouse used by the logistics team. It was drafty, and they had to buy their own food. When Meng Yaya heard, She had to stay a few more days. Her big eyes lit up like light bulbs. Still need to eat. The little girl licked her lips and quietly reached for her big yellow school bag, which was a door to her personal space. In the corner of her space, a few lush, thick-leaved castor bean trees were swaying in the wind. "Dad, can I go see Grandma? We're family. They're inside, and I want to bring some good food to show my respect." Manhwa smiled, showing a row of small white teeth. Her expression was innocent, but there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Gu Chongfeng looked at his daughter's face, raised his eyebrows, and didn't stop her. Instead, he took out a few meal tickets from his pocket and handed them over. "Go ahead. Don't let them go hungry, or they won't have the strength to explain things." Manhwa took the tickets and loudly responded, "Yes, sir. I promise they'll never forget this meal." After saying that, she turned around with her hands behind her back, led her big black dog, and confidently headed toward the detention room. The wind blew across the playground. Gu Chongfeng watched his daughter's back and silently lit a candle for that family. It's better not to mess with her. This time, it probably won't be as simple as fixing a sewing machine. It's going to be a real mess. The sun was setting in the west. At the old warehouse behind the military logistics area, everything was silent, with only a few crows cawing loudly on the roof. Manhwa, carrying her signature small yellow backpack and holding a large mesh bag with 3 aluminum lunchboxes, was hopping happily along. Hei Feng followed beside her, occasionally nudging the mesh bag with his nose and snorting, as if smelling something that even dogs would turn their noses up at. "Hei Feng, this isn't for you," Manhwa said, reaching out her small hand to pat the dog's head. "This is a special meal prepared for our dear grandma. Eating it can help clean your stomach and improve your skin." Earlier, in the cafeteria, the chef saw how cute she was and gave her a full box of braised potato slices and 2 large boxes of mixed grain rice. Taking advantage of no one watching, Yaya hid behind a big willow tree at the back door of the cafeteria and reached into her backpack. Her mind entered her space, where a lush green castor bean tree was spreading its branches. This was a good thing. During the apocalypse, when constipated, just licking a leaf could make you feel like questioning your life. Yaya didn't dare pick too many leaves. She pinched 2 and used her supernatural power to gently rub them in her palm. The green leaves instantly turned into fine, colorless, tasteless powder. She opened the lid of the lunchbox, evenly sprinkled this seasoning over the potato slices and rice, then stirred everything with her chopsticks. All done. Yaya squinted and closed the lid. The amount was enough to help the 3 of them clear out all the old stuff in their intestines from last year. At the warehouse entrance, 2 young soldiers on guard saw Yaya and immediately stood at attention, saluting and holding back their laughter. The superior had ordered that this little girl was here to show filial piety, so no one was allowed to stop her. Inside the warehouse, it was cold and damp, with only a small skylight letting in some light. Wang Guifen's family was lying on a pile of straw, groaning. It had been a day full of ups and downs, first dreaming of getting rich, then being caught in this terrible place. They were all starving and pressed close together. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the iron door opened. "Grandma, second uncle, little uncle, dinner's ready." Yaya stood at the door, facing the light, her voice sweet as freshly made candied sweet potato. Meng Jianjun, who had been lying there, suddenly sat up at the sound of food, as if he had been revived from near death. He scrambled to his feet and rushed over. "Food? Is there meat? Give me some." Wang Guifin no longer cared about acting proud. She clutched her stomach and hurried forward, snatching the mesh bag from Yaya's hand. At least Gu Chongfeng has some conscience. He didn't really want to starve his own mother. Wang Guifin opened the lunchbox, and a smell of potato stew with meat wafted out. Though there was no meat, it was greasy enough. "Why are there potatoes? Where's the meat?" Meng Jingguai poked at it twice, looking disgusted. Meng Yaya, standing with her hands behind her back in the breezy doorway, looked innocent. "Master said all the meat was given to the soldiers. This is the oil base we kept just for you. It smells really good. If you don't eat it, I'll feed it to Black Wind." Black Wind, nearby, showed his teeth and growled softly in response.
"Eat."
Who said you wouldn't eat? Meng Jianjun, worried the dog might snatch his food, picked up his lunchbox. Ignoring whether it was mixed grains or not, he opened his mouth wide and poured the food in. Wang Guifin and Meng Jingguai, seeing this, didn't want to be left behind. They grabbed spoons and started eating quickly. The family was really starving. Plus, the castor bean powder mixed in the greasy soup made it impossible to taste any strange flavor. In less than 5 minutes, all 3 lunchboxes were empty. Even the soup was wiped clean with bread. Burp. Meng Jianjun let out a big burp, wiped the oil from his mouth, and his mischievous attitude returned.
Eglan Said wasat Meng Jaya.
Little girl, go pour your little uncle a glass of water. This rice is too dry. Meng Yi didn't move. She blinked her big eyes at Meng Jianjun's belly and grinned mischievously. Little uncle, just drinking water is enough. I'm afraid you'll have a big stomach ache later. What do you mean? Meng Jianjun was surprised. Before he could react, a dull sound suddenly came from his stomach. Gurgle. The noise was like 1,000 frogs holding a meeting inside him. Meng Jianjun's face changed. His previously rosy face turned ghostly pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. A wave of intense pain shot through his stomach and down his legs. Oh no, my stomach. Meng Jianjun clutched his belly, his waist bending into a shrimp shape. Soon after, Wang Guifin and Meng Jingguai's faces also changed.
This
food is poisonous, Wang Guifin screamed, feeling as if her intestines had been tied in a knot and suddenly pulled apart. Her bottom muscles were about to give way.
Toilet.
Where's the toilet? Meng Jingguai threw away the crutch and scrambled on all fours toward the corner. This warehouse was a temporary detention point, with no proper toilets, just an old, uncovered wooden bucket in the corner, used previously for waste. I'll go first, Meng Jianjun, being young and quick, pushed past his mother. Before he even unbuttoned his pants, he sat on the bucket. Get out of the way. That's mine. Wang Guifin, her eyes red with anger, no longer caring about being a loving mother and son. She grabbed Meng Jianjun's hair and pulled him back. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the warehouse. A terrible smell instantly filled the enclosed space. Meng Yaya was quick to react. Before the sound, she had already stepped outside the iron door, closing it tightly with a loud clang and even locking it for good measure. Enjoy yourselves. I won't disturb you fighting over territory, she called through the door, covering her nose, then ran away with black wind. Inside the warehouse, chaos erupted. Shouts of curses, screams, and the sound of splashing mixed together. The soldier standing guard at the door turned pale, stepping back 10 meters with his gun, wishing he could cover his nose. This is too harsh, the soldier muttered softly. It sounds like they're blowing up a fortress inside. Meng Yaya happily returned home. Gu Changfeng was sitting in the yard, cleaning his gun. Seeing his daughter come back empty-handed, he raised an eyebrow. Did you deliver it? Yes, it's done. Yaya climbed onto a small stool, poured a big sip of cold water from the table, and said, They ate so happily. Nothing was left. Gu Changfeng listened to faint cries from afar, his face twitching. He put the gun away in the box. Did you go too hard? Don't cause any real harm. Don't worry, Dad, Yaya assured, patting her chest. Just helping them detox. No one will die, maybe. Their legs will be a little weak tomorrow. That night, for the 3 people in the warehouse, it was worse than hell. The broken wooden bucket was already full and spilling all over the ground. Later, they couldn't fight for it anymore. They were too exhausted to continue. Each found a corner to squat in, and the mess turned yellowish, with only foul water left at the end. Wang Guifin cursed all night, from Lin Wanru to Gu Changfeng, and finally even the ancestors of the Meng family. She cursed until her throat burned, but no one brought her water. Until early the next morning. The sun rose as usual, and the military alarm blared loudly. The big iron door of the warehouse was finally opened. 2 fully armed soldiers stood at the door, looking at the mess inside, almost vomiting on the spot. Come out. Everyone out. Wang Guifin and her family supported each other, looking like drained corpses, staggering out of the foul-smelling warehouse. The fresh air outside made them want to cry. Meng Jianjun's legs trembled, and he wet a large part of his pants. His pants had hardened, causing pain at the thighs. He raised his bloodshot eyes and saw on the nearby playground the new recruits doing morning exercises. Hundreds of young men, dressed neatly in military uniforms, carrying guns, shouting slogans as they ran by. 1,
2, 1.
Their momentum, their pride, their spirit. Suddenly, Meng Jianjun's muddled mind felt like it was struck by lightning. When Wang Guifan heard this, her cloudy eyes rolled twice. Yes. She came here not to cause trouble over money, but to suffer so much. But if she could get her son a government job, that would be a stable and good position. Then he could walk proudly in the military compound. That's a stable job. Wang Guifan patted her thigh, no longer feeling pain. Come on. Let's find Gu Changfeng. He's a company commander, and it's easy for him to arrange something for someone. At this moment, Gu Changfeng had just finished morning exercises and was about to take Meng Yaya to the cafeteria for breakfast. As the father and daughter reached the corner of the office building, a foul smell carried by the wind made Gu Changfeng frown. He instinctively picked up his daughter and took a few steps back.
Boss.
Boss, don't go. Wang Guifan saw the main person was there. Somehow, she found strength, pushed past Meng Jingua, and rushed forward, opening her arms to block the way. Gu Changfeng looked coldly, covering Meng Yaya's nose with one hand, and his voice was icy. Why are you out? Hurry back to your confinement room. Don't make me send someone to catch you. No, no, no. Meng Jianjun was afraid of going back to that terrible place again. He quickly stepped forward, smiling in a way that looked quite sinister on his pale face. Big brother, I've thought it over. I won't cause trouble anymore. Meng Jianjun rubbed his hands, black dirt under his nails. I'm also a member of the Meng family, strong and healthy. Look at those new soldiers. They're skinny as monkeys but can still serve. I can do it too. Gu Changfeng raised an eyebrow, as if he heard something very funny. You want to be a soldier? Yes. Meng Jianjun puffed out his chest, but he was so eager that he almost lost his balance and fell flat. Brother, you don't need to give me a big official position. I know you're the company commander now, so I'll be your assistant, or maybe the guard company commander. I'm your younger brother. If you entrust your life to me, aren't you worried? Gu Changfeng looked at this dirty, overconfident troublemaker in front of him and suddenly found it amusing. This person actually dared to say that. The guard company commander? That's a top position in the whole battalion, reserved for the best soldiers, the ones who've survived the toughest battles. Just Meng Jianjun? Even the old dog guarding the gate of the guard company is more disciplined than him. The army isn't a trash dump, Gu Changfeng said coldly, turning to call the guards to remove him. Hey, why are you like this? Wang Guifan got anxious and sat on the ground, about to start crying again. That's your younger brother. Do you want to keep all the wealth for yourself? If you don't agree, I will just run into that stone and get hurt. She made a move to throw herself onto a nearby stone bench, but her act was exaggerated and clearly a performance. Gu Changfeng's eyes showed disgust as his hand moved toward his gun holster. He would rather face punishment than let these flies make his daughter feel worse. At that moment, a soft little hand pressed down on Gu Changfeng's big hand. Meng Yaya peeked out from the warm embrace, blinking her big eyes like a tiny kitten just waking up, looking innocently at Meng Jianjun. Uncle wants to join the army. Seeing how this naughty girl spoke, Meng Jianjun felt uneasy, but for his future, he forced himself to nod. Yes. Uncle has strength and can protect the family and the country. That's a good thing. Yaya smiled sweetly, with her dimples showing faintly. Dad, Uncle is so ambitious. We should support him. If our family has 2 soldiers, it will bring honor to our ancestors. Gu Changfeng was stunned, looking down at his daughter. This girl usually wishes to throw the family into the mountains to feed wolves. Has she changed?
No.
Gu Changfeng knew her too well. The sweeter her smile, the deeper her trap. Yaya leaned close to Gu Changfeng's ear and whispered in a baby voice only they could hear. Dad, going to jail means having a roof over your head and the country taking care of your meals. That's too easy for them. Why not lock him in a cage, make him do the dirtiest and hardest work, and not pay him? That's called reform through labor. Gu Changfeng's eyelid twitched as he looked at Meng Jianjun's greedy face. Suddenly, he thought, this idea from my daughter is really mean, but it feels so satisfying. He lowered his hand from his nose, and the cold, distant expression on his face softened a little, replaced by a more official look. Want to join the army? That's fine, but you can't get into the formal troops. You won't pass the political review. Hearing this, Meng Jianjun's eyes widened like bells. Then what should I do? You have to think of a way. While you can't join the regular army, there's a logistics support special team under the military district. Only hardworking and tough people can join. It's a bit hard, but it's a key logistics position directly under the military district. Meng Jianjun's eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs. Wow. Does that mean he's even bigger than the squad leader? That's related to Commander Lei.
Wow.
I must go. Meng Jianjun was so excited that his hands trembled, afraid this good opportunity would slip away. Brother, arrange it quickly. I can start tomorrow. No, I can start right now. Gu Changfeng looked at Meng Jianjun's greedy face and nodded. Okay. Since you're so eager, I'll make an exception and write you a note. Gu Changfeng carried Meng Yaya and turned back to the office building. His voice floated out softly, with a sense of final judgment. Just wait. I'll send you to a good place to report.